Chapter 1. Jotileao, Augustine Saint. In a world of pirates, at the holy land of Mariejois, within the estate of the Jotileao family. Keep your voice down. The butler Kukuma, dressed like a clown, hissed at the passing maids, his fierce demeanor only deepening their despondency, nearly bringing them to tears. Serving the Jotileao family had once been a stroke of fortune. As the family's master was known for his benevolence, even the enslaved maidens and male servants felt fortunate, seldom facing rebuke or humiliation. However, calamity abruptly befell the Jotileao family when both the master and mistress unexpectedly passed away. According to the customs of the celestial dragons, should the head of the family die, all slaves must accompany them to the grave. Fortunately, a sliver of bloodline from the Jotileao family survived. Yet, as the sole remaining descendant, Jotileao, Augustine Saint found himself in dire straits. Ever since being returned to the holy land of Mariejois, Jotileao, Augustine Saint had remained in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, unbeknownst to the servants outside, the young master suddenly sat upright in bed. Is this Jotileao, Augustine Saint? What on earth is happening? The newly awakened Augustine gazed down at his delicate little hands in bewilderment. He lifted his head, noticing a large mirror wall opposite him, reflecting a perplexed and peculiar expression on the adorable figure staring back, akin to a stranger. Augustine raised his arm and waved, mirroring the silly actions of his reflection, remaining speechless for a long while. In his previous life, Lei Xiao was merely an ordinary individual in the world of Blue Planet. If one were to pinpoint any distinguishing feature, it would be his profound obsession with martial arts novels. Despite residing in a peaceful modern society, Lei Xiao fervently pursued the fantastical world of martial arts depicted in his beloved tales. Perhaps due to his childhood fascination with martial arts stories, he grew to enjoy various imaginative fantasy web novels, perpetually dreaming of one day becoming an extraordinary individual. In his former life, Lei Xiao not only sought out various so-called masters through videos to self-teach, but also tirelessly collected an array of martial arts techniques for study. He had encountered and practiced numerous martial arts styles, from Shaolin to Wudong and Ame, all manner of martial arts schools and wandering practitioners. He never missed an opportunity to learn genuine skills. Perhaps it was Lei Xiao's unwavering dedication that caught the attention of some ethereal entity. At long last, an opportunity presented itself. During an outing with friends in the antique district of Magic City, he stumbled upon a nondescript antique shop and acquired a genuine ancient martial arts manual, an ancient copy of the Golden Bell Shield. Although the so-called manual appeared devoid of any antiquity, not resembling a relic, Lei Xiao spent his entire month's salary to procure it. After several days of study, Lei Xiao indeed began to make some progress, and in his exhilaration, he cherished the treasure, immediately beginning to practice according to its teachings. Through his diligent training, he truly made some remarkable advancements, gradually immersing himself in a world he had never encountered before, a realm of martial arts. Regrettably, by the time Lei Xiao obtained the Golden Bell Shield, he was nearing 30, past the prime age for martial arts training. His body had matured, and lacking professional guidance, his relentless efforts only allowed him to reach the 3rd level of the Golden Bell Shield, after which no further progress was attainable, regardless of his endeavors. In his quest to break through the 3rd level, Lei Xiao exhausted every conceivable method. He even secretly used electric shocks to stimulate his body, concealing this from his family. Alas, all his efforts proved futile, ultimately leading to his departure from the world he once knew. As consciousness faded, his life experiences flashed through his mind, filled with unfulfilled aspirations. Lei Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of regret, yearning to savor the world once more. He thought of his aging parents at home. Upon awakening, he found himself inhabiting the body of Jotileao, Augustine Saint. So, the world of comics truly exists, and I, of all people, have experienced this phenomenon of transmigration. Regardless of his circumstances, it feels wonderful to be alive. He vigorously pinched his delicate little face, deciding to momentarily set aside thoughts of his previous life. Taking a deep breath, he began to sift through the remnants of memories fragments left by the original owner. To think I have become a celestial dragon. This is the beginning of a remarkable journey. This was Mariejois, the sacred land of this world, a nexus of power and wealth from across the globe. The body he now inhabited was that of a 5-year-old celestial dragon child named Jotileao Augustine Saint, residing in Mariejois. Augustine gleaned some useful information, albeit not entirely clear. The Jotileao family, even among the celestial dragons, ranked among the most prestigious families, second only to the 5 most powerful families that included the elders. The status of the Jotileao family was unparalleled, with annual tributes from its 16 vassal nations amounting to billions of berries. With 16 nations under its dominion, the vast resources at the disposal of this superfamily were staggering. However, the recent calamity that struck the Jotileao family had ignited hope among some lesser families, prompting a few to stir restlessly, eager to seize a portion of the benefits that rightfully belonged to the Jotileao family. In recent days, several vassals of the Jotileao family mentioned that smaller families had submitted proposals to the world government, claiming the Jotileao family has faced misfortune and neighboring families should temporarily manage the vassal nations. Some lesser families were even fixated on the Jotileao family's assets in Mariejois, anticipating Augustine's demise to swiftly claim everything that belonged to the Jotileao family. Chapter 2. The Celestial Dragon Family. Is there anyone outside? Augustine casually inquired. Come in. Lord Augustine, you have finally awakened. A man in peculiar black attire with curly hair stumbled into the room, dropping to his knees on the carpet beside the bed. He exclaimed with palpable excitement, "What wonderful news, my lord! You have been in a coma for an entire month. It is truly a momentous occasion that you have awakened." It was evident that this individual was genuinely delighted for Augustine. A month, is it? No wonder I feel so weak. Augustine mused inwardly, observing the man before him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he wrinkled his brow, unable to recall the man's name, and simply waved his hand, saying, "Fetch me something to eat." Of course. Delicious food will be brought forth immediately. You must not faint again, my lord. I've been worried sleeplessly. The man chattered incessantly as he moved towards the door, then shouted, "Why aren't you in here serving the master? You worthless scum, you've struck it lucky. The master is blessed by fate and has finally awakened. Haha. Hurry in and take good care of him. You, fetch some food for the master. Remember, no heavy meats, he has just awakened." Hearing the flurry of chatter outside, Augustine finally recollected the identity of this individual. Gourmet, the head butler of the Jotileao family. Augustine spent 3 days recuperating at home before he could manage to walk again. Witnessing his gradual recovery, the members of the Jotileao family collectively sighed in relief. In the past few days, vassals of the Jotileao family and several allied families had visited Jotileao Augustine Saint. Augustine gradually began to understand more about himself and the Jotileao family. The Jotileao family was a superfamily with 16 vassal nations, holding a position in Mariejois, second only to the 5 most powerful celestial dragon families. The power wielded by the Jotileao family was unimaginable, with annual tributes from the 16 vassal nations amounting to tens of billions of berries. With such extensive resources at their disposal, the recent misfortune that befell the Jotileao family had emboldened some lesser families to see a glimmer of hope. Some began to stir, eager to claim a portion of the benefits that rightfully belonged to the Jotileao family. In recent days, several vassals of the Jotileao family had mentioned that certain smaller families had submitted proposals to the world government, asserting that the Jotileao family has suffered misfortune and neighboring families should temporarily manage the vassal nations. Some lesser families were keenly eyeing the Jotileao family's holdings in Mariejois, biding their time for Augustine's demise to pounce upon the assets of the Jotileao family. What should I do? Augustine glanced at his reflection in the mirror, youthful and diminutive, looking exceedingly vulnerable. While ordinary individuals would not dare to lay a hand on him, encountering some formidable adult celestial dragons would undoubtedly leave him at their mercy. Gourmet, prepare the carriage. I intend to pay a visit to the 5 elders. Having finally attained the identity of a celestial dragon, Augustine was not about to allow anyone to usurp what was rightfully his. You are Jotileao Augustine Saint, quite the spirited little fellow, remarked one of the elders. After all, Augustine was the current patriarch of the Jotileao family, and the 5 elders did not reject him simply for being a child. It is worth noting that access to these individuals was not granted to just anyone. Augustine felt fortunate today. As the elder scrutinized Augustine, the latter was equally observing the elderly man before him, dressed in a black suit with a shock of white curly hair, a voluminous white beard, and a flat cap perched atop his head. A scar adorned his left cheek. Should one encounter this elder on the street, who would suspect he was one of the 5 elders standing atop the pinnacle of power in this world? I am profoundly grateful that you could spare time from your busy schedule to meet with a junior like me. Augustine bowed respectfully, maintaining a tone of utmost reverence. I have heard of the tragic fate that has befallen the Jotileao family, and I must express my condolences. Young one, your request to meet with us elders is not merely for a casual visit, is it? The elder seemed somewhat taken aback by the composure displayed by Jotileao Augustine Saint, sparking his curiosity about the boy's intentions. Thank you for your concern. As the most esteemed elder among our illustrious celestial dragons, I would not have the privilege of meeting you were I not the sole heir of the Jotileao family. I pay my respects to you." Augustine paused, then continued, "A mind as astute as yours must surely comprehend the predicaments facing my family. The passing of my esteemed father has left us in a precarious position, with certain schemers in Mariejois eyeing the Jotileao family status. We humbly seek the assistance of the 5 elders." A 5-year-old child, already so perceptive. The elder gazed at Augustine, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "You genuinely surprise me. Young one, I am quite taken aback." "You flatter me." No, that is merely the truth," the elder mused thoughtfully. After a moment, a mischievous grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a lecherous uncle attempting to deceive a child. "Perhaps you could assist me in fulfilling a wish." Upon exiting the world government's administrative building, Augustine cast a glance back at the grand and solemn edifice, a subtle smile gracing his lips. One could say he had achieved his purpose for the day. Augustine had secured a promise from the 5 elders, alleviating the crisis faced by the Jotileao family. However, the dream of a life of leisure and indulgence as a corrupt landowner seemed far from easy. The elders' assistance came with conditions. The descendants of the celestial dragons in Mariejois spend their days either toying with slaves or women, or causing us trouble. While we are indifferent to how the lower classes perceive us, it would be nice if you descendants could show some spirit. You are 5 this year, correct, young one? I require you to enroll in the Navy Academy by the age of 10. If, upon your graduation at 16, you fail to present us with satisfactory results, the Jotileao family will no longer hold its esteemed status just below the 5 great families. So, will you take the plunge, little one? Chapter 3. The Family Secret. The conditions set forth by the elder align perfectly with my plans. To enter the Navy Academy at 10 and graduate with top 10 honors at 16, Jotileao Augustine Saint could hardly believe that the elder would propose such a stipulation. Initially, he had intended to offer the 5 elders several vassal states, seeking their protection to allow him to focus on his cultivation, ultimately preparing to crush the pirate world when his powers matured. Precisely so. Now, will you choose a life of indulgence or strive to revive your family, preserving the glory of the Jotileao lineage for centuries to come? Jotileao Augustine Saint recognized that, while this agreement might merely be an amusing game for the lofty 5 elders, he must treat the matter with the utmost seriousness. The glory of his family was of little concern to him. This rebirth, granting him a new life starting at 5 years old, was the true surprise. With the body of a child, immense resources at the disposal of a celestial dragon, and the ancient martial art of Golden Bell Shield, Jotileao Augustine Saint eagerly anticipated the heights he could reach in the future. "Very well, I accept your proposal." The small frame of Jotileao Augustine Saint radiated boundless confidence. "Is it not just the Navy Academy? After all, I am a celestial dragon." "Haha, what an amusing little rascal." The elder produced a den mushi, addressing Jotileao Augustine Saint directly. Moshi, this is one of 5 elders." For those below, including many celestial dragons, simply referring to the 5 elders sufficed. Few knew their names. "Inform all families that the Jotileao family is under my protection." Hello, esteemed elder." Though it was merely a notification from one of the 5 elders, Jotileao Augustine Saint felt a wave of reassurance. After this visit to the 5 elders, having secured what he sought, Jotileao Augustine Saint returned home and immediately summoned his butler, Kukuma. "Kukuma, I wish to know the current assets of our family." Jotileao Augustine Saint was already aware that Kukuma, as the family's chief steward, possessed comprehensive knowledge of all family matters. He also had 3 subordinates managing the family's authority, wealth, and internal affairs. "Yes, master." Following the unfortunate passing of the previous master, Kukuma no longer referred to Jotileao Augustine Saint as young master or sir, but rather simply as master. The chief steward Kukuma produced a ledger from seemingly nowhere, flipping through its pages as he spoke. "I am unaware of the contents of the family treasury, as only you possess the key to unlock it. As for the wealth currently at your disposal, it amounts to approximately 800 billion berries. There are a total of 235 slaves, of which 135 are fighters kept in the arena, 25 are chefs, 42 are female slaves, and 33 are male slaves. Additionally, there are 13 unused devil fruits in the warehouse, and the value of the jewels and renowned swords is presently incalculable. So much. Although it is known that the celestial dragons possess immense wealth, I never anticipated such opulence." Jotileao Augustine Saint was taken aback. 800 billion berries. Just imagine how many devil fruits that could procure, how many renowned swords. I recall that in the original work, The surgery fruit, an extraordinary fruit, cost merely 50 billion berries, not to mention the existence of a family treasury. A thought struck Jotileao Augustine Saint as he touched the golden key hanging from his chest. The key to the Jotileao family treasury. Due to the esteemed elder master and mistress's aversion to extravagance, they seldom participated in costly events, thus leaving a considerable amount of berries at one's disposal. Kakuma lamented, truly good people receive no rewards. The elder master and mistress are indeed unfortunate. Sensing Kakuma's tendency to elaborate, Augustine promptly interrupted, requesting him to guide him to the family treasury. Well, upon seeing the treasury door, Augustine could not contain his astonishment. This door, nay, the entire treasury, was crafted entirely from sea prism stone. Sea prism stone is the most challenging material to procure for an ordinary person. Not to mention using it to construct a building, acquiring a piece to forge a weapon is a rare feat. The primary utility of sea prism stone lies in its ability to nullify the powers of devil fruit users. Even a small amount embedded in sturdy metallic shackles renders the user powerless and unable to escape. One wonders how many treasures lie within. The anticipation is palpable. Augustine glanced back at his entourage, all of whom, including the chief butler Kakuma, remained at the entrance, standing rigidly, not daring to steal a glance inside. The chief butler had previously informed Jotileao Augustine Saint that this was the underground treasury of the entire Jotileao family, and any intruder, apart from the family head, would face death. What a surprise! I had expected a wealth of treasures. Upon opening the treasury door, it indeed revealed a chamber composed of abundant sea prism stone and metal. This Jotileao family treasury was not grand, merely spanning around 100 square meters. Inside, there were 2 stone racks, one large and one small, which imparted an impression of emptiness, with several cabinets placed upon them. Augustine approached the smaller stone cabinet and noticed a small booklet made of an unfamiliar material inside. Augustine picked up what appeared to be an ordinary booklet and, upon opening it, discovered it to be the genealogy of the Jotileao family, which contained a record of their historical lineage. Originally, the Jotileao family hailed from a royal lineage in a vast nation known as Ye Hua, located across the Western Sea. Ye Hua is an expansive country, rivaling Alabasta, renowned for its abundant resources and stunning landscapes, and it currently stands as one of the territories under the Jotileao family's dominion. As Augustine casually flipped through the pages, he arrived at a sizable stone cabinet. Upon the surface of the cabinet lay a knife and 5 small boxes, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, a knife positioned here must possess extraordinary qualities. Reaching out to inspect the knife, he was abruptly met with a chilling sensation that nearly immobilized him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Such a fearsome blade. Could it be the legendary Supreme Great Blade, the 12 Works? Augustine mused. His knowledge of the blades in this world was limited to mere hearsay and some depictions he had encountered in comics during his previous life. Nevertheless, he was certain that this knife was immensely valuable. Earlier, he had seen a common great blade, one of the 21 works, casually placed in the family's ordinary storage. Thus, this knife's worth must surpass that of the 21 works, likely only rivaled by the 12 most powerful supreme great blades known in legend. Sensing his own limitations, Augustine wisely decided to bypass the knife. He proceeded to open the remaining 5 small boxes, only to find 2 of them empty. Within the 3 that contained items were 3 devil fruits. Devil fruits? Aren't these used by the celestial dragons to feed their slaves? Augustine's curiosity was piqued. At that moment, he noticed cards nestled within the boxes and retrieved them. Fortuitously, Augustine inherited fragments of the original owner's memories, enabling him to comprehend the language and script of this world without any barriers to reading. The cards detailed the following. Animal type, Inu Inu no Mi, mythical zoan. 9-tailed fox form, a long-lived species with unknown lifespan upon consumption, possessing tremendous power. Paramecia type, Nene no Mi, lifespan upon consumption unknown, grants boundless energy. Animal type, Hito Hito no Mi, mythical zoan, succubus form, a long-lived species with unknown lifespan and capabilities. Animal type, Kame Kame no Mi, mythical zoan, Xuanwu form. A long-lived species, the previous user perished in a great catastrophe at the age of 3044, possessing immense power. Animal type, Inu Inu no Mi, mythical zoan, werewolf form. A long-lived species, the previous user perished in a great catastrophe at the age of 2887, boasting extraordinary strength. Chapter 4. The considerate 5 elders. Augustine gazed at the peculiar treasures within the boxes and then at the cards in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. To his astonishment, All three devil fruits were potentially life-extending, colloquially referred to as longevity fruits. Although he had not seen the treasure troves of other celestial dragon families, he presumed they were likely comparable. It was only in pursuit of immortality that the celestial dragons would opt to consume devil fruits. The depth of their lineage was indeed formidable. Augustine couldn't help but marvel. The emergence of a single mythical beast is monumental news, yet here lay three. The empty boxes likely once contained the animal type, Kame no Mi, mythical Zoan, Xuanwu form, and the animal type, Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, werewolf form, which had presumably been consumed by the family as predecessors. The remaining three longevity fruits not only promised extended life but also boasted formidable abilities. Should he partake in one? The allure of immortality was undeniably enticing. With a wry smile, Augustine set the items aside and exited the family treasury. According to the records of the Golden Bell Shield technique, if one were to master it to a profound level, it could also grant the ability to extend life. Moreover, being still young, he possessed boundless potential and saw no need to sacrifice the joy of swimming in the ocean for the sake of immortality. Just imagine a sun-drenched day, the gentle sea breeze, and throngs of bikini-clad beauties frolicking in the waves, while he remained on the shore, unable to join them in playful revelry due to the consumption of a devil fruit. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Augustine felt a tinge of disappointment after much effort. He discovered that there was nothing in the vault of the Jotileao family that he could utilize. The pressing matter at hand was to commence his training in the ancient martial art of the Golden Bell Shield. Clenching his fists, he mused, just wait. Powerful individuals of this realm. Just wait, enchanting ladies of this world. The following day, Augustine summoned the slaves from the arena, meticulously selecting 60 whom he deemed most satisfactory. The remaining slaves were entrusted to Kakuma, who would take them back to the arena, preparing to seize the opportunity to sell them. Augustine was gearing up for his training in the Golden Bell Shield. Although this discipline encompassed numerous external training aspects, the essence of the Golden Bell Shield primarily relied on internal cultivation, supplemented by nourishing herbal concoctions for internal consumption and external bathing, particularly in the initial 3 tiers. Without external aids, an ordinary person's body would be utterly incapable of enduring the strain. Augustine is fortunate. Although this world lacks traditional Chinese herbal medicine, it offers an abundance of nourishing substances, some of which may even surpass the efficacy of herbal remedies. Augustine summoned the most renowned apothecaries of the Holy Land, meticulously researching and selecting items most suitable for his use. 1 ton of white gold-tailed fruit. Yes, Lord Jotileao Augustine. 1 ton of purple glass fruit from the West Sea. Yes, Lord Jotileao Augustine. 10 white bears from Giant Island. Yes, Lord Jotileao Augustine. 3 tons of fruit from the Boeing Islands, please. Yes, Lord Jotileao Augustine. Kakuma diligently recorded the orders and cautiously inquired, Master, are these high-energy foods meant for the gladiators? What use do I have for slaves? I shall consume them myself. A monthly supply like this will suffice. And bring me a ton of sea king's meat as well. If it's not enough, I shall procure more. Augustine was unconcerned about the price of the sea king's meat. For the Jotileao family, it was but a trifle. Kakuma's expression grew peculiar, as if he hesitated to speak. Is there an issue? Augustine, aware that his previous remarks had astonished the steward, had no intention of providing explanations. As a celestial dragon, he possessed the prerogative to remain enigmatic. No problem. I shall promptly send my subordinates to procure what the master requires, Kakuma hastily replied, his heart racing at Augustine's gaze. This new master, Augustine, was generally amiable, but defiance could lead to dire consequences. Remembering the servant who had been brutally slain merely for accepting a gift from a minor celestial dragon family and inadvertently revealing a sliver of information about his master. Excellent. Augustine smiled approvingly, aware that his recent display of authority had instilled respect among his household staff. You may take your leave. Should you execute your tasks well, I shall reward you with 10 million berries. I hear your son is quite capable? My son currently serves as a lieutenant under the governor of the West Sea, Kakuma cautiously responded, still uncertain of his new master's temperament. Oh, the West Sea is a perilous place, Augustine mused, surprised that Kakuma's son, who appeared a fool in his demeanor, had managed to attain such a position through his own merit. After a moment's thought, he continued, since he is your son and thus part of the Jotileao family, inquire whether he would be willing to serve at the Navy headquarters. I will write him a letter of recommendation. The Jotileao family had several recommendation slots each year. Even the Vice Admiral Jotileao Augustine had the privilege to recommend candidates, let alone a mere lieutenant. It is worth noting that the rank of lieutenant in the West Sea is entirely different from that in the Navy headquarters. You would be willing. You would be willing. Kakuma exclaimed, elated. Thank you, master. You are exceedingly kind. My entire family shall remain loyal servants to you. Rise. Augustine waved his hand, adding, also, expedite the other 2 matters I assigned to you. Augustine instructed him to establish a training room according to his specifications and to recruit a coach from the Naval Academy to train him. Rest assured. I shall see to it immediately. The delighted steward Kakuma exclaimed, rushing off to fulfill his duties. Chapter 5. The Celestial Dragon with more money than since 2 years later. In the holy land of Mariejois, you deceiver, Jotileao Augustine. Return my slaves. A snot-nosed child with a bubble helmet yelled at Augustine in the hall. The slaves you gave me are old and ugly. I refuse to trade. What are you saying? They are already mine, Charlos said. Augustine waved dismissively. I traded 30 strong slaves for your 3 young girls. Surely, you do not intend for them to fight, you fool. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. You scoundrel. Charlos Saint fumed. Do not attempt to deceive me again. You must have set your sights on my 3 young girls, you scoundrel. A liar. And the 30 slaves you provided, where are the strong fighters you promised? They are all aged and frail. You have cost me 10 billion berries in duel stakes. Augustine muttered under his breath, puzzled by the sudden shrewdness of the boy. However, he did not wish his reputation in Mariejois tarnished by such a brat. So he feigned anger. What did you say? How dare you question the credibility of the Jotileao family? Those 30 slaves were chosen by you, fool. You are a celestial dragon. Our glory surpasses that of all kings and nobles 1,000-fold. Do you wish to tarnish the honor of our kind? Clearly you are in the wrong. Charlos was momentarily cowed by Augustine's imposing presence but was reluctant to be mocked by this imbecile. Why do the strong slaves I received suddenly become weaklings in my hands? Jotileao Augustine, you must compensate me with 20. No, 10 strong slaves. It is imperative. Otherwise, I shall inform my father. He clumsily raised both hands, fingers extended. There is truly no reasoning with you. Augustine feigned a wounded demeanor. Very well. Who can blame me for being honest? Kakuma, go fetch 15 of the most capable fighters and deliver them to this brat. Yes, master. Kakuma stifled a laugh inwardly, realizing the master's cunning. In truth, the slaves sold to Charlos had been administered special stimulants prior to the trade, thus appearing formidable. Once the effects wore off, they reverted to their true forms. Kakuma did not believe the 3 young girls were worth exchanging for dozens of slaves, but who could argue with the master? What mattered was his satisfaction. You are wise. In truth, you have profited greatly. I have expended 3 devil fruits on those 3 little girls. With that, Charlos excitedly departed with his newly acquired slaves, already concocting devious plans to torment them. Having spent 2 years in Mariejois, Augustine gradually became acquainted with certain celestial dragons, particularly those of similar age. However, due to differences in interests and hobbies, he found no friends among them, earning him the reputation of a reclusive oddity. If there existed a race thoroughly corrupt, it would undoubtedly be the celestial dragons. Augustine found it difficult to harbor any fondness for his kindred. In this holy land of Mariejois, the cruel and grotesque antics of the celestial dragons unfolded daily, showcasing brutality, cruelty, and repulsiveness. Normalcy was utterly absent. These wretches. How revolting. Augustine muttered in disdain, unable to conceal his contempt for his fellow celestial dragons. Were it not for his pursuit of the future Empress, Boa Hancock, he would have no patience for these vile creatures, nor would he entertain any conversation with them. In truth, from the moment he learned of his celestial dragon heritage, Augustine resolved to rescue and claim Boa Hancock as his own. Thus, he had kept a close watch over the slave market in Mariejois. Yet, fate proved unpredictable, and he found himself outpaced by this fool. It turned out that Boa Hancock and her sisters had been sold to the celestial dragons from the Sabaody archipelago. There was no alternative. Augustine had to pay a price. In any case, he held little interest in the slave games among the celestial dragons, and losing a few fighters was inconsequential. At that moment, the chief butler, Kakuma, approached his master Augustine, discerning his master's discontent. He cautiously remarked, Master, Admiral Zephyr has declined your employment offer. Indeed, at this juncture, the Navy's paramount strength lay not with the future admirals Akiji and others, but rather with the 2 admirals, Zephyr and Sengoku. As expected, Augustine, upon hearing this, did not exhibit the anger or disappointment Kakuma had anticipated. Those who truly understood Zephyr recognized him as a principled and resolute individual, unwavering in his convictions, qualities that earned Augustine's admiration. Zephyr's aspiration was to cultivate a naval hero in his own image. Augustine was well aware of Zephyr's temperament. He had no valid reason to abandon numerous young naval officers to serve as a private instructor for a celestial dragon. Ah, how naive of me. Never mind, inform Rear Admiral Jax that he need not come any longer. Please ensure that the agreed-upon tuition is delivered to him, and furthermore, in my name. Draft a letter of recommendation for his promotion to Vice Admiral. Let him know that I can only do so much. Whether he ascends to the rank of Vice Admiral depends solely on his own merit. As you wish. The chief butler Kukuma noted Augustine's words, then flattered. It is truly a stroke of fortune for Rear Admiral Jax to encounter a master like you. Although this is a world that venerates strength, it is a travesty that many capable Rear Admirals fail to attain the rank of Vice Admiral. In this regard, Jax, having merely served as Augustine's mentor for a brief period, had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, he was fortunate. Spare me the flattery, Mr. Kukuma. Augustine shot a glance at the man. Now leave. I wish to be alone for a while. As you command. Kukuma bowed and quietly exited, taking with him the serving maid who had been present. Chapter 6. The threat from Fisher Tiger. Augustine cast a glance at his diminutive form, his slender arms and legs. He let out a sigh, initially believing that possessing the body of a child would allow him to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield at an extraordinary pace. His aspiration was to attain the strength of a Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral by the age of 10 upon entering the Naval Academy. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. Although this Golden Bell Shield is a technique cultivated internally, it fundamentally requires the fortification of the physical body as a precursor. Augustine's physique had yet to fully develop. For years prior, he had nearly sustained an injury merely attempting to practice the first layer of the technique. The esteemed Major Jax, whom he had recruited from the naval headquarters as a combat instructor, merely offered rudimentary training, focusing on fundamental combat skills and physical conditioning. Frustration welled within him. Given the current circumstances, he would have to wait until he turned 12 to commence his training in the Golden Bell Shield. What a bother, Augustine lamented, pondering how he might pass the intervening years. Was he to languish like a slug, engaging in mundane slave games? Such an existence would be utterly tedious. Moreover, venturing outside of Mariejois was fraught with peril. The slightest misstep could lead to his demise, even though his family legacy had dwindled to just him, a mere child. The thought alone left him disheartened. Ah, but wait. That fellow named Fisher Tiger, with Boa Hancock making an appearance. He should be nearing Mariejois to stir up trouble. Augustine recalled from the original narrative that Fisher Tiger had ascended the Red Line unarmed 13 years prior to the Marie-Ford War, subsequently infiltrating the Holy Land of Mariejois to ignite fires and liberate slaves. In truth, the timeline of 13 years seemed somewhat dubious, conflicting with the memories of others. Yet it was irrefutable that he would arrive in Mariejois 4 years after Hancock's enslavement. Calculating the timeline, it would indeed be within the next 2 years. However, it was peculiar that the 5 elders showed no intention of departing from Mariejois. It raised the question of how Fisher Tiger could orchestrate his endeavors under the watchful eyes of these 5 formidable figures. Augustine detected a faint whiff of conspiracy. The slave trading house and the gladiatorial arena, which imprisoned numerous slaves, were adjacent to Mariejois. However, amidst the Dragonite's guards, although there were few with the strength of a general, the sheer number of vice admirals and rear admirals was staggering. It seemed peculiar that even with Fisher Tiger's formidable capabilities, he should be swiftly subdued. Under normal circumstances, the 3 young girls would have been rescued, but had it not been for me, the snot-nosed worm would have certainly confined them to the lewd chambers for training slaves or the dueling grounds. The lewd chambers were indeed the epicenter of Mariejois. What were the 5 old geezers scheming? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Augustine promptly summoned his chief steward, Kukuma, along with several personal female attendants, and declared, "I find my stay here rather tiresome. There is an estate belonging to our Jotileao family adjacent to the world government's residence. Correct? I wish to reside there for a few days. Arrange for everyone to accompany me, with the exception of a few elderly and infirm to remain here as guardians. Do you understand? I mean everyone, and ensure that all valuable items are transported as well." The servants were taken aback by the sudden announcement of the move. Yet, despite the peculiar nature of Augustine's command, the master's wishes took precedence above all else, and they swiftly set about executing his orders. They began to pack belongings, hire carriages, and organize personnel, one task after another was set in motion. Esteemed master, the estate beside the world government's residence is rather modest in scale. It was originally intended as an office and resting place for the former master, and it may be somewhat small. To ensure your comfort, might I suggest acquiring the adjacent lands? This inquiry was posed by Augustine's newly appointed head maid, Lavinia Ann. She was a diligent and meticulous servant, adept at managing affairs, which made Roan trust her implicitly. Hence, Augustine had liberated her from her status as a slave, entrusting her with the management of all the maids and female slaves. Augustine had no inclination for men to oversee his women. In his eyes, all maids and female slaves were his. Confer with Kukuma. You shall decide how to proceed. I plan to reside there for several months. Let us refrain from disturbing the properties of the 5 major families, but for the smaller families, acquire whatever can be purchased. Spending a little more is of no concern. The key is to act swiftly. I have no desire to linger here for another day. Yes, I shall see to it immediately. Though she was uncertain why Augustine was so eager to relocate, she refrained from questioning further. Lacking the means to protect himself, Augustine had no wish to unwittingly forfeit his life, unjustly perishing at the hands of slaves. Under Augustine's urgency, the Jotileao family completed their move to the opulent estate beside the world government's residence within 3 days. Although it was not as vast as their previous abode, it was equally luxurious. Logically, having relocated next to the 5 elders, Augustine should have felt secure. However, he still perceived a sense of danger. Thus, he undertook another action. He summoned all the personnel of CP5 under his command to his residence for security purposes. Of course, he publicly stated it was for a special mission. Your Grace, we are honored, said Sasaki Ural, the commander of CP5, a swordsman of notable prowess in his 30s, with striking red hair and an eccentric sleepwear ensemble. Following Augustine's instructions, Sasaki brought along CP5's finest operatives, 2 men and 1 woman. They were Usniel Bernice, a user of the life fruit, capable of bestowing vitality upon herself and others, essentially acting as a logistical healer with a rudimentary understanding of the Marine 6 styles. Badak Lycum, wielding a massive iron rod approximately 4 to 5 meters in length, possessing immense strength, despite his seemingly dull demeanor. It was said he had mastered the iron block technique to an extraordinary degree. Dolo Jan, a Zoan-type user of the cat fruit, Black Panther form, proficient in all Marine 6 styles. Master Augustine, as per your command, I have brought forth the 3 strongest members of CP5. The 4 knelt before Augustine, with Sasaki Ural cautiously observing the Dragonite, the true master of CP5, awaiting his orders. From now on, you need not be overly formal here. Rise. Augustine's lips curled into a charming smile. Your mission for the next 2 years is to remain by my side, even when I sleep. At least one of you must guard my bedroom door, while the others must not stray far. Sasaki Ural, you shall remotely oversee CP5's affairs, ensuring you do not distance yourself from my estate. Certain events may transpire soon. Events? The 4 were taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to assault the holy land of Mariejois, the very center of the world. Do not overthink it, nor speak out of turn. Simply execute my orders, Augustine said curtly, directly issuing commands. Consider this a special task. Within 2 years, I shall conclude this mission, and each of you will receive a reward of 500 million berries. 500 million berries. The prospect of such a grand reward filled the 4 with elation. They promptly expressed their gratitude, vowing to fulfill the master's special mission with utmost dedication to ensure his safety. Thus, the task commences now, Augustine instructed. I expect you to guard your tongues and refrain from indiscreet chatter, otherwise, we would never dare utter a word. The 4 held their breaths, aware of their youth, yet fully cognizant of the need to maintain decorum before Augustine. Well, that is settled, though CP5 is rather meager in numbers, Augustine muttered. My apologies. The 4 were filled with shame. Sasaki Ural, as the commander, felt personally responsible for his master's critique. It is due to the scant number of personnel emerging alive from the CP's secret training base each year, as they are prioritized for entry into CP0, CP9, CP8, CP7, and CP6. Enough, it is not entirely your fault, Augustine acknowledged, aware that these 5 departments were controlled by the families of the 5 elders, far surpassing CP5 in power. Henceforth, I will enhance the investment in CP5. You may discreetly recruit personnel from outside to bolster CP5, while also establishing an intelligence network exclusive to CP5. That would be splendid, my lord. However, CP is ultimately an agency under the world government. Sasaki Ural, though elated, expressed his uncertainty regarding Augustine's intentions. I did not instruct you to absorb individuals into CP5. Rather, I wish for you to establish peripheral forces. The world government has no authority over these, nor will they finance them, Augustine replied nonchalantly, causing Sasaki Ural to break into a cold sweat. It seemed this esteemed master harbored intentions of liberating CP5 from the world government's control. Nevertheless, given that CP5 had always been a tool of the Jotileao family, this was undoubtedly an opportunity to amplify CP5's strength and augment his own power. The astute agent swiftly made his resolution. My lord, your desires shall guide CP5's advancement. All will be executed according to your will. Augustine nodded with satisfaction. He relished conversing with intelligent individuals, particularly when such brilliance resided within his subordinates. Very well. Let us conclude for today. Augustine addressed the four of them. I will instruct my steward, Mr. Kakuma, to arrange your accommodations. Spend the day familiarizing yourselves with this place, and we shall commence our duties this evening. As Augustine's youthful figure vanished beyond the door, a collective sigh of relief escaped the four, their minds grappling with the absurd thought, could this truly be a 9-year-old child? Are you adjusting well to your stay with me? Augustine encountered the newly acquired slaves, Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters, in the garden. Upon his sudden appearance, the 3 young girls immediately knelt upon the ground, their small bodies trembling. Although they had not been in Mariejois for long, they had already begun to sense the terrifying aura of the celestial dragons. Lift your heads and allow me to see you, Augustine commanded after a moment of silence, his tone unexpectedly calm. Boa Hancock. The girl dared not defy his instruction. Her experiences as a slave had taught her the appropriate response. Slowly, she raised her gaze to meet Augustine's, her eyes reflecting a sentiment markedly different from the bewilderment evident in her sisters. Augustine perceived humiliation, fear, and struggle in her eyes, along with certain qualities that should not be found within a slave. He chuckled, a joyous laughter that befit the future Empress of pirates. Only an Empress could possess such traits, perhaps the very reason she was able to awaken the conqueror's haki. You are not a slave. Augustine uttered a statement that left the 3 sisters perplexed. Will you truly set us free? Boa Hancock suddenly inquired. Your courage astonishes me, Augustine remarked as he lifted Boa Hancock, expressing admiration. I appreciate your bravery. I shall grant you an opportunity for freedom. Come with me. The 3 girls were taken aback, both elated and bewildered by Augustine's words, yet they promptly followed obediently behind him. Augustine led the 3 sisters around the expansive garden of his estate and into the main residence. The place was vast. Over the past 2 years, Augustine had interconnected the surrounding houses, transforming them into a modestly scaled manor. Initially, he nearly lost his way within its confines. Your duties commence now. You 3 shall reside in the bedroom adjacent to this one. Furthermore, when I arrive, you are to be present beside me, understood? Augustine guided the sisters to his newly constructed training room. Do you know what to do? Yes, the headmaid has instructed us, the 3 sisters replied meekly. Hancock gritted her teeth and inquired, when will you release us? Dear sister. The 2 younger siblings cast worried glances at their unfamiliar new master, fearful that their elder sister's defiance might provoke his ire and lead to punishment. Chapter 8. Training and routine. What should you call me? Augustine placed his hand upon the shoulder of the girl before him. Boa Hancock's petite form shivered in response. Master. Ha. Augustine inexplicably found joy in the moment. It is truly splendid to cultivate an empress, he remarked. If your performance meets my expectations, I shall arrange for your return to Amazon Lily next year. Is that true? How wonderful. The 3 sisters could hardly believe their ears, their excitement nearly propelling them into the air as they gazed up at Augustine. In the days that followed, the sisters settled into their roles as maidservants within the training room. Absent any exceptional circumstances, Augustine devoted considerable time each day to physical training. After 4 years of diligent exercise, his physique far surpassed that of his peers. While not overly muscular, at merely 7 years of age, Augustine had already reached a height of 163 centimeters. The newly arrived CP5 members were astonished by Augustine's commitment to training. A celestial dragon, working so diligently? When did this begin? Within a few days, Hancock gradually grasped the true meaning behind Augustine's demand for satisfactory performance. It did not entail merely serving tea and running errands. Rather, he expected the 3 of them to train alongside him. Although unaware of Augustine's true intentions, The girls from Amazon Lily did not shy away from the opportunity to grow stronger, dedicating themselves earnestly to training with Augustine. Augustine found himself in a rather helpless situation. His petite frame rendered him incapable of mastering the Golden Bell technique, the Marine Six styles, or haki. His training was exclusively limited to physical conditioning, which, although foundational, felt exceedingly mundane. A year later, within the training chamber of the Jotileao household, the atmosphere was charged with activity. Thud, 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 thud. Inside a colossal training apparatus, Augustine adeptly dodged the suspended wooden balls hurled at him from all directions by the slaves, all while remaining vigilant of the sandbags that threatened to descend from above. This equipment, designed to enhance the agility of cadets at the Naval Academy, had been constructed by Augustine himself in his home. The slaves, handpicked by him, were there to assist in his training. Initially, it had taken considerable effort to persuade them to strike at their master, the celestial dragon. However, after Augustine rewarded a slave who managed to hit him, they began to unleash their full potential in earnest. Faster! Pick up the pace. Have you not eaten today? Barked Badak Lycum, wielding a slender pointer, incessantly urging the slaves to launch their projectiles at Augustine. Yet, none succeeded in landing a hit. Finally, the physical training came to a close. You three. Should you fail to defeat me today, you shall face further punishment. The slaves were utterly exhausted, resembling a pack of worn-out hounds, while Augustine appeared unscathed. Seemingly having expended minimal energy, he summoned the three Hancock sisters and said, I have granted you ample rest. Come now, while I am fatigued, your chances of victory are greatly enhanced. How absurd! The CP5 guards inwardly scoffed, recognizing Augustine's penchant for toying with the three young ladies. Rather than mere jesting, it was evident that he was genuinely training them, compared to a year prior, when they were frail and timid. The sisters had progressed to the point where they could engage in combat with their master, whom they had deemed a little monster. Particularly, the eldest, Boa Hancock, had shown an alarming rate of improvement. Even the seasoned members of CP5, accustomed to various monsters and prodigies, were taken aback by Hancock's talents. Prepare yourselves. Here I come, shouted Hancock, her heart racing at the mention of punishment. Augustine's disciplinary methods varied daily, each more embarrassing than the last. The lingering sensation from the previous day's ordeal was still fresh in her mind. Yes. Hancock's younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, were less affected, grateful that Augustine simply enjoyed teasing their elder sister. If not for their longing for home and loved ones, they would be loath to leave the Jotileao family, where every day was filled with delicious food, delightful experiences, and the opportunity to train alongside their sister. Gun kiss. Hancock unleashed her fruit-based powers with no restraint. In terms of physical prowess and combat skills, the three sisters combined were no match for Augustine. Arrow of captivity, rapid fire. Truly fearsome, yet undeniably beautiful, Augustine thought, even as he faced Hancock's captivating beauty daily. It required considerable willpower to resist the allure of her sweet fruit abilities. As the barrage of arrows rained down upon him, Augustine executed a swift advance, evading the deluge of projectiles. In a fluid motion akin to a simplified version of the Marine Six styles, he deftly maneuvered behind the three girls. Only effective techniques can strike true, Hancock, Augustine remarked as he closed the distance. Iron Mountain Strike. Hancock cried out as she was forcefully propelled into the air by a tremendous force. Snake Dance. Do not fear, dear sister. Boa Sandersonia transformed into a thick python, attempting to catch Hancock. However, an overwhelming force struck Hancock, sending her crashing to the ground alongside her sister. What extraordinary power! The two sisters tumbled together. How odd! I have never witnessed such techniques from our master. I wonder who taught him, mused Dolo Jean, perplexed, as he questioned his companion. According to their intelligence, Augustine had only received training from a Navy rear admiral, who did not possess such remarkable skills. Information is elusive. Perhaps we should simply inquire with the master, Badak Lycum suggested, scratching his head. Dolo Jean rolled his eyes at this, disinterested in conversing with the simpleton. If Augustine were to learn of their curiosity regarding his secrets, he feared he would be swiftly dispatched back to CP5, where life would be far from pleasant. Chapter 9. The Mariejois attack incident let us refrain from prying into our master's secrets, Usnir Bernice said, executing a shave to dart away. Boa Marigold, transformed into a cobra, was swiftly brought down by Augustine using a technique known as the inch punch. This technique allows one to generate significant power in a minuscule space. Hey, that won't do, Hancock. Come to my room tonight. Augustine began to collect his rewards. You scoundrel. Augustine's words filled Hancock with a sense of profound embarrassment. Augustine gazed at her with pride. Having utilized only skillful techniques moments ago, he could not bear to see the three sisters harmed, especially the charming Hancock. Casting a glance at Usniel Bernice, who was tending to them, he noted her alluring figure. With delicate features and a rare quality of vulnerable grace that evoked a sense of pity, she was indeed a rare beauty of the mortal realm, distinct from Boa Hancock. For Miss Usniel Bernice had already matured, ready to be savored at any moment. Nevertheless, he shook his head in regret. Usniel Bernice was there to ensure his safety, and any untoward advances could provoke discontent among the other members of CP5. Moreover, given his own slight stature, he felt he was incapable of much. Sighing, Augustine instructed the three sisters to rest while he resumed his interrupted training. The trio from CP5 had become numb to his eccentricities. This celestial dragon was truly an anomaly. Unlike the others of his kind, he was a fervent practitioner, a formidable little fellow, and what was even more alarming was that he possessed extraordinary talent. With innate gifts complemented by diligent effort and abundant resources at his disposal, such an individual, barring any premature demise, was destined to become a figure of monumental significance, capable of shaking the very seas. Usniel Bernice's eyes sparkled with fervent flames, betraying a hint of longing and yearning towards this youthful nobleman. She gradually began to entertain thoughts that transcended mere admiration. Augustine retired to bed around 9 each evening, rising at 4 or 5 in the morning for exercise, a regimen designed to enhance his rest. His sleep pattern was remarkably effective, seldom interrupted by nocturnal awakenings. However, on this particular night, he was roused by a cacophony. As he regained consciousness, he discerned unfamiliar clamor in the distance, suggestive of a throng, perhaps multiple factions embroiled in a dispute. Such disturbances were unheard of in the sanctified grounds of Mariejois. Swiftly, he deduced that an invasion was underway and summoned all his guards, commanding them to secure the gates. Augustine ascended to a loft on the rooftop with a panoramic view, where he peered through the windows, revealing a significant portion of Mariejois. The crimson glow of flames painted the sky a deep orange. Impossible. It was truly a riot in the sacred city. The CP5 trio, who had been at Augustine's side, along with the hastily arriving Sasaki Ural, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Gradually, the distant flames drew nearer, and the shouts became more distinct. Kill. Slay these detestable celestial dragons. Flee. Escape from Mariejois while you can. Cursed celestial dragons. I shall avenge my mother. Hurry, let us slay that devil. Joyboy Saint. Ha! I have seized a trove of jewels. I am rich. What? Why have the elders not appeared? Even if they are absent from Mariejois, many formidable warriors are stationed here. Silence. You blundering fool. Ural shot a fierce glare at the half-spoken words of the giant, Bardock Lycum, quickly silencing him. Even Lycum, who was typically straightforward, sensed something amiss, did he not? Augustine chuckled coldly. It appeared the elders intended to purge a faction of celestial dragons. Indeed, after centuries of dominion, the number of celestial dragons had burgeoned from mere dozens to hundreds. With the world's resources finite, an excess of claimants could not be tolerated. Perhaps the elders had already contemplated this, coinciding with the emergence of a certain Fisher tiger. Such thoughts led Augustine to consider this possibility with increasing conviction. Lord Augustine, we implore you to seek refuge in the secret chamber. The elders and the navy shall swiftly quell these insurgents. Ural, regaining his composure, urged fervently, his palms slick with sweat, overwhelmed by the day's unforeseen and exhilarating events. Indeed, my lord, it is wise to avoid potential assailants here. Your safety is paramount. Urged Usniel Bernice, equally anxious. This sensation was indeed vexing. How loathsome is weakness. Without delay, Augustine, surrounded by the 4 CP5 guards, descended to the lower levels, instructing all those in his family who could be gathered to retreat to the secure chamber. This refuge had been constructed at considerable expense, primarily due to the procurement of sea stone, yet its defenses were formidable. Even a vice-admiral would struggle to breach it swiftly. In a mere moment, slaves had already fled from the Jotileao household. Augustine ordered the remaining individuals to conceal themselves with him. The escape of slaves was inconsequential. However, those who had witnessed him retreating to the secret chamber posed a risk if they divulged his whereabouts to the invading foes. Thus, It was imperative to keep a watchful eye on the remaining slaves. What transpired? In the secret chamber, Mariejois and Sandersonia, pulled from their slumber, were still bewildered by the situation. Mariejois has been attacked. Many slaves have been liberated. Hancock, who had closely followed Augustine, wore a bitter expression. Hancock, have I ever deceived you? Hancock was uncertain of Augustine's intent, yet he had always honored his commitments to the three sisters, never breaking his word. She shook her head. Chapter 10. The Assurance of Jotileao, Augustine Saint. Augustine clasped Hancock's delicate shoulders, gazing into her beautiful eyes. Trust me, it is unsafe to leave this place right now. I have promised that in the near future, I will personally send you three sisters back home. My word is my bond. Upon hearing Augustine's words, Hancock fell silent, for she had indeed entertained thoughts of escape. The future pirate empress would never resign herself to being anyone's slave, even though Augustine had never regarded them as such. Nevertheless, in Hancock's heart, a slave was a slave, not a free person. No. Hancock suddenly felt Augustine's broad palm on her back, his hand resting upon the mark of shame, the flying dragon's hoof. That humiliated her and her sisters. It must hurt, doesn't it? Augustine gently inquired, his hand softly caressing the mark upon Hancock's back, feeling guilty for not rescuing the three sisters sooner. I am sorry for not finding you sooner, Hancock. I promise I will find a way to make it disappear. How could such a thing be possible? Hancock exclaimed in astonishment, as she caught sight of the sincerity in the young man's gaze, feeling an inexplicable blush rise to her cheeks. And master, on these vast seas, nothing is impossible, Augustine affirmed with conviction, glancing at the other slaves, whose expressions varied. And to you all, I, Augustine, now assure you, as long as you pledge your loyalty to the Jotileao family, I can immediately free you from your bondage. You will no longer be slaves, but esteemed members of the celestial dragon family. Thank you, master, for your benevolence. Augustine's words sparked a glimmer of hope among the slaves. I believe in what the master says, the head maid, Lavinia, and suddenly spoke, gazing at Augustine with eager admiration. Do you not remember? I, Lavinia, and was once a slave just like you. Indeed, Augustine did not deceive us. Lady and was elevated from slavery by him. Correct? Lady and was purchased at the same time as I was by the former master. In that moment, the restless emotions of the slaves were calmed, and gradually, all stood quietly in attendance. In the year 1508 of the sea era, Fisher Tiger, who had long suffered under the yoke of slavery, ascended the Red Earth continent unarmed. He infiltrated Mary Geoise, the sacred abode of the celestial dragons and the headquarters of the world government, setting fire to the place and liberating thousands of enslaved individuals from various races who had been imprisoned by the celestial dragons. This event became known as the Mary Geoise incident. As a result of this uprising, many slaves who had endured the celestial dragon's persecution found their freedom. According to subsequent reports from the Navy and the world government, only a little over 1,000 slaves successfully escaped, with most being ruthlessly gunned down by the Navy and the powerful forces of the world government. The number of slain celestial dragons reached a staggering 874, and 3 smaller celestial dragon families were annihilated during this event. That fishman, Fisher Tiger, emerged as the leader of the slave liberation movement and a great hero of Fishman Island, yet he also became a formidable enemy of the world government. Facing a bounty of 230 million berries, he was the first in history to boldly challenge the world government during the Mary Geoise incident. However, these matters bore little relevance to our protagonist. Augustine was finally able to leave the villa and return to the grand estate of the Jotileao family, resuming his decadent life as the patriarch of a celestial dragon family. Of course, Augustine did not forget that this was a world where strength held paramount importance. Training was an everyday necessity. In the year 1509 of the sea era, Augustine turned 10. Augustine did not go back on his word to Hancock. He personally dispatched someone to contact the racketeers of the Shambadi archipelago, sending the 3 sisters along with a handwritten letter. Augustine, I implore you, esteemed lord of the underworld, to assist me in escorting these 3 little imps back to their home. A reward of 1 billion berries shall be yours, along with a toast in your honor. Little did I expect that the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh, truly resides in the Shambadi archipelago. Dolores Jane, tasked with this endeavor, felt a tinge of jealousy. The Lord's kindness towards these 3 imps was overwhelming. Nevertheless, Augustine had instructed her not to divulge any intelligence regarding Rayleigh to other CP systems or the Navy. Upon receiving this peculiar commission, Rayleigh was taken aback. How intriguing these little celestial dragon imps were. How did they ascertain my whereabouts? Could it be intelligence from the Navy or the world government? Yet, why has no one come to confront me? How curious. Has the Navy truly lost interest in retired pirates? Regardless, after inquiring about the three imps, Rayleigh consented to escort them back to Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock and her two sisters, aboard the vessel homeward bound, were filled with excitement. They were finally returning. At that moment, Boa Hancock reminisced about the words Augustine had spoken to her before their departure. Hancock, this world is so splendid. I do not wish for you to merely be my little slave. One day, when our names echo across the seas, we shall meet again. Do not easily concede to me. Augustine. The memory of that unforgettable youth brought a charming smile to Boa Hancock's lips, her heart fluttering with the premonition that one day they would indeed cross paths once more. Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to the Naval Academy? The Naval Academy? Just at the end of this street, came the reply. As Augustine strolled along the bustling streets of Marineford, he savored the delightful memories of the previous night spent with Usnail Bernice. His spirits lifted as he hummed a tune. Last night, Usnail Bernice had entered Augustine's chamber, and they found themselves alone together. Will you choose to accompany me in the future? Upon hearing Usnail Bernice's intent, Augustine felt a stir within him and scrutinized the beauty before him once more. Chapter 11. Meeting a young lady indeed. Yes, my lord, Usnail Bernice replied, uncertain as to why she felt so nervous. She shyly gazed at the 10-year-old boy, whose stature was striking. Lord Augustine, I wish to follow you. She understood that if she did not express her feelings tonight, she would have to return to CP5, and the prospect of seeing him again seemed bleak. To wish to accompany me, you must possess a resolute determination. Augustine remarked with a knowing look. A resolute determination? Indeed, Augustine said as he gently lifted her delicate face, bringing them close enough to feel each other's breath. With a mischievous smile, he added, Are you prepared for the certainty of my whims? Such matters. Usnail Bernice's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet she found herself enamored with the mischievous Lord Augustine. Augustine, captivated by her charming demeanor, could not resist reaching out to grasp the sweet petals before him. Usnail Bernice offered only a token struggle, surrendering to the whims of this man. Instantly, a wave of exquisite sweetness rippled between their lips. Sir, that is not permissible. Due to physical limitations, Augustine could only indulge in fleeting touches, yet the two indeed shared a delightful evening. Suddenly, a voice shattered Augustine's enchanting reverie. You imbecile, where are you looking as you walk? Perhaps lost in the depths of nostalgia, Augustine inadvertently collided with someone. He halted his musings about Usnail Bernice, who he had dispatched on an errand, and looked down at the individual he had knocked to the ground, his eyes widening in surprise. I sincerely apologize. I was lost in thought. He hurriedly extended a hand to assist the fallen figure. Though you have uttered sorry, that was quite a forceful collision. The person on the ground was a small girl with blue hair, appearing to be of a similar age to Augustine. However, she was petite, her height barely reaching Augustine's chest, and at that moment, she gazed up at him with a look of indignation. How unfortunate for me. The girl stood and brushed off the dust from her clothes, stating earnestly, Please be more observant while walking next time. Augustine suddenly felt that the girl seemed somewhat familiar. Oh, do you know me? Indeed, she was the proud disciple of Zephyr who appeared in the theatrical version, the girl who had consumed the retro fruit. Augustine waved his hand, saying, I've merely heard of you. Are you in the Navy? No, I am a new student about to enroll in the Naval Academy. Ein curiously scrutinized Augustine. But, where did you hear about me? I just arrived in Marineford today. Such details are not important. Augustine chuckled. You seem to want to feign ignorance. Ein remarked, her face full of curiosity. Impossible. I saw your name in the records at the Naval Academy. But you just asked me if I was in the Navy. Enough with the questions. I simply know. But, why do you have so many buts? Augustine suddenly leaned closer to Ein, looking down at her. Ein, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jotileao Augustine. You may call me Augustine. I am also a new student at the Naval Academy, and henceforth, we shall be friends. But we have only just met. Ein gazed at this presumptuous fellow in disbelief. And, could you please not stand so close? Is it not possible to become friends even after just meeting? Augustine inhaled deeply, revealing a captivated expression. You possess a delightful fragrance. Is it an exquisite perfume? Certainly not. I never use such things, Ein shyly retorted, pushing away the almost intrusive figure. You perverted scoundrel. Get away from me. Please do not be angry. Friends should be intimate. Augustine sidestepped and deftly grasped Ein's hand, saying, Come, let us head to the Naval Academy. It is just at the end of this street. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Ein had never encountered a boy so brazen. Though he was quite handsome, her face flushed deeper. What am I even thinking? Do not be so stingy. I am merely expressing the closeness of friendship. Let us go. Augustine continued to tease this innocent girl. Are you truly Jotileao, Augustine? What is your connection to Colonel Cucolet from headquarters? Asked the ensign in charge of receiving students at the Naval Academy, holding the letter of introduction Augustine had handed him. Augustine wished to keep his identity as a celestial dragon concealed, thus refraining from producing the recommendation issued by the 5 elders. Instead, he had Kukuma's son, Colonel Cucule of the Navy headquarters, compose a letter of recommendation on his behalf. The rank of colonel coincidentally afforded him the qualification to endorse candidates for the Naval Academy. Merely a distant relative, Augustine remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Ein, who stood nearby. It had already come to light that Ein was a candidate recommended from the West Sea base, having lost his family to pirates, thus rendering him a hero-s orphan. Very well, here are your enrollment documents, along with your dormitory number. If everything appears satisfactory, please sign here, the official instructed. In 3 days. At the Grand Plaza in the center of the academy, officers from the headquarters will conduct your entrance examinations, so do ensure you are not late. Understood, we will remember. The two replied in unison as they exited the registration office, making plans to explore Marineford together in the afternoon to procure some essentials. Once inside his dormitory, as Ein began to organize his belongings, a sudden realization struck him. Why did I agree to accompany that troublesome fellow on a shopping trip? We have only just met. Chapter 12. The Traditions of the Naval Academy. Augustine found his dormitory and saw 3 individuals tidying up their belongings. Hey, look, our final companion has finally arrived. A bald youth chuckled as he watched Augustine walk in. Can we get started now? Start what? Augustine felt perplexed. Of course. It's time to determine who the leader of the dormitory will be, said a boy wearing blue sunglasses, shrugging his shoulders, explaining that it was a tradition at the academy. Indeed. The one with the mightiest fist becomes the dorm leader. The last of the trio was a dark-skinned lad with thick lips, reminiscent of a native from some African tribe. His comical appearance elicited laughter from those who laid eyes on him. Yay, it seems like it has already begun. The boy in sunglasses chuckled, as sounds of unfriendly scuffles echoed from the neighboring dormitory. Is that so? So that's what this is about. Augustine chuckled as he stepped inside and casually shut the door. Soon, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of thudding fights and wailing cries. Stop. We concede. Before long, Augustine stood alone in the room, while the other 3, once brimming with confidence, were now sprawled on the ground, having been thoroughly subdued by him. All right, now you should know who the leader is here. Very well, you will handle cleaning and organizing the restroom, you will tidy up the room, and you will take care of miscellaneous chores. The 3 individuals pointed out by Augustine nodded obediently, having just experienced his formidable prowess. Who will do the laundry? The thick-lipped boy asked fearlessly, only to receive a punch from the others. I don't need my clothes washed, Augustine scoffed, thinking to himself, I am a celestial dragon. Wearing clothes once is more than sufficient. Although he was at the Naval Academy, Marineford had also prepared a luxurious abode for him, complete with dedicated servants and slaves. However, due to Augustine's discretion, only a select few within the Navy were privy to his celestial dragon identity. After casually eating something at the Academy's cafeteria, Augustine spotted a lovely girl named Ein approaching him. However, she was not alone. A young lady clad in a pink crop top and a black mini-skirt walked closely beside her. Hey, look. It's Senior Guillaume. I heard she graduated early but stayed at the Naval Academy to assist teacher Zephyr. My dream goddess. She is stunning. The thick-lipped boy began to swoon, completely oblivious to those around him, drooling over the girl next to Ein, having heard that Senior Guillaume was the top student of her batch. Truly impressive. Disgusting fellow. You jerk. She is my goddess. Step away. Stop talking nonsense. My goddess wouldn't look at you. Such enthusiasm. Augustine stood up, pushing through the crowd blocking his path, and approached the 2 beautiful ladies in full view of everyone. Have you eaten? Ein replied honestly, not yet. Perfect, let us go out to eat. The food here is simply dreadful, and I'm still hungry. Oh, this is Sister Guillaume. She is taking me shopping this afternoon. Ein intended to say she wouldn't accompany him today, but evidently underestimated Augustine's audacity. Then let us all go together, Augustine insisted. The more, the merrier. You little rascal. I didn't agree to take you shopping. It won't be easy to take on away from me. Guillaume, mature and insightful, was not easily deceived like a young girl. I'll cover the bill, Augustine declared, raising his hand. Oh, what a reliable man. Ha ha, Guillaume exclaimed joyfully, patting Augustine on the shoulder. It's settled then, let us go. A pin drop could be heard in the cafeteria until Augustine and the two ladies stepped out, finally triggering a chorus of heartbreaks within. My goddess. Damn it. Who is that little brat? I must teach him a lesson. Is that new girl a freshman? So cute. That little rascal. Don't let me find out who that guy is. By this time, it was already evening, yet the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. This city, home to the naval headquarters, truly deserved its reputation as one of the safest places in the world. Augustine sauntered out of the Naval Academy, flanked by two young ladies, his tall and handsome presence attracting countless glances. Naturally, the majority of attention was directed towards Chiyuan and Ain, one exuding charm and allure, the other radiating youthful cuteness. Both rare and captivating sights. I presume you have already experienced the traditions of this academy. At that moment, Chiyuan cast a devilish smile at Augustine and remarked, Let me tell you, having a lovely girlfriend like Ain here means you must be prepared to face the wrath of the singletons. Are you ready for that? What are you talking about, sister? We're not in that kind of relationship, Ain retorted, her cheeks flushing as she felt the ambiguity of her connection with Augustine creeping in. She shot a glare at the unfazed Augustine, wishing to give him a kick. You scoundrel, explain yourself. I will protect you, Augustine said earnestly, showing no intention of clarification. Scoundrel, that's not what I meant. Ain thought she resembled a fool. Oh ho ho ho. Chiyuan laughed as she observed the two, saying, Little one, merely talking won't suffice. Let me share a secret. I am quite formidable. Augustine smirked. Sister Chiyuan, do you have a boyfriend? None of your business. You greedy little rascal, Chiyuan replied, noticing Augustine's pompous demeanor. She turned to Ain and suggested, This guy seems rather unreliable. Shall we find another boyfriend? Chapter 13. Sister Chiyuan's intention. Sister. Ain exclaimed in embarrassment. I've told you we are not in that kind of relationship. By the way, this is my first time in Mariejois, Augustine said to Chiyuan. So please, Sister Chiyuan, lead us to a place where we can fill our stomachs. Leave it to me. Chiyuan replied, clapping her hands. Today, I will take you both to enjoy delectable food and delightful activities, ensuring you have an unforgettable evening. She glanced at Augustine, whose overly confident demeanor provoked her playful instincts. After all, Augustine hailed from the sacred Mariejois, a place of high status, and even if he had traversed from another world, he had developed an air of superiority over the years. Such an aura cannot be easily concealed. Ain, with her lack of life experience, merely perceived Augustine as somewhat arrogant, while Chiyuan easily recognized his uniqueness. Before long, Chiyuan led the two youngsters directly to a lavish establishment. Sister Chiyuan, are we really going to dine here? Ain asked timidly, gazing up at the opulent restaurant that radiated luxury. It was evident that this place was quite expensive. The walls shimmered with gold, and the floor gleamed brightly enough to reflect the scenery below. Ain felt relieved that she had chosen not to wear a dress today. Silly girl. What are you afraid of? Isn't someone treating us? Chiyuan mischievously shot a glance at Augustine, seemingly eager to see his reaction of discomfort. Right, little rascal? Unfortunately for Chiyuan, Augustine was more concerned about the quality of the food rather than the prices. Is there anywhere in this world more expensive than Mariejois? He confidently declared. I am a man destined to dominate the new world. How could I allow a lady to pay? But it seems that only high-ranking officers frequent this place, I noted, observing the clientele, her confidence dwindling. Hey, Augustine, did you bring enough berries? Berries? I didn't bring that sort of thing, Augustine replied as he stepped into the luxurious restaurant, thinking to himself that at last, Mariejois had a decent dining establishment. Wait, what did you say? Ain felt her heart sink, fearing she wouldn't be detained here washing dishes on her first day in Mariejois. Oh ho ho ho. Chiyuan chuckled as she pulled the flustered girl close. Come on, you won't be stuck here washing dishes. Uh-huh. Sister, how did you know what I was thinking? Silly goose, your thoughts are written all over your face. Chiyuan laughed, finding Ain adorably foolish. Is that so? Ain blushed deeply. A waiter approached and inquired, Do you have a reservation, esteemed guests? Augustine curled his lips in disdain. Is it true that one cannot dine without a reservation? The waiter promptly responded, Not at all, sir. However, we are currently experiencing peak dining hours. If several guests do not have reservations, please take a number and wait over there. The dining hall is full. But surely there are private rooms available. Augustine glared at the presumptuous individual. I have no inclination to wait. Prepare the finest private room for me at the top floor, so I may gaze upon the splendid view of Marineford. But, sir, that room. It is the highest grade emperor suite. The waiter was taken aback, scrutinizing Augustine until he noticed the young man producing a black card adorned with diamonds, embossed with a hoof-like insignia. Good heavens, the Tianlong card. The waiter felt a chill run down his spine, utterly astonished by the identity of this young master. Shoo! Augustine shot him a warning glance, signaling him to remain quiet. Just prepare a meal for me. At that moment, Jiuan and Ein entered, and Augustine turned around with a cheerful smile, waving at them. Come on, I've just ordered some food, right? Hey, can you take us to the private room? Yes, esteemed sir, and the two lovely ladies, please follow me. Realizing that this Tianlong gentleman preferred to keep his identity concealed, the waiter wiped the sweat from his brow and donned a courteous smile, ushering the trio to the emperor's suite on the top floor. Wow! Upon entering the lavishly decorated room, with its glittering dining table and breathtaking view of Marineford, Ein, raised in the naval branch of the Western Seas, stood dumbfounded. Unconsciously, she voiced her thoughts. How many plates would I need to wash to pay for this? Ha ha ha! Augustine couldn't contain his laughter, finding Ein's simplicity endearing. Oh my, this is extraordinary. Jiuan, initially intent on making this insufferable man spend, was taken aback to discover he was a true tycoon. She playfully scrutinized Augustine and teased, I had no idea you were such a wealthy little rascal. Hey Ein, your boyfriend is something else. Just a trifle, hee. You too, enough? The Tianlong card, a prestigious bank card issued by the World Bank to Tianlong individuals, bore the emblem of the flying dragon's hoof. In upscale restaurants like those in Marineford, it was essential for waitstaff to recognize the Tianlong card as a mark of a competent establishment. Esteemed sir and ladies, please enjoy your meal. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. This is utterly ridiculous. Jiuan observed the waiter's respectful demeanor and pondered whether she had underestimated this individual. Even her sister, General Crane, had never commanded such reverence from the staff here. Curiously, she inquired of Augustine, could it be, are you a prince of some nation, little rascal? Chapter 14. Shopping indeed, it is quite excessive. Do we truly need to eat, Sister Jiuan? Ein hesitated, gazing at the sumptuous spread before her. A table laden with dishes she did not recognize. Yet they all appeared utterly delectable. Her stomach protested with a growl. I shall not concern myself with you two any longer, Augustine declared, his appetite insatiable. His rigorous training demanded copious amounts of sustenance. Without it, his body would lack the energy needed for effective workouts. Seeing Augustine already indulging, Jiuan chuckled, sampling the red wine before her. Oh, a fine vintage from the land of Bins, known for its exquisite wines. I shall partake without reservation. Very well. Witnessing both of them dig in, especially Augustine's unabashed manner of eating, Ein felt like a fool. She too grabbed a knife and fork, joining in, thinking, well, if it comes to it, I can always wash a few plates. Humph. API call failed with status code 400. Error. Code 400. Message. User location is not supported for the API use. Status. Failed precondition. Augustine possessed an insatiable appetite, swiftly consuming a considerable portion of the dishes laid before him. He hastily beckoned the server for 2 additional servings, finally feeling a semblance of satisfaction. Both Jiuan and Ein were once again astonished by his capacity for food. Are you perhaps a sea king? Jiuan chuckled, covering her mouth, bemused by the oddity of his physique, which bore no resemblance to that of a glutton. She had encountered many who could eat copiously, particularly among the elite of the navy, each one a voracious eater. However, Augustine was merely a child, which rendered this phenomenon rather peculiar. Could it be that Augustine harbored hidden prowess? Jiuan found it difficult to believe. Having filled their stomachs, the trio proceeded, at Jiuan's suggestion, towards the renowned commercial district of Marineford to indulge in some shopping. Sister Jiuan, you seem quite familiar with this place, Ein remarked, belatedly recognizing Jiuan's enthusiasm as she introduced them to various famous spots and delightful stores along the way. Ah, I grew up here, Jiuan replied with a smile, though it bore a hint of bittersweetness. Oh, Ein, perceptive as ever, noted the subtle shift in Jiuan's demeanor and felt a pang of regret for her inquiry, promptly falling silent. It's all right. In truth, I am an orphan. My parents were slain by pirates, and it was Admiral Tsuru who saved me. Jiuan shared with a gentle smile, perhaps drawn to Ayn due to their shared experiences. Admiral Tsuru? Oh, is it that Admiral Tsuru? Ayn exclaimed excitedly. She is my greatest idol. My dream is to become a formidable female officer like her. Ha ha ha. You certainly will, Chiyuan responded. Her spirits lifted by Ayn's enthusiasm. She embraced the little girl and proposed, how about you stay at my house tonight? And I'll take you to meet the esteemed Admiral Tsuru? What do you think? Ah, really? Is that possible? Ayn initially bubbled with excitement, but then timidly added, perhaps not. I am but an insignificant person. I will wait until I become a remarkable officer. Ha ha, little Ayn is simply adorable, Chiyuan exclaimed, planting 2 playful kisses on Ayn's cheeks. Hey, Ayn is mine, Augustine interjected, somewhat disgruntled, then slyly suggested. Why not allow me a couple of kisses from Sister Chiyuan as well, and I'll overlook you kissing Ayn. The 2 women retorted in unison, get lost. Reflecting on his experiences since arriving in this world, Augustine realized he had yet to fully explore the streets, deeming it a failure. Today presented the perfect opportunity. After a moment's thought, he discreetly tucked away his dragon card and produced an ordinary gold card provided by Kakuma, acknowledging that maintaining a low profile was indeed a challenge. As for clothing, Augustine truly had no need to shop. He had maids designated to cater to his wardrobe, ensuring he was always dressed by a professional designer's standards. His original intent was to accompany Ayn on her shopping excursion to foster a bond with her, yet it had transformed into a delightful outing with 2 enchanting ladies. Chiyuan, aware of Augustine's opulent stature, led them to the finest and most extravagant stores on the main shopping street. The prices were exorbitant, resulting in a significantly reduced crowd compared to the bustling pedestrian area, with patrons being either affluent or elite. These garments are exquisite, Ayn exclaimed, as admiration for the beautiful clothing overwhelmed her. The innate desire for beauty transcends age, captivating both young girls and mature women alike. Before long, Ayn found herself mesmerized by the stunning attire, captivated by each piece she encountered. Why not try it on? Chiyuan encouraged, convinced that Ayn, with her charm, would look splendid in the attire. All the clothes are so beautiful, but they are far too expensive. Ayn lamented, torn between desire and the stark reality of the price tags, each adorned with a cascade of zeros. Fear not, even if you do not purchase. Trying on the outfits is perfectly acceptable. With such striking appearances, you 2 ladies would rival any model. It would be our honor for you to wear garments from our store, the manager, who had approached to assist them, assured them with enthusiasm. Really? Ayn's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she glanced at the manager. Then I shall try on just a few pieces? Augustine nodded with satisfaction at the store manager, discreetly retracting the golden card he had shown him. Upon seeing Ayn, who excitedly dashed into the fitting room with an outfit in hand, Chiyuan gazed at Augustine with a smirk, exclaiming, oh, what a dazzling card. It dazzles even my eyes. I wonder how much it's worth. What is your true identity? I wonder. Curious, Chiyuan nodded. Can you guess? You. This was the first time Chiyuan had been teased, especially by a young lad, leaving her irked yet powerless to retaliate. Hey, Augustine turned to the store manager and instructed, wrap up all the clothes that the young lady likes and deliver them to the girls' dormitory at the Naval Academy this evening. Her name is Ayn. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you, sir. The manager, excited, hurried off to fetch 2 sales assistants to cater specifically to the trio. Chiyuan remarked with a hint of envy, oh, even I find myself a bit envious. Your boyfriend is quite considerate. Dear Chiyuan, you still have a chance. Ouch. Augustine covered the area that had been struck, quickly distancing himself from the aggressive woman. Hey, you're serious. Chapter 15. So it's just a rear admiral? This is merely a warning. To remind you not to tease girls frivolously, humph. Chiyuan haughtily lifted her chin, claiming, I, Chiyuan, graduated at the top of my class from the advanced program at the Naval Academy, earning the title Peach Bunny. If you wish to pursue me, wait until you become a rear admiral. The fact that she had graduated with a title indicated that Chiyuan's abilities were deemed to have the potential to reach the rank of rear admiral. Oh, so it's just a rear admiral? Augustine, instead of being surprised, felt elated. That's what you said, as long as I become a rear admiral, I can pursue Sister Chiyuan. Hey, what do you mean by just a rear admiral? Chiyuan looked at him discontentedly. How could one possibly diminish such a lofty aspiration? Augustine gazed at her for a moment, then scoffed, I aspire to be the strongest man in the world. At that instant, Tautu felt an undeniable aura of power emanating from this enigmatic boy, as if he truly possessed the potential to become the mightiest of all. How do I look? Sister Chiyuan? An emerged from the fitting room, joyfully twirling in front of them, pulling Ji Yuan back from her reverie. Quite splendid, Ji Yuan responded, her initial shock transforming into a smile. Why not purchase it? After all, a wealthy benefactor will cover the costs. Ji Yuan quickly concealed her astonishment, donning a cheerful expression. It's far too expensive. I refuse to let that scoundrel pay for it. Ultimately, Ein and Tao Tu tried on several outfits. Yet both refrained from making a purchase due to the exorbitant prices. Augustine signaled to the shopkeeper beside him. Ah, understood. Miss Guillaume's preferred garments will also be delivered to the residence of General Crane. Please take care, my lord. The shopkeeper graciously saw off the three as they departed. This shop is truly delightful. How wonderful it is, Sister Guillaume. Having tried on numerous beloved outfits, little Ein pranced about on her toes. What a silly girl. Upon returning to the dormitory, Augustine managed to secure a dinner and shopping date with the goddess on his very first day, establishing his authority as the leader. Revered by his three roommates like a deity. Speaking of which, I still do not know your names. I am Jotileao Augustine. I, the leader, am Douglas Eric. Hailing from the West Sea, and my dream is to become the governor of the West Sea. The bald-headed boy introduced himself boisterously. You aspire to be a governor with such a demeanor? Humph. The man in blue sunglasses, brushing his flowing hair, declared. My ambition is to join the world government and become an officer in the CP system. My name is Lan Meng, and I am an orphan, lacking a surname. CP? That legendary intelligence agency directly serving the world government? Humph. What good is a secretive department? The dark-skinned boy with thick lips expressed his disdain. Standing up with an earnest expression, saying, Leader, I am my Mibulage, and my dream is to become an admiral of the Navy. Douglas Eric and Lan Meng burst into laughter upon hearing his ambition, pointing at my Mibulage in amusement. How infuriating. What is amusing about that? I am quite formidable, my Mibulage. Taken aback by his roommate's mirth, pondered what could be so funny. He indignantly added, I am a user of the sour fruit, and aside from the leader, none of you can defeat me. Upon hearing the name of his fruit, Douglas Eric and Lan Meng laughed even harder, nearly rolling on the floor, clutching their stomachs in agony. My Mibulage. All right, I may not remember your names at the moment, so I shall assign you nicknames, no, code names. Augustine contemplated and said to Lan Meng, You, since you love wearing glasses, shall be called Glasses. As for you, Baldy, and you, Thick Lips, how does that sound? Good, it's settled then. How embarrassing. No way. Leader. Glasses. So ordinary, it fails to highlight my unique features. I detest Thick Lips. Upon hearing their assigned nicknames, the trio was instantly brought to tears. Augustine then elucidated the concept of a fist-sized voice, and under the threat of his fist, the three reluctantly acquiesced to their monikers. I am merely urging you to grow. Augustine shamelessly remarked, Once any of you can surpass me, your nicknames can be changed back. See how kind the leader is to you. Thank you, leader. The three wore pained expressions, daring not to voice further objections. How infuriating. How could the leader be so formidable? Since this was merely the beginning of their training. Augustine did not wish to stand out too much, settling for a nap in the dormitory. Early the next morning, Ein rushed to call for Augustine outside his dormitory. Leader. The sister-in-law has arrived. The bald boy, busy sweeping the restroom, quickly relayed the message. Understood. Goodness. So early. Augustine stretched and donned his clothes before stepping outside. He still had not grown accustomed to the hard beds in the dormitory and had slept quite uncomfortably. What nonsense, sister-in-law. Upon hearing the term directed towards her, Ein felt a mix of shyness and anger. Sensing the bustling atmosphere of the boys' dormitory, she pulled Augustine into a nearby park where fewer people were present. Ein, isn't it a bit too early for a date? A solitary male and female, suddenly in such a place, Augustine couldn't help but chuckle. Who wants to go on a date with you? Seeing couples exercising nearby, Ein blushed and, feeling exasperated, punched Augustine lightly in the chest. You scoundrel. Those clothes from yesterday were bought by you, weren't they? They were quite expensive. What clothes? Augustine looked at her, bewildered. Stop pretending. Ein shot him a glare. They were the clothes I tried on yesterday. Aside from you, who else could it be? Ah, Ein, how clever, to see through that. Augustine exaggeratedly praised her. Isn't that obvious? Don't try to change the subject, you scoundrel. Ein felt an urge to kick this insufferable fellow. Ah, I'm hungry. Let's have breakfast together, Augustine said, patting his stomach. Humph. I shall forgive you this time, but don't do this again, understand? Ein, observing his nonchalant demeanor, began to question whether she was overreacting. Chapter 16, The Requirements of Elite Zephyr Class. In truth, Ein was not a vain girl. However, having already purchased the clothes, there was no returning them. A girl may refuse money but cannot resist a man's kindness. She wasn't angry with Augustine. She simply came to confirm her suspicions. There was a hint of sweetness in her heart. Early in the morning, Guillaume found Crane waiting for her at the dining table, sipping tea, and instantly understood that her sister had something to discuss, as generally, Crane would have already departed for the Navy headquarters by this hour. Sister, within the home. They referred to each other as sisters. Only outside would Guillaume address her as General Crane. Ah, little Guillaume. The boy you were with yesterday was named Jotileao Augustine, correct? Ah, yes. Guillaume lowered her gaze towards Crane, regarding the mysterious boy who seemed quite affluent. Huh? Saint? That confirms it, from the Jotileao family. Humph. Sengoku did not even disclose this to me. The Jotileao family is. Guillaume felt an inexplicable sensation arise within her, surmising that the boy's identity might indeed be extraordinary, perhaps beyond her expectations. The St. Mariejois celestial dragon family. Even within the Holy Land, the Jotileao family is a top-tier existence, possessing numerous vassal states. Crane chuckled, expressing surprise at such a peculiar boy emerging from among the celestial dragons. He is celestial. Although she had an inkling that he was not ordinary, Guillaume genuinely did not anticipate that the well-mannered, charming, and somewhat domineering little rascal would be a celestial dragon. The celestial dragons were not known for such demeanor. Although she had always resided in Mariejois, Guillaume had encountered celestial dragons before. In her recollection, celestial dragons were arrogant and self-important, always surrounded by sycophants. For instance, in the restaurant they visited yesterday, if a celestial dragon wished to dine there, they would likely first drive away all the other patrons. He is truly unique. Guillaume reflected on Augustine's words and actions, though he enjoyed teasing others. He treated people gently, speaking and acting with reason. He was undoubtedly a gentleman. This is top-secret information. It cannot be disclosed to others. The Gourmet seem intent on nurturing this boy. Crane rubbed her temples and said, "You are serving as an aide to Mr. Zephyr at the academy, correct? This boy should be able to enter the elite class. Keep a close watch on him and report any developments back to me." "Yes, General Crane." "Since General Crane has entrusted me with this task, as a subordinate of the Navy, I shall salute and respond formally." Guillaume was a person of principles. Crane waved her hand dismissively and said, "Oh, those were the clothes that little rascal bought for you last night." 2 days later, at the Naval Academy's parade ground. "Hey, look over there. It's Big Sister," the bald man exclaimed, having spotted Anne among the ranks of female soldiers. Anne seemed to hear the commotion and turned her gaze in their direction. Augustine waved at her. Anne, feeling a bit shy about greeting the boys, merely nodded slightly in Augustine's direction. Hey, look. It's Admiral Zephyr. Could it be that Admiral Zephyr is going to be our instructor?" Augustine's gaze shifted. And indeed, a cool individual sporting sunglasses bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Zephyr. A wave of joy surged within Augustine. Although he had anticipated receiving guidance from the esteemed naval figure since his first encounter with Ayn, the confirmation of this moment filled him with elation. At that instant, other trainees began to murmur excitedly upon spotting their idol, sharing Augustine's delight. After all, it was Zephyr, the legendary mentor who had trained countless distinguished naval officers, who would not yearn for his counsel. Could it be? "We are incredibly fortunate. That is indeed General Zephyr." "Yes. General Zephyr has been the instructor of many prominent figures." "Don't be foolish. I've heard that due to the large number of applicants, this session will be divided into elite and regular classes, and only those of exceptional caliber, like myself, will join General Zephyr's elite class." "Haha. Fool. Simpleton. Poor child. Imbecile." "Ah, the youngsters are quite spirited." Zephyr regarded the youthful faces with hope, pondering whether any heroes he wished to witness might emerge from among them. His gaze swept over the crowd of children, and upon spotting Ayn, Binz, and a few others, he offered a slight smile. When his eyes settled on Augustine, he lingered for a few more seconds. As an experienced mentor, Zephyr possessed a distinct method of observation. While he refrained from making definitive statements about character, he could swiftly assess the physical attributes and potential of a candidate with a mere glance. The earlier boastful youth was correct. Only by entering the elite class could one receive my guidance. Zephyr cut through the chatter with directness, stating that entry into the elite class hinged entirely on one's own abilities. "I care not whether you are the son of a general or a relative of a marshal. If you fail to earn my approval, you shall remain in the regular class." Augustine, observing the legendary figures of his past on the screen from such close proximity, could not help but be moved by their audacity. It is only such men who can cultivate the future naval commanders. After all, well, they are merely lieutenant generals at present. Although they are of similar age, the differences in their births and opportunities have determined their varying starting points. Nevertheless, even if they do not enter the elite class this time, it matters not, Zephyr Su Rong said. From now on, I will reassess you every month. Even if you are in the ordinary class, as long as you exert yourself and meet my requirements in the assessments, I will allow you to join my elite class. Listen well, little ones. Run 10 laps around the academy's perimeter. What? 10 laps? Most people displayed expressions of astonishment. It was not the training ground, but the academy's outer area. What a joke. Each lap spans several kilometers, does it not? Indeed, how could we possibly complete it? How terrifying. Is this the standard for the elite class? Chapter 17. The Trial, huh? Augustine cast a disdainful glance at these weaklings. It is merely 10 laps. His daily warm-up far exceeds that number. See, I told you, boss. The thick-lipped May Bragg showed no fear, exclaiming, such a trivial amount of exercise has frightened you. You are indeed children. Who are you calling a child, you detestable thick-lipped one? A young man with a small mustache raised his fist in anger. Who do you call thick-lipped? Do you wish to die? Upon turning to look, May Bragg discovered that the other was also thick-lipped, instantly feeling a sense of camaraderie. Hey, you have thick lips too, you know. Do you want to fight, you rascal? Smack, smack. Ouch, ouch. What are you two squabbling about? Zephyr retracted his fist, glaring at the two youngsters, and declared, the Academy's rules prohibit private duels. All grievances are to be resolved in the ring. You two will run an additional 10 laps. The two thick-lipped youths were dumbfounded. Begin running now. Those who do not complete it are forbidden from eating. Go. Hey, what is your name, Thick Lips? May Bragg inquired. I told you not to call me Thick Lips. My name is Binz. You can just eat my dust from behind. Haha. The boy named Binz immediately accelerated, leaving the crowd behind. You think you can shake me off? I, May Bragg, am destined to become a naval marshal. May Bragg hastened to keep pace, tailing Binz closely. Ah, what a nuisance. How should I address these two thick-lipped individuals? Augustine mused, jogging steadily in the middle. You fool, this is hardly the time for such thoughts. Ein, who had stealthily approached, overheard his words and felt that this fellow's thought processes were rather peculiar. Since the boys and girls were not in a single file, they had begun to intermingle. Oh, do not worry. We will come in first, Ein, Augustine confidently asserted. Stop boasting. Be careful not to burst your bubble, Ein warned, preparing to accelerate. Augustine, however, reached out and grasped her hand, saying, do not rush. We have 10 laps to complete. Easier said than done. Focus more. After a moment of consideration, Ein realized it was impossible to maintain a rapid pace for 10 laps. Preserving energy would be wise, so she ceased her struggle and allowed Augustine to lead her. The boss is truly remarkable, even flirting at a time like this. If his performance is inadequate, he could easily fall into the ordinary class. The bespectacled Lon Meng glanced back, enviously remarking to his bald companion, Douglas Eric. You should worry about yourself. The boss said we must maintain this speed for 10 laps, Douglas Eric replied, shrugging. According to past records, I can only sustain this pace for 2 laps at most. Let us hurry ahead. Thus, the two accelerated, quickly catching up to the two thick-lipped boys. Running today feels particularly effortless. After half a lap, I noted that she was still maintaining her original speed without feeling fatigued. Though it was merely half a lap, it was important to recognize that this was half a lap around the outer wall of the Naval Academy. Such is the power of love, dear. Augustine exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Enough with the nonsense. Ein, flustered, attempted to shake off his grip, only to find it seemingly glued to her. Resigned, she gave up and muttered, you scoundrel. This level of training posed no challenge for Augustine. The intensity of his daily workouts far surpassed this. With abundant resources, professional guidance, and the various martial arts techniques learned in his previous life, Augustine had established a robust foundation over the years. In his past life, before acquiring the true ancient martial arts shield, Augustine had explored a myriad of styles such as Southern Fist, Northern Leg, Tai Chi, Baji, Bagua, Wing Chun, and Iron Wire Fist. He had dabbled and researched nearly every notable martial art. Although he did not master them all, he gleaned unique characteristics from each, particularly the foundational stances and energy techniques, which proved immensely beneficial for beginners. As Augustine chatted amiably with Ein, he maintained a steady pace, effortlessly advancing forward. His lower body moved with remarkable stability, each step meticulously measured. Should one take a ruler to assess, they would find his strides impeccably precise. With a slight bend in his knees and a flick of his toes, he propelled himself forward with considerable grace, his feet seemingly buoyed by an unseen wind. Unbeknownst to Wine, he was being drawn into a spirited sprint alongside Augustine. The latter moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, exuding an effortless charm that made the girls around him oblivious to his peculiar prowess. However, Zephyr, who was observing each participant intently, discerned that this young man possessed an unusual talent. Zephyr began to intensify his scrutiny of Augustine, gradually realizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. While others labored and gasped for breath, Augustine appeared utterly unfazed, as if merely taking a casual walk. After 3 laps, Augustine and I maintained a steady pace, leaving behind a substantial group of less physically adept trainees. Ahead of them were merely a dozen well-prepared students sprinting fervently. After 5 laps, the majority of the trainees began to slow down, while Augustine and I continued at their unyielding speed, gradually surpassing those in front. Lanming and Douglas Eric watched in astonishment as Augustine and I effortlessly overtook them. After 8 laps, I belatedly realized that she and Augustine had left the leading runner. The thick-lipped Binns, trailing far behind, his expression one of shock and helplessness. "Humph, you useless little brats, is this all you can manage?" Zephyr interjected at the academy gates, halting those who had completed 10 laps, his words disregarding the pair standing off to the side. A group lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, except for Ein and Augustine, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. Chapter 18. Selection for the elite class, eh? Ein exclaimed, hopping curiously as she observed them. "Are you all that exhausted? Although we've really run quite a distance, you don't seem overly fatigued." Her cheeks flushed from the exertion. Ein appeared utterly adorable. Augustine gazed at her with a sparkle in his eye, contemplating their upcoming date. "How is this possible?" May Blag glared at Ein and Augustine. "It's one thing for the boss to be impressive, but this little girl too. Huh, I feel like I'm about to die." Binns lay on the ground, too exhausted to move. Lanming and Douglas Eric exchanged glances, an unspoken torrent of thoughts passing between them. "The boss is so biased. It's because we're not beauties," they lamented. "Damn it, how did he manage that? That is precisely why he is our boss." Augustine discovered that among this group of students, his dormitory companions, along with Binns, were rather commendable, while the others appeared unremarkable for the time being, although it could not be ruled out that some possessed untapped potential. Indeed, Zephyr soon announced the members selected for the elite class. In addition to Augustine and Ein, the 4 others were also chosen. The elite class comprised only 10 individuals. Apart from these 6, there were 4 additional students whose abilities were not particularly outstanding, but each possessed unique characteristics. These individuals were either capable of wielding devil fruits, exhibited extraordinary willpower, or possessed qualities that Zephyr valued. It is undeniable that the enhancement provided by devil fruits is quite pronounced, particularly for those below a certain level, which is why individuals who have consumed them are generally given significant attention. Today marked the first day, and the training intensity was moderate. The afternoon would be dedicated to cultural studies. Pay attention, for tomorrow marks the beginning of rigorous training. Do not resemble a lifeless fish. Is it true that today's session does not reflect the actual intensity? Everyone felt the abnormality of the Navy Academy. Truly, the legendary mentor Zephyr's training is exceedingly strict. "Humph, sweat more during training to bleed less when hunting pirates," Zephyr stated sternly. "Listen well. Those who fail to meet my standards shall not graduate, even if the marshal himself intervenes. Therefore, fulfilling my training requirements is the sole task you must accomplish." "Yes." Dismissed. Jotileao Augustine remained behind. Augustine, who had intended to take Ein for a stroll in a nearby grove, was momentarily taken aback. He could only whisper to Ein, "Wait for me at noon, my dear." Ein, with a haughty demeanor, turned her head away, declaring, "Humph, I want to wait for you." "Augustine, I am so unfortunate. I waited solely for you." After Ein finished speaking, he turned and left for the lounge without a glance back. "I love you, darling." Augustine found the aloof little Ein to be rather endearing. Zephyr ushered Augustine into his office. "Young one, who is your teacher?" "Ah, there are quite a few. Should I list them all?" "Never mind," Zephyr scoffed. "It seems you hail from an extraordinary family, but I shall not concern myself with that. What I see is your potential. Your foundation is commendable. It is no exaggeration to say that among those of your age, You possess the finest aptitude I have ever encountered. This body of yours is almost monstrous. Zephyr's gaze roamed over Augustine once more with a predatory glint. Is it truly appropriate to speak of someone as strong as a monster in such a manner, Zephyr-sensei? After receiving compliments, Augustine felt a surge of pride, buoyed by the acknowledgement from a professional like Zephyr. His efforts since his arrival in this world had not been in vain, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. However, it seems you are quite unfortunate in your current state. Zephyr's expression softened with pity. In terms of physical training, you have likely reached your limits, haven't you? Augustine felt a jolt within. Zephyr's words were not mere fabrications. Despite his daily exertions, the sensation of progress had long evaded him, leaving him uncertain of his own advancement. Observing the change in his expression, Zephyr recognized that the young man before him was acutely aware of his own state. He continued, generally speaking, a newcomer to the Naval Academy requires at least 2 years of physical training to lay a solid foundation for mastering the 6 styles. The 6 styles, a compilation of techniques honed by generations of martial masters within the Navy, has been continuously refined and is said to be effective against those who have consumed devil fruits. After a brief pause, Augustine interjected, "But, Teacher Zephyr, I have yet to meet the prerequisites for practicing the 6 styles." Zephyr nodded in agreement, stating, "You have already attained the foundational requirements for the 6 styles. However, embarking on this training would impose significant strain on your developing body. To illustrate, should you attempt to practice iron block now, it would involve a profound enhancement of your muscles through your blood, an act akin to forcing growth in a 10-year-old whose body is not yet fully developed, potentially causing irreparable harm to your growth." Ah, what a predicament. It seems that physical training yields little effect, Augustine lamented. "I can assure you, it is utterly ineffective," Zephyr remarked, assessing Augustine's physique with a mix of admiration and incredulity. "You are indeed a remarkable anomaly. Thus, your training will diverge entirely from that of your peers. Please, teach me, teacher," Augustine implored, bowing sincerely. He was keenly aware of his circumstances, yet no one, including the naval instructors he had engaged or CP5, could provide him with sound guidance for his future training. In this context, Augustine held high hopes for Zephyr, the esteemed mentor of future admirals and numerous formidable figures. "Quite simply, if you cannot enhance your physical strength, then expend it," Zephyr advised, tapping the table. "Your age constrains your power. It is a law of nature that even I cannot defy. Therefore, focus all your energy on mastering techniques. While you may not be able to train in the 6 styles, you can learn that technique." "The technique?" Augustine inquired. "The return of life," Zephyr elucidated. "Originally, this technique was exclusive to those who had mastered the 6 styles. Upon successful training, one can gain control over their body, hair, and internal organs, manipulating any part of oneself once consciousness is infused within." How extraordinary, Augustine thought, elated at the prospect of mastering control over his body. "If I can achieve this, I might advance even further." "Thank you, Teacher Zephyr." "Ah, this time you addressed me with sincerity," Zephyr jested, adding, "Indeed, a teacher requires some genuine respect, you little rascal." "Teacher, I have always admired you," Augustine retorted with a wry smile. The following day, as others commenced their grueling physical training, Augustine sat quietly at Zephyr's feet, beginning his practice of the return of life. Truly remarkable to receive such personal attention from Teacher Zephyr. May Mibula gazed enviously at Augustine, who sat in meditation like a seasoned monk. "But why is he not running? I am not satisfied." Binz expressed his jealousy. "How dare you question my leader? Come, let us compete," spat the brash sausage-lipped boy. "Bring it on, I fear you not," retorted the other, their rivalry igniting. Observing their spirited exchange, Lan Ming discreetly distanced herself. Exasperated by the pair, "Augustine is truly impressive, being specially instructed by Teacher Zephyr," I mused, gazing at him with admiration. Indeed, his usual carefree demeanor is merely a facade. This earnest dedication to self-improvement reveals his true character. How admirable! Should Augustine have caught wind of Vine's inner thoughts, he would likely have burst into laughter. However, mastering the return of life proved exceedingly challenging. It was no wonder that only those proficient in the 6 styles could hope to learn it. Despite following Zephyr's instructions, Augustine struggled to find his rhythm. As he pondered these challenges, Zephyr's teaching stick suddenly struck. "Oh, teacher, why did you hit me?" Augustine exclaimed, clutching the spot where Zephyr had struck. Feigning innocence, Zephyr replied, "What? Did I not mention that I might attack you at any moment? This is to sharpen your perception of danger." "Surely not." Augustine gasped, fearful of another blow. Though it seemed he would not be harmed, the pain was undeniable. Teacher, are you a devil? Ha! I am indeed known as the devil instructor. Zephyr laughed heartily. Now close your eyes. Observing Augustine's wide-eyed response, he produced a black blindfold, declaring, from this moment forth, you are not to remove it without my permission. Augustine. Huh? Others were startled to see Augustine struck, a sharp crack echoing in their ears. Why did teacher Zephyr hit Augustine? Ein asked anxiously. Did Augustine make a mistake just now? No. Binns, with his keen hearing, assured Ein that teacher Zephyr had just stated it was one of the training exercises, attacking Jotileao Augustine at any moment to train his perception of danger. Will we also? Blue Dream's lips twitched. Surely we won't have this kind of training in the future? The others displayed expressions of sheer terror. How frightening. Indeed. Zephyr occasionally brandished his cane at Augustine without prior warning. Augustine was beaten to the point of agony. Zephyr's strikes were always painful, yet never left any injuries, just excruciating discomfort. Augustine attempted to evade Zephyr's attacks by relying on the sound of the wind, but he was never successful, for Zephyr's cane swung through the air with absolute silence. It seems I must rely solely on my instincts. Augustine thought wryly, evidently having to endure Zephyr's lashes until he learned the observation haki. Consequently, during the afternoon cultural class, Augustine simply lay in the academy dormitory, unable to attend, with his back marked by the red impressions left by Zephyr's strikes. Ouch! The old man really does hit hard. Augustine understood that Zephyr's technique was refined. It hurt but did not injure. By dinner, he felt completely healed, even missing the chance to apply the ointment Ein had sent over. Seizing the opportunity, Augustine took Ein's hand and dashed out of the Navy Academy. The food in the cafeteria was, to him, a terrifying prospect compared to Zephyr's cane, having grown up in luxury. To Augustine's surprise, he found he could sense Zephyr's attacks and dodge them over a month later. He was momentarily stunned. Is this observation haki? Just a mere observation haki. You have much more to learn, kid, Zephyr remarked, somewhat begrudgingly. Internally, Zephyr was astonished by the boy's talent. It had taken him much longer than a month to awaken his own observation haki. Finally. Augustine was moved to tears. Having spent a month unable to rise from bed, truly living up to Zephyr's reputation as a devilish coach. As Augustine gradually mastered observation haki, his daily training increased. Engaging in battles against Guillaume or some of the teaching assistants in the academy, days passed in a tranquil routine. Aside from training and studying, he enjoyed sweet dates with Little Ein and occasionally teased Peach Bunny. As Zephyr's teaching assistant, Peach Bunny primarily conducted afternoon cultural classes for the students, occasionally assisting Zephyr in organizing special training projects. Augustine found this fulfilling life utterly delightful. Chapter 20. A new marshal, a new admiral. Little Bunny, shall we dine outside? Since learning the title of this young lady, Augustine had given her a playful nickname. Peach Bunny's office was next to Zephyr's, and Augustine would often pop in to see her whenever he had free time. You brat, stop giving people strange names. Peach Bunny shot him a fierce glare, saying, How long has it been since you visited the academy cafeteria? How long? Augustine counted on his fingers, about a year and 9 months. So you haven't been to the cafeteria since your second day at the academy. Peach Bunny pouted. How annoying this delicate little boy is. There are 2 things in this world that I must take seriously. Augustine spoke as if making an oath. One is my stomach. Peach Bunny, curious, asked, and the other? The other, of course, is my woman. Augustine gazed at her with deep affection. Save your seriousness for Ein, you rascal. Peach Bunny finally broke free from his earnest gaze, feeling her heart race, and in a fit of flustered anger, she shoved Augustine out the door, though inside her heart was a tumult of emotions, unable to calm down. Isn't Sister Guillaume coming? 12-year-old Ein had grown significantly taller than 2 years prior, appearing even more graceful. Her blue dress adorned with butterflies, adding a touch of cuteness. She said she had something to do. Let us go by ourselves. Yes. The two walked together, Augustine naturally holding Ein's small hand. Ein could hardly remember how Augustine had managed to win her over, but somehow she had unwittingly become his girlfriend. Of course, Augustine was quite restrained. Their interactions were limited to holding hands. Only when no one else was around would Augustine dare to kiss Ein's sweet little lips. If he were to do so in public, the inherently shy Ein would surely ignore him for several weeks. At 12, Augustine had already reached a height of 180 centimeters. In this world, the average height of ordinary people was not much different from that of the sea blue people, but those with immense strength tended to be taller. For instance, the future admirals of the Navy were all over 2 meters tall. Augustine felt that if he continued to grow like this, by the time he turned 18, he would undoubtedly become as towering as the 3 admirals. Augustine, have you heard? Teacher Zephyr has resigned from his position as admiral. Unsigned. It is said that Teacher Zephyr's wife and child were killed long ago by evil pirates. How tragic. Oh, I have heard that too, Augustine replied nonchalantly. As for his resignation, it seems Zephyr had long wished to step down, if not for the next generation of admirals not having matured yet. He would have already resigned to devote himself to educating them. Why do you seem so unfazed, Augustine? Teacher Zephyr's family was killed by pirates. One would expect someone to fight fiercely against pirates, so why did he resign? Teacher Zephyr understands that being a Navy man inevitably invites hatred from pirates. His dream is to nurture a hero. Augustine recalled a plot he had seen in his previous life. A hero? I looked at him with confusion. Heh. Surely not someone like me. Augustine chuckled self-deprecatingly. My goal is to become the world's strongest, destined to tread a path of corpses and rivers of blood. How could I possibly become the hero Teacher Zephyr hopes for? Augustine. A few days later, the Navy announced a shocking piece of news in the newspapers. Admiral Sengoku would succeed the position of Navy Marshal. Former Navy Marshal Kong was promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the world government. Vice Admiral Tsuru would continue as Chief of Staff of the Navy, and Admiral Zephyr resigned from his admiral position. Simultaneously, 3 individuals emerged from among numerous vice admirals to become the new top combatants of the world government and Navy. They were Kazan, nicknamed Akiji, a user of the ice fruit, Borsellino, nicknamed Kizaru, a user of the glint fruit, and Sakazuki, nicknamed Akaino, a user of the magma fruit. The world was already in an uproar, as both the Navy and pirates were stunned by this news. Various reports spread across the globe. And the new Navy Marshal was eager to stabilize his position, reassuring the Navy and the world's populace, while the new admirals were also keen to prove their strength. However, none of this mattered much to Augustine. He was currently elated at the prospect of beginning his training in the Golden Bell. Indeed, Augustine was now 12 years old. His body has finally met the requirements for cultivation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his strength will surge once again starting tomorrow. However, at this moment, Augustine finds himself confronted with a dilemma. When cultivating the first layer of the Golden Bell shield, practitioners must preemptively choose the location of their vital point. Referred to as This vital point is not merely a weakness of the Golden Bell shield, but is the sole key through which the body absorbs vitality and breathes in the essence of heaven and earth. Without a vital point, the body remains sealed, deprived of the vital energy from the external world, and thus cannot cultivate. Therefore, the vital point is of utmost importance. And Augustine must take it seriously. In his previous life, Augustine foolishly chose the labor palace in the center of his palm as his vital point, believing that as long as he kept his fists clenched, he would be impervious to attacks. However, after years of study and cultivation, Augustine's perspective has vastly matured beyond that of his former self. He now realizes the naivety of his past thoughts. Should he encounter a master, his vital point would be easily discernible. Not to mention, martial arts experts could disable his entire strength with a mere finger. And the existence of the enigmatic powers of the devil fruits poses a significant threat to him. Moreover, when Augustine reached the second layer of cultivation, he discovered that his chosen vital point restricted the performance of one of his hands, a grave misjudgment. By that time, it was too late to make a change unless he were to abandon his cultivation entirely and start anew. Of course, that is only an ideal scenario. The reality could very well lead to a complete loss of his abilities. Chapter 21. The vital point, if it is indeed a weakness, then let it reside in the weakest part. There is no need to toil over this matter as he did in his previous life. Augustine cast a glance at his lower self and sighed. It has been ages since he could cultivate to the 6th layer to eliminate the vital point, and it seems he must find a way to protect it. Historically, many practitioners of similar techniques have chosen to place their vital points in their groin area, which is why practices such as retrieving yang into the abdomen were developed to compensate for such vulnerabilities. However, the Golden Bell shield technique that Augustine has acquired is far superior. Once he reaches the 6th layer, he can effectively mend his vital point. At that point, regardless of where his body is attacked, he will be able to withstand the force across his entire being, rendering him devoid of weaknesses. Having determined the location of his vital point, Augustine immediately contacted Kakuma through his communicator. Since arriving in Marineford, he has had few opportunities to engage the services of this esteemed steward and has thus not been in touch much. Ah, master, You have finally reached out to your loyal servant Kakuma. Kakuma exclaimed, almost in tears, although his tone conveyed an unmistakable joy. Augustine, do you have any orders for me? Master, there are tasks to be done. Please bring me the slaves numbered 0 to 9 to Marineford immediately. I have use for them tonight. And do not forget to bring the supplies I instructed you to procure. The distance between Marineford and St. Mariejois is not far, so it is certainly not a problem for Kakuma to deliver the necessary items to me. Kakuma, yes, as you command, master. However, Augustine, what is it? Kakuma, Miss Usnel Bernice has returned, bringing the items you require. However, she is injured. Augustine, oh? Why was I not informed immediately? A flicker of anger ignited within Augustine. Kakuma, I apologize. Kakuma, frightened by Augustine's tone, hastily explained, Miss Bernice did not wish to worry you. She mentioned that the fruit's ability could heal all wounds, but it requires some time. Miss Bernice, her face. Augustine, is that so? Then let us pretend I am unaware of this. Upon hearing that Usnel Bernice's face was injured and likely disfigured, Augustine comprehended her intentions. She surely did not wish for him to witness her marred appearance. Kakuma, yes, understood. Do you have any further commands? Augustine hung up the phone, closing his eyes in contemplation. Usnel had not disappointed him. Indeed, she had discovered the thunder fruit in Baika. However, it merely provided a hint. Apologies, Enel, for seizing such a formidable natural ability for myself. Ah, women. Augustine was not overly concerned, familiar with the powers of the life fruit. He understood just how resilient Bernice's vitality was. As she had stated, it merely required a bit of time. That evening, everything and everyone Augustine awaited arrived. Although the slaves had been by his side for years, assisting him in his training, the sight of them beating their master was enough to instill fear in their hearts. Fortunately, these slaves were experienced. Had they been novices, they likely would have dropped to their knees in supplication. Augustine experimented with various types of sticks, wooden, cloth, and rubber, before ultimately selecting the softest cloth stick for safety. You two will form a pair and unleash your full strength upon my entire body, excluding this area. Every part must be struck. If I am not satisfied, you know the consequences, Augustine commanded, gesturing toward his groin. Yes, master, the slaves exchanged glances, having never encountered such a training method. However, this unique celestial dragon master was not unfamiliar with demanding peculiar tasks. As slaves, their duty was simply to obey. Crack, 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 drink. Augustine trembled, his bare torso marked with crimson streaks. He bellowed, continue. Do not cease until I command you to stop. Give it your all. Gradually, Augustine felt warmth emanating from the areas being struck, flowing through his body like warm water. A surge of joy filled him, recalling his past life's experiences. He guided the warmth to the sides of his lower abdomen, brewing it according to the methods inscribed in a secret tome. If he could channel this warmth into a flowing current throughout his body, the first level of mastery would be achieved. Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? Half an hour later, Augustine sensed the two slaves were exhausted. They could no longer elicit the warmth within him. He decisively switched to a new pair. The following day, Augustine approached Zephyr to request an extended leave. You insolent brat, do you take this place for granted? How dare you ask for a 2-month leave? Are you plotting rebellion? Zephyr thundered upon seeing Augustine's leave request. Oh, teacher, I have merely discovered a method to enhance my strength. Do not be so rigid, Augustine retorted. Well acquainted with Zephyr's tough exterior and soft heart, he suggested, how about we wager? In 2 months, I will be able to take on 10 of my peers single-handedly. He pointed to the students training outside. You can already do that, can't you? Jiun, who was assisting Zephyr with paperwork, interjected without hesitation. What method is this? Zephyr's curiosity was piqued. Well, one day, I encountered an injured beggar at my doorstep. Feeling pity, in gratitude, and recognizing the rarity of my physique, that master disguised as a beggar bestowed upon me a tome only accessible to those aged 12 and up. Thus, my journey began. Augustine spoke with such eloquence that he nearly convinced himself. Zephyr. Jiun. Chapter 22. Ancient Martial Arts, Golden Bell Shield. At least craft a more believable story. Zephyr scolded, exasperated. You're such an unlovable little rascal. Leave. If I find that your strength has not progressed in 2 months, you shall face dire consequences. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Augustine, fearful of a change of heart, promptly vanished from Zephyr's office. Do you truly believe there exists a method that could significantly enhance his strength within 2 months? Jiuan voiced his concerns. Though I am somewhat skeptical, Augustine possesses remarkable talent, not solely in his physique, but also in his diligence. After squandering so much time, what if? That is precisely why I choose to believe in him, Zephyr replied with a smile. Let us await the outcome, honestly. I am eager to see how far he will progress in mastering observation haki within these 2 months. After briefly explaining to Simple and Ein, Augustine resolved to disappear for 2 months, dedicating himself entirely to training. Augustine began to diligently cultivate the ancient martial arts secret technique, the Golden Bell Shield. With the experience from his previous life, combined with the profound accumulation in this life, he swiftly advanced through the first 3 layers of external martial arts. Augustine was confident that he could complete the initial stages of his training in less than 2 months. Indeed, he accomplished this in just 48 days. In the first 2 days, his internal energy surged remarkably. The first layer, which had taken him a considerable amount of time to master previously, was completed in merely 3 days. The subsequent 2 layers followed suit, progressing seamlessly without any bottlenecks. Augustine's physique, comprising bones, muscles, and skin, was refined according to the secret methods of the Golden Bell Shield, resulting in an astonishingly accelerated training pace. On the 49th day, Augustine stood in the training chamber. His body slightly relaxed, feeling the fullness of his skin, the robustness of his muscles, and the solidity of his bones. An assisting slave wielded an iron rod, unleashing his full strength. Yet, even when targeting vulnerable areas such as the eyes and ears, Augustine was able to withstand the strikes of the iron rod without injury. As a warm current surged through his body, if there were any discontent, it was Augustine's observation of his physique, now resembling that of a bodybuilder, with not only his torso but also his arms and legs having doubled in size within a month. This transformation is typical for those who practice external martial arts. It is said that only by cultivating the Golden Bell Shield to a state of simplicity can the body revert to its original form. However, such a feat is still far off. In his previous life, Augustine had only managed to reach the 3rd layer, leaving him a great distance from this ultimate goal. Augustine's appetite had also doubled, originally capable of consuming the equivalent of 5 to 6 portions of food meant for an ordinary person. He now reached a staggering quantity suitable for 10. It is essential to note that these were not merely 10 servings of standard fare, but rather 10 portions brimming with extraordinary energy. Mr. Kukuma announced that tomorrow, the identities of slaves numbered 0 to 9 would be restored to that of commoners. Augustine proclaimed, I have previously stated that as long as you perform your duties diligently, I shall not treat you unfairly. In a moment of elation, Augustine resolved to reward the slaves who aided him in his training. Thank you, master. The 10 slaves standing nearby exclaimed with joy. Our master is benevolent. Kukuma cast a glance at the group of 10 and remarked, Master, the equipment you require has been placed in your bedroom. Augustine entered his bedroom and immediately spotted an exquisite wooden box resting on the floor. Upon opening it, he discovered a uniquely shaped sea tower stone, encircled by a golden medal resembling a piece of men's undergarments. Indeed, this was the custom-made sea tower stone lingerie that Augustine had commissioned for himself, intended to protect his most delicate area. How fitting it was, crafted by a master artisan from the Holy Land. Augustine tried it on, and it fit perfectly, much like a standard pair of men's underwear, ensuring complete protection. The sea tower stone was the most resilient mineral in this world, particularly effective against the attacks of ability users, serving a dual purpose. Augustine was exceedingly pleased with this equipment and requested Kukuma to produce another batch as spares. Although the price was steep, Augustine was indifferent to such trifles. As he progressed to the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield, he began utilizing a specialized guiding technique to channel the internal heat flow, combined with a specific breathing method to refine his body. The 4th level was dedicated to blood refinement. Lacking prior experience, Augustine approached this stage with caution, ensuring that every step was calculated and secure. Any misstep could cost him dearly, as he had no third chance. The blood refinement phase was inherently a gradual process, and Augustine's methodical approach aligned perfectly with the essence of the technique. Finally, after 2 months, it was time for Augustine to return to the Naval Academy. He first went to Zephyr to report back, receiving notice that he would soon be tested on his abilities. Ein, did you miss me? Augustine called out cheerfully, waving to Ein amidst the crowd. Ein huffed and turned her face away. Wow, the boss has returned. I thought he was expelled, exclaimed Lan Meng, rushing over to Augustine, amazed by his transformation. You've gotten so strong. With a swift series of moves, Augustine dispatched the 3 unruly subordinates with ease. Still as formidable as ever, they were no match for him. Binz looked on, astonished, as he was well aware of his friend's capabilities from their daily training together. He had witnessed Augustine easily subduing Lan Meng, Mimi, and Douglas Eric, who had all fought with full force. "Yo, Jotileao Augustine, you're back." Qi Yuan, passing by, approached Augustine, scrutinizing him before commenting. "You seem to have bulked up a bit." The crowd internally scoffed at her remark, recognizing that Augustine's physique had indeed doubled in volume, towering impressively. "Ah, Qi Yuan, I heard about your promotion. Congratulations." Augustine stood tall, having learned from Zephyr about a new teaching assistant taking over Qi Yuan's responsibilities. "Yes, I'll soon be joining Vice Admiral Crane's fleet to set sail and capture pirates," exclaimed Peach Rabbit, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I can't wait to meet my first enemy. It's a pity we won't see each other often anymore." Augustine smiled. "You go ahead and take the lead. I'll graduate soon and command my own fleet. You must come serve as my first mate then. You little brat, how dare you boast?" Zephyr chuckled, having overheard their exchange. Qi Yuan, recalling Augustine's celestial dragon status, thought to herself that his words were not mere bravado. He could indeed afford to create a fleet post-graduation if he chose to. "Then, Peach Rabbit, you shall test Augustine. Consider it your final task at the Naval Academy." Zephyr added, "This time, do not hold back." "Ah," Qi Yuan gasped. Though they had sparred before, Zephyr had always instructed her to refrain from using the 6 styles. "Is that really permissible, Zephyr-sensei?" "Come on," Augustine said, cracking his knuckles ominously. The first 3 layers of the Golden Bell shield not only enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also significantly increased his strength. He could sense that even 10 opponents from 2 months prior would not stand a chance against him now. "Oh, such confidence. I won't hold back either, Jotileao Augustine. Bring it on." Augustine was eager to discover just how much his strength had increased. With a flurry of movements, Qi Yuan swiftly dashed behind Augustine, aiming a kick at his side. Augustine's observation haki alerted him to her motion, but he was a moment too slow, and by the time he turned, Peach Rabbit had already withdrawn her leg and repositioned herself. The kick merely left a slight sting. He didn't even take a step back. "You're so fast, Qi Yuan," Augustine remarked as Peach Rabbit landed another 3 kicks on him, one to his back, another to his side, and one to his shoulder. Qi Yuan realized that in just 2 months, Augustine had become remarkably resilient. Her strikes were ineffective against him. "Did you not hear my instructions? I told you to unleash your full power, Peach Rabbit." Zephyr barked from the sidelines. Peach Rabbit glanced at Zephyr, gritting her teeth. "All right, Zephyr-sensei. Jotileao Augustine, brace yourself." With her haki hardened, she executed her kick technique, Cherry Blossom Dance. In an instant, it was as if Augustine stood amidst a sea of cherry blossoms. Beautiful yet deadly. "Now we're talking." Augustine felt the resonating thuds against his chest and, unwilling to merely defend, he sought to close the distance. He didn't practice the 6 styles, merely mimicking Peach Rabbit's swift movements, albeit slightly slower. "What on earth have you been training in these past 2 months? You're tougher than ever," Peach Rabbit exclaimed, pulling away from Augustine, visibly frustrated. "Just wait until you discover how much tougher I've become, Qi Yuan," Augustine teased mischievously. "You brat." Peach Rabbit was no naive girl like Ein. She quickly grasped the implication and unleashed a flurry of her dazzling kicking techniques. Armament haki, Dream Flame Kick. Armament haki, Crane Claw Stomp. Armament haki, Phoenix Dance, Citywide Romance. Augustine attempted several times, only to sorrowfully discover that he could not keep pace with the speed of T2. The onlookers, including Ein, were utterly astonished. So this is the true strength of the teaching assistant, T2. How remarkable. Ein, watching Augustine being relentlessly struck, felt a pang of concern in his heart. What an idiot. Why provoke Sister Guillaume? Finally, Zephyr broke the silence. "Not a bad punching bag," he scoffed. Guillaume had thoroughly enjoyed herself. Initially worried that Augustine might not withstand the blows, she soon realized that he was indeed resilient. Even with the use of armament haki, she found herself unable to inflict any harm upon him. Tita felt a slight surprise within her. Simultaneously, witnessing Augustine's progress sparked an inexplicable joy within Guillaume, only to be followed by annoyance as she thought, "Why should I feel pleased for this insufferable guy? This rascal returns only to bully others." After Zephyr called for a halt, he cast a mischievous glance at the somewhat disheveled Augustine and remarked, "Is this the result of your 2 months of training? Resembling a hunk of iron in physical prowess?" Augustine raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and lamented, "Teacher Zephyr, I cannot keep up with Sister Jiyuan's pace. Zephyr appeared rather pleased, stating, a year from now, you may challenge her again. During the afternoon break, he continued, starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you in the legendary 6 styles of the Navy. Oh. The elite class erupted with excitement. The dreaded physical training, the torment of running, the agony of sit-ups, would finally be replaced with the mastery of the illustrious Navy's 6 styles. It must be noted that Zephyr possessed extraordinary insight. None of the 10 elite class members had ever been relegated since their selection. Their abilities were generally superior to those of their peers in the ordinary class. In the afternoon, Jiyuan was set to depart to report to Admiral Crane's unit. Augustine and Ein accompanied her to the dock for her send-off. All right, this is where I leave you. You two must strive diligently. I shall await your return in the new world, Jiyuan urged. Sister, Ein, with teary eyes, clutched at Peach Rabbit's garment and proclaimed, I will miss you. Oh, you silly girl. Jiyuan quickly turned back, her own tears welling in her eyes. Return now. Hey, that promise, it still stands, right? Augustine, unfazed by the emotional display of the 2 girls, inquired. Jiyuan paused, surprised to see Augustine's rare seriousness. When I become a general, I want you to be my first mate for life. I remember. Peach Rabbit recalled Augustine's earlier declaration of wanting to pursue her, suggesting it would only be possible if he attained the rank of general. She smiled brightly and replied, all right. Having bid farewell to Peach Rabbit, Augustine and Ein strolled slowly along the shoreline, enveloped in a contemplative silence. If it were with Sister Jiyuan, I could. Ein suddenly interjected as they approached the space between the male and female dormitories. Augustine glanced around to find no one nearby and drew her into his embrace. The two lost themselves in a passionate kiss, as if they wished for eternity. The 6 styles represent a set of martial techniques that transcend the limits of the human body, encompassing 6 distinct forms: iron block, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. In an indoor training facility, Zephyr elucidated the principles to the gathered students, explaining that transcending human limitations refers to feats unattainable by the average individual. To avoid overwhelming yourselves, each of you should initially choose the technique you excel at the most for practice. However, based on my experience, I recommend beginning with iron block, as its principles can interconnect with the other 5 techniques. It is not an exaggeration to deem it the core of the 6 styles. Zephyr methodically separated the 6 styles, elucidating their principles and techniques for harnessing power step by step. Augustine, drawing upon his distinctive qualities, opted to cultivate the art of iron blocks. The fundamental principle of the 6 forms lies in the modulation of blood and muscle, enabling the body to transcend its limits, which harmoniously coincides with the 4th level of blood refinement of the Golden Bell Shield. A year later, Augustine contemplated that he might commence his training in the other techniques of the 6 forms. Throughout the year, others had managed to master 2 or 3 of the Marine 6 forms, with some particularly adept individuals even mastering all 6. Yet, he had devoted himself solely to the cultivation of the iron block. After a year of rigorous practice, Augustine had finally perfected the 4th level of the Golden Bell Shield, and he had refined the iron block to its utmost potential. The 5th level of the Golden Bell Shield involves the cultivation of internal energy, requiring prolonged accumulation. Young ones, fortune smiles upon you, Zephyr announced as he entered, interrupting the ongoing training. The Marine headquarters has granted us a warship. Both the elite and regular classes have made significant progress over the past 3 years. It is time for you to embark on practical training to capture pirates. Assemble at the dock tomorrow. Punctuality is imperative. Understood. Augustine felt a twinge of anxiety. He recalled that in the original narrative, the current cohort of Ein encountered a formidable individual during their internship at sea. Apart from Ein and Benz, all others perished, and Zephyr lost an arm. This individual would later become one of the 7 warlords, though the original text did not reveal their identity. All Augustine knew was that they were a person of great power. A person of power, indeed. The following day, before dawn, the internship vessel set sail from the naval headquarters dock. The excitement was palpable among the crew, with even Ein joyfully bustling about. Augustine chuckled, realizing that the daily rigors of training at the Naval Academy had left everyone rather restless. Teacher Zephyr, where are we headed? Augustine gazed out at the boundless ocean before him, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. He mused to himself, since there is no escaping this. Let me see to what extent I can alter this world. You youngsters are still too green, Zephyr grinned and replied. I wouldn't dare take you into the new world. Instead, We shall meander through the initial segment of the Grand Line. With a bit of luck, we might encounter some minor pirates for you to hone your skills against. Fantastic. Pirates are my domain, so you all better not compete with me, exclaimed Lan Meng, brimming with enthusiasm. Teacher Zephyr, please give the orders. What shall we do next? Next, scrub the deck. Make it spotless. Every soldier's first lesson aboard, huh? The sight of Lan Meng facing this reality elicited gleeful laughter from his companions. The voyage across the sea proved to be somewhat monotonous. After the initial surge of excitement faded, a sense of boredom settled over everyone, prompting Lan Meng to take it upon himself to clean the deck. Meanwhile, unaccompanied Zephyr for a fishing excursion. With little else to occupy his time, Augustine made his way to the training room aboard the ship. While the training facilities on the vessel could not compare to those at the Naval Academy, they were still quite adequate, equipped with a reasonable array of basic equipment. When Augustine arrived, only 2 ordinary classes were engaged in training. Upon seeing Augustine enter, they hurriedly greeted him. It is well known that Augustine is recognized as the strongest of this generation, and ultimately, this world is one that reveres the strong. On the ocean, the stability of a ship cannot compare to that of solid ground. Augustine found it impossible to cultivate the 5th level of the Golden Bell Shield. However, he had recently awakened the power of armament haki. Though newly awakened, armament haki is akin to a universal remedy, integrating both offense and defense, and capable of countering ability users. Augustine needed to master it swiftly before formidable foes arrived. Thus, he called forth the power of armament haki. A mysterious force began to coalesce in his right hand, emanating from within his very cells. The stronger the body, the easier it is to awaken armament haki. While most individuals may never perceive its existence throughout their lives, today he noted a slight improvement over yesterday. The haki, which had only covered half of his hand before, now nearly enveloped his entire palm. Excellent. Indeed, my physical strength is sufficient. Now I merely need to continue exerting myself and recovering. Reflecting on this, he extended the haki to his feet. Swoosh. Augustine's figure flickered, materializing 10 meters away. Indeed, Master Zephyr was correct. Once the iron block training was successfully accomplished, mastering other techniques became considerably more accessible. However, this time, as Augustine executed the shave, he sensed that he had not fully succeeded. One reason being that he had exerted excessive force, while the other was his inadequate grasp of the distance. Thus, he resolved to employ haki while concurrently refining the shave technique. Chapter 25. The unexpected awakening of talent. Augustine determined his training regimen for the upcoming days and promptly commenced execution. Snip, snip, snip. The room was filled with the flickering silhouette of Augustine, leaving his 2 disciples astounded. How swift! Jotileao Augustine is said to have only practiced with iron blocks, yet it is rumored that he can withstand even Zephy's attacks. This must be his first session of training. How frustrating! The disparity is immense. After half a year of practice, I am still unable to match such a pace. Oh, that fellow Jotileao Augustine is training again. Zephyr, while fishing, could sense the movements of the entire warship with his observation haki. How diligent he is. Augustine is indeed the most industrious. Ein remarked with admiration. For even with his considerable strength, he remains the most dedicated individual. Following Zephyr and fishing also serves as a means to hone his observation haki, although the range he can perceive remains quite limited. Snip, snip, snip. Augustine gradually mastered the rhythm of movement, resembling a spring-loaded figure as he traversed the room, seamlessly integrating his offensive techniques. Swish, iron block, heavy punch. Boom. The robust rubber training bag was sent flying, colliding with the ceiling. Swish, swish, swish. Iron block, short punch, spiral force. The second training bag erupted, spilling iron sand in a cascade. Swish, iron block, southern fist, mountain overturning bull strike. The third training bag remained unscathed, yet the adjacent 4th bag soared under the force of his attack. Though he employed the skills from his past life, the foundation remained rooted in the formidable physique cultivated through iron block and golden bell shield techniques. Skills were merely a trump card. In his previous life, Augustine had explored numerous martial arts, yet he had grasped only the surface, leaving him with few practical techniques. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Augustine realized that while suspended in midair, he could pivot using external force. This was moonwalk. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently employed the power technique of moonwalk earlier. Iron block, swish, paper drawing. Moonwalk, Gale step, finger gun. The essence of his skills lay in iron block, which Augustine had perfected to an extraordinary level, making the mastery of the other 5 techniques remarkably straightforward. A month later. Charge, you imbeciles. How did you conduct yourselves during training? Zephyr stood elevated, observing the recruits of the ordinary class as they faced a group of petty pirates. Many of these fledgling soldiers, some encountering murder for the first time, were overwhelmed with nausea, while others trembled in confrontation, and one even turned to flee in panic. Training and actual combat were worlds apart. When faced with the grotesque visages and deadly implements of pirates, all techniques could easily be forgotten. Such useless children, Zephyr lamented, shaking his head as he glanced at the 10 elite students behind him. In stark contrast, these 10 displayed not only superior combat prowess but also far more resolute spirits. Teacher, it's about time. Let us conclude this battle, Ein suggested, recognizing their inexperience. Previously, they had not been granted the opportunity to engage. A few days prior, they had encountered another pirate vessel, yet the mere handful of pirates had been swiftly dispatched by the elite class. Zephyr nodded, conceding that these novices required more acclimatization. The next encounter would surely not be so pitiful. Hey, allow me, Blue Dream interjected, receiving Zephyr's consent before executing a swift move to appear beside 3 pirates, unleashing a dazzling array of kicking techniques. Behold my gale step, moon dance. And I too, Binns declared, utilizing iron block to intercept 2 pirates, demonstrating his finger gun technique with precision. Stab, stab, stab. Curse those 2 show-offs. Leave us some glory. The others clamored, eagerly rushing forward to claim their share of the victory. Augustine had his hands tucked in his pockets, displaying no desire to engage with the small fish and shrimp. Hey, don't kill them. Just handcuff them and throw them in the bottom of the ship, Zephyr admonished a few trainees who were mercilessly beating the captives. Zephyr abhorred bloodshed and despised the mistreatment of prisoners, believing that killing only breeds more hatred. His title of the one who does not kill stemmed from this conviction. TCH. Teacher Zephyr truly is merciful. One trainee, whose parents had fallen victim to pirates, muttered resentfully after delivering a final kick to a pirate. Indeed, with such vile pirates, what harm is there in slaying them? Many in the Navy harbored deep-seated grudges against pirates, with several trainees having lost family members to their hands. Zephyr was acutely aware of the trainees' whispered discussions. Each individual harbored their own beliefs and notions of justice, and Zephyr sought only to uphold his own sense of righteousness. Jotileao, Augustine, how do you interpret the concept of justice? Zephyr suddenly inquired one evening as he entered the training room, knowing that Augustine trained here daily, save for when he was asleep. Apart from Ein, who was mastering observation haki, this space was the only one that captivated Augustine. Regarding that, Teacher Zephyr, I fear you might be disappointed by my understanding of justice. Augustine replied hesitantly. Is that so? Do you believe the justice I uphold is flawed? No. Augustine pondered before speaking. The Navy's notion of absolute justice and the pirates' absolute evil is merely a perspective born from their standing. Justice and evil are not positions, but rather aspects of humanity. There are many scoundrels within the Navy, just as there are righteous heroes among pirates. Whether it be the teacher's non-killing justice or other Navy members' extermination justice against pirates, they are merely guidelines for conduct and do not embody true justice. Your words are quite rebellious, haha. Zephyr was taken aback by Augustine's insights, having expected a different perspective from someone of noble descent. What about you? What is your justice, young one? My justice? Augustine smiled and raised his fist. It is to follow my heart, to strike without regret, whether against pirates or the Navy. As he uttered these words, he revealed the most domineering thoughts harbored within him. Suddenly, a strange wave emanated from him, causing a passing Navy trainee outside to collapse. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 26. A Great Crisis. Moonlight Moria strikes. Zephyr stared in astonishment at the youth before him, realizing that this boy had awakened a talent that appeared only once in a million. How could this be? Augustine felt a momentary daze, as if he had done something beyond his understanding. Teacher Zephyr, is this Conqueror's Haki? He felt a surge of excitement within. This was a rare talent, and the realization that he had awakened it felt surreal. Although Augustine believed he would eventually dominate the seas without it, the awakening of Conqueror's Haki was indeed a delightful surprise. You must not let too many people know about this, Zephyr said sternly. Before you become a true strongman, keep it well hidden. After speaking, Zephyr quietly exited the room. He had received the answer he sought. Augustine was not the hero he had envisioned. In his mind, A hero was an invincible, benevolent figure, while Augustine possessed the qualities of a king, destined to walk the path of authority and dominance. Though slightly disappointed, Zephyr felt invigorated by the prospect of nurturing a king. Each generation of the Navy had its share of experts, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and the new generation of 3 admirals, but none had awakened Conqueror's haki. Its awakening seemed not to correlate with strength. It was well known that all the Yonko in the New World possessed Conqueror's haki, which was regarded as a sign of royal potential. Conqueror's haki. Augustine remained elated. I can't believe I awakened it, haha. He attempted to recapture that earlier sensation, but felt nothing. Well, I suppose I will study it gradually. It seems teacher Zephyr cannot guide me in mastering Conqueror's haki. Should I seek out the Dark King? But then, if he discovers my celestial dragon identity, it would be a miracle if he didn't kill me. A month later, in the training room, Augustine and I were engaged in a blindfolded sparring match. Ever since both had awakened observation haki, they frequently practiced in this manner. Wait, something's amiss outside. Augustine sensed unusual emotional fluctuations through his observation haki and quickly pulled onto the deck. Zephyr and the trainees were already present, staring at a massive shadow rapidly approaching across the sea. Haha, more pirates. A trainee from the ordinary class called out to his companions. Look, the fools are coming to their doom. It's been ages since we encountered pirates. This time I must change course. Zephyr issued an astonishing command that left everyone bewildered. Avoid the ship, quickly. Teacher Zephyr, isn't that a pirate ship? Did you not hear my command? Zephyr roared in anger. Yes, executing orders. Hard to port. Evade the vessel. Moonlight Moria? Augustine recognized the enormous shadow, confirming his suspicions. The assailant that attacked Zephyr's training ship in the original story was indeed Moonlight Moria. The reasoning was simple. The new generation of warlords of the sea was established after the Marineford War, and since Zephyr had not participated in that conflict, he must have been in the New World. Thus, the assailant becoming a warlord of the sea must have occurred before the Marineford War and was likely a devil fruit user. Among the first generation of warlords of the sea, there were Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Boa Hancock, Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Jinbe. Among these, Jinbe and Mihawk were not devil fruit users and could be excluded. Crocodile, with his bounty of several tens of millions, would be unlikely to defeat Zephyr at sea. Hancock was only 12 at this time, thus automatically excluded. Even in the future as the Empress of Amazon Lily, it was improbable she would challenge the Navy. The remaining possibilities were Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma, all of whom had the capability to pose a threat. However, Doflamingo was likely preoccupied with his own schemes. According to the original timeline, Doflamingo would soon hijack a ship carrying treasures for the celestial dragons, and the world government, wary of the secrets he possessed, would induct him into the warlords of the sea. Not only did Doflamingo not cease his activities, but he would also use his devil fruit ability to manipulate the king of Dressrosa, causing chaos and ultimately leading to the king's disgrace and loss of trust among his people, thus ascending to power as the local king. As the Revolutionary Army's undercover agent, it was unlikely that he would intentionally provoke the Navy at this juncture, a fruitless endeavor. Rumors circulated that the pirates of the New World were embroiled in fierce battles, heralding the imminent rise of a new emperor. The appearance of Moria in the early segment of the Grand Line was evidently the result of his defeat at the hands of Kaido. Observing the confusion and dissatisfaction in the eyes of his students, Zephyr exclaimed, "Such great pirates are beyond your reach, so." Teacher, there's a situation. A dark shadow arose from the massive pirate ship, swiftly pursuing them. Damn Moria, has he gone mad? Zephyr's expression revealed his anxiety. He was not afraid of Moria but was concerned for the safety of the numerous naval recruits, the future of the Navy. Teacher, let them take refuge in the cabin. It's only me and you who can handle him. Augustine, who had been silent until then, stepped forward. Zephyr recognized the truth in Augustine's words and decisively commanded, "You all go below deck and close the cabin door. This is an order." "What nonsense. How can we hide? We came out to capture pirates." Blue Dream protested, unable to accept the order. The other recruits hesitated, failing to immediately comply with Zephyr's directive. "Zephyr-sensei, let us fight alongside you." Bin shouted. "Once again, this is an order." Zephyr asserted vehemently, "Disobeying orders will land you in a military court. Even if we end up in a military court, we won't abandon you and Augustine to escape the fight." Ein voiced the collective sentiment. "What a bunch of fools," Augustine scoffed. "There's no time. Prepare for battle." He drew the weapon that had been hanging at his back, ready to give his all. Hey, where do you think you're running, Navy? So many bats. A swarm of bats gathered on the mast, transforming into a formidable fishman. Indeed, it was the Shadow Master, Moonlight Moria. Ah, Zephyr, what a pleasant surprise, my old friend. Long time no see. Moria appeared disheveled, his attire in tatters, and his expression menacing. Moria, why are you here instead of claiming territory in the New World? Zephyr replied indifferently, because to live is to lose. I intend to establish a realm of death. Ha ha ha. Moria's words bewildered the crowd, and upon hearing New World, he seemed to become agitated. Damn New World. Damn Kaido. I will have my revenge. Ah? On board, everyone witnessed his form morphing into a dark cloud, descending upon them like the apocalypse, unleashing countless black shadows. Shadow Mage. Moria's current power was undoubtedly on par with any admiral, and the abilities granted by his devil fruit were formidable. This bastard. Zephyr summoned his haki, attempting to thwart him, but he struggled to locate Moria's true body. 5 dragon, 8 trigrams. Demon suppression, golden circle. At a critical moment, Augustine leaped and swung a peculiar stick, creating a defensive barrier. This was the sea prism stone weapon he had brought along, adorned with over 100 fine sea prism stones embedded in a sturdy iron rod. Though it sounded straightforward, the weapon was quite costly. Upon seeing his shadow shattered by the stick, Moria scrutinized Augustine. Kid, your weapon is impressive. It has sea prism stones, doesn't it? He had anticipated that this surprise tactic would eliminate a significant number of lesser opponents. Indeed, Augustine replied with a smirk. It's specifically designed to deal with you ability users. Arrogant. Let us see you handle this. Moria caught Zephyr's fist with one hand, slightly retreating to absorb the force. Hey, Zephyr, don't rush. Didn't you hear Zephyr-sensei's command? In this fight, you will only be a hindrance. Get inside. Augustine glared coldly at the others. Already 2 individuals had been cleaved in half by Moria's shadows. Curse it, follow me into the cabin for cover. The elite class recognized that they had become a liability and hurriedly organized themselves to retreat. Trying to escape? Moria raised his hands, summoning more shadows. Shadow cut. Shadow cut. Shadow cut. Shadow cut. Shadow cut. Die. He disregarded Zephyr's fist, continuously conjuring shadows to attack those unable to defend themselves. Are you insane? Moria? Stop this, you bastard. Zephyr's eyes widened in fury upon seeing many fall to the ground. Short strike, iron fist, attack. 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 Zephyr's fighting style mirrored that of Garp, relying on his fists and overwhelming haki. Hey, what are you hitting? Moria suddenly appeared several meters away, and Zephyr realized he had been striking one of the shadows Moria had created. Damn it, this is too presumptuous. The abilities granted by the devil fruit are truly troublesome. Zephyr regretted not having prepared a sea prism stone weapon. Moria in the original story wasn't this powerful, the bastard. Augustine wielded his stick with fluidity. But there were too many shadows, and many recruits had failed to find refuge in the cabin, leaving him feeling powerless. Moria, despite having just been defeated by Kaido, was at his peak. Later, he would become preoccupied with creating zombies, neglecting his own strength. Finally, the able recruits had retreated below deck. Chafe. Augustine handed his sea prism stone weapon to Zephyr. Teacher, use this. The power of a sea prism stone weapon in Zephyr's hands was incomparable to that in Augustine's. Be careful. Zephyr accepted it without hesitation, unleashing his terrifying haki and immense strength. Bastard, you die. Moria dodged and launched an attack at Augustine, a multitude of shadows rushing towards him. Zephyr remained unfazed. He was well aware of Augustine's capabilities. Aside from slightly weaker haki and inexperience, he couldn't claim to be definitively superior. Armament haki, golden bell shield. Moria discovered that his shadow cuts met with a strange metallic clanging sound against Augustine, only leaving faint red marks on him. How is this possible? Cut again. It must be said, at this juncture, Moria was indeed formidable enough to challenge an emperor, his strength slightly surpassing that of an admiral. While dodging Zephyr's attacks, Moria was also overwhelming Augustine. However, Zephyr wielding the sea prism stone weapon meant that Moria's shadows could no longer deceive him. Producing a shadow could only block one of Zephyr's strikes. Moria, where are your subordinates? Why are you alone? Augustine began taunting. Did Kaido wipe them all out? Hey kid, don't provoke him. Zephyr warned, genuinely concerned that this madman would become even more unhinged. Sure enough, Moria reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, going berserk. Arrogant little brat, die. Shadow box, 10,000 blades. Moria, disregarding Zephyr's assault entirely, transformed into a flurry of dancing shadows and lunged towards Augustine with unrestrained fervor. Augustine was certainly not lacking in intellect. He had his own plans. After mastering the fourth layer of the Golden Bell, he had formed the Golden Bell energy within his body. However, this stage required the accumulation of time, preventing the Golden Bell from reaching its full potential. Thus, he remained at the fifth layer, making no progress. Only when the fifth layer of Golden Bell energy was perfected could he begin to mend the protective barrier of the sixth layer. Chapter 28. The dominant Golden Bell energy repels Moonlight Moria. In addition to the accumulation of time, external forces also proved effective in cultivating the Golden Bell energy. Yet, ordinary strikes, even those from Zephyr's fists, were ineffective against him unless infused with the intent to kill. It was only in life and death battles that true progress could be made. Armament haki, Golden Bell protection. Boom, 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 boom. Fortunately, he had prepared by equipping the barrier with sea stone. Augustine closed his eyes, focusing intently, channeling his profound energy as if entering a deep meditative state. Augustine. At this moment, even Zephyr felt a pang of concern. Such an assault required him to retreat momentarily. Could Augustine withstand it? He could. With a fierce shout, Augustine emanated a faint golden glow from his entire being. Crash! Suddenly, a resounding noise erupted from the ground, reminiscent of a bell tolling at dusk. Moria, already like a stray dog, was plagued by inner turmoil, seeking to unleash his wrath on a few Navy soldiers. At this moment, the sound pierced his mind, causing him to lose composure and emit a chilling scream. He abruptly soared into the air, fleeing in panic, still yelling wildly, resembling a true madman, while blood spewed from his mouth, a result of Zephyr's blows inflicting damage upon his body. At last, it was over. Augustine sensed that he had perfected the fifth layer of the Golden Bell, and the Golden Bell energy within him had coalesced into a protective shield. A flicker of joy danced in his heart. He was aware of his own capabilities and recognized that, in comparison to a formidable pirate like Moria, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Were it not for Zephyr's presence, he would not have dared to take such a risk. Moria. At this moment, Zephyr gazed upon the lifeless body of a young sailor aboard the ship and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Augustine and the surviving cadets stood silently by, equally affected. A classmate they had shared 3 years with was gone in an instant. In this encounter, Moria's assault on Zephyr's training vessel resulted in the loss of 23 out of 30 ordinary cadets and 2 out of 10 in the elite class. The news reached the Navy headquarters, inciting fury and prompting the dispatch of 2 admirals and 5 vice-admirals to hunt down Moria. However, the fleet lost all trace of him in the Devil's Sea and returned empty-handed. Should I consume this fruit? During this voyage, Zephyr had acquired 2 devil fruits. After expressing his disinterest, Augustine gave one to Ein and awarded the other to the winner of an internal competition, Binz. Should I really eat this? Ein asked Augustine, torn with indecision. She secretly hoped to become a martial arts master like Zephyr and Augustine. The reverse fruit could make one younger or revert them to infancy, stripping them of their abilities. Augustine had examined the devil fruit catalog earlier and identified its capabilities as a time-related fruit, exceedingly powerful yet likely difficult to harness. It had an additional effect, allowing one to retain youth and extend lifespan. Then I shall eat it. As a girl, Ein could not resist the allure of eternal youth. I also possess several remarkable fruits. Would you care to take a look? Augustine was never stingy toward his woman, though the time fruit was excellent. It was evident that Ein hadn't developed any formidable techniques from it. The mythical Zoan-type dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox, a long-lived race, lifespan after consumption unknown, immensely powerful. The Paramecia-type energy fruit, lifespan after consumption unknown, grants infinite energy. The mythical Zoan-type human fruit, model, succubus, a long-lived race, lifespan and abilities after consumption unknown. With an air of nonchalance, Augustine revealed these astonishing treasures, 3 devil fruits that could also bestow longevity, yet were far easier to master. If you desire them, I could. Wait a second. Ein stared at him in disbelief, her voice rising. That's impossible. How could you possibly possess 3 of these? Did I never mention? Augustine knew the time had come to unveil his origins. I am a celestial dragon from the holy land of Mariejois. You never said that. What? You're a celestial dragon? Perhaps Ein's outburst had been too loud, For soon whispers spread among the cadets, rumors of Augustine's true identity. No way. Why would a celestial dragon join the Marines? They can summon admirals for protection anytime. Believe it or not, everyone in our dorm knows. Is it true? Who told you? Well, if you don't believe me, go ask Jotileao Augustine yourself. Bastard. Why don't you ask him? Boss. A celestial dragon? Blue Dream froze upon hearing the news. Who started this rumor? Thick Lips shrugged. Honestly, a monster like him is bound to become fleet admiral someday. Does it even matter if he is a celestial dragon? Fair point. The others wiped cold sweat from their brows, recalling Augustine's battle against Moria. To those who questioned him, Augustine merely smirked. Beat me in a fight, and I'll tell you. Every challenger promptly slunk away. Zephyr had been absent from the academy for some time, his duties temporarily assigned to a vice admiral. Rumor had it he'd gone to Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. Designing sea-stone weapons tailored for combating devil fruit users, Moria's attack had spurred him into action. Turn back. Anne was still familiarizing herself with her newly acquired devil fruit power, the return fruit. Augustine, unfortunately, became her test subject. Her abilities were still in their infancy. She could only rewind a person's age by 6 months, and the effect couldn't be repeated on the same individual. Augustine noted that her power only affected physical development. Haki and iron body techniques remained untouched. However, if one regressed to infancy, their body would likely be unable to sustain such energies. Simply reversing age 1T work on true masters, Augustine cautioned. Wherever my body is clad in armament haki, your ability is nullified. You'll need to develop other techniques. Remember, the new world is teeming with haki experts. Chapter 29. Scum is everywhere. But the Holy Land has more grown. Easy for you to say. Take your time. Come, tonight I'll take you somewhere interesting. Augustine led her out of the training hall. Since revealing his identity, Augustine had presented the 5 elders' letter of introduction to the Academy's officials. He and I now resided in a villa on Marineford. No one dared trouble a celestial dragon. Living here had its perks. Slaves and servants handled daily chores, allowing them to focus on training. With Zephyr absent, Augustine only needed to fulfill his agreement with the 5 elders, excel in the graduation tournament, and his path would be clear. After a bath, Augustine dressed in pristine white noble attire, standard celestial dragon garb, set to purify the air. Though he scoffed at the notion, the world's air was already pristine. The robes were undeniably comfortable. Tonight, they were headed to Sabaody Archipelago. Flashing his status would deter trouble. Pirates swarmed the islands, and ordinary nobles often became targets. Master, the ship to Sabaody is ready, announced Usnir Bernice, casting a fleeting, envious glance at Ayn. Her role, bodyguard, secretary, or even secret lover, paled in comparison. In Augustine's heart, Ayn held far greater weight. Augustine found himself in a rather disheartening predicament. Until he successfully cultivated to the 6th layer of the Golden Bell Shield, he was unable to indulge in the pleasures of the opposite sex. Despite being surrounded by 2 exquisite beauties and a plethora of charming maidens attending to him in the bath, he was compelled to maintain his chastity. Nevertheless, this restraint likely served as his greatest motivation for cultivation. Knowing that Augustine disdained the use of slave mounts, Usnil Bernice did not arrange for any. Oh, is that not Augustine from the Jotileao family? Upon arriving at the Chambord Islands, Augustine encountered a group of celestial dragons. One of them, a fellow named Dormitory Caesar Saint from one of the 5 prominent families, immediately laid eyes on Usnil Bernice and exclaimed, "What a perfectly ripe peach. Hand her over, Augustine." How does a billionberry sound? Upon hearing this, Usnil Bernice's face turned pale, although he did not believe that Lord Augustine would sell him. The rumors surrounding the celestial dragons made him rather anxious. For these beings, trading or gifting slaves was an ordinary affair. What brings you fools to the Chambord Islands today? Surely, there must be something of value? Augustine dismissed the imbecile and remarked, "Your families are indeed powerful, but how much heavenly gold do you acquire each month?" The countenance of the group shifted immediately. Augustine's status was distinct. He alone wielded control over the entire Jotileao family's heavenly gold. I shall not allow you to contest that. Dormitory Caesar momentarily forgot his previous statement and shouted, "Did you hear that, you scoundrel? I won't hold you accountable for the devil fruit you deceived me with." Augustine, in his youth, had indeed played tricks on peers. As he put it, these celestial dragons are foolish with their abundant wealth. If not them, whom else would I deceive? Being deceived is a reflection of one's own foolishness, and yet you have the audacity to voice it. Augustine expressed his disappointment, exclaiming, Look at your pitiful selves. I truly pity your parents." Just as the celestial dragons were about to retaliate, a commotion erupted from the auction house. "Not good. The mermaids have escaped. Quick, pursue them. It's futile. Once the mermaids are in the sea, no one can catch them." "What? The mermaids have fled." Ignoring Augustine and his companions, the celestial dragons hurriedly made their way toward the auction house. "Is that really?" "Quite nimble, I must say." By the time Augustine and his party leisurely arrived at the auction house, the chaos had begun to subside. Several young celestial dragons sulked in the VIP section. Augustine, amused, smiled and suggested, "Let us take a seat up front. There are quite a few splendid items to be auctioned today." He surveyed the attendees, noting that alongside celestial dragons, there were pirates and naval officers, with a majority being ordinary nobles. Apologies for the unexpected turn of events, esteemed celestial dragons, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The auction is now officially underway. Due to an attack by nefarious individuals, the auction of mermaids scheduled for today has been cancelled. We kindly ask for your understanding. However, do not be disheartened, for our esteemed owner, Don Quixote da Flamingo, has graciously provided a mysterious auction item that will surely satisfy you. Haha, that scoundrel da Flamingo cannot even manage this simple matter. Snickers of disdain resonated among the celestial dragons. The auction house staff, fearful of offending them, pretended not to hear and hastily commenced the bidding for the first item. The first to be presented were various slaves, fishmen, humans, and even a giant along with 2 mink tribesmen. The pirates present felt an overwhelming mix of emotions, for over half of these slaves were fellow pirates. "How pitiful they are," I murmured to Augustine. Augustine cast a resigned glance at her. "Then I shall purchase them. Will you take care of their disposition?" He presented her with the complete dossier of their identities. Beside him, Usniel Bernice was keen to prevent Augustine from squandering his wealth and promptly handed over the information she had gathered on the slaves. Augustine gently squeezed her small hand in appreciation. Usniel Bernice felt her efforts validated and instantly blossomed with joy, explaining to Augustine, "The majority of this group has committed numerous heinous acts, unworthy of your compassion. However, the 2 from the fur tribe have no record of misconduct." Augustine nodded. Most of these slaves had been purchased by nobles and celestial dragons. When it came to the 2 fur-clad girls, Augustine spent 50 million berries to acquire them. Both were cat girls, their figures remarkably similar, as if they were sculpted from the same mold, suggesting they were twin sisters. Chapter 30, Robbery lands on my head. Surely you must have forgotten your medication. Ha ha ha. Augustine, it seems you have a fondness for plush toys. Such a little devil, indeed, with a taste that is distinctly unique. Several celestial dragons, upon witnessing Augustine's acquisition of the slaves, began to mock and deride him. Augustine remained composed, while Usniel Bernice was indifferent. However, Ayn felt troubled. She understood the danger of crossing the celestial dragons. In a low voice, she addressed Augustine. How can they treat people as mere toys? To the celestial dragons, slaves were nothing more than playthings. Usniel Bernice answered in place of Augustine, remarking, "Miss Ayn, if you cannot tolerate even this, it would be inconvenient for you to remain by the gentleman's side. Mariejois harbors numerous realities that mere mortals like you cannot fathom." She glanced at Augustine, silently acknowledging that only he was different. "It's all right," Augustine said, grasping Ayn's small hand. "Pay no heed to the barking. You will gradually come to understand the kind of person I am." "Augustine, my target has appeared," Augustine exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the item that had surfaced. The renowned sword Kanbira was introduced by the host with fervor, a weapon coveted by swordsmen, said to bestow the favor of the sea god upon its wielder. With its golden blade, it was sharp enough to sever hair. Forged by the master swordsmith Kotohira of Kagawa Island, it was one of the 21 great swords. "Come now, what are you waiting for? It shall soon belong to you." The celestial dragons showed little interest in swords. They possessed ample wealth but would not squander it on trivialities. Instead, pirates began to bid. 100 million berries. 110 million berries. 150 million berries. 200 million. 300 million berries. Augustine started to place bids. Upon witnessing the celestial dragons bidding, many began to retreat. Yet, the bolder pirates were determined to secure the treasured blade. While they could not match the celestial dragons in wealth, they had other means to acquire Kanbira. Having obtained the coveted item, Augustine swaggered out of the auction house with 2 beautiful women, intending to take them shopping. The 2 cat girls followed him with forlorn expressions. "Why are they wearing those collars?" Ayn, witnessing slaves being bought for the first time, inquired. Those are explosive collars. They will detonate if they stray too far from their masters, Augustine explained, handing on the key. Here, you can decide what to do with them, but not here. The Sabaody archipelago is too chaotic. If you release them, they may be captured and sold again in an instant. I see, Ein pondered, addressing the two cat girls. For now, you should stay close to us. We will grant you your freedom when we leave this place. Really? You're good people. The two cat girls exclaimed in surprise. Aha! Ein laughed shyly. Us near Bernice regarded Ein's actions with disdain, thinking to herself that this person was wasting the gentleman's berries. As long as you are pleased. Augustine felt no particular sentiment towards the slaves as he examined the famed sword. Kinbira was originally the sword of Peach Rabbit. Although he was unaware of how she came to possess it, now that he had received word, he naturally intended to acquire it. Speaking of which, Peach Rabbit's 20th birthday was fast approaching. As Augustine walked, lost in thought, he suddenly encountered a peculiar group of individuals ahead. Vaguely reminiscent of those he had seen in the auction house. Celestial dragons, leave Kinbira behind and you may go. Otherwise, we shall kill you. That's a celestial dragon. Though he had never seen one before, it seemed he had heard the one in the bubble helmet speak. Could it be true? What are they doing attacking a celestial dragon? This is madness. Run, the admiral is coming. Nearby pirates fled in panic. Not everyone possessed the courage to face an admiral. Robbery has come upon me. Are you all out of your minds? Augustine lamented to the two women, if our clothes get dirty, it will be unsightly while we are out. Ein rolled her eyes at his nonchalant attitude. Don't be careless. I've seen their wanted posters. They are all near 1 billion berries. Sir, should I take care of them? Us near Bernice felt confident in her abilities. After 2 years of progress, she had learned to wield armament haki, her combat prowess now incomparable to before. She believed she was no weaker than CP9 agents. Just observe, Augustine replied, counting the 7 pirates before him, 6 men and 1 woman. That woman is yours, Ein. With that, Augustine vanished from sight. Chafe, armament haki, spring song fist. Oh no. This celestial dragon is formidable. The 7 blocking pirates finally recognized the unique prowess of this celestial dragon. Their pirate ship had completed its coating, and they had intended to make a quick score before fleeing to the new world once the admiral arrived. A series of screams ensued, and soon 6 of the 7 lay defeated. Ein and the girl were momentarily at a stalemate. Realizing the battle was over, the pirate girl recognized her inferiority to Augustine. She attempted to strike Ein with a powerful chop, but stumbled back into the crowd. Thinking of escaping, Augustine stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing into the remaining 6. The blow was too severe. The female pirate could not rise. Augustine, you remain as violent as ever. These ruffians seem slightly stronger than the slaves I purchased. Hey, would you sell them to me? Augustine, without needing to glance back, was already aware that several celestial dragons had arrived. He waved his hand dismissively. My spoils are not for you. Chapter 31. The 7 Warlords TCH, such a miserly fellow. The celestial dragons, unable to procure the coveted toys, chose not to provoke Augustine, the anomaly among their ranks, and thus retreated. Augustine, shall we notify the navy at Sabaody archipelago? Ein inquired, glancing at the 7 individuals on the ground, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After all, Augustine bore the identity of a celestial dragon. No need for that. Augustine cast a glance at Usnile Bernice. Send them to CP5. These fellows possess decent strength and, with proper training, could serve as commendable subordinates. Yes, my lord. I shall contact the CP5 personnel immediately for their retrieval. It was indeed a pity. The CP5 had struggled with personnel replenishment. Though they had significantly expanded in intelligence capabilities over the years, thanks to Augustine's financial backing, their combat forces remained limited. Once these pirates were sent over, CP5 possessed methods to tame them. Should they prove unmanageable, their only fate would be elimination or transfer to Justice Island for judgment. Having the rare opportunity to venture out, Augustine spent a delightful day at Sabaody archipelago with the 2 women, returning to Marineford only after nightfall. Kiwin had just returned from the New World to headquarters, having followed Tsuru and accumulated numerous military achievements, her rank now elevated to Rear Admiral. As she approached her home, she recalled Augustine and Ein. Should I visit the Naval Academy to see them first? After a moment's contemplation, she decided, never mind. I shall rest today and visit in the morning. Upon entering her home and shutting the door, Kiwin sensed an inexplicable darkness enveloping the room. as if the outside light were entirely obstructed by heavy curtains. At that moment, a deep, melodious male voice resonated. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Augustine hummed a profound melody as he emerged from the corner of the kitchen, gently pushing a remarkably exquisite two-tiered cake, adorned with beautiful candles. The centerpiece was a delicate pink bunny. Heaven knows the effort he expended for this little surprise. Chiyuan covered her mouth with her hands, nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming warmth and sweetness in her heart. She suddenly realized that today marked her 20th birthday. She had almost forgotten. Yet this man had remembered. For Augustine, it was a night of bittersweet romance. The enchanting Chiyuan was so moved that she was willing to surrender herself, though she lamented her inability to fully embrace her desires, remaining untouched in her innocence. How frustrating. The following day, Chiyuan awoke to find herself nestled against Augustine's robust chest, resting against his strong arm. "My man is so handsome," she thought to herself sweetly. Upon noticing his peculiar underwear and recalling Augustine's mention of his training, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle. This slight sound instantaneously roused Augustine from his slumber. "Ah, not there. Spare me. It tickles. Augustine, don't kiss there." At that moment, Chiyuan's face was flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes brimming with affection, yet the depth of her feelings remained unspoken to outsiders. The two indulged in each other's company for the entire morning, until Augustine finally presented his gift. "Ah, the Jambira!" Chiyuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing her favorite renowned sword suddenly appear before her. Overwhelmed with joy, she could not resist bestowing a passionate kiss upon the man in gratitude. This is the famed sword Jambira." When Chiyuan arrived at the Navy headquarters, several swordsmanship experts immediately recognized the exquisite blade at her waist. "Hey, little bunny, where did you acquire such a treasure?" said Kizaru. "Oh, it was a birthday gift from a friend." "What a generous friend," remarked Vice Admiral Korwa enviously. "I heard this sword was recently purchased in the Chambord Islands for a staggering 1 billion berries." 1 billion. Chiyuan's expression changed, and she could only respond vaguely. "It's not too bad." The crane, fully aware of the situation, scoffed internally, thinking, "This little brat seems quite devoted to Chiyuan, humph. Yet, he is far too fickle. For the celestial dragons, 1 billion berries is hardly a significant sum, especially since Augustine held the heavenly gold distribution rights of a celestial dragon family." At the Navy headquarters, in the high-level conference room, Sengoku addressed the assembled elite, comprised primarily of rear admirals and above. "The reason I've gathered you today is to discuss a crucial decision. Recently, a chaotic conflict erupted in the New World, involving nearly all major pirates, resulting in the emergence of 4 formidable and nefarious pirate factions, collectively known as the 4 Emperors: Edward Newgate, Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom. These 4 have quelled the turmoil in the New World, carved out territories, and amassed crews, gradually forming a formidable force capable of rivaling our Navy." Sengoku sighed. Acknowledging the bitter truth, the combined strength of the 4 emperors had surpassed that of the Navy. In light of this crisis, the world government has decided to implement the Warlords of the Sea plan, aiming to recruit 7 pirates with exceptional power and prestige within 3 years to counterbalance the 4 emperors. What? We are to collaborate with these wicked pirates. How is this acceptable? Many in the Navy bore grudges against pirates, some even with deep-seated animosities, and immediately voiced their opposition. Silence. Sengoku's authoritative voice rang out. "This is a proposal sanctioned by the world government and the commander-in-chief, and I do not possess the authority to contest it. You may express your opinions, and I will relay them to the higher-ups. But the Warlords of the Sea plan is set to be executed. I will distribute the project documents for your review." The documents were handed out to the Navy leaders, and disbelief rippled through the room. What a farce, legal plunder. This is utterly disgraceful. The murmurs of discontent filled the air, and Sengoku, though anticipating such a reaction, found himself in a challenging position. Admiral Akainu stood up, declaring, "Pirates are untrustworthy. I refuse to believe they will genuinely serve us." "I am well aware," Sengoku replied. "Their role is merely to deter the pirates in the New World and, when necessary, to serve as part of our fighting force." Chapter 32. Graduation season. The other vice admirals and admirals remained silent, but Zephyr, who had just returned to headquarters, abruptly set down his documents and left the meeting room without a word. He understood that his dissent would be futile and chose to protest through silence. Just moments ago, the name of the man who had taken his beloved studentess life, Moonlight Moria, appeared in the documents. In that instant, Zephyr was engulfed by a profound sense of despondency. "I oppose this, Commander," he declared, observing the dejected departure of Zephyr. Others felt compelled to speak up, especially many of Zephyr's former students. "Are we truly to recruit someone like Moonlight Moria? Is this not an affront to our teacher?" "My sincerest apologies," Sengoku replied somberly. "What you have expressed to me, I have conveyed to the world government as well. Moonlight Moria has challenged Kaido, albeit unsuccessfully, and holds considerable influence among pirates." Despite widespread opposition, the world government remained resolute, and the warlords of the sea plan proceeded. The next day, news of this decision was published in the newspapers. Augustine rushed to Zephyr's residence, coaxing him to join for a drink. Zephyr remarked, "Are you here to console me?" "Ah, certainly not." Augustine replied with a serene countenance, yet uttering chilling words, "I merely wish to inform you that Moria belongs to me. My invitation to drink is a plea for you to refrain from pursuing him. I shall deal with him myself." "Ha ha." Zephyr took a gulp of his drink. "Very well. Then he is yours to handle." Perhaps lacking the excruciating experiences depicted in the original narrative, Zephyr did not take anyone to the new world. Instead, he chose to remain at the Naval Academy, steadfastly pursuing the dreams that had yet to be realized. Augustine's training has become increasingly rigorous. In his pursuit to break free from his youthful constraints and to vanquish Moria, the year 1515 of the Sea Era dawned with clear skies. At the Naval Academy's dueling arena, today marks the graduation day for Augustine and his peers. This day serves as a testament to their 6 years of hard work. As Zephyr, the chief instructor, presides over the graduation ceremony, the Naval Academy's ceremony is not merely a parade. It culminates in a battle against formidable opponents selected by the naval headquarters. Only by defeating these adversaries can they earn corresponding military ranks. In this world, strength reigns supreme. In the original narrative, the Navy conducts worldwide recruitment, and the immensely powerful Fujitora was directly appointed to the position of admiral. The upper echelons of the Navy place great importance on the recruits trained by Zephyr. The warlord Sengoku personally selected several officers from the headquarters, ranging from ensign to vice admiral, particularly focusing on those ready to replace their fatigued comrades. They all appear today under temporary aliases, donning masks. Ensign from the naval headquarters, Bluebird lieutenant from the naval headquarters, Black Cat captain from the naval headquarters, Blackfish lieutenant from the naval headquarters, Yellow Lion major from the naval headquarters, Red Chicken colonel from the naval headquarters, Goldfinch colonel from the naval headquarters, Silver Swallow rear admiral from the naval headquarters, Black Tiger vice admiral from the naval headquarters, White Cat fast forward 3 days to the naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, let us add another vice admiral, Zephyr remarked casually after hearing Sengoku's arrangements for the graduation competition at the Naval Academy. "While I admire your confidence in your students, do you really think a vice admiral is necessary?" Carp chuckled heartily. "Could it be that you've taken to boasting?" "Oh, shall we place a wager?" Zephyr displayed no hint of jest. A vice admiral, he mused, might not suffice for the challenge ahead. As Sengoku recalled the discussions in the headquarters conference room, he couldn't help glancing at the new graduates. Who could it be? Surely, it can't be him. Augustine stood calmly amidst the crowd, having grown to a towering height of 2 meters and 15 centimeters over the past 2 years. Even the statuesque Peach Rabbit only reached his chest. However, the others surrounding him were not short either, thus he did not appear overly conspicuous. A month prior, due to the culmination of his efforts, he successfully attained the 6th layer of the Golden Bell Shield, perfectly mending the gate of the lower Een. Consequently, he no longer required the protective sea tower stone undergarments, and his physique began to revert to that of a normal person. After a month of cultivating the 7th layer, Augustine had begun to project some of the Golden Bell's energy outside his body. Nevertheless, he was still far from achieving a complete manifestation of the 7th layer, which would allow him to form a protective barrier of Golden Bell energy around himself. The thought of being able to utilize this energy defensively and offensively akin to a devil fruit filled Augustine with delight. Most importantly, he could finally engage without sustaining damage. This damned virgin pondered whether he should seek an opportunity tonight. "Ha ha ha, what is the boss thinking, laughing so lewdly?" Binz inquired of the nearby Lanmeng. It was not just the 3 from the same dormitory. The elite class of this year had all begun to refer to Augustine as the boss. "How would I know? Just ask the boss directly," Lanmeng replied, feeling a mix of excitement and confusion about whom to choose. The uncertainty of whether to aim for a lieutenant colonel or a colonel left him rather conflicted. In truth, Most of the trainees possessed abilities that could reach the level of a lieutenant colonel, and those with stronger capabilities, like Ein and Binz, had a promising chance of challenging a colonel as well. It was not necessary to defeat them. Merely demonstrating comparable strength would earn the recognition of the examiners, albeit without an official rank. The 3 examiners dispatched by the headquarters were quite distinguished: Vice Admiral Crane, Vice Admiral Karp, and Admiral Akiji. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself had come to witness the proceedings, underscoring the headquarters' significant investment in and expectations for this new cohort of trainees. At that moment, Vice Admiral Chibuta, observing the new recruits from a distance, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He turned to the nearby Black Tiger and remarked, "I truly do not understand why the new recruit assessment requires a Vice Admiral like me to bolster the event. Is there truly anyone foolish enough to challenge me?" Black Tiger ignored him and pointed towards the audience. "Look, Peach Rabbit has arrived." Where? Upon hearing this, Chibuta eagerly craned his neck to catch sight, and he soon spotted the stunning beauty standing out in the crowd. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Hey, Peach Rabbit, I'm over here. It's Chibuta. Curse it, why must she wear that horrid white cat mask?" Unfortunately, Peach Rabbit paid no heed to his calls, her gaze fixed solely on Augustine, with the two exchanging a moment of intimate eye contact. Chapter 33. The graduation performance of friends. Who is that little brat? Perhaps it was an instinctive rivalry. But Chibuta immediately noticed Augustine engaging in a silent exchange with Peach Rabbit. He is one of this year's newcomers, named Jotileao Augustine. I hope he does not choose me as an opponent, Chibuta said with a darkened expression. "Ah, Vice Admiral, you truly have a sense of humor," came the retort. Augustine had little time to concern himself with this trivial matter, internally lamenting the lack of formidable opponents to challenge, finding the mid-ranking adversaries insufficiently stimulating. The draw was imminent, and Augustine was designated by Zephyr to be the last to compete, the grand finale, naturally reserved for the most exhilarating confrontation. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent T-Pig, admonishing him to take the event seriously, warning that he would not hesitate to remind him of the consequences of failure. "Oh, come on, Zephyr-sensei, don't jest. No one will dare to challenge me," replied T-Pig nonchalantly. Zephyr, rendered speechless, decided to let this fellow learn a lesson the hard way. Among the veterans of the headquarters, there was a growing sense of seriousness, for Zephyr had mentioned on multiple occasions that a challenge would arise against the mid-ranking officers. He would not casually jest about such matters. Intriguingly, Karp surveyed the newcomers with keen interest, while the nearby Vice Admiral Crane had set her sights on Augustine amidst the crowd, pondering the young man's capabilities. Given Augustine's status and his connection with Qi Yuan, Crane paid him particular attention. Soon, individuals began selecting their opponents to enter the dueling arena. The rules were straightforward. Lethal force and targeting vital areas were prohibited. Victory would be determined by knocking the opponent down or through surrender. What constitutes a vital area? Binz naively inquired of Blue Dream, who promptly delivered a swift kick. "Hey, what are you doing?" Binz bent forward, attempting to block the attack, only to realize that Blue Dream had merely feigned the maneuver. "I'll enlighten you on vital areas, fool." Blue Dream retorted, "For men, it is solely here. As for women, well, you may ponder that yourself." Ben scratched his head. "Isn't there only on among the women?" "Never mind, I won't have to face her." "Perhaps not," Blue Dream whispered conspiratorially, gesturing towards the crowd of opponents. "Can you be certain there are no women among them? Just look at those 2 figures, pay closer attention." Augustine gazed speechlessly at the fellow named Lan Ming, who seemed oblivious to the furious ire of the individuals across from him, incited by his provocations. Truly, he was a troublemaker. One could only hope he wouldn't meet a dire fate in the ensuing fray. To the surprise of his companions, An was the first to take the stage, challenging the Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, Black Tiger. Black Tiger, true to his moniker, bore a dark complexion adorned with bizarre patterns resembling an oil painting. From a distance, he indeed resembled a black tiger. "Please, allow me to demonstrate." They both courteously bowed in greeting. The audience erupted with excitement at the sight of someone challenging a rear admiral in the very first bout. "Well done, little lady. Go for it." Although this was an internal assessment at the academy, the rare occurrence of such an intriguing event drew many Navy families and civilians from Marineford to witness, filling the stands to capacity. Some spectators even had to stand, yet their spirits remained exuberant. How amusing that I, as a rear admiral, am to be the first to take the stage. Here I come. With that, Black Tiger lunged forward without hesitation, aiming for a decisive strike. Armament haki, killing fist. Ein deftly sidestepped, evading his punch with ease. This young girl had evidently mastered observation haki. It was no wonder she dared to challenge a rear admiral. At that moment, the seemingly drowsy Admiral Akiji lifted his eye mask, addressing his companion, Vice Admiral Crane. Moreover, her footwork is remarkably agile, something I have never witnessed before. It was natural that Crane did not recognize it, and had honed her skills in the Taoist method taught by Augustine, specifically the Yubu technique. Crane's tone brimmed with admiration. She relished nurturing talented female soldiers, and Ain's exceptional prowess at such a tender age ignited a sense of pride in her. Observation haki. Black Tiger unleashed a flurry of punches, but to his dismay, not one landed. He quickly shed his earlier underestimation, realizing she possessed considerable skill, having grasped observation haki. Now it is my turn to attack. With a swift motion, Ain propelled herself above Black Tiger, unleashing a torrent of kicks that cascaded like a meteor shower, beautiful yet lethal. Storm Step, derived technique, Mandarin Duck chain kick. Armament haki, iron block. Faced with such an onslaught, Black Tiger was left bewildered, opting to defend. However, his armament haki did not envelop him as thoroughly as that of Virgo in the original tale, nor was it as masterful as that of Garp or Zephyr, leaving certain vulnerable spots exposed. Consequently, Black Tiger was struck repeatedly on both his front and back, and soon his armament haki dissipated. Without its protective shield, he was swiftly knocked down. Wow, could it be? She has taken down the rear admiral so quickly. Is this rear admiral truly from headquarters? This little lady is remarkable. His companions were equally astonished. As expected of the elder sister, she is formidable. At that moment, Augustine raised his thumb in approval towards Ain on the stage. The youth truly impresses, Akiji remarked in astonishment. Admiral Sengoku promptly declared, Ain, you are qualified and shall be granted the rank of rear admiral. Your assignments will follow suit. Yes, thank you, Marshal. Ain bowed and stepped down from the stage. Next up, Lan Meng. Perhaps spurred on by Ain's performance, Lan Meng also chose a rear admiral as his opponent, only to be swiftly defeated by the newly appointed Black Tiger within 3 minutes. Zephyr shook his head. This insufferable little brat. He truly squandered the opportunity. In fact, Zephyr had advised each of them on their respective opponents the day prior. Lan Meng's capabilities, had he challenged a captain, might have yielded a favorable outcome. Lan Meng, due to your defeat in this match, I can only bestow upon you the lowest rank of ensign. You may leave. Yes, thank you, Marshal. Lan Meng's experience served as a cold shower for the subsequent challengers, prompting them to heed Zephyr's counsel and select their opponents judiciously. As time passed, each cadet took their turn, presenting their skills as their graduation assessment. Finally, only one remained. The last contender, Jotileao Augustine Saint. Chapter 34. Teacher Zephyr, it's not enough to fight. It turned out that the leader was indeed a celestial dragon. Upon hearing their leader referred to as Jotileao Augustine Saint by the Marshal, rather than simply Jotileao Augustine, his companions were instantly convinced of the rumors. This individual, who had been alongside them at the Navy Academy for several years, was indeed a celestial dragon hailing from the holy land of Mary Geoise. How could this be? Just as his companions were in shock, Augustine stretched and made his way to the stage. Please select your opponent. Marshal Sengoku's gaze upon Augustine was laden with complexity. After all these years, he was the first celestial dragon youth to join the Navy, and the implications were profound. Augustine glanced lazily at Zephyr above and remarked, Teacher Zephyr, is that all you've got? Most present were unfamiliar with Augustine, leaving them perplexed by his words. However, Zephyr understood the implication. He stepped forward and addressed Sengoku. Marshal, I request that the reserve vice admirals join the fray. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say he is the one challenging the vice admirals? Even so, allowing 3 vice admirals to enter the arena is utterly ridiculous. After a moment of silence, Zephyr insisted, my most esteemed disciple, without exception. Do you not wish to witness his prowess? Crane and Carp were taken aback. Wait, isn't Teacher Zephyr's most prized disciple me? Akiyuki wore a discontented expression, yet internally began to regard Augustine with newfound respect. Could this celestial dragon brat truly be so formidable? Sengoku pondered for a full 20 seconds, his mind torn despite his reputation as a strategic genius. The truth was, he was apprehensive about Augustine's celestial dragon status. Should Augustine suffer a humiliating defeat, the 5 elders would likely be displeased, and Sengoku's life would become quite unbearable. Nevertheless, seeing Zephyr's unwavering confidence, Sengoku finally gritted his teeth, choosing to trust this legendary instructor. He nodded and declared, Augustine, your challengers are the 3 vice admirals. Indeed, today, aside from Tsuchigumo, 2 vice admirals were present. However, these 2 were only meant to serve as guests and had no intention of entering the fray. What? I must have misheard. Yes, my ears must be malfunctioning. I have heard something quite unbelievable. No, I heard it too. This fellow dares to challenge 3 vice admirals. The 2 vice admirals glanced at Sengoku. Their expressions serious, confirming that this was no jest. They exchanged looks, saluted, and accepted the command. Understood. Wow. Haha. The boss is about to unleash his fury. This is going to be entertaining. Oh, boss, surprise them thoroughly. I'm so excited. Boss, please show no mercy. Augustine's companions were utterly astonished, and once they regained their composure, they erupted into various strange howls and sounds of excitement. The 2 vice admirals, including the already entered Chahan, had removed their masks. Should they emerge victorious, there would be no shame. However, if they were to lose, they could only deem this young imp a monster. What a joke. How could they possibly lose? The 3 vice admirals exchanged glances, their teeth clenched in frustration towards the imp. They vowed to teach him a lesson soon enough, these arrogant younglings. Although lacking somewhat, it was enough to pass the time. Augustine nodded with satisfaction. What are you mumbling about, imp? Chahan shot him a displeased glare. Though I don't know why. I'm more than capable of handling you alone. Don't be too complacent. Another vice admiral, named Ghost Spider, drew his sword and declared, Master Zephyr wouldn't make such a jest. Indeed, the 3rd vice admiral, Dalmesia, a user of the Dog Fruits Barley Town form, was unarmed but had already transformed, taking on the appearance of a black-spotted figure. Intensely fixated on his opponent. If the 3 of us are defeated, we'll surely be the laughingstock from here on out. What are you all babbling about? Chahan scoffed. This little imp is so nervous he's babbling nonsense. I merely think that swiftly defeating an opponent, as a tribute to Master Zephyr's 6 years of mentorship, seems insufficient. Augustine remarked. At that moment his body turned pitch black. Be careful. Both Dalmesia and Ghost Spider shouted in unison. They had not even seen Augustine make a move. His shave seemed instinctively integrated into his being, and in an instant, he appeared behind Chahan, his right hand raised, gripping the top of Chahan's head. Stone slam. You bastard. Chahan, destined to be a future admiral, was among the strongest vice admirals, instantly realizing his underestimation. He retaliated, grasping Augustine's arm. Let go of me. The intention was noble, yet Chahan felt an overwhelming force above his head. His resistance shattered in an instant. Boom. Chahan was slammed onto the arena, the stone platform cracking like a spider's web. Augustine merely restrained his strength to render Chahan unconscious. How terrifying. Akiji couldn't help but echo the words often spoken by Admiral Kizuru. To see a vice admiral defeated in mere moments, albeit due to carelessness, was astonishing. Many in the audience rose in surprise. In the vast duel arena, a pin drop could be heard. Finger gun, ultimate barrage, one sword style, demon god slaughter dance. The remaining 2 vice admirals, having witnessed Augustine's terror, now regarded him as a formidable foe. Now this is becoming interesting. Augustine grinned, conjuring a golden ring of light with his left hand to deflect Ghost Spider's blade, while his right hand formed a sword with his fingers, simultaneously employing finger gun in response. Finger gun, golden bell strike, mighty diamond finger. He faced 2 opponents single-handedly, his finger gun proving equally matched against Dalmesia, even forcing him back several meters. What a powerful youth. The Wano country began to recognize this celestial dragon, nearing the pinnacle of the advanced armament haki, almost poised to enter the 3rd stage of mastery. His observation haki seemed equally impressive, alongside the pinnacle of the 6 forms and extraordinary physical techniques. No wonder Zephyr regards him as his most prized disciple. Chapter 35. I can instantly resolve Vice Admirals. Kong said nothing. Yet the speed at which he stuffed donuts into his mouth quickened, his gaze glued to Augustine. Crane was thoroughly impressed by Augustine's strength. Truly a remarkable young man favored by Guillaume. This boy is quite a handful. After a while, on the arena, the 2 vice admirals felt their stamina depleting, while their opponent appeared to be in his prime. It must come to an end. Augustine declared. Don't be so arrogant, boy. I mentioned. I can resolve vice admirals in an instant. Augustine seemed to proclaim a conclusion, and then Ghost Spider and Dalmesia beheld his body swaying, 1 moment becoming 2. 2 moments becoming 4. Paper drawing, sound of the wind technique. Cursed, another bizarre technique. Ghost Spider unleashed 4 arcs of blade light. Yet not a single one struck Augustine. In truth, he merely utilized shave, combining it with paper drawing for rapid movement to create the illusion. For even the strongest of individuals, the speed at which their eyes capture images is fixed, unless one employs observation haki. Augustine stood nonchalantly, with Dalmesia sprawled beneath him. Cursed, I actually forgot to use observation haki. This is utterly humiliating. Ghost Spider chuckled wryly. However, once we exit, I shall unleash my full power. I know you're a swordsman. Your strength is best displayed when alone. Augustine nodded. That is precisely why I saved you for last. You indeed possess the capability of arrogance. Boy, I shall now unleash my ultimate technique. Prepare yourself. From behind Ghost Spider, 6 hands emerged, though he wielded only 1 sword. It appeared as if he possessed 8 sword style, 1,000 blade slash. Is he controlling his hair with haki to create the effect of 6 swords? Augustine saw through the principle of this technique at a glance. If it is a contest of haki mastery, I shall not falter. In an instant, they clashed. They moved so swiftly that only a select few could discern their actions. Is Augustine really this strong? His companions widened their eyes, yet still could not perceive the movements of the two in the arena. The disparity in power was overwhelmingly despairing. Though each time Augustine made a move, they felt his strength, they often underestimated him. Unclosed her eyes, her observation haki barely able to keep pace with the clash. Though it seemed lengthy, the outcome of their battle was resolved in an instant. Augustine grasped Ghost Spider, who was nearly collapsing to the ground. You are strong, but I will defeat you. Ghost Spider managed to utter before losing consciousness. You may not have the chance. Augustine set him down, turned to face Zephyr on the platform, and exchanged a beaming smile with his mentor. Augustine, Vice Admiral, truly remarkable. You have certainly made quite the impression today. Outside the academy, Augustine, having gathered his belongings, encountered Guillaume and Dine waiting on the stone steps at the entrance. Peach Rabbit teased him, her smile barely concealing her joy, more radiant than her own victory. It was evident she had dressed up for the occasion. She wore her favorite red blouse paired with a white lace skirt, showcasing her dazzling long legs, irresistibly alluring. Passing gentlemen were left entranced, with 2 even colliding with a nearby wall due to their distraction. Where shall we celebrate tonight? Augustine boldly approached, affectionately wrapping his arm around Guillaume's slender waist. Are you out of your mind? This is the entrance of the Navy Academy. Peach Bunny playfully pounded her fist against his chest, then deftly executed a move known as the Yin-Yang Hand 18 twist on his waist, a technique that seemed to come naturally to women. She then remarked, why go outside? Let's south head to your place. I shall personally take to the kitchen and treat you all. With laughter and chatter, the trio made their way back to Augustine's villa in Meriford. Once Augustine dismissed the servants and ensured their privacy, the 2 women felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Dinner is served, Chi Yuan announced, presenting the final dish on the table. While Ein had already set the bowls and chopsticks in place. In this world, chopsticks were a rarity. Augustine, who preferred not to use knives and forks, had specially prepared a set of bamboo chopsticks for home. I'm ready to dig in, Augustine declared as he picked up a generous piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, instantly savoring the exquisite flavors that danced across his palate. Wow, sister. I had no idea you were such a culinary genius. This is fantastic. Ein exclaimed genuinely, her admiration evident. Oh, you flatter me, Chi Yuan replied, her eyes crinkling with joy upon hearing such praise, especially as her beloved man gave her a thumbs up. Augustine's appetite is astonishing. He can now consume food equivalent to that of 20 individuals, as his body's energy intake relies entirely on sustenance. Fortunately, Chi Yuan was well aware of this and had prepared abundantly. Augustine estimated that this situation would only improve after he cultivated through several layers of the Golden Bell Shield. In a past life, Lei Xiao had heard a legend, which spoke of Damo, who had cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to the 12th layer. He meditated in a natural cave on the mid-peak of the Wurifeng in the western foothills of Songshan for 9 years, during which he neither ate nor drank. Yet his body grew ever stronger. Ultimately, he comprehended the profound truths of martial arts, leaving behind 2 remarkable texts, Washing the Marrow and Changing the Muscles, before ascending in a blaze of glory. Of course, this is merely a legend. In reality, the Golden Bell Shield in Augustine's possession may not be the same as the one cultivated by the revered master, but it remains an extraordinary ancient martial secret. My dear, you truly can eat, Chi Yuan exclaimed as she watched Augustine devour over 20 bowls, sighing, we should hire a dedicated chef. Cooking for you alone would be exhausting. Of course, I could never bear to see my little treasure toil, Augustine replied. Once satiated, he stretched his powerful arms and effortlessly lifted Chiyuan, who was attempting to clear the dishes. His robust hands supported her delicate form, resting against his chest, which was as solid as a rock. Together, the tall Chiyuan appeared petite in comparison. Ah! Tatu gasped, her sensitive body shivering slightly, teasingly saying, "What are you doing? We haven't even cleaned up yet." "Let the servants handle it," Augustine chuckled, after 6 years. "Today I shall indulge in my little rabbit." With his other arm, he also embraced Ein, declaring, "Ein, my little darling, you cannot escape either." "You rogue, Augustine, absolutely not," Ein exclaimed, realizing his intentions, blushing fiercely and wishing to sink into the ground, feeling utterly embarrassed. "You and my sister. Next time I will." Augustine had waited for over 20 years. How could he endure any longer? Without allowing her to finish speaking, he seized Ein's alluring lips, tasting them with an insatiable hunger, before turning to indulge in the delights of Chiyuan. His hands roamed restlessly over the bodies of the two enchanting women. Before long, the three were entangled, casting aside garments from the kitchen to the bedroom floor, and moments later, their perfect forms rolled onto the bed. The following day, Augustine finally rose from the bed around noon, stretching lazily as the joints and muscles of his body crackled with satisfying pops. He felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and ease. It turned out that while the golden bell shield represented the pinnacle of masculinity, reaching the 6th level brought about a harmonious balance of yin and yang. As the saying goes, lonely yin does not give birth, lonely yang does not thrive. Mastery in martial arts also demands a balance of these forces. Augustine, in unison with the two women, had replenished the excess yang within his body through their union, perfectly embodying the principle of yin and yang intermingling. He sensed that his cultivation of the golden bell shield had unexpectedly advanced significantly, achieving the intermediate stage of the 7th level. Augustine could not contain his joy. Could it be that engaging in such intimate acts aids in enhancing one's strength? "It seems I must partake in this more often." He shared this revelation with the two women, who, at first, were incredulous, dismissing his claims as mere jest in preparation for another encounter. Yet, having already entrusted their hearts and bodies to him, they offered no objections. "My dear, what are your plans next?" Chiyuan inquired, leaning against Augustine's chest while subtly reaching for Ein's endearing attributes. "Oh, Augustine, please don't." Ein, still yearning for sleep, murmured drowsily, having spent the entire night in passionate revelry, leaving her quite fatigued. Chiyuan giggled, but was soon pinned beneath Augustine as he playfully turned the tables, prompting her to plead. "Darling, I can't take it anymore. Spare me. I must return to Mary Geoise to retrieve some belongings belonging to our family, the Jotileao. I can accompany you for now and learn a bit more." Augustine, though reluctant to let them go, understood it was their first experience and did not wish to overindulge. He merely sampled their charms before relenting. "Will there be danger?" Ein inquired. "If the 5 elders want me dead, I could perish anywhere. As for others, rest assured, I am still a celestial dragon." After spending a week in Marineford, Augustine reluctantly bid farewell to the two women and returned to the long-anticipated Mariejois. "Master, the 5 elders have sent word, requesting your immediate presence at the government hall upon your return to Mariejois," proclaimed Kukuma, who greeted him at the dock, his voice loud enough for other celestial dragons to hear. "The monster has returned." It was said that he had gone to join the Naval Academy. Indeed, a monster would prefer the company of the Navy. Rumor had it that this was the command of the 5 elders. "This fellow had caused me considerable trouble in our youth. From now on, you needn't prepare slave mounts for me. They are far too slow." Augustine disregarded the murmurs of the other celestial dragons, instead making his way to the luxurious golden carriage drawn by 4 splendid horses, directly bypassing the slaves. Kukuma, eager to please, hurried to the driver's side, signaling for him to head to the municipal hall, pondering to himself that it seemed the master had not changed. In addition to managing the affairs of the Jotileao family, he must always consider his master's preferences. Augustine keenly sensed a subtle shift in the demeanor of the 5 elders towards him. Whereas their previous encounter had been as casual as that of a ruler meeting a subject, this occasion was marked by a sense of grandeur. As he walked along the red carpet of the city hall and entered the grand hall, he was flanked by hundreds of male and female guards, impeccably attired in black uniforms, who knelt and bowed their heads as he passed. Such treatment was reserved solely for the esteemed lineage of the celestial dragons. Having met the esteemed 5 elders, Augustine bowed respectfully, embodying the dignity befitting the head of the Jotileao family. He felt no trepidation in the presence of the 5 venerable figures seated before him. However, he had not anticipated that all 5 would be present for this meeting. Lord Jotileao, we are well aware of your circumstances, one of the elders, who had previously met Augustine, remarked with a smile. It is truly astonishing to witness the growth of what was once a mere child. Your efforts have illuminated the promising future of the Jotileao family. All credit is due to the guidance of my esteemed predecessors, Augustine replied, standing at the center yet unable to decipher the intentions of the 5 elders. He offered a polite response. As my family now consists solely of myself, I humbly hope for your continued support, for which I am profoundly grateful. How has this child grown so remarkably? Inquired one elder, brandishing a saber, seemingly speaking to himself. Unlike my own jaded descendants, who squander their days in trivial pursuits, this young lad does not resemble a child nurtured in the Holy Land. My brother seldom offers praise, after a lengthy discourse among the elders. One with a hat and 2 wisps of mustache finally addressed Augustine. The celestial gold quota of the Jotileao family remains unchanged since your father's time, alongside the positions within the world government and navy that belong to your lineage. We hold high hopes for your future, young man. What are your plans? Will you be registering a dozen young ladies to ensure the family's continuation? He chuckled. You possess a delightful sense of humor, Augustine mused before adding. I wish to explore the seas. Though Mary Geoise is beautiful, after years of residing here, it has grown tiresome. It is upon the vast oceans in the Grand Line that one can encounter captivating women. The 3 elderly gentlemen erupted in hearty laughter, finding the young man's candor amusing. As you say, we too might venture out for a change of scenery. We have grown weary of Mary Geoise. With a smirk, the swordsman among them declared, I'm off to practice my swordplay. I've long since tired of the views outside. The ages of these 5 gentlemen were indeterminate. They might very well be ancient spirits who had lived for centuries. After centuries of cultivation, even a fool could surpass the 4 emperors. Augustine, however, was stirred by a tumultuous wave of thoughts. Perhaps the depths of the pirate world were far more profound than he had ever imagined. Augustine intends to stay in Mariejois for a few days. After assessing the performance of the slaves, he restored the status of several who had excelled. He allocated a sum of money to Cucuma, instructing him to regularly send individuals to procure devil fruits and renowned sorts. Not long ago, Augustine had given the ordinary devil fruits in the warehouse to CP5, enabling them to enhance their powers. These items only manifest their potential when utilized. Usniel Bernice, serving as Augustine's personal secretary, has been wearing a melancholic expression these past few days. Just after leaving for a brief moment, the master was left with nothing but remnants after being devoured by 2 vixens. How could she not feel a surge of anger? Although she would never show her displeasure to Augustine, she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of sadness. Augustine, having developed a taste for indulgence, felt a pang of melancholy after departing from the garden of prayer and Ine. On the 3rd day, he succumbed to temptation and took the lovely secretary as his own. He entrusted her with a task. After their passionate encounter, Augustine, caressing the flawless curves of Usniel Bernice, spoke brazenly, instructing her to find 2 individuals to serve as his secretaries, as his current aide could not satiate his desires. He mentioned CP9's Khalifa and Domino from Impelled Down. Oh, how vexing, my lord! Usniel Bernice exclaimed with playful reproach, recalling Augustine's formidable presence, stirring within her a feeling of being tamed by him. Her sensitive body responding with renewed waves of ecstasy. With the might of the Jotileao family, procuring 2 women was not a daunting task. It merely required a price to be paid. By the following evening, Domino arrived at the Holy Land of Mariejois, while Khalifa, dispatched on a covert mission, was en route back. Augustine lauded Usniel Bernice for her efficiency, offering her praise in bed. A life of debauchery had not corroded Augustine's resolve. A month later, he returned to Marineford, accompanied by only 3 personal secretaries. In the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku expressed his difficulty in assigning a position, suggesting Augustine articulate his expectations instead. Troublesome celestial dragons, muttered Carp, rummaging for donuts. Sir Carp, I have always adhered to the discipline of the Navy. Augustine defended himself, scratching his head, showing respect for Carp. He continued, my warship is nearly complete, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Are there any suitable missions for me? Once again, you've pilfered my donuts, Carp chided Augustine, while Sengoku, in a serious tone, explained that he had dispatched all available vice admirals for the Shichibukai assignments, with one position pending, tentatively assigned to the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, whose previous envoy seemed to have been detained. Due to the island's location in the calm belt, deploying large warships could provoke the sea kings beneath, prompting Sengoku to consider whether to send an admiral for the task. "Allow me to undertake it." Augustine expressed eagerness for a reunion with Hancock, pondering her growth into a formidable pirate. While he possessed his own warship, he lacked sufficient naval support. Very well, Sengoku readily agreed, eager to resolve the dilemma, granting Augustine the privilege to appoint his own guards, provided they consented. With the exception of admirals. "Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku." This special privilege was precisely what Augustine needed, as he had personally financed the construction of a battleship of admiral caliber, which generally required a captain, 2 or more vice admirals, 5 or more rear admirals, and a minimum of 20 personnel across various naval positions. "Little Crane will be upset," Carp remarked mischievously after Augustine's departure, adding that he had heard Augustine had set his sights on Little Peach Bunny and Ein, both cherished by Crane. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Sengoku groaned. Realizing Carp was relishing his predicament, Augustine, with unabashed confidence, took possession of 30 appointment letters emblazoned with the marshal's special dispatch, embarking on an audacious recruitment spree. Aside from Ein and Tautu, several other capable classmates were contacted via telephone beetle and swiftly recruited. Their commanding officer was incensed. The promising talents he had painstakingly sought to cultivate as his trusted aides or successors had barely warmed their seats before being poached by Augustine. "Ah, it appears the chief is indeed thinking of me. At long last, I can shed this wretched lieutenant's role." Lanming mused as he donned a colonel's cloak and triumphantly boarded Augustine's battleship. "From now on, my brothers shall follow your lead, Chief. Bins and my Mibulage." The duo, with notably full lips, were not left out either. Both held the rank of colonel, for Augustine himself was merely a lieutenant general, and the availability of brigadier generals was scarce. Tautu was appointed as the ship's vice captain, holding the rank of lieutenant general, while Ein and Usniel Bernice were assuredly brigadier generals, their capabilities sufficient for such positions. Augustine sought to recruit a few more skilled individuals to serve under him, reserving the remaining brigadier general rank for future endeavors. Chapter 38. The Foundation takes shape. Maiden voyage target, Amazon Lily. "Alas, for the sake of the chief, I shall relinquish my dream of returning to the West Sea as governor," Douglas Eric lamented, though he appeared to be at a disadvantage. "One day, the West Sea shall belong to me." "Forget it. You are merely a colonel now, and the distance to the governorship is as vast as that between Bins and the fair maidens," Lanming retorted without restraint. What a ridiculous metaphor. The elite class, having survived the Moria incident, was now fully assembled. In addition to the aforementioned Bins, Lanming, my Mibulage, Ein, and Douglas Eric, there were 2 others yet to be introduced: Muir Bondi, hailing from Judicial Island with parents in government service, and West, from the Grand Line. Although their abilities were slightly inferior, Augustine generously awarded both the rank of colonel. "Listen up, lads. The warship will be ready for modification tomorrow. You have 2 days to prepare, bid farewell where necessary, rest well, and be ready to set sail at noon the day after tomorrow, targeting the windless zone of Amazon Lily, the legendary land of women. I won't wait for you if you are tardy. Don't say I am unkind." After all, navigating the windless zone required the warship to possess sea prism stone as a protective measure, and Augustine had expended considerable funds for this purpose. "Hooray, Chief is formidable." Conquering the land of women. The vice captain, Tautu, covered her face in embarrassment, lamenting, "This is hardly a navy. It resembles a band of pirates." Indeed, the ruffians you lead are a motley crew. Augustine intended to recruit female soldiers willing to join him in Amazon Lily, while his brothers were all single. He found himself accompanied by the charming Peach Rabbit, Ein, and 3 beautiful secretaries, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yes, it was decided, henceforth, half of his troops would consist of female soldiers. Naturally, he would not accept those lacking in skill. They must possess a particular expertise, especially given the high-risk nature of maritime operations, which ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. On Daughter Island, at the palace of the Empress Hancock, an urgent commotion erupted early in the morning as the elderly matron rushed into Hancock's chamber. With a resounding thud, she was swiftly ejected by the occupant, the former Empress of Snake Island. "You old hack, how many times must I tell you not to shout early in the morning?" Hancock's temper flared, rising from the floor. The matron dusted herself off and retorted, "You spoiled girl, you ought to take it easy. Look at today's newspaper. The Navy has dispatched new negotiators." I have stated countless times that I will not join the Navy's 7 warlord scheme. My beauty is such that anyone I plunder will forgive me," Hancock declared as she strolled out of her chamber, revealing herself as the pirate Empress of Amazon Lily, known to the world as the most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. "If you continue to refuse the 7 warlords, our nation may face an attack from the Navy. For the sake of our country, you should release those Navy soldiers and agree to become a warlord. This would benefit us all," the matron urged anxiously. Yet, Hancock remained unmoved. Interrupting her incessant chatter, "The 7 warlords must serve the Navy, and I shall not be deceived. Regardless, everyone will forgive me because I am simply too beautiful." Her self-admiration captivated those around her, who gazed at her in awe. "Lady Snake Princess is truly exquisite. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with the Navy. Let those men continue mining in the mountains." The matron pressed further, "You ought to check today's newspaper. Who has the Navy sent? Is it an admiral?" Hancock carelessly accepted the paper, though she felt a twinge of concern at the thought of an admiral's arrival. Upon seeing the name, she froze. "Augustine. Ah, Hancock. This world is so splendid. I do not wish for you to be merely my little slave. One day, when our names resonate across the seas, we shall meet again. Do not concede so easily." The memory of Augustine's words from years past sent a shiver through Hancock, who whispered to herself, "Is my master coming? Report. Enter." Augustine, in his specially constructed training room, smiled upon the arrival of his new secretary, Domino. "As I mentioned, when we are alone, you 3 need not be so formal in your roles as my secretaries." "Yes, Lord Augustine." Domino, newly appointed and fresh from a specialized training base, felt a mix of trepidation and admiration upon being assigned to serve the celestial dragons. She had not expected her young and accomplished superior to possess such striking handsomeness. Now, she found herself quite pleased with her new position. "My lord, we are only 300 nautical miles from Amazon Lily. Should we approach? I will take a bath first." Inform them to slow down and approach gradually. Yes, Augustine eagerly anticipated the moment he would see Hancock again, curious about her expression upon their reunion. After refreshing himself, he made his way to the ship's bow. "The doldrums, there is not a breath of wind," Augustine observed. "Finding this place would be quite a challenge without the lifeguard." "Indeed, my lord," Khalifa explained. "The lack of wind here is due to the direct sunlight heating the area to nearly the same temperature, resulting in minimal temperature differences and thus little air movement. Some say that the presence of numerous colossal sea kings emitting unique energies disrupts the environmental conditions and airflow." "Ah, it seems I have acquired an exceptional secretary." Augustine praised Khalifa's attentiveness. Unlike the serious Domino, Khalifa was more suited to the role of a personal secretary. "You flatter me, my lord," Khalifa replied with a bashful smile, resembling a delicate rose in full bloom. Augustine steadied his mind, preparing to tackle the formidable challenge posed by Empress Boa Hancock in this particular quest. While the 2 minor quests, Khalifa and Domino, could be savored at a leisurely pace, his haki had long since filled his being. Yet he remained unable to transcend to the 3rd stage. Though he had amassed sufficient quantity, the qualitative enhancement eluded him. His mentor, Zephyr, merely advised him to seek out formidable opponents and pursue breakthroughs through combat. Perhaps the haki training methods of the Kuja tribe would prove beneficial. Lost in thought, Augustine suddenly spotted a grand vessel departing from Snake Island, making its way towards him. He gestured for Blue Dream, stationed at the lookout, to take notice. "Captain, a ship full of young ladies is approaching, pulled by 2 sea serpents." "Understood. Halt our advance and maintain position." Just as Blue Dream processed this, Augustine had already darted away. "Moonwalk. TSK, Captain, how inconsiderate, going off to flirt alone without us." "Ah, who hit me?" A vexed Blue Dream turned to find that it was Peach Rabbit who had delivered a punch to his head, quickly adopting a fawning expression. "Sister-in-law greetings." "Humph. Chiyuan is displeased. Chiyuan will deal with you." Chiyuan shot a fierce glare at Blue Dream before seizing the telescope from his hands to peer at the unfolding scene. Chiyuan noticed that a fight had commenced. Surely this fellow wouldn't be so uncouth? Were they not supposed to be acquainted? After observing intently for a while, Chiyuan's anxiety abated as Augustine's prowess utterly dominated his opponent. Contemplating for a moment, Chiyuan decided to prepare food for him after every battle, knowing he would require sustenance. Meanwhile, upon boarding Boa Hancock's ship, Augustine found himself utterly bewildered. The moment he stepped aboard, Hancock, as if confronting a sworn enemy, launched a direct assault. Within mere exchanges, both unleashed their conqueror's haki, inadvertently rendering all aboard the vessel unconscious. "Ah, Hancock, my little slave, does the sight of your master excite you?" Augustine teased with a playful tone. "You scoundrel, I shall kill you." Boa Hancock's eyes glimmered with genuine murderous intent, resolute as if facing a mortal foe. "Die. Die. Where are your two sisters? Why did you not bring them to meet their master?" With a swift strike, Augustine dispelled her leg technique, towering over her, much like a master admonishing an insubordinate servant. "No." Boa Hancock's aura of menace intensified, akin to a witch from the depths of hell. "I am Boa Hancock of Snake Island, the Empress Boa Hancock, and I shall slay you. I shall slay my own master." It became evident that although Hancock had returned home and assumed the title of Empress, her past as a slave lingered as a deep-seated anguish within her soul. Particularly the memories of her time before Augustine found her, which represented her most harrowing experiences. The weight of humiliation and nightmares, embodied by the dragon's claw that had once tormented her, haunted her relentlessly. Had it merely been pain and hatred, she might have borne it. But fate intervened when she encountered Augustine at Mariejois, her destined savior. In her moment of utmost despair, Augustine's compassion and redemption filled the void within her heart. Even now, with her conqueror's haki awakened and her status as Empress secured, Augustine remained an indelible figure in her life. Pain and redemption, hatred and gratitude, each emotion intertwined with that period of her existence, leaving her uncertain of which truly plagued her soul. Just moments ago, upon seeing Augustine before her, Boa Hancock recalled his parting words. She resolved to confront Augustine directly, to courageously vanquish the demons that tormented her. If she could not achieve this, she would succumb entirely to this devil. Augustine, having discerned her current state, sought to provoke and completely tame the pirate Empress. The two engaged in an incessant battle, exchanging blows, and even relocated their skirmish to a cliff on Amazon Lily Island for better maneuverability. Foul feet. Hancock gasped, her stamina waning. Summoning her remaining strength, she unleashed a fierce series of side kicks, only to be firmly grasped by Augustine's powerful hands. Ultimately, Augustine's endurance proved superior. Their intimate posture ignited a burning desire within Augustine's gaze. "Little slave, do you know how to serve your master?" "Do not," Hancock cried out, as Augustine pressed her down with one hand while tearing their garments with the other. In an instant, despair and darkness enveloped Hancock's heart, overwhelming her struggles and reluctance. Augustine's figure loomed larger in her mind, gradually embodying an overwhelming power. Hancock was utterly conquered by this man, becoming the sole refuge of her spirit. "Master, ravage me fiercely. Hancock, I wish to be your little slave once more." When the two finally re-emerged before others, chaos erupted between the Amazon Lily and the naval vessels due to their disappearance. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the intimately close pair, nearly suspecting one had drugged the other. Return to welcome. Lord Augustine's warship has entered Amazon Lily. Hancock appeared transformed, her eyes sparkling with affection, constantly glancing back at the ship, seemingly unwilling to part from Augustine's presence. "Follow her," Augustine commanded upon returning to the ship. "Once we enter Amazon Lily, no disturbances are allowed. Anyone who troubles me shall be thrown into the sea to feed the sea kings." Chapter 40. The allure of Sister Chiyuan. "Boss, are you all right?" Binns rushed over, scrutinizing Augustine. "Blue Dream suspects you may have been poisoned by the Snake Empress. Could it be a trap?" "Blue Dream, you are tasked with toilet duty this month," Augustine replied nonchalantly. "No," Blue Dream lamented, wishing to slap herself for bad-mouthing the boss. "Lord Admiral, after your arduous journey, please rest in my chambers," Hancock said, her face radiating warmth. "Allow me to properly attend to you tonight." "Humph. We shall stay at an inn, not your palace." Chiyuan could no longer tolerate the vixen's clinginess towards Augustine and coldly interjected. Had it been anyone else, Peach Rabbit would have gone out of her way to protect Augustine's dignity. However, this was a personal matter, and as the first mistress, Peach Rabbit felt compelled to remind this little vixen who held authority in their household. "Oh, I merely inquired about Lord Augustine. I did not invite you to reside here." Hancock observed the rivalry brewing among the women, recognizing their ambiguous relations with Augustine. She believed that a man of Augustine's caliber could naturally have several concubines. Yet, her patience was reserved solely for Augustine. Her two sisters received no such indulgence. With a disdainful gaze, she looked down on Peach Rabbit, declaring, "For Lord Augustine, I accept your challenge. State the time and place. I fear nothing." "Oh," Chiyuan smiled mysteriously. "So this duel shall determine the rightful owner of the title sister." Indeed. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, my words are unbreakable. You have expended considerable energy today, when the sun rises tomorrow. Qiuan pointed towards the highest peak. At that summit, Hancock scoffed. It is settled. Ein cast a sympathetic glance at Hancock. A month ago, she might have had a fighting chance, but now, Peach Rabbit had consumed an extraordinarily powerful devil fruit, the Zoan-type, mythical beast, Inu no Mi, in the form of a nine-tailed fox. Even Augustine could not guarantee victory against Peach Rabbit. Ein, having developed a subpar fruit, could only be swiftly defeated by her. Ah, you two are truly something. Augustine thought, suppressing a wry smile, as he envisioned hosting a feast to celebrate their reunion. Sir, sister has prepared a banquet to welcome your arrival. Hancock's two sisters finally appeared. They beamed at Augustine, for he was their savior. Thus, the proud women found themselves in a delightful predicament. The most ecstatic were Augustine's subordinates. There are so many lovely ladies of Amazon Lily. I heard the boss is recruiting female soldiers here. It is simply blissful. How beautiful. Long live the boss. Many of the Amazon Lily maidens had never seen men before, treating the naval officers like curious beasts in a zoo. These fellows are so fascinating. They are far more interesting than the men in the back mountains, a plump maiden remarked, pointing at Blue Dream. I heard those men were imprisoned by Lady Snake Empress to toil in the mines. How pitiful. Upon hearing their conversation, Augustine recalled that Hancock had previously detained a group of naval soldiers for negotiations. He turned to Hancock, release those men. But be aware they may harbor hostility towards Amazon Lily. Return their ship, provide them with some food, and send them back to the naval headquarters. Binns. Accompany her to relay the message. Yes, my lord. Lord Augustine has entrusted me with a task. Is this a proposal? Hancock's hands covered her face. Blissfully lost in daydreams. Hancock, once we release these soldiers, we shall marry. But isn't that too soon? Not at all, for Hancock is my beloved. Ah, am I truly arguing with this fool? Peach Rabbit thought herself foolish, yet inexplicably, she began to develop a fondness for this temperamental empress. Augustine. Is this the esteemed General Augustine? Augustine beheld an elderly woman of diminutive stature, yet possessing an extraordinary presence. This venerable figure was none other than the former Empress of Amazon Lily, Grandma. Begone, old woman. Hancock exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent the elderly lady flying. Yes. Truly soaring. My lord, shall we proceed to the banquet? Turning to face Augustine, Boa Hancock donned a demeanor of utmost deference, as charming as it was submissive. You wretched girl, you shall come to regret this. The elderly lady stood resilient and strong. Augustine gently patted Hancock's head, admonishing her for her lack of courtesy towards the elder. Then, Hancock began to entertain fanciful thoughts. Hancock, let us honor our elders and bring forth new life together. Bring forth new life. Augustine, the Peach Rabbit sighed while covering its face. Shall we cancel our appointment for tomorrow? The next morning, Augustine emerged from the tender embrace of Ein and Usnea Bernice, their delicate limbs intertwined like soft jade. To his surprise, he discovered that Hancock and Qiuan had returned. My esteemed sister, are you weary? Please allow me to escort you to my chamber for a moment of respite. Hancock dutifully followed behind, occasionally instructing one to prepare breakfast for Qiuan and another to fetch fruit to quench the thirst of the Peach Rabbit, even taking it upon herself to massage her shoulders and back. Have you two finished? Ah, yes, my lord. Hancock replied bashfully. I foolishly challenged my esteemed sister, and her grace in overlooking my recklessness fills me with profound shame. Augustine. Ah, it is nothing, Hancock. Qiuan gently placed her hand upon her head, tenderly stroking it, and said, as long as you do not misbehave, dear sister shall not torment you. Yes, esteemed sister. Hancock gazed at Tautu with admiration and exclaimed, please feel free to tease me as you wish. Augustine. Chapter 41. The Training on Snake Island. The consumers of the sweet fruit may exhibit tendencies towards both the abuse of others and masochistic delusions. Usnea Bernice whispered softly. The crowd suddenly understood, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Boa Hancock. Of course, this was merely a conjecture. It is also possible that the powers of the Garden of Prayer's fruit are at play. Augustine reported to the Navy headquarters that Hancock had consented to join the 7 warlords of the sea, while simultaneously requesting a leave of absence to remain on Amazon Lily and hone his haki. Haki, a power commonly mastered by the formidable in this world, serves as a defining line between the strong and the weak. It is generally categorized into 3 stages. The first stage is the awakening phase. where one has just begun to awaken their haki and lacks the ability to wield it in combat. The second stage is the practical phase, where haki can be concentrated in certain parts of the body for offensive or defensive purposes. When utilized, the haki-covered body parts take on a metallic black hue. Augustine was at the pinnacle of this stage. The third stage, regarded as the ultimate phase of haki, includes legendary figures such as Garp, Zephyr, Whitebeard, and Sengoku, who predominantly reside in this realm. Once haki reaches this stage, it no longer exhibits color, allowing the user to manipulate it at will, making it as instinctive as their own body. However, even among those at this stage, there exists a disparity in strength. For instance, Garp, specializing in martial arts, surpasses Sengoku, who consumed a devil fruit. Indeed, Amazon Lily possesses a unique method for haki cultivation. Augustine secluded himself in a small valley, meticulously practicing the techniques he had learned from Hancock. Who goes there? Augustine's observation haki sensed a presence, and upon turning, he discovered it was Granny Xiao. Granny, are you looking for me? That method is of no use to you, Granny Xiao chuckled. Little one, it seems Hancock has developed feelings for you. I have never seen that stubborn girl alter her temperament for anyone. Ah, perhaps it is because of my striking handsomeness. Indeed. You two are quite the perfect pair. Are you secretly thinking shameless scoundrels? Granny Xiao exclaimed, leaping forward. Little one, can your observation haki now discern my innermost thoughts? Oh, merely a faint sense of your attitude. Augustine nodded, candidly admitting, Granny, could you teach me to enhance my haki? Of course, but why should I instruct the man of that stubborn girl? Besides, you are a vice admiral of the Navy. While our Amazon Lily has long been engaged in maritime piracy, do not say that. You are the former Empress of Amazon Lily. I am now a prince in Hancock's regard. After all, we are all part of the same family. Realizing the unassuming old woman possessed remarkable skills, Augustine quickly offered flattery. A ruler as magnanimous as you, combined with the beauty of your youth, must have garnered the adoration of your subjects. If it were not for your voluntary abdication, Hancock would not have the title of Empress today. You speak truthfully. In my day, I was known as the Lily in the Flames, unparalleled in grace. Yet I willingly relinquished the throne for love. Alas, it is indeed a pity. Augustine, here, take this. The old woman handed over 2 short tubes, crafted from the gills of sea kings, which could be inserted into the nostrils to allow breathing underwater. Underwater? It merely serves to hone your haki. If you wish to grow stronger, it can only be achieved through combat. Ah, thank you, dear lady. Augustine's heart leaped at the words. This method is only available to those like you, who have not consumed a devil fruit, the old woman cautioned before departing. Do not become overly reliant on it. Once haki reaches the third stage, it will be of no use. The depths of the ocean are perilous, and do not forget, this is a windless zone teeming with sea kings. Perhaps you should borrow the sea serpent from Boa Hancock to help you evade those dangers. The following day, by the seaside, Salome, protect Lord Augustine well. Hancock instructed the serpent coiled around her. Salome nodded. This serpent had been with Hancock since childhood and was quite perceptive, gracefully emerging from its master's grasp to gently entwine itself around Augustine's hand. My lord, Salome will ward off the sea kings. But the ocean floor is a treacherous realm. Are you truly certain? There is no need for concern. Hancock, have faith in your man. Augustine bestowed a lingering kiss upon the enchanting lady. Ah, this time it is a genuine proposal. Hancock swooned, collapsing to the ground in rapture. Augustine waved his hand and lifted a massive boulder before plunging into the depths of the sea. In the calm waters, the ocean was profoundly deep. After swimming less than 100 meters, he suddenly felt his feet lose contact with the ground and began to sink rapidly. Lacking modern instruments, he had no way of knowing how deep he had descended. By the time he glanced upward, the sunlight above was barely visible, and he was engulfed by an infinite darkness. The pressure was daunting. Yet, aware that this depth was insufficient, Augustine, bold and skilled, resolutely continued his descent. Utilizing the armament haki, he felt the pressure on his body ease to a bearable level. Still, it was inadequate. He pressed on deeper. Salome was surprisingly lively in the water, her body seemingly impervious to the ocean's pressure. This should suffice. Feeling that he had reached the limit of pressure he could endure without employing the golden bell technique, Augustine cast the boulder aside. He moved his hands to maintain his position at this depth. The haki surged within him, intensifying exponentially. It felt utterly different from when he was on shore. In the depths of the sea, Augustine experienced a newfound sensation, as if there were elements here absent on land. Having adapted to the surrounding pressure, he attempted to dive deeper by a few meters, but quickly realized he could not withstand it. The immense pressure threatened to tear his body apart. He hastily activated the golden bell for protection and ascended slightly. Chapter 42. The amplification of haki. What a thrilling experience. Augustine had narrowly escaped death, feeling as if he had danced on the edge of life and death. Had he been an ordinary person without the golden bell technique, he might have perished in his own folly. The haki seems somewhat altered. Augustine concentrated on his armament haki, and at that moment, a mysterious current of energy surged forth from his forehead, coursing throughout his body. The armament haki within him responded to this energy flow, becoming more vibrant, as if lifeless matter had been imbued with life. This energy traversed his body 36 times before retreating to a specific area at the back of his head. Despite his efforts to sense it further, the energy had vanished without a trace. The conqueror's haki felt significantly enhanced. It seemed there was indeed a connection among the three types of haki, potentially linked to the enigmatic cerebral organ. No more pondering. The objective of this training had been achieved, and it was time to ascend. Augustine pushed upward, simultaneously signaling Salome to assist him in rising. Salome, understanding his intent, wrapped her tail around him, and he felt a remarkable surge in their ascent. The strength of humans was truly diminutive in the depths of the sea. Upon finally breaching the surface, Augustine was startled by a tremendous roar. Salome abruptly accelerated toward the direction of Nine Snake Island. Turning his head, he beheld a colossal sea king. No, it was more accurately a gigantic sea king, bursting forth from the ocean's depths. This creature was immense. Even Augustine's flagship was dwarfed by a single scale of its body. Any cannon fire would scarcely leave a scratch. How terrifying! It was no wonder that one of the three ancient weapons, the Sea Emperor Poseidon, was deemed capable of annihilating the world. Augustine recalled the weeping figure on Fishman Island, who could command countless sea kings. Such colossal sea kings, just a handful of them, could easily obliterate an island like Marineford. He wondered what the kings of heaven and hell were like. The sea king seemed oblivious to Augustine, who appeared no larger than a mere insect. However, its immense presence alarmed Hancock, who was deeply concerned for Augustine's safety. Until Augustine returned to shore, both hurriedly vacated the perilous coastline. Do these sea kings appear frequently? Augustine inquired curiously. Not typically. Sea kings usually surface only when they hear commotion or are provoked, Hancock explained. The troubling part is that once a giant sea king emerges, the disturbance attracts others, making it unwise to venture out to sea for at least a month. I see. It seems I must remain here for a while longer. My lord, you may stay as long as you wish, Hancock blushed, adding, if it pleases you, I shall relinquish the throne and allow you to become king, while I serve as your concubine, and my sister shall be the queen. We could live happily together and bear many children. Enough. I have no desire to be king. Augustine interrupted her daydreaming, insisting that discussions of children could wait until later. Let us return and rest. 2 months later, at the seaside, everyone bid a fond farewell. Hancock gazed sorrowfully at Augustine and Peach Rabbit, who were about to board the warship. Don't worry, we will meet again soon. Peach Rabbit comforted, not Augustine. We have welcomed many sisters from Amazon Lily, and they too need to return home often. But I shall miss you all. Hancock lamented. Perhaps I should just abdicate the throne. Such recklessness must be tempered. An elderly woman suddenly interjected, Hancock, as the ruler. Do you not hold any sense of responsibility for your nation? You. She was swiftly silenced. Augustine couldn't help but admire this resilient elder. Finally bidding farewell to Hancock, the warship commenced its return journey. This time aboard, the atmosphere was lively, as numerous young women from Nine Snake Island eagerly joined Augustine's crew. However, he made a point to select those with more balanced physiques, as fewer robust women boarded the ship. All possessed a mastery of haki, indicating their strength. He recalled an individual from CP9 capable of opening doors, and resolved to recruit him upon his return. It would facilitate future visits to this place. Yet, Augustine worried that Bruno's fruit ability might not be powerful enough. If it only allowed for short distances, it would be of little use. At last, they reached the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Augustine instructed Usnil Bernice to attend to the tasks he had assigned, allowing for an unrestrained excavation of CP9's resources. After all, the Celestial Dragons would not concern themselves with the specifics of CP9's personnel, as long as their directives to Cipher Pole Number 9 were fulfilled. Currently, the head of Cipher Pole Number 9 was the opportunistic Spandam, and he planned to manipulate this self-serving sycophant using the celestial dragon's influence, ensuring he would be amenable to selling out even his own father. "Ah, Augustine, you've returned," Sengoku exclaimed, tossing a stack of documents to a nearby officer. "These are all troubling reports. It's rare you've accomplished something commendable. Did the others fail to recruit any of the 7 warlords?" Augustine queried, puzzled by Sengoku's demeanor each time they met. "Oh, a conspiracy?" Sengoku shook his head. "It's the New World. The GW branch has suffered a fierce pirate attack. The power of the New World pirates is overwhelming. Vice Admiral Virgo from the GW branch has requested reinforcements, and the branch we painstakingly established now faces annihilation. How infuriating. The GD branch we were planning is now forced to retreat entirely to the GW branch. Though our navy controls the primary gateway to the New World, survival in the New World is only possible in the interstices of the 4 emperors' territories. It is truly lamentable." "Sounds quite dire," Augustine remarked, unmoved by the old man's theatricality. Chapter 43. The Big MOM Pirates. You wish for me to take the initiative? How audacious. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Are you truly suggesting that I volunteer to assist the GW branch? What a mischievous little rascal you are. Indeed, that is my intention. Unfazed by the revelation, Sengoku responded with calm assurance, stating that at present, he lacked the manpower to deploy. After careful consideration, he deemed you the most suitable candidate. Rest assured, once those dispatched return from their mission, I shall arrange for your replacement. A sojourn in the New World would be a welcome diversion. But let it be clear, this is no leisurely expedition. Regardless, I have my own stipulations. Augustine raised his finger, asserting that upon arrival, he would hold supreme authority. Every individual and matter within the GW branch would be at his discretion. Sengoku contemplated this for a moment before conceding. Very well. Thus, I entrust you with the support mission for the GW branch, Vice Admiral Augustine. He spoke urgently, expressing his hope that despite your recent return, you would prioritize the greater good and depart promptly. I will ensure that the logistics department works through the night to supply your vessel with provisions and munitions. Understood, Admiral. Augustine saluted, affirming his departure at dawn. Ah, if only there were more individuals like you, Augustine. Our Navy's justice would have long since been established in the New World. Sengoku mused, reflecting on the strength of the headquarters, which surpassed that of Augustine, yet considering the volatile temperament of Akainu and the lethargy of Akiji. The more moderate Kizaru was the most reasonable choice, yet he could never find a reliable ally. The seemingly united navy was rife with internal conflicts among factions, while Augustine, a celestial dragon among the navy, remained unaffiliated with any group. Moreover, he never flaunted his celestial dragon status, a quality that greatly pleased Sengoku. You flatter me, Fleet Admiral. Augustine replied with a smile. Were it not for my intentions to conduct certain affairs in the New World, I would not be so diligent. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well. Augustine gathered his subordinates, who had intended to unwind, and briefed them on the urgent task assigned by the Admiral. How is it that we have barely returned and are already dispatched again? Indeed. Is there no one else at headquarters? However, Peach Rabbit remained silent, being a veteran accustomed to such circumstances. Observing others complain, Augustine maintained a cheerful demeanor, while Peach Rabbit took on the role of a stern figure, admonishing, What are you all grumbling about? As soldiers, our foremost duty is to obey orders. Do not bring shame upon yourselves here. Yes, yes, big sister. The soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. You shall address me as Vice Admiral. Peach Rabbit shot a glare at Augustine. Yes, Vice Admiral. In truth, Peach Rabbit and Ein were originally aligned with the Navy's Dove faction as Crane. A seasoned Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff of the Navy had long been the leader of the Dove faction. Akiji merely served as its spokesperson. Yet Augustine managed to draw both women into his Celestial Dragon faction. His unique status left Crane with little to say, as she hoped to foster an alliance with him. All right, you are dismissed. Augustine assumed the role of the lenient superior, instructing them not to be late tomorrow. Those with families should return to bid farewell. I apologize for putting my brothers through this. Upon your return from this journey, I will promote you. Thank you, boss. The group expressed their gratitude, proclaiming long live the boss. Once everyone departed, Augustine leaned closer to Peach Rabbit, whispering, Vice Admiral, I shall reward you handsomely tonight. Get away from me. Peach Rabbit laughed in mock annoyance. These rascals have been spoiled by you. They're superior, and I find myself helpless. The following day, Augustine and his party set out once more, traversing the Navy-controlled route to the New World. This time, Usneer Bernice did not accompany them, as Augustine had dispatched her to recruit personnel. This route was significantly more convenient and swift compared to the one leading to Fishman Island, allowing them to reach the GW branch in just 3 days. Vice Admiral, we have spotted pirates ahead. Augustine leaped onto the mast, unfurling his telescope to observe the horizon, where he discerned 6 medium-sized sailing vessels. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these ships bore the pirate flag of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. What is that place? Augustine inquired, intrigued by the presence of Big Mom's subordinates, as this area was not supposed to be her territory. My lord, that is the renowned bakery island of the New World. Though it is not a member of the world government, the delectable pastries produced there are beloved worldwide. Leading the world government to recognize its neutral status as a free island, Domino promptly responded to Augustine's question. This secretary always made it a point to gather pertinent intelligence upon arriving at a new location, and Augustine was thoroughly pleased with her diligence. Well done, Augustine remarked, playfully patting Domino on her enticing backside, which left the petite secretary blushing with embarrassment. He commanded, steer us closer. Oh, the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. Captain, are we going to engage the 4 emperors? But Augustine, we have just arrived in the New World, Anne expressed with concern. Provoking the 4 emperors may not be wise. We are the Navy. When faced with pirates, we cannot simply retreat, Augustine declared with an air of authority. Men, eliminate them. For justice. For justice. The soldiers echoed. Observing the fearless navy approaching, the pirates wasted no time and ordered their cannons to fire. You audacious navy, this is the New World. A place where you cannot act so brazenly. Men, attack. Boom, boom, boom. The battleships of admiral caliber were formidable. The pirates' cannonballs had not yet reached the naval vessel before they entered the effective range. Instantly, a fierce exchange of fire ensued. However, the artillery technology in this world was rather rudimentary, with gunners relying primarily on experience. Forget about satellite navigation or precise coordinates. Even the sights were rudimentary. After firing about 100 rounds, very few found their mark, and those that did were skillfully intercepted by the crew aboard the ships. Chapter 44. The battle of the Navy's flagship was formidable, but the pirates were led by one of Big Mom's 3 formidable commanders, Charlotte Smoothie. She commanded. These Navy pests are quite bothersome. Close in at full speed and annihilate that warship. Then we shall proceed to Bakery Island and capture its chefs to prepare treats for Mama. Oh, the crew exclaimed, look, Captain, a beautiful woman. Smoothie's tall stature was hard to miss, and Blue Dream couldn't help but marvel. She's enormous. Wouldn't it feel like being a child in her embrace? Ein rolled his eyes. These lecherous fools are just as bad as Augustine. Ah, Blue Dream. If you like her, she could be yours. Though she is a pirate. Perhaps your sincerity could sway her to abandon her dark ways and join our righteous cause, Jotileao Augustine quipped, casually catching a cannonball that flew toward him and tossing it back. How embarrassing, Blue Dream said sheepishly, rubbing his hands together as he seemed quite taken with Augustine's suggestion. It turned out he had a preference for tall women. Binns pondered aloud. But it seems this woman is no ordinary pirate. She appears to be a leader among them. Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the 4 emperors Big Mom, a commander with the juice fruit ability, boasted a bounty of 932 million berries. It seemed that Chi Yuan was muttering to himself, having just received this intelligence from Domino. Oh, I need to use the restroom. It's all Bin's fault for dragging me out for drinks at this late hour, Blue Dream said, nervously sweating. Captain, you hold the line. I'll deal with that dead machine when I return. Binns felt quite wronged, but you invited me, and I even paid the bill. With his excuse exposed, Blue Dream sulked in a corner, drawing circles in frustration. Finally, the two sides drew near enough to discern each other clearly. Humph, I expected an admiral, but it turns out to be a ship of misfits, Charlotte Smoothie scoffed. Just then, she noticed a pink, fluffy mass looming above her, seemingly endless and overwhelming. A spectral cloud. Since Peach Bunny had consumed the animal-type dog fruit, transforming into a 9-tailed fox, she had developed numerous powerful techniques. Encountering an opponent like Charlotte Smoothie was the perfect opportunity to test her enhanced abilities. Although she would not have minded facing a male adversary, the fact that Charlotte was also a woman ignited her competitive spirit. A mythical beast? Charlotte Smoothie's eyes narrowed. A serious glimmer flashing as her massive sword was drawn. Clang, clang. The nearby ships were enveloped by the spectral cloud. which obscured vision but had little effect on those skilled in observation haki. Two-tailed foxfire, Inferno. In an instant, the spectral cloud emitted a golden glow, and clusters of flame-like foxfire surged forth, relentlessly pursuing their targets. Any small burst of foxfire that touched an enemy would cling to their body, impervious to all but haki and seawater. Wow, that is scorching. Help! Pirates ensnared by the foxfire quickly found themselves incapacitated, some even leaping into the sea to escape the flames. Charlotte Smoothie unleashed her haki, repelling the foxfire and drawing her sword to attack the strange female Navy officer. Charge! For justice! Attack! For our captain! The female soldiers rallied. Augustine exuded unwavering confidence in his prowess against the Rabbit Baron. With a swift motion, he leaped across a distance of several meters, landing atop the mast of the adversary's vessel. Naval forces, retreat. This is not a place for you. In an instant, two individuals emerged, attempting to thrust him into the water. Is it too much to expect a modicum of courtesy towards guests? Augustine remarked, demanding politeness while exhibiting none himself. He seized both assailants, forcefully pinning them against the thick deck, resulting in one suffering a fatal blow to the head, and the other, slightly more resilient, collapsing into unconsciousness. Such tremendous power. A figure, balancing a cup of hot tea atop his head, approached. I shall be your opponent, Navy. Baron Egg, I have heard of you, yet I have never laid eyes upon you. Pray, reveal your esteemed name, Navy. Jotileao Augustine, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Augustine spread his hands. This is my first visit to the New World. The scenery is quite lovely. I look forward to your hospitality, esteemed denizens of the New World. Baron Egg cast a glance at the Navy soldiers engaged in combat with his crew, realizing their formidable strength far beyond that of ordinary naval personnel. His brow furrowed. Are you here to rescue Baking Island? To my knowledge, Hongpei Island has not allied with the world government. Ah, not quite, Augustine patiently explained to Baron Egg. I am merely passing through. However, does the Navy require justification to confront pirates? Indeed, then let us proceed, young man. Let me see if you possess the merit to boast. Baron Egg unsheathed his cane sword. Then let us engage. Augustine wasted no time, launching into action. Shave, cannon punch. Augustine's armament haki had reached its third stage, allowing him to wield his power with effortless precision, no longer needing to concentrate it deliberately. What incredible strength! Baron Egg's sword was violently repelled by a single punch. He dared not confront Augustine's might head-on, retreating rapidly and evading with agile spins. Golden Bell technique, mighty Vajra fist. Damn it! How can he possess such overwhelming power? Baron Egg found himself forced further back. Augustine's combat style bears a striking resemblance to that of Carp. Those who dare to face him, as long as their will and strength do not surpass his, are destined to be mercilessly crushed, regardless of one's devil fruit abilities. He relies solely on his fists. What makes Augustine even more formidable than Carp is his defense, which is astonishingly more formidable than his offense. Baron Egg, witnessing his sword merely glancing off Augustine's head, was astounded to see nothing more than a flash of golden light. Not even a strand of hair was severed. He felt an urge to go mad. Is this fellow made of iron, or is he some kind of ability user? How can his body be so unyielding? Come on, don't run. Let's face off with a punch. That is the essence of manly combat. After a prolonged struggle, Augustine realized that even using Soru, he could not catch up with this opponent. Baron Egg, panting heavily, felt equally fatigued. Where did this freak of nature emerge from? He had never heard of such a being. Chapter 45. Making a name in the New World. Your companion seems to be in quite a predicament, remarked Peach Rabbit, casually observing the tall female swordsman before her. Little sister, your abilities are quite impressive. Would you care to join my ranks? Speaking of which, your height is rather uncommon. Are you a half-breed of giants? My apologies, I must have been too careless. Charlotte Smoothie felt a deep apprehension towards Peach Rabbit's peculiar fruit abilities. Yet the burning desire for conquest compelled her not to relinquish her prey. I shall extract from you the most exquisite juice. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Peach Rabbit unsheathed her Kintaro. Kintaro. Charlotte Smoothie was well acquainted with the renowned blade. Do you fancy it? Alas, I cannot part with it. Peach Rabbit flashed a sweet smile, for it was a birthday gift from her husband. Three Tails, Demon Transformation. Peach Rabbit transformed, her form becoming colossal, with three ethereal tails extending behind her. Originally, Peach Rabbit's height was merely half that of Charlotte Smoothie, yet now she towered over her by a significant margin. Even the Kintaro in her grasp inexplicably grew in size. Charlotte Smoothie swung her sword, the clash of blades resonating with such force that it numbed her arms. My apologies, I must have been too careless. Charlotte Smoothie retreated a couple of steps and issued a retreat command. Leaving so soon? Do stay a while longer. Augustine relentlessly pursued Baron Egg, who was utterly exhausted. Charlotte Smoothie seized the weary Baron and pulled him aboard the ship, before swinging her sword at Augustine. To her astonishment, Augustine simply reached out and snatched her great sword from her grasp. A parting gift, perhaps? Another monster, retreat. How can you label others as monsters? Such rudeness from a young lady. Augustine refrained from pursuing further, as it was not yet the time to engage with Big Mom. A skirmish with her subordinates would not provoke Big Mom into crossing the territories of other emperors. However, should her daughter be left behind, there would be no doubt she would come for them with lethal intent. Augustine immediately commanded a retreat to Baking Island for respite. Under the assault of the Big Mom pirates, Baking Island was on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, Augustine's forces descended from the heavens, rescuing the nation like saviors. The inhabitants of the island received them with a hero's welcome. Augustine could not linger for long. He accepted the gifts from the king of baking, consisting of 3 renowned bakers, and then departed from Baking Island, continuing his journey towards the GW branch. Virgo, that rascal, was the leader at the GW branch, and Doflamingo surely assisted him in the shadows. If I were to go, I might very well fall victim to the machinations of these two. Augustine reclined on the bed, contemplating the future and pondering his next course of action. My dear, what are you thinking about? In the comforting cocoon of warmth, Miss Geoise extended a perfect, captivating leg that could enchant any man climbing atop him. How can you be so distracted? Domino is working diligently to ensure your comfort. I am nearly melting from comfort. Augustine murmured, one arm embracing her while the other rested upon the thin blanket covering his lower body, where a distinct bulge was rhythmically rising and falling. Encouraged, Domino exerted herself even more, hoping to provide him with greater pleasure. There are tasks for the secretary when there is work, and leisure when there is none. Augustine was taking his second step on this path, having first secured the affections of Usnal Bernice, and now he had captured the heart of Domino, who had long admired him. Oh, my lord, how could you allow Domino to engage in such shameless acts? Domino felt a surge of embarrassment within, but resolved to fulfill Augustine's desires, willing to do anything for him. As dawn broke, Augustine covered the 2 weary women with a light blanket and made his way to the training room to continue his diligent practice. He understood clearly that everything he desired could only be maintained through the strength of his own power, and with it, he could attain even more. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, chaos erupted. Damn it! Whitebeard's furious outburst echoed. Father, why are you so enraged? Hearing the commotion, Vista rushed over to find Whitebeard fixated on a newspaper. What has happened? That scoundrel, Big Mom, dares to cause trouble in my territory. Baking Island is under my protection. Marco leaned in to glance at the paper. The Big Mom pirates, led by one of the 4 sweet commanders, Charlotte Smoothie and Baron Egg, are launching a destructive campaign against the nation of Hongbei, which refused to relocate to Cake Island. The Navy has intervened, and there's a new rear admiral by the name of Peach Rabbit who seems to be involved. Augustine, I have not heard of him before. Is he a newcomer to the Navy? Charlotte Smoothie is formidable, Vista remarked, eyeing the 2 Navy officers, recognizing their significance. Damn that Big Mom for causing chaos in my domain. And to make matters worse, she has lost to the Navy, bringing shame upon us pirates. Whitebeard bellowed. Prepare to set sail, lads. I shall show that foul woman the consequences of her actions. Oh. Meanwhile, in the territory of the red-haired Shanks, Augustine's name caught the attention of the other emperor. Who is this Augustine? I have not heard of him. Augustine, regarded as the most esteemed disciple by former Navy Admiral Zephyr, has recently graduated from the Navy Academy, Ben Beckman remarked. He defeated 3 vice admirals single-handedly during his graduation, Dalmatia, who wields the dog fruit in its Barley Town form, the Swordmaster Spider, and the newly promoted Admiral Chibuta. This showcases the remarkable intelligence network of the red-haired pirates, as they seem to be well informed about Navy affairs. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Spider was defeated by a rookie, no less, in conjunction with 2 others. Lucky Roo cackled with delight. What a terrifying little brat. It's no wonder he dares to provoke the Big Mom pirates right after arriving in the New World. Oh, this world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Shanks laughed heartily. Come, let us celebrate with a feast, in anticipation of an exciting future. Oh, and one more thing. Ben Beckman said leisurely. He is a celestial dragon. Chapter 46. Extortion of Doflamingo on Cake Island. The furious big MOM roared. Those damned Navy. I shall annihilate them. Deploy forces to hunt down the Navy's troops in the New World. Destroy them. Mother, please calm down. Charlotte Leanlean's wrath shook the heavens, causing her ministers to flee in terror. Just then, a soldier rushed in with alarming news. Mother, Whitebeard has attacked our territory. He claims that you have infringed upon his domain, and he intends to retaliate. Scoundrel! That damned Whitebeard, does he think I fear him? Prepare for a counterattack. But for now, let us temporarily disregard those accursed Navy. Upon seeing the newspaper, Doflamingo felt a twinge of frustration. That little brat from the Jotileao family, how infuriating. If I were still a celestial dragon, surely I would be the most distinguished among them. He then picked up the din mushi. Moshi, this is Hart. Keep a close watch on Augustine and report any developments immediately. Understood. On the other end, Virgo hung up the din mushi, his expression stoic as he exited the office, prepared to welcome the support fleet from headquarters. At that moment, a soldier entered to report. Report. We have located the support fleet from headquarters, but there is only one Admiral-class battleship. Only one. Virgo raised an eyebrow, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he opened the door. Admiral Augustine, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, welcome to both of you. Augustine had no interest in engaging in petty arguments, brandishing the marshal's order. He commanded, this is a decree personally inscribed by the Marshal of the Warring States, Vice Admiral Virgo, from this moment forth. I shall assume control of the GW branch and become the supreme commander of the base. Please proceed with the handover. What? Who is this person? Coming in and demanding to replace Vice Admiral Virgo as the base commander? How audacious. Indeed, Vice Admiral Virgo has toiled tirelessly. Upon overhearing the soldiers' murmurs, Augustine nonchalantly fixed his gaze upon Virgo. Vice Admiral Virgo, I await your response. Yes, please hold on a moment. Virgo instructed a soldier to retrieve his seal and the base commander's transponder snail, handing them to Augustine. May I inquire about your arrangements for me, Marshal? You? Augustine scoffed. Seize him. What? The soldiers of the GW branch were taken aback. Augustine's subordinates, not one to show restraint, swiftly shackled Virgo's limbs with sea-stone handcuffs while he contemplated his options of resistance. These cuffs were not merely effective against those with abilities. Their strength was such that even Augustine himself could not escape through sheer force. Virgo, seething with rage, demanded, Augustine, you had better provide me with an explanation, or I shall report your actions to the Navy headquarters. Why should I explain myself to you, a mere spy? Perhaps you should consider how you will explain yourself to the Marshal of the Warring States. Augustine regarded him with disdain, exuding an air of someone who had already acquired definitive intelligence. Vice Admiral Virgo, or should I refer to you as a key operative of the Don Quixote family? Virgo could no longer maintain his composure, his expression shifting dramatically. Within the GW branch, some soldiers loyal to Virgo stirred restlessly, halting in shock as they gazed upon their perceived righteous Vice Admiral. To suggest that Vice Admiral Virgo is an underling of Don Quixote is preposterous. Surely, you jest. Vice Admiral Virgo is. The child abduction incident was also your handiwork, was it not? And what of the death of Corazon, the adopted son of the Marshal of the Warring States? Augustine gradually unleashed his conqueror's haki, pressuring Virgo's psyche. You climbed the ranks of the Navy for 15 years to achieve the rank of Vice Admiral. Truly a commendable effort, pirate. How do you know all of this? Virgo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. It cannot be true. Where did you obtain this information? Merely a conjecture. Augustine extended his hand backward, and his secretary, Domino, promptly presented a concealed telephone bug. General of the Warring States, did you hear everything clearly? Damn it. The telephone bug transformed into an expression of furious indignation. Bring him back to me, Augustine. This is an order. Virgo felt a chill run through him. This scoundrel had been deceiving him all along, but how could he possibly know those matters? He gritted his teeth, fixated on Augustine's face. What do you intend to do? The soldiers stood in astonishment. This turn of events had caught everyone off guard. The elder's anger could hasten his aging. It was agreed that this scoundrel was to be handed over to him, and with that, he hung up. Augustine disregarded the Warring States' incessant ramblings, abruptly disconnecting the telephone bug, and then instructed his subordinates, lock him up for now. Let him experience hunger for 2 days. Augustine took control of the GW branch. First ensuring that personnel matters were in order, he expelled everyone closely associated with Virgo, regardless of their pirate status. The next step involved Augustine lavishly spending the considerable amount of berries at his disposal. Money, after all, is of little value unless it is put to use. Only through expenditure can it serve its intended purpose. His preliminary plan was to fortify GW within a month, after which he would procure a substantial quantity of the latest firearms to arm his soldiers, while simultaneously recruiting formidable individuals from the New World to join his ranks. Once everything was arranged, Augustine produced the Din Din Mushi he had seized from Virgo and contacted Don Quixote da Flamingo. BRing. Moshi Moshi, this is Joker. In the Don Quixote family. They addressed each other by their familial titles. The Joker represents the head of the family, while the heart signifies the highest-ranking officers. Ah, da Flamingo. Who are you? Where is Virgo? Augustine inquired. Ho ho ho. What are you planning? It's no wonder that a pirate of your caliber possesses the Conqueror's haki. Remaining so composed at this moment. I can return Virgo to you. Augustine teased. I'm only interested in women. Are you proposing an exchange? I've heard you have a pair of sisters under your command, one named Monet and the other Sugar. Chapter 47. Sugar and Monet, you bastard. Da Flamingo exclaimed in fury. He was indifferent to Monet's fate, but Sugar, possessing the Hobi Hobi no Mi, was a significant asset in his arsenal. Crossing me will not bode well for you, Augustine. I am privy to the secrets of the celestial dragons as the national treasure of information. If pushed too far, I will make it public. And all the celestial dragons will surely suffer. That is inconsequential, Augustine replied nonchalantly. This world respects only the strong. Power is everything. As for the Jotileao family, I am its sole member. And the other celestial dragons? Huh, do you think I would care for their fates? The Gourmet will not approve. That is of no concern. You may contact the Gourmet. I am currently starving your hard officers, and as GW base is undergoing renovations, I have tossed the Din Din Mushi used to contact the outside world into storage to avoid disturbing them. Perhaps some soldiers might receive a call from the Gourmet. You scoundrel. Da Flamingo pondered for a full minute. I will give you the women, but ensure my hard officers are well fed. If Virgo dies, I swear I will kill you at all costs. Indeed. Da Flamingo had yet to launch an attack on Dressrosa and did not regard the Hobi Hobi no Mi's powers with much significance. Virgo, slightly stronger than an average vice admiral, was an indispensable aide, possessing knowledge that far surpassed those two ignorant women. Da Flamingo would not hesitate to trade them for his hard officer. Augustine set down the Din Din Mushi, summoned his subordinates to issue instructions, and then called for his intelligence secretary, Domino. We must enhance our intelligence gathering efforts on the Don Quixote pirates within this year. I suspect they are contemplating a scheme involving the heavens. Yes, I will immediately reach out to several intelligence sources and notify CP5. Domino was exceptionally competent, diligently completing the tasks assigned by Augustine, just as she excelled in her role as his lover. Augustine offered a few words of encouragement before stepping into his private training chamber within the base. Embarking on today's rigorous practice, he was nearing the final phase of the 7th layer of the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Technique, Body Protection. Augustine bellowed, his form enveloped in a protective aura resembling a resplendent bronze bell. Inside this golden energy, a cacophony of deep and ominous sounds reverberated. He was so close, after all this time, to achieving his goal. Buzzing resonated from Augustine's protective bell as the intensity of his golden bell technique surged within him. The sound grew increasingly vibrant until, at last, the final gap in the bronze bell was filled by the energy emanating from his body. Boom. The flawless energy bell resonated with a sound akin to that of an actual bronze bell, echoing throughout the GW base. This resounding noise lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Had it not been for Augustine's strict orders, others would undoubtedly have rushed in to investigate the source of the commotion. Ha. Augustine laughed heartily. Moria, soon, you shall not have to wait much longer. He felt as if he had reached a 10th layer of power, ready to surpass the once formidable Moonlight Moria of his prime, and he surmised that Moria's current strength was likely less than half of what it had been back then. Augustine mobilized his chi according to the cultivation art's essentials, causing the golden bell chi within his body to surge back and forth inside the perfect golden bell. He observed the golden chi swirling continuously within the bell, further tempering his physical body. Simultaneously, wisps of white energy, akin to lightning, were generated within it, merging into the golden force. From vigor, life is born, transforming the intangible into the tangible. Could this be the gang chi that the 8th level of the Golden Bell Shield requires to cultivate? The manual records that innate gang chi is indestructible. Even in ancient martial arts, this is a top-tier element, not something that ordinary individuals can wield. Those who cultivate swordsmanship, possessing innate gang chi, can generate invisible sword from their blades. When unleashed, the sword tip becomes an invisible ray of light, like a tassel, a truly indestructible force. Therefore, innate gang chi can be considered the most formidable martial art under heaven, without equal. The thought of such a legendary power excited Augustine. Despite the swordsmen of this world casually severing ships and slicing through buildings with a single strike, that is merely the power of ordinary sword chi. A unique rule of this world. Just wait until I casually slice through sea stone, scaring you all to death. Within a few days, the Monet and Sugar sisters arrived at the GW naval base, and Augustine generously released Virgo. At this time, Doflamingo was unwilling to offend Augustine, so this exchange also served to ease tensions. Augustine's office. It seems you are not at all displeased with being exchanged. Augustine gazed curiously at Sugar. Endowed with the powers of the hobby fruit. This is my sister. The powers of the hobby fruit have eternally preserved her in the innocence of childhood. As long as there is food, she is content. Sugar nonchalantly observed her surroundings. General Augustine, you hold our sisterhood in high regard. Virgo is indeed a valuable asset. Did Don Quixote Doflamingo fail to inform you of my celestial dragon heritage? Money is something I can acquire in abundance. Augustine instructed Domino, nearby, to ensure that all of Miss Sugar's dietary needs were met according to the provisions befitting a major. Her snacks must not be overlooked. 1 out of 10 pastry chefs was to be designated solely for preparing delicacies for Miss Sugar. Upon hearing this, Sugar beamed with delight and added cautiously, General. Sugar enjoys grapes. Augustine generously declared that GW must stockpile ample grapes starting today. Wow. Thank you, General, Sugar said, cheerfully patting her sister Monet beside her. Hey, Monet, don't be sad. Young master, Doflamingo has already abandoned us. It's quite nice here. Noticing Monet's sorrowful expression, Augustine gestured towards the sofa beside him. Please, take a seat, Miss Monet. Monet, as if turned to wood, sat down. It is truly a sin to see a lady so distressed. Augustine stated candidly, while I value your sister's abilities with the paramecia fruit, I find myself more inclined towards you. Me? Monet questioned, taken aback. A loyal woman, willing to sacrifice her youth for her master. Augustine approached her, lamenting that Doflamingo had not appreciated her. In his eyes, her worth was negligible. Chapter 48. Daily life in the New World. Monet wished to express that this was not her fault, and for the first time since entering, she met Augustine's gaze. Do not act as though you know me well, General. Are you mocking me? I am in need of a secretary to document my affairs. You may take on that role. If you have any questions, do consult the lovely Domino, Augustine instructed, bypassing her inquiry and commanding his subordinates to prepare rooms for the 2 women near his quarters. Oh, and Augustine added, affectionately touching Sugar's cheek with a warm smile. Do refrain from misusing your abilities. Yes, yes. Sugar felt a sudden surge of his overwhelming presence, her body stiffening as she nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Such formidable power, so terrifying. It was only after Augustine exited the room that Sugar exhaled in relief, realizing that he possessed a similar haki to Doflamingo. How could this be? How could the Navy wield such power? Monet exclaimed, astonished. Does he, like our young master, possess the potential to become a king? Ha ha ha. Domino mocked from the side. What is Doflamingo compared to our esteemed master? Retract your statement, Monet replied darkly. Young Master Doflamingo is strategic and will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. The Pirate King? Domino paused. Would a Pirate King trade his comrades? Crack. Monet seemed to hear the sound of her heart shattering, left speechless. Do not be foolish, Domino said, her tone dripping with pity as she observed Monet's desolate expression. The entire world knows what Doflamingo is. He even murdered his own father to restore his celestial dragon status, bringing his head to Mariejois. Monet's expression soured further. She had heard of these events, but had been striving to avoid them. She had convinced herself that her savior, Doflamingo, was a man of great loyalty. It seems you 2 sisters have a significant influence on him, Domino continued. If I am not mistaken, does he not often separate you? The power of the paramecia fruit is too critical. I suspect he frequently sends you, Miss Monet, away. Monet inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? This is merely a common tactic employed by intelligence agencies, using familial bonds to control subordinates while diminishing your connections, Domino stated bluntly. Are you truly convinced that Doflamingo regards you as family? Enough. Sugar glared fiercely at the irritating woman, contemplating whether to turn her into a toy. However, recalling Augustine's warning before he departed, she swiftly abandoned the thought. No, that cannot be. Monet's eyes glistened with unshed tears, with Domino's words echoing in her mind. She began to realize that her trust in her young master might be misplaced. She stood abruptly, striding towards the exit, unwilling to hear more from Domino. I am hungry. I wish to eat, she stated as calmly as she could manage. Domino, pleased with herself, graciously led the two sisters to satisfy their hunger. Among Augustine's subordinates, while their combat prowess was noteworthy, the culinary skills were impeccable. There were numerous pastry chefs, as well as masters of barbecue, soup, and rice. Everything one could desire. Thus, Augustine's mess hall could truly be deemed the finest in the Navy. The following day, Monet commenced her duties as a secretary, primarily assisting Augustine in organizing his daily schedule. She had yet to request Robin to implant bird limbs and eyes for her. It seemed Augustine was not particularly fond of that idea. After spending 2 days alongside Augustine, Monet was astounded to discover that this general was indeed a peculiar individual. He dedicated at least half of his day to training, reserving the remaining time for other endeavors. He indulged himself more extravagantly than Doflamingo, at times. Simply craving a specific dish, he would send soldiers on long journeys to procure chefs and ingredients. His evenings were filled with women. Among those she knew were Rear Admiral Tontata, Secretary Domino, and Mariejois. Rumor had it that the Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was also one of his women. However, Augustine's dedication to his work far surpassed Doflamingo's, as the latter could not endure Augustine's relentless training regimen. Most astonishing to Monet was Augustine's unwavering trust in his subordinates. He entrusted the affairs of the GW branch entirely to Rear Admiral Tontata and Mariejois, allowing hundreds of billions of berries to be managed by Secretary Khalifa. The detestable Domino oversaw Augustine's entire intelligence network. Furthermore, Monet herself meticulously documented Augustine's every move, including future military strategies for the New World, without any concealment. Did he not fear that the two sisters might be spies for Doflamingo? What a formidable man! Augustine, of course, would not swiftly place complete trust in the two women, yet he held no fear. If there were any concerns, it would likely be regarding Sugar. Her uncontainable fruit abilities were truly frightening. For instance, if Sugar were to use her powers on Tontata, turning her into a toy, Augustine would lose all memories of her. That would be quite serious. Thus, before Sugar, Augustine issued a command. Should any inexplicable moving toys appear in the base, Sugar was to be knocked out immediately. Terrified, Sugar hastily assured him that she would not misuse her abilities without Augustine's permission. Simultaneously, Augustine frequently checked his meticulously handwritten notes to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It was not that Augustine was overly cautious. He had experienced firsthand the terrifying nature of the paramecia fruit. In Augustine's presence, Sugar transformed a soldier into a doll. Augustine, brimming with haki, defended himself, yet the soldier's memory still faded from his mind. Augustine recalled that he was experimenting with Sugar's paramecia abilities, but he simply could not remember that unfortunate test subject. Augustine was not concerned for himself. His protective energy shield would deflect any malicious attacks that might arise. Chapter 49. The Awakening of the Childlike Fruit. What fresh news was there in the New World? Augustine perused the newspaper, finding only trivial matters. Whitebeard had seized 3 islands from Big Mom's territory. Furthermore, he instructed Domino to keep an eye on the Don Quixote pirates, as the intelligence network in the New World had just been established. Domino glanced at Monet beside her and remarked that they only knew the pirates had coated their ship on an island frequently visited by other pirates, seemingly intending to leave the New World. All right, I understand, Augustine replied. Observing Sugar consuming grape after grape, he mused, Miss Sugar truly adores grapes. Domino, please arrange for the logistics to procure more. Domino diligently recorded this task, responding, Yes, my lord. You are truly a kind person, Augustine, Sugar said, swallowing another grape. A hint of melancholy laced her voice as she added, But why do you call me miss? Huh, I am but a monster who will never grow up. You are the first to not treat me as a little girl. Yet, in my eyes. Augustine gently lifted her round, adorable chin. Miss Sugar is already an adult. Ah, Sugar dropped her grapes, wide-eyed as she stared at Augustine. You think I am also a girl? Of course, he affirmed. Under the astonished gazes of Monet and Domino, Augustine softly kissed Sugar before they could voice their concerns. Did he not fear becoming a toy? Monet gasped, covering her mouth, fearful of her sister's wrath. Yet, Sugar trembled with excitement, her expression shifting from innocent childlike charm to the naive allure of a budding young woman. Suddenly, to the onlookers, her entire form radiated a purple glow. Ah! Sugar emitted a sound that was a mix of pain and discomfort, her body beginning to rise within the violet luminescence. Once standing at merely a meter tall, she shot up to over 1.5 meters, her previously round, youthful face transforming into the beautiful visage of a young girl, resembling one of about 13 or 14 years of age. Augustine and others were astonished by the transformation of Sugar. He swallowed hard and inquired, What is happening? The fruit awakens. Sugar's voice had changed. It was no longer that of a child, but a clear, melodious tone belonging to a young lady. Each devil fruit awakens with unique effects and under different circumstances. My playful fruit has awakened due to your acknowledgement, Lord Augustine. Sister actually. Mona, who understood the abilities of the playful fruit better than anyone except Sugar herself, exclaimed in shock. The playful fruit can only awaken upon finding a recognized guardian. Sister has indeed acknowledged General Augustine as her lifelong guardian. Oh, I see. Augustine scrutinized Sugar closely. The grown-up Sugar was even more enchanting than in her youth. What of your abilities? What changes have occurred since the awakening of the playful fruit? I am still uncertain, Sugar replied, affectionately leaning against Augustine. Sir, shall we find someone to test Miss Sugar's abilities? Domino inquired. Augustine smiled and summoned the soldier stationed at the entrance. He turned to Sugar and said, Why don't you give it a try? Reluctantly, Sugar stepped away from Augustine, placing a hand upon the soldier. Bang! The soldier transformed into a metallic toy. It seems there's no apparent change, Augustine remarked, observing the toy, when he suddenly realized that his memory of the soldier had not vanished. Ah, so you possess the ability to control whether others forget him? It is more than that. Sugar nodded, then began to wave her hands, emanating a radiant purple light. With a decisive clap directed at the toy soldier, she declared, You have never entered here. Bang! The soldier vanished before their eyes. Augustine noticed that soldiers with corporeal forms had reappeared at the entrance, seemingly oblivious to the preceding events. Remarkable! Augustine and Monet exclaimed in unison. My lord, shall we seek a subject to test Miss Sugar's abilities? Domino Dofamino inquired, echoing his earlier question. Augustine cast a perplexed glance at her before turning towards Sugar. Sugar made a face at him, stating that she had not retained Miss Domino's memories. Only he and Monet remembered the events that had transpired. After much effort in clarifying matters with Domino, Augustine marveled at Sugar's abilities. This was indeed a fruit of causality, a remarkable power that could directly alter outcomes by changing the reasons behind them. For some inexplicable reason, since becoming a guardian recognized by Sugar, Augustine felt a profound trust in her, even as he sensed that her powers had ceased to affect his body. This must be the result of the awakening of the childlike fruit. At that moment, a messenger burst in with a report, stating, Commander, Vice Commander Peach Rabbit requests your presence at the lookout tower on the outer wall. There are reports of a pirate incursion. Oh, Augustine felt a flicker of curiosity. Ever since arriving at GW, he had not witnessed the large-scale pirate attacks that Virgo had mentioned, yet today, it seemed that some audacious pirates had indeed come to assault the naval base. Just then, an unsettling thought struck him. Why had Virgo lied when seeking assistance from the headquarters? He should have known that the naval headquarters was currently undermanned, with forces occupied by matters concerning the 7 warlords. The Navy, the 7 warlords. Virgo. Doflamingo. Doflamingo's objective was undoubtedly to further weaken the naval forces at headquarters by fabricating an attack on GW. Perhaps even disguising the Don Quixote pirates as the aggressors, he aimed to leave the naval headquarters even more vulnerable. Augustine's understanding of the situation crystallized, and he was enlightened. Indeed, Doflamingo was meticulous in his planning, considering every step. It was no wonder he had so decisively rescued Virgo, as there were many protecting the celestial gold. And Virgo was precisely the combat power he required. Chapter 50. A toast with Whitebeard. This was a fortuitous moment. I cannot linger here any longer. Doflamingo is stirring trouble for the Navy, and I shall seize the opportunity to venture into the Devil's Sea. After a moment's contemplation, Augustine instructed the messenger. Tell Peach Rabbit I shall join shortly. He retrieved an item from his quarters before proceeding to the observation station. You're awfully slow. Chi Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. Everyone has been waiting for you down there for ages. Peering down, Augustine was astounded to see dozens of pirate ships of various sizes, all adorned with Whitebeard's flag. Had so many of Whitebeard's sons truly arrived? Jotileao Augustine. A booming voice called from below. Dad wants us to inform you that the new world belongs to pirates. Behave yourselves, or the Whitebeard pirates will raise your GW naval base to the ground. Laughter erupted from the pirates, unabashed and mocking. Get back. Get out of the new world, Navy. Why the silence? Have the Navy wet their pants? Come down for a one-on-one, Navy. I'll let you use one hand. Huh. This is intolerable. Let me go down and teach them a lesson, Chi Yuan exclaimed, unable to endure such taunts. Yet Augustine was intrigued as to why they had not launched an attack. Let us remain calm. There is surely more to come. Indeed, shortly thereafter. Augustine beheld the massive ship Moby Dick appearing on the horizon. Hey kid, do you have the guts to come down for a drink? The towering figure of Whitebeard emerged at the bow, glancing in Augustine's direction before gesturing to the surrounding pirates. Sons, Dad merely came to see this kid. Do you think I intend to destroy this naval base? Ridiculous. Now disperse. Oh, it turned out these ruffians had heard of Whitebeard's impending arrival and assumed a grand operation was afoot, either to assist or simply to join the fray. Here, use this wisely. Augustine handed the item to Domino, which was a devil fruit he had tasked Usniel Bernice to retrieve from Bika, the natural type, thunder fruit. This is, Domino exclaimed, exhilarated as she grasped it. The unique lightning patterns and the pineapple form of the natural type fruit, combined with Augustine's solemn demeanor, made her instantly realize the extraordinary nature of the devil fruit in her hands. Master, is this truly for me? The thunder fruit. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Augustine took a leap from the city wall. Thud, thud, thud. Augustine tapped the air thrice, and the moonlit fabric flowed seamlessly into his movements as if it were an extension of his very being. In an instant, he found himself aboard the Moby Dick, standing before Whitebeard. He had truly arrived. The pirates stared at Augustine in astonishment, their admiration for his remarkable bravery transcending the boundaries of their opposing factions. Didn't you invite me for a drink? Augustine lifted his gaze slightly, meeting the renowned figure of Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world. His justice cloak billowed in the sea breeze. And though Augustine's stature was not as tall as Whitebeard's, he exuded a formidable presence, his heroism rivaling that of Whitebeard himself. The two men maintained a silent gaze for an extended moment before an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged forth from both, colliding with a thunderous crackle, sending ripples through the air like electric currents. Nearby, several weaker individuals were swept up in the force, collapsing to the ground. What an impressive display of conqueror's haki. The surrounding captains instinctively took a step back, raising their hands defensively, eyes wide with shock at the confrontation unfolding before them. Well, such a remarkable young lad. Whitebeard seemed to sense the conqueror's haki emanating from Augustine, prompting him to test the waters, only to discover its authenticity. Whitebeard's reputation is indeed well-deserved. Augustine stood firm, bracing against the formidable pressure. Whitebeard's mastery of haki was unparalleled, far beyond what Augustine could withstand. Had it not been for the unexpected enhancement of his own haki during his training in the deep seas of Snake Island, he would have already succumbed. After their mutual probing, both men soon retracted their haki. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard summoned his crew, who promptly presented fine wines and a lavish spread of delicacies. Ha ha ha, young lad, I hear you are a celestial dragon, yet you hardly appear to fit the mold. Oh, I am indeed one of those affluent celestial dragons, Augustine replied, seizing a wine jug and indulging in its contents. This is delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite wine even in Mariejois. Indeed, good company makes for good drinking. Ha ha ha, this is a rare treasure of mine, Whitebeard declared, his lifelong love for alcohol evident, and his deteriorating health in later years undoubtedly linked to his penchant for drinking. Do you have dreams, young one? Well, Augustine pondered for a moment. I simply wish to live freely. Ha ha ha, you truly do not resemble a celestial dragon. You are more akin to us pirates. Only pirates can live without restraint. Would you care to join my crew and become my son? The captain stood agape, astonished that their father had invited a marine vice-admiral to become a pirate. Thank you, but whether pirate or marine, I believe in but one principle. Augustine rose, striding to the ship's edge, and with a fierce punch, he struck the sea. Boom! The waters 100 meters from the Moby Dick erupted, towering waves soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Augustine turned to Whitebeard, declaring, "The one with the mightiest fist is the one who is truly free. Thank you for the drink. Next time, it shall be my turn to treat." As Augustine departed, Whitebeard fell into a contemplative silence. The captains approached, and Marco glanced at the tumultuous waves. "This fellow is incredibly strong. Father, I may not be able to defeat him." Whitebeard nodded. "Among the youth, only Shanks can surpass him, but he is still quite young. He appears to be merely 17. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach remarked gloomily, "What a monstrous lad." Chapter 51. Seeking vengeance against Moonlight Moria. Upon returning to the Navy base, Augustine was met with the almost reverent gazes of the soldiers. Vice Admiral Augustine is truly formidable. He jumped from such a height. Hey, that's not the point. Vice Admiral Augustine faced the Whitebeard pirates alone. That is what commands respect. Indeed, how impressive. The punch he threw sent the sea into chaos. Did you see how the pirates were left speechless? Subsequently, Augustine dedicated several days to training Domino, allowing her to grasp the initial applications of her devil fruit abilities. Domino, being a legitimate graduate of the Navy Academy and proficient in the 6 styles, had learned haki from the women of Snake Island during this time. Her armament haki was awakening, and her current strength was nearing that of Enel from the original tale. With further development, surpassing Enel was well within her reach. Domino, the opportunity has been afforded to you. Whether you can achieve the rank of admiral depends solely on your own efforts. Augustine remarked, "I must be away for a few days. Hone your haki and combat skills well, and do not overly rely on your devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, you shall remain merely an admiral." Domino then lunged at Augustine, bestowing upon him a passionate kiss. After a prolonged moment, she affectionately rubbed against him, her voice dripping with allure. "Vice Admiral Augustine, please ravage Domino with all your might." Augustine was aware of Domino's attributes, yet he was surprised to find that she also possessed an M trait. With a chuckle, he unceremoniously pushed Domino onto the soft mat in the training room and pounced upon her. Soon, the room echoed with a cacophony of cries that were both agonizing and euphoric. Hours later, the storm within the chamber gradually subsided. Augustine emerged, invigorated, while Domino lay in his arms, her body marred with wounds, utterly exhausted from their encounter. To avoid the gaze of the Navy headquarters, Augustine had brought only a few companions, masquerading as a merchant ship to traverse Fishman Island and return to the first half of the Grand Line. However, driven by a desire to settle scores with Moria, he made no prolonged stops. Fortunately, they encountered no trouble along the way. Was this truly the fabled Sea of the Mystic Triangle? Augustine commanded the ship to enter this enigmatic realm, perpetually shrouded in clouds, devoid of sunlight. Moria's formidable 3-masted ship was indeed grand, yet locating him in such an expansive sea proved quite the challenge. Nevertheless, as a pirate, Moria would not let the opportunity of legally plundering a merchant vessel slip by should he detect their presence. "Lieutenant Commander, what shall we do next?" inquired the navigator aboard the ship, as the magnetic field in this area caused their compass to spin wildly. "From now on, do not refer to me as Lieutenant Commander. We are but a merchant ship," Augustine replied, casting his gaze upon the somber world around him. "Let us meander through this place. And should we encounter Moria's terrifying 3-masted ship, inform me. Such a cursed locale, it was a wonder how Moria could endure here for so many years." With a huff, Augustine retreated to his quarters to continue his training. The lack of sunlight rendered the marine life peculiar, yet Augustine's experienced chef was well versed in the creatures of the sea, ensuring the crew would not suffer from a shortage of provisions. Finally, on the 6th day, Augustine spotted a massive island gradually materializing through the mist. "You shall remain here," he declared, emboldened by his growing strength, resolved to confront Moria and his minions alone. Boarding Moria's ship, which resembled a small island, Augustine made no effort to conceal his intentions as he strode confidently towards the central structure. Soon, he beheld a horde of zombies. It appears Moria has regressed, creating such worthless beings. Consider this a warm-up, Augustine mused, effortlessly dispatching 2 batches of the undead before darting towards Moria's fortress. Within the castle, Moria was preoccupied with assembling his army of the dead. Upon learning of an intrusion, he expressed delight. Just what I needed. A fresh supply of test subjects. Let me see who has come knocking. Moonlight Moria, we meet again, Augustine announced, delivering a swift kick to Absalom, who attempted a sneak attack from behind. After your defeat by Kaido, You dare not venture into the new world, consorting with such weaklings. No wonder your power has waned. What did you say, you scoundrel? Absalom retorted, revealing himself. You dare call me Absalom, the great weakling? You merely fortuitously stumbled upon my invisibility. In my eyes, your devil fruit ability is trivial, Augustine stated candidly. His observation haki had reached its pinnacle, allowing him to faintly discern the thoughts of others, though he had yet to attain the advanced level due to certain circumstances. Hey hee hee hee. I wondered who it was, only to find you. Zephyr's little brat. What brings you here? Moria exclaimed, surprised to see Augustine alone. You are a navy officer. Attacking me, a warlord, will have consequences. My apologies. But I promised my teacher I would come to defeat you. I cannot return to Zephyr with failure, Augustine replied nonchalantly. As for the consequences you speak of, perhaps you should contemplate what sort of farewell message you wish to leave behind. Chapter 52. Moria flees. I have grown quite formidable, Augustine bellowed, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Moria's face. Even though Moria had been bracing for Augustine's onslaught, he was sent flying several meters by the golden-clad fist. Did you not hear me? Invisibility is utterly useless against me, Augustine exclaimed, his left hand snatching the approaching lion-headed man with claw-like fingers, while his right hand unleashed a merciless strike. Raging fist, annihilation. Absalom let out a pained wail, clutching his lion's head, feeling as though a true dragon had ensnared him, unable to break free. Being ugly should compel you to hide away. Showing your face makes me want to obliterate you, Augustine raged, unleashing a flurry of iron-fisted blows upon Absalom, rendering him bloodied and battered. In mere moments, Absalom's form became visible, his invisibility dispelled by his unconsciousness. Stop it, you damn navy brat, Moria shouted as he charged back, his aura not yet diminished compared to the version encountered by Straw Hat Luffy in the original tale. His strength still approached that of a navy admiral. Unfortunately for him, Augustine had surpassed admiral-level power since his breakthrough to the 8th layer of the Golden Bell. Great handprint, turned the world upside down. Augustine, entrenched in his own defensive perversion, disregarded Moria's assaults. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he unleashed 2 golden handprints that descended upon Moria like colossal mountains, pressing him down. Damn that little imp, Moria thought as he transformed into a shadow, narrowly evading Augustine's immense palms. In that moment, he witnessed Augustine's strike obliterate a significant portion of his castle, causing a chill to run down his spine. Moria realized that this adversary was exceedingly troublesome. Attacking him elicited no pain, yet his overwhelming strength suggested that with just a few blows, Moria would surely be vanquished. Memories of the harrowing experiences in the New World flashed through Moria's mind, recalling how his subordinates had fallen one after another before him, leaving him powerless. The formidable martial prowess exhibited by Augustine bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaido, whom he had encountered during that tumultuous time. Moria-sama, a gothic little girl in ghostly form, emerged from the wall. Perona, eliminate him, Moria commanded upon seeing the diminutive figure of Perona, who appeared even younger than her original depiction, resembling a girl about 14 or 15 years old. Negative. Perona, still bewildered by the situation, nevertheless chose to obey Moria's command without hesitation. Augustine initially contemplated evading, yet after a moment's thought, he willingly absorbed 2 of Perona's negative ghostly strikes. It hit, Moria exclaimed with delight, and before Augustine could react, a colossal shadow surged forth. Massive shadow cut, cleaved through. Triumphant, Moria reveled in the sight of Augustine remaining still. But to his astonishment, Augustine did not succumb to the anticipated lethargy. With a powerful punch, he dispelled the enormous shadow, advancing toward Moria in the midst of his shock, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Wing Chun, inch power strike. 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 I shall strike you down. Augustine's hands danced through the air, casting a flurry of shadowy punches that relentlessly struck various parts of Moria's colossal frame as he moved. His fists, as large as mortar bowls, descended upon Moria with the force of a torrential downpour, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Initially, Moria managed to resist for a brief moment, but soon he could only utter pitiful cries. Ultimately, Augustine directed a fist, infused with all his might, towards Moria's now rigid head. Boom, 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 boom. Moria's immense body crashed through several layers of walls before finally coming to rest in a certain part of the castle. Augustine panted heavily. having exhausted a significant portion of his strength and dominance with the recent flurry of punches. Pausing for a moment, he noticed the eerie silence within the nearly ruined castle and cautiously ventured inside. To his astonishment, he discovered that Moria had vanished in such a brief interval. Searching around in vain, he could not locate Moria anywhere. In a hurry, he exited the castle, only to find that Absalom, who should have been incapacitated, was also missing. Suspended in midair was a gothic-clad little girl, gazing at him with a look of fear etched across her face. Had Absalom regained consciousness so swiftly and rescued Moria? Augustine felt a twinge of frustration. He had come all the way from the New World, disregarding the heist of Doflamingo, solely to eliminate Moonlight Moria, only to have his efforts thwarted. I shall let you off this time, but consider yourself warned. Next time, fortune will not favor you. Upon noticing Augustine's gaze upon her, Perona snapped out of her stupor and let out a shrill scream, attempting to flee through the wall. Augustine did not immediately stop her, but when Perona returned to her body, she was astonished to find a tall figure standing by her bedside, nearly causing her to faint from fright. This individual had effortlessly defeated Lord Moria, and now, what should she do? She was all alone. That scoundrel Absalom must have rescued Hogback as well. Why didn't he take my body too? That rascal. With Moria having fled, I must vent my frustrations on you, Augustine declared darkly. No. Perona, already trembling with fear, rolled her eyes back and fainted at his words. Ha, what a coward. Yet, rather endearing. It seems delightful to keep her for a nurturing game. Augustine chuckled, knowing Perona was timid, but he had not anticipated her to be this frightened. With a mischievous grin, he hoisted the petite girl's body and departed. Upon returning to his ship, Augustine promptly commanded a return to the New World. After all, he bore the responsibility of guarding the GW branch, and lingering too long could lead to dire consequences. Moria could only deal with him later. Along the way, Augustine coaxed and pried to uncover Perona's origins. This little girl had been left behind when Moria raided a noble's cruise ship. Lacking any emotional ties to the aristocrats aboard, and being an orphan herself, Perona was swiftly captured by Moria and bestowed with the ghost fruit. Chapter 53. You may seek a new warlord. Augustine glared at her fiercely, intimidatingly declaring, You now face two choices. Either submit to my command, or be cast into the sea to feed the fish. I submit. Perona fervently vowed. From this moment forth, I shall remain utterly loyal to Lord Augustine, and I would never dare betray you. Oh, you articulate such declarations with remarkable ease. Have you uttered similar sentiments to Moria? Augustine regarded her with skepticism, his trust wavering. Perhaps I should simply dispose of you? Certainly not. Perona's face paled in terror. Oh, Lord, please believe me. Very well. Augustine waved his hand dismissively, casually uttering a chilling threat. Should you dare to betray me, I shall reduce you to a mere pulp with my fists. Pulp. Perona, having witnessed the power of Augustine's punches, felt as though she might faint once more. Ha. I was merely jesting, Augustine chuckled, clearly amused. You truly are a coward. Perona wept silently, her heart seething with indignation at his audacity. By the way, Augustine suddenly recalled, your technique of summoning that melancholic specter is quite intriguing. Let us see it in action once more. Oh, Augustine had willingly succumbed to the negative specter, eager to test his ability to withstand its oppressive emotions. However, upon sensing the invasion of negativity, he immediately summoned his willpower to resist. Ultimately, his armed haki was disregarded, while his conqueror's haki momentarily expelled the malevolent force. The powers bestowed by the devil fruits in this world are indeed enigmatic, capable of yielding unexpected outcomes. With the immediate threat dissipated, Augustine contemplated further engaging with the negative specter. Dear one, here I come. Noticing the seriousness in Augustine's demeanor, Perona felt a surge of anticipation. His abilities had never been resisted before. Even Moria, who could evade such attacks, would inevitably succumb to the specter's influence, succumbing to despair and despondency. Augustine fell victim to its effects, this time refraining from employing his haki. He suddenly felt an unusual force invade his spirit, as the negative emotions he had long suppressed surged forth, overwhelming him with a potent intensity. How disgraceful for a traveler such as I, he lamented, striking the ground in shame. How can I still face the world? Perona was astonished to witness the efficacy of the specter's influence. Yet, soon after, Augustine regained his composure and stood in contemplation. Following his recovery, It seemed as though the negative emotions and pessimistic thoughts within him had somewhat diminished. How swift the recovery! Perona marveled, taken aback by Augustine's rapid resurgence. Augustine beckoned her, saying, "Give me another shot." "No, absolutely not. I am utterly useless." Augustine lamented on the ground, feeling as small as an insect. Perona replied softly. This time, Augustine recovered more swiftly, only to request another attempt from Perona once again. As they prepared to depart from the enchanted triangular sea, Perona, breathless and exhausted, exclaimed, "Lord Augustine, I can no longer continue." Augustine sighed in resignation. "Very well. We shall resume tomorrow." Perona remained silent. Augustine was in high spirits as he discovered that this method allowed him to refine his soul with relative ease, rendering his thoughts clearer. Of course, this was merely his own perception, one that suggested this practice was beneficial for his cultivation. From that day forth, Perona's primary task was to employ negative spirits on Augustine, which led to rapid progress in her fruit development. Upon returning to GW, Augustine's communicator rang. And to his surprise, it was a call from the 5 elders. He answered casually, Moses, this is Augustine. Where the hell are you? Why did you attack Moonlight Moria?" He currently holds the title of a Shichibukai. One of the 5 elders reprimanded him without preamble. "Moria has lodged a protest with the world government, demanding that action be taken against you, and furthermore, that you immediately release his captured subordinates." Such a nuisance, Augustine thought. I initially believed I could eliminate him. Now it seems that no one will ever know, will they? He had no intention of denying his actions and straightforwardly admitted, "I merely sought to vent my frustrations on Teacher Zephyr. The world government arbitrarily decides the candidates for the Shichibukai without considering the sentiments of the Navy, dear elders. Although the Navy is merely a tool for the government, one should not allow their instruments to feel disheartened. I will do what I believe is right. Moria will eventually meet his demise at my hands. You may as well find a new Shichibukai. If the world government intends to punish me for a pirate, so be it. I can always return to being a celestial dragon. Is this your attitude, you insolent brat?" Moria is not even regarded highly by the 5 elders. Their ire stems from your reckless actions that jeopardize the agreement between the world government and the Shichibukai. The carefully established system of the Shichibukai cannot simply be dismantled. You must be held accountable for your deeds. Augustine let out a scoff. As his strength gradually grew, he was no longer someone the 5 elders could manipulate at will. "We are all celestial dragons. Why should the 5 of you families act with impunity while I am relegated to a position of submission? Thus, I shall publicly announce that I represent the government to assess the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea, and as for Moria's capabilities, they are deemed insufficient." Augustine stated nonchalantly, rationalizing the elimination of the weak and the selection of the strong as partners for the government. This would also ignite hope among the pirates eager for the position of the new 7 warlords. Wouldn't you agree? It could be explained, albeit with some difficulty. The 5 elders on the other end of the line remained dissatisfied with Augustine's demeanor, responding sternly, "Do not be overly arrogant. Although you are a celestial dragon, do not forget that the Jotileao family is merely of average standing, insignificant when compared to the 5 great families." Chapter 54. The expedition. Once more that old man is truly insufferable. Gazing at the disconnected snail phone in his hand, Augustine calmly analyzed his leverage and realized that the enigmatic 5 elders were still beyond his reach. Thus, he resolved to continue feigning submission, biding his time until he mastered his powers. Then, he would ensure the demise of those 5 old ghosts. Augustine returned to the GW branch. Yet the circumstances there remained unchanged. Once again, Augustine assumed the role of a detached overseer. This provoked some discontent from Qi Yuan and Ein, who murmured, "This scoundrel. Who exactly is the commander of the GW branch?" They gazed enviously at Sugar and Perona, frolicking outside the office building, laughing and shouting in unrestrained joy. These 2 young lasses had seemingly grown close over time, spending their days together, transforming the base into their personal playground. Furthermore, apart from Augustine occasionally summoning them for peculiar experiments, the 2 girls were largely unburdened by responsibilities. That evening, in Augustine's chamber, after hearing Qi Yuan's grievances, Augustine burst into carefree laughter. "One must cultivate capable assistants. If you insist on handling everything alone, you shall surely wear yourself out, dear little bunny." "Easier said than done." "Talents are not easily found," retorted Tautu, her delicate form exposed to the air, as she leaned against Augustine, marveling, by the way. "How is it that you manage to find such competent subordinates? Take your 3 secretaries, for instance, each one is quite capable. And even the newcomer Monet is remarkably meticulous in her tasks. Would you like to know my secret? Augustine chuckled, reclining against the soft bed behind her, lowering her gaze and gesturing. This is my forte. If you wish to learn my ways, you must put in considerable effort, Major Tautu. You scoundrel. Moments later, the chamber was once again filled with delightful and jubilant melodies. Augustine, unwilling to see the beauties endure hardship, began to consciously nurture new talent. Ultimately, those who graduated alongside him from the Naval Academy merely lacked experience. Their capabilities remained entirely undeveloped. Augustine restructured the 20,000 Navy personnel of the GW branch into 5 distinct fleets, each commanded by a colonel: Douglas Eric, Mamie Blagg, Binns, Morbondi, and West. Augustine entrusted the entirety of the fleet's operations to these leaders, liberating Tao Tu and Ein from the minutiae, allowing them to focus solely on the overarching financial and developmental direction of GW. Augustine brought a limited number of Marines from the naval headquarters. However, their combat prowess was far from ordinary. Alongside a selection of formidable individuals from the GW Marines and female soldiers recruited from Snake Princess Island, they formed an elite task force of 200, commanded by Major Blue Dream. While Blue Dream was not the strongest among the 6, his intellect was commendable, and he possessed a keen understanding of Augustine's temperament, often earning his approval in various tasks. In the year 1516 of the CU1 calendar, Don Quixote da Flamingo hijacked a ship transporting celestial gold contributed by various nations to the celestial dragons and proposed to join the Shichibukai to the world government. Brr. Moses. This is the GW branch. Yes. Please hold on. I will inform the Vice Admiral immediately. Mona picked up the transponder snail and hurried to the training room. Upon entering, she found Augustine training without a shirt, performing movements that were difficult to comprehend, accompanied by a terrifying hissing sound. Mona stood to the side and announced, Vice Admiral Augustine. The call from Admiral Sengoku. Oh. Augustine gestured, and a surge of golden energy enveloped the transponder snail, bringing it to his hand. His golden bell energy had reached a remarkable level, seamlessly transitioning between rigidity and softness at his whim. Hello, this is Augustine. Augustine. Doflamingo has just hijacked the celestial gold near the Grand Line. Admiral, I'm in the New World. You don't expect me to return to deal with him, do you? Augustine relished his current life and was reluctant to return so soon. Not at all. I have already dispatched Kazara. The Shichibukai has taken shape, and most of those sent on missions have returned. The establishment of the GD branch in the New World is now on the agenda. You must understand that the GD location lies at the heart of the territories of the Big MOM pirates and Kaido. Unlike Whitebeard, Big MOM has never ceased her assaults against our establishment of the GD branch, and Kaido has been causing disturbances frequently. I hope you can take the lead. Rest assured. This time the headquarters is determined to go all out and will strive to establish another base in the New World. Therefore, I will send Akiji, Akainu, and the main forces of the G3 and G4 Navy to support the GD construction. Admiral Sengoku, are you joking? Augustine felt speechless. You expect 2 admirals to assist a vice admiral like me? Whether they are willing or not, I cannot command them. You still do not grasp my meaning. Vice Admiral Augustine. Sengoku's tone turned serious. You are responsible for establishing the GD, while they will oversee the G3 and G4 naval forces to guard against Big MOM and Kaido's attacks. Augustine chuckled. Sengoku was essentially granting him a branch. However, establishing the GD would not be straightforward. The New World was not solely dominated by the 4 emperors. Understood, I will commence preparations immediately and await orders. After hanging up the transponder snail, Augustine strode out of the training room, instructing Mona, gather 6 task force captains for a meeting and notify all officers above the rank of colonel. Yes. Thus, the matter unfolded. In the grand conference room, Augustine, seated upon the commanding throne, announced the headquarters directive to establish a GD branch. He then declared, everyone must begin preparations for the expedition. The logistics department must arrange all supplies. Each captain is to allocate 30% of their personnel to guard the GW branch, while the remainder will accompany me on the expedition. Should we successfully establish the GD branch, all participating personnel will be promoted by 1 rank. Chapter 55, Thunderous Roar. Yes, Augustine's willingness to bestow such a generous reward is not without justification. Once the GD branch is established, the Navy of the New World will undoubtedly require an influx of personnel, resulting in numerous positions for generals that demand seasoned and capable veterans. He contemplated a deeper layer. Why would Fleet Admiral Sengoku entrust the GD branch into his hands? Apart from the GW branch, there exists a multitude of lesser branches, such as G8, along with the 4 principal branches of G1, G2, G3, and G4, which dominate the first half of the Grand Line. In addition to the 4 regional headquarters in the north, south, east, and west. Among these, G1, G3, and the eastern and western branches are under the control of the naval Dove faction led by Crane, Carp, and Akiji, while G2 and G4 fall under the hawkish leadership of Akainu. The remaining southern and northern branches, alongside the scientific division, are managed by the neutral faction led by Kizaru. It is evident that the Dove faction wields the most power, and even Sengoku himself was part of this faction before attaining the rank of admiral. However, now that Sengoku has become the admiral, he must maintain a balance among the factions. He does not wish to overtly suppress the Dove faction, as they are his old comrades and allies, a matter of personal pride. Yet, he requires another force within the Navy to counterbalance the dominance of the Dove faction. At this juncture, Augustine's rise aligns perfectly with Sengoku's aspirations. Soon, Augustine received word that Don Quixote Doflamingo had been captured without resistance by Kizaru. However, the world government swiftly released him, simultaneously announcing Doflamingo's appointment as the 7th warlord of the sea. Augustine understood that the world government was wary of Doflamingo's knowledge of national treasures and, unable to eliminate him, opted to incorporate him as a warlord. This revelation left Augustine somewhat despondent. After extensive inquiries, he discovered that there indeed existed a monumental secret circulating among the celestial dragon heads in Mariejois. It was a secret known only to the heads of each family, and regrettably, upon his arrival in this world, all members of the Jotileao family, including its leader, had perished. This meant that the crucial secret had not been transmitted within the Jotileao family. Augustine, upon realizing this, was left bewildered, relieved that other celestial dragons remained unaware. Otherwise, the standing of the Jotileao family could have been jeopardized. It seems that the 5 elders are cautious of this secret, which prevents them from taking decisive action against other celestial dragon families. Otherwise, it is likely that only 5 families would still exist among the celestial dragons. Thus, the warlords of the sea were effectively assembled, regarded by the world as one of the 3 great powers alongside the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters, which define the Grand Line. 2 months later, Augustine received a deployment order from headquarters and thus swore in the GW branch for the expedition. 36 warships, manned by over 10,000 personnel, grandly traversed past Whitebeard's territory, entering the ruins of the former GD branch. Whitebeard received this news promptly, yet he maintained a policy of non-interference with the Navy, resulting in few conflicts. Moreover, he found Augustine to be quite agreeable and chose not to seize the opportunity to assault the GW branch. In truth, even if he had wished to attack, given Whitebeard's temperament, he would only do so honorably against a prepared Navy. Before him lay the ruins of the GD branch? Augustine frowned, observing countless pirate ships entering and exiting beneath the dilapidated city walls. This naval GD branch had been overtaken by pirates. Not just 1 or 2, but a multitude of pirate crews had gathered here, seemingly treating it as a meeting place. Domino, it is essential to cleanse the riffraff naturally. Yes, my lord. Domino transformed into a purple lightning bolt, darting into the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, vast expanses of dark clouds enveloped the sky for miles around, with electric currents swirling within, as powerful lightning brewed ominously. Utilizing her fruit abilities, Domino harnessed the forces of nature, as she herself could not yet generate such formidable energy. Thunderstrike. This technique represents the most potent area attack that Domino can currently unleash, by employing the expansive thunderclouds to release self-generated lightning. She incites the thunderclouds to morph into a colossal spherical black cloud, resembling ball lightning, filled with astonishing currents and charged particles. Ultimately, the black thundercloud descends from the heavens, erupting with overwhelming lightning upon impact, obliterating all targets within the attack range. What is that? Look, such a massive lightning sphere. Oh no. It's the power of a devil fruit. Run. The pirates finally noticed the enormous lightning sphere above them, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted as the thunder strike unleashed an unimaginable force upon the interior of the GD branch. This attack nearly annihilated half of the pirates within. The Navy erupted in fervent cheers, seemingly envisioning the moment of victory. Cover the inner port with cannon fire for 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if we exhaust our ammunition, just ensure the pirates' ships are destroyed. The cautious Augustine issued this extravagant command, plunging the pirates in the inner port into despair. Augustine was reluctant to gamble with the lives of ordinary soldiers, although he had brought a sizable naval force. The true experts among them were few. Aside from himself, only Domino, and Tao Rabbit could surpass the average vice admiral. These were the hard-earned assets he had painstakingly accumulated, and he could not afford to lose them here. Advance. Finally, after 10 minutes, 36 warships breached the gates and entered the inner harbor of GD. Augustine commanded 10 of the ships to guard the water gate, their cannons trained inward, while the remainder began to disembark and purge the remnants of pirates within. This GD branch had once been a significant investment of the Navy, and although it had been abandoned for a period, the internal structures still appeared intact. The inner harbor was even more advanced than that of the GW branch, boasting office buildings, marine barracks, and a myriad of facilities that combined to form a small town. It was no wonder the pirates had taken advantage of this place. Augustine commenced a thorough cleansing of the GD branch. The pirates, witnessing their vessels anchored in the inner harbor reduced to rubble by cannon fire, began to mount a fierce resistance. Kill. Damn the Navy. Annihilate these sailors and escape with their warships. These pirates from the New World exhibited no fear of the Navy, in stark contrast to their counterparts from the Four Seas, who would flee at the mere sight of them. Chapter 56. It is merely a courtesy to address you as Admiral, Akainu. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you shall not be harmed, shouted Peach Rabbit, as she sent 2 pirates flying with a powerful kick. Yet, none of the pirates chose to surrender. For them, capitulation meant either death or imprisonment and impelled down, leaving no favorable outcome. Augustine swiftly dispatched a group of approaching pirates with a single blow. He commanded, "Form teams to eliminate the pirates, but do not stray alone." Understood. At that moment, Augustine became acutely aware of the deficiency of skilled personnel among his ranks. The New World teams with formidable adversaries. To establish himself and manage the 2 naval branches, he requires a significantly stronger force. For a span of 6 arduous hours, Augustine tirelessly extinguished fires across the battlefield. The ordinary Navy faltered against even moderately powerful pirates, necessitating his direct intervention to quell the chaos. Despite his extraordinary resilience, the prolonged combat took its toll, leaving him profoundly fatigued. Nevertheless, the GD branch was finally reclaimed by the Navy. Augustine promptly ordered repairs to the water gates, secured strategic locations, and set up base artillery. The GD branch was devoid of pirates, save for the captured foes. All pirates had either been slain, captured, or fled. Augustine, however, had no time or energy to attend to the captives. A multitude of pressing matters awaited his attention. First and foremost, he needed to clear away the bodies, tend to the wounded, and record the fallen soldiers. The pirates had mounted a fierce resistance, resulting in significant casualties among his troops. Additionally, he had to conduct a thorough cleanup of the entire branch, at the very least ensuring the soldiers' quarters were restored to order, and assist the logistics team in constructing defensive fortifications. These tasks were of utmost urgency, as the timing of the next pirate assault remained uncertain. Augustine had a considerable contingent of individuals who were venturing onto the battlefield for the first time. Those who emerged from this experience alive underwent a significant trial, leading to considerable personal growth. Augustine observed that, in contrast to the Marines, the female warriors conscripted from Nine Snake Island exhibited a remarkable adaptability to such combat. While many soldiers were still grappling with the anxiety of their inaugural experience of battle and taking a life, these women were already animatedly discussing their valiant performances, boasting of their achievements. Augustine couldn't help but reflect on the reputation of Nine Snake Island as a nation of warriors. "Many lives were lost," said Taudu, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Such is the nature of war. To sacrifice oneself for the cause of justice is a noble fate," Augustine reassured her. "As for the pirates, those who choose that path must anticipate such a day. Furthermore, the majority among them are malevolent individuals, posing a threat to the world. To end their reign of terror through decisive measures is, regrettably, unavoidable." "I understand," Taudu replied with a forced smile. "What do you intend to do with the captives?" Augustine pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "Not all pirates are inherently malevolent. I shall assign Domino to investigate them. With the GD branch now back under our control, the expansion of our forces has become imperative. In these extraordinary times, Some of these pirates possess commendable strength and lack any notorious records. If we can recruit them, we should do so. You intend to incorporate them into the Navy? Tao Tu exclaimed, astonished. Surely, Admiral Sengoku would not endorse such an action. Simply refrain from informing him, Augustine replied nonchalantly. Very well, you have prevailed. Tao Tu conceded. Feeling resigned, she had unwittingly aligned herself with Augustine's unconventional approach, which often diverged from the Navy's traditional practices, placing her in a morally ambiguous position. Fortunately, this matter did not seem overly consequential, and she decided to turn a blind eye. With the subsequent substantial material support from the Navy, the GD branch swiftly regained its former stature. However, due to the obliteration of the original GD Navy and the heavy losses incurred in the recent reclamation of the branch, the headquarters resolved to have Augustine conduct recruitment directly in the New World. The recruitment efforts would primarily focus on several member countries of the world government, with an initial target of 20,000 recruits. A few days later, Akiji and Akainu arrived at the GD branch with their respective fleets for resupply. They remained vigilant against potential assaults from the big MOM pirates and the beast pirates, who had yet to launch an attack. Nevertheless, as a precautionary measure, both commanders decided that their forces would remain in the New World to assist in the defense of the GD branch until Augustine's recruitment concluded. Augustine greeted the arrival of the two admirals with fervor, as they were there to assist him. However, both Akiji and Akainu regarded him with disdain. After their arduous journey to the New World on a mission, the greatest rewards had been claimed by Augustine, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Oh, esteemed admirals, your toil is commendable. The weather in the New World is indeed capricious. Just a moment ago, we basked under clear skies, and now we are enveloped by dark clouds, Augustine remarked, indulging in inconsequential chatter. He then invited the two admirals and their subordinates to take a moment's respite, assuring them that dinner had been prepared. Thank you for your efforts, Akiji replied, acknowledging the Vice Admiral Momonosuke beside Augustine with a nod. Your actions have been quite swift. I had anticipated drifting at sea for 10 days or more. Humph. Akainu interjected gruffly, it is merely a gathering of insignificant pirates. It is foolish to mobilize such a large force for such triviality. If the GW branch were to be infiltrated by these pirates, I would be most eager to see how you explain it to the marshal. Augustine raised an eyebrow, choosing silence as he turned to leave. Engaging with a rabid dog held little appeal. How dare a mere lieutenant disregard my inquiries? Red Dog seemed determined to teach Augustine a lesson. Are you showing contempt for the commander? In the midst of his speech, Red Dog unexpectedly launched a powerful punch towards Augustine's back, his fist emanating a molten gold-red glow. Clash! Augustine turned and blocked his punch with a kick, disdainfully remarking, calling you a general is a courtesy, Red Dog. If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for turning against you. Go on, show me what you can do, you blonde brat. The furious Akainu unleashed an overwhelming force. Yet Augustine's leg proved mightier, pushing him back 3 steps. Indeed, Brother Ye is formidable. Akiji, who had witnessed Augustine battle 3 admirals during his time at the Navy Academy, was astonished to see him remain composed against Akainu's assault, clearly demonstrating a significant enhancement in his prowess. Chapter 57. The Beast Kaido Strikes in Truth. Akainu's discontent with Augustine did not stem from the current incident, but rather from Augustine's triumph over the 3 admirals during the graduation assessment, 2 of whom, Fujitora and Don Quixote, were leaders of the hawkish faction, with Fujitora being particularly favored by Akainu himself. He felt that Augustine had slapped the hawks in the face. Impressive indeed. Akainu was taken aback by Augustine's superhuman strength, having never before faced defeat in a contest of power. He had always believed that those stronger than him were limited to figures like Whitebeard and Garp. Admiral Akainu, should you recklessly strike again, I shall report your provocations against Admiral Augustine to headquarters, Tsuru interjected, positioning herself between them with her weapon. Humph. Akainu glared at the unfazed Augustine, realizing that he could not act further today. Oh dear, it seems Admiral Akainu is quite dissatisfied with my hospitality. Augustine sighed, addressing Domino. Inform the kitchen to provide better meals for Admiral Akainu's soldiers. Let us ensure our guests are thoroughly pleased. Yes, sir, Domino replied with a peculiar smile. Augustine is no mere saint, nor does he subscribe to the notion of repaying virtue with virtue. That evening, the navy brought in by Akainu suffered from tainted provisions, leading to a night of relentless vomiting and diarrhea. Infuriated, Akainu soon realized that only his subordinates had fallen victim to this misfortune, while the Marines brought by Akiji remained unscathed. It dawned on him that this was Augustine's retribution. Augustine feigned innocence, claiming that the kitchen had inadvertently used a batch of inferior salt left behind by pirates, which had led to the spoiled food. He promised Akainu that he would thoroughly investigate the matter, expressing his disdain for the pirates. Naturally, Akainu saw through Augustine's deception, yet his troops were left without supplies. As all logistics from headquarters were under Augustine's control, he had no means to dictate what his men would consume. Having learned a lesson, Akainu begrudgingly swallowed his pride and accepted the situation. For the time being, Augustine refrained from further provocations, recognizing that both admirals had come to his aid and that he should not overstep boundaries. Recruitment proceeded methodically, and 2 months later, Augustine had finally amassed a sufficient number of personnel. Due to the unique circumstances, he decided to split the original 5 squads into 10, dispersing the new recruits among seasoned veterans. 5 of these squads were dispatched back to the GW branch, where Augustine implemented a mentorship approach, allowing the new soldiers to undergo formal military training alongside experienced troops. This strategy enabled the newcomers to swiftly acclimate to naval life and learn invaluable skills from their older counterparts. One day, Augustine was in his office training Sugar, a young girl who playfully fed a grape to the man she admired. Meanwhile, her sister, Mona, watched helplessly, her role as Augustine's personal secretary requiring her to remain at his side while witnessing the flirtation. Sugar, completely devoted to Augustine, showed no shame in her actions and had even encouraged Augustine to pursue Mona. Suddenly, the phone rang, signaling a call from the outpost. Mona hastily answered. "We have detected a large number of pirate ships approaching the GD branch, flying the flag of the beast pirates." Augustine stood upright, and Domino quickly draped his admiral's cloak over him. "Secure the water gates, lower the pressure valves, and prepare the fortress cannons for battle. Everyone, get ready." Upon arriving at the observation station, Augustine found Peach Rabbit already directing the soldiers in preparation for combat. When she saw Augustine, she hurried up the tower with him. Kaido was approaching with great force, but fortunately, they had completed their recruitment in time. If they could withstand this attack, the GW and GD branches could establish a foothold in the new world. Kaido has come in person? Augustine's gaze fell upon the imposing figure adorned with long horns. Kaido, tall and robust, wore a mane of dark fur and a pair of horns atop his head, with a lengthy beard and a scaly tattoo on his left arm. He was bare-chested and wore loose trousers, with a shimenawa tied around his waist. It was Augustine's first encounter with this legendary figure, and compared to Whitebeard, Kaido exuded a far more ferocious aura. It seemed he intended to unleash his full might upon them. "How can you still smile?" Peach Rabbit shot him an incredulous look, her heart racing with anxiety. "The power of the Yonko Kaido is insurmountable." Domino began to recount intelligence on Kaido. Kaido of the Beasts is recognized among pirates as the strongest creature in the world. He has suffered defeat 7 times and has been captured 18 times while challenging the Navy and the Yonko alone, enduring over 1,000 brutal interrogations. He has faced execution more than 30 times, yet even under hanging, he would tear the chains asunder. Even on the guillotine, he could shatter the blade, and attempts to pierce him with long spears have ended with the spears breaking instead. He has sunk 9 massive prison ships, and no one has ever succeeded in killing him, not even himself, despite numerous suicide attempts. What a terrifying individual. Akiji spoke up, having just arrived. "I never expected Kaido to launch an assault on the GD branch at this time. Is he overly confident? The audacious pirate dares to come to his own demise." Akainu declared, "In the name of absolute justice, we shall leave them all here today." "That might be a bit difficult," Akiji replied, shaking his head. "Though I have never fought Kaido myself, it is said that even Admiral Garp couldn't handle him alone. The last time he was captured was at headquarters, with numerous skilled fighters assisting, yet he still managed to escape during transport. Do not forget, the beast pirates are not comprised of just Kaido," Peach Rabbit interjected sternly. "He is not alone this time. His 3 calamities are formidable as well." Chapter 58, A Fierce Collision Against Kaido of the Beast. "Leave Kaido to me." Augustine spoke with resolute authority. "The rest of you handle the others." "Kid, there is a limit to your arrogance," Akainu retorted, unable to tolerate being belittled by a youth. "If you cannot hold Kaido back, we will suffer tremendous losses. It would be wiser for me and Akiji to restrain him. And who will deal with the 3 calamities?" Augustine scoffed. "Didn't Admiral Sengoku inform you? Here, I am the commander." "You brat. Akane seated, gritting his teeth. Fine, face Kaido. But if you fail to stop him, I will see how you explain yourself to Admiral Sengoku. You needn't worry about that, Augustine replied coolly, noticing that Kaido's ship had entered cannon range. He immediately ordered his soldiers to commence the attack. Is the Navy merely itching to scratch? Kaido let out a grotesque laugh, resembling a demon descending upon the earth. With a single leap, he soared over thousands of meters, plunging into the sea. As he sliced through the water with his arms, he propelled himself forward, nearing the water gates of the GD base. Truly a monster. Augustine felt his fighting spirit surge, and with a swift motion, he leaped above Kaido. Down you go. Hammer fist, cannon. Kaido responded in kind, swinging his fist to meet Augustine's. The two collided in midair, sending Augustine soaring 10 meters upward while Kaido stumbled backward, falling toward the sea. Captain. Following closely behind Kaido was one of his calamities, Jack the Drought, who also leaped into the fray, astonished to see Kaido being pushed back. Jack was the captain of the mammoth and had a bounty of 1 billion berries, possessing the power of the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit. Like Kaido, he boasted immense strength and regenerative abilities. You'll contend with me. Akainu's expression darkened as he unleashed a fist of flowing magma toward Jack. Ice Age. Aokiji preemptively launched his attack, freezing the waters surrounding GD before the enemy could advance. Both he and Akainu were Logia-type users, limiting their full potential in maritime combat. How exhilarating. One of the three calamities, the enigmatic king, who possessed the mythical Zoan ice dragon fruit, drew his twin halberds and clashed with Aokiji's ice blade. The two, one a user of the ice fruit and the other of the ice dragon fruit, were evenly matched. Only two of the calamities advanced alongside Kaido, while the remaining mysterious figure, Queen, directed the pirates' assault from the rear. She was taken aback to see that Kaido and his companions had been unable to breach the GD branch, finding herself caught in the midst of battle at the enemy's doorstep. Hastily abandoning his subordinates, he rushed over to lend assistance. Toru, concerned for Augustine, entrusted the command of the troops to Ein and sought to join the fray herself, only to encounter the last of the calamities, Queen. As the sole female among the three disasters, the Locust Queen's strength was on par with her formidable counterparts. Wherever she went, locusts swarmed, leaving desolation in their wake, devouring all flesh and blood in their path. Repulsive creature, perish. Toru, sensitive to insects, unleashed her most powerful attack. A torrent of demon flames that instantaneously consumed the locust horde summoned by Queen. Two-tailed, foxfire, annihilation of heaven and earth. Oh, when did little Toru consume a devil fruit? Aokiji, effortlessly handling King, took a moment to observe his surroundings. Mythical Zoan? He recalled Augustine's identity as a celestial dragon. An understanding dawned upon him. Though the devil fruits were rare, they held little significance for the celestial dragons. Domino, having received Augustine's orders beforehand, concealed herself within the branch. Although her haki was not as potent as Toru's, making her somewhat inadequate against the calamities, her thunder fruit proved exceptionally effective against the foot soldiers. Concealed amongst the crowd, she targeted the stronger pirates to claim their bounties. Meanwhile, several hundred pirates brought by Kaido were being subdued by the Marines. How infuriating, you little brat. At that moment, Kaido emerged from the sea, looking up to see Augustine standing atop the water gate, a grim expression on his face. Brat, state your name. Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Jotileao Augustine Saint. A celestial dragon? Kaido paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. A celestial dragon daring to venture into the New World? Bold indeed. Brat, prepare to take 10 of my punches. As Kaido spoke, he leapt forward, his overwhelming haki reverberating through the air, causing it to crackle, while his conqueror's haki unleashed a formidable, mysterious power. Golden Bell Strike, colossal monumental hand. Augustine was unwavering, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Kaido, matching the power of Conqueror's haki against Conqueror's haki, retaliating against Kaido's assault with a punch of his own. The two warriors battled upon the towering stone walls, neither willing to yield an inch. Soon, Kaido abandoned all pretense of defense, disregarding Augustine's counterattacks as he unleashed his own punches. This reckless trade of injuries would leave even Whitebeard in agony. To his astonishment, Augustine proved more resilient than he had anticipated, choosing to forego evasion altogether, returning each strike with equal ferocity. They exchanged over 100 blows, and remarkably, they appeared to emerge from the fray unscathed. Onlookers stood in awe, captivated by the clash of these titans, instinctively retreating a safe distance. While Conqueror's haki may not incapacitate experts of their caliber, Its presence was nevertheless unsettling. Two monsters. Akainu, often labeled a monster himself, found for the first time that he was not the most monstrous in the arena. At this juncture, Akainu and Aokiji had only recently ascended to the rank of admiral, their powers not yet at their zenith. Faced with the calamity that was the three disasters, their strengths were relatively matched, with only a slight advantage in their favor. Ha ha ha! Kaido roared with unrestrained laughter, reveling in the thrill. Come on, Navy brat, bring it on. Augustine discovered that Kaido's physique was truly extraordinary, seemingly growing more resilient with each blow. He nearly questioned whether this fellow had cultivated the same techniques as himself. Then I shall unleash my full strength, Augustine declared earnestly. Oh, you still have something concealed before me, Kaido? Kaido responded with a hint of irritation. Come, let me witness the power you take such pride in. Chapter 59, Hidden Strength. Defeating the beast, Kaido hiss, hiss, hiss. Augustine erupted with a golden aura, his body enveloped in a radiant energy. He concentrated for over 20 seconds, finally channeling 3 terrifying arcs of white energy akin to electric currents. Kaido, unfazed, allowed him ample time to prepare, confident in his own strength and resilience. Kid, I too am curious to see if your move can inflict any harm on me. Then allow me to present my technique in its entirety. Innate energy, straight punch. Augustine's technique was identical to his previous one, a perfectly executed straight punch. However, as Kaido faced this blow head-on, his expression suddenly changed. He swiftly drew his hands in, shielding his chest. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly indomitable Kaido was sent flying hundreds of meters, violently spewing blood into the air. Haha. What a thrill. The sensation of injury is exhilarating. Kaido reminisced about the last time he was wounded, during his confrontation with the formidable Whitebeard. Captain. The three disasters looked alarmed and quickly unleashed their ultimate moves to fend off their adversaries, hurrying to protect Kaido. We must depart. Remarkably, Kaido's resilience was extraordinary. After a brief moment, he ceased spitting blood and appeared to have recovered from his injuries. Nevertheless, he had no intention of continuing the battle, as he lacked the confidence to defeat Augustine in a short time frame, and his subordinates shared a similar lack of assurance. Kid, we shall meet again, he declared. I shall not welcome you next time. Augustine, a novice in harnessing the innate power of his chi, had expended considerable energy with just one punch. Persisting further would not guarantee his victory over Kaido. As the beast pirates dispersed, cheers erupted from the naval soldiers within the GD branch. We actually won. We defeated the beast pirates. Incredible. Lord Jotileao Augustine has driven Kaido away. Indeed, Lord Jotileao Augustine is remarkably powerful. Long live Lord Jotileao. Akainu cast a sidelong glance at Augustine, letting out a slight snort, seemingly acknowledging his strength. Tama watched as Augustine grew ever more formidable, and witnessing his triumph over Kaido filled her with immense pride. Meanwhile, Domino and Sugar, along with other women, had succumbed to a profound reverence for him. The following day, newspapers reported on Kaido's assault on the naval GD branch and his subsequent retreat. Accompanying the article were photographs of Augustine and Kaido exchanging blows, capturing the visceral intensity of their clash. Sengoku, who received the news first, was initially shocked, followed by a wave of delight. The Navy could not afford to overlook this opportunity to undermine pirate morale, swiftly broadcasting the news and promoting it extensively. To be candid, Sengoku harbored doubts about Augustine's ability to defeat Kaido. However, with both Akainu and Aokiji present on the battlefield, in their confirmation of the events, it could not be dismissed as false. Haha, Kaido has finally encountered a worthy opponent. Whitebeard chuckled as he perused the newspaper. Old man, this can't be true. Marco replied skeptically. I admit that the kid is strong, but to claim he defeated Kaido? Perhaps the Navy is merely boasting for their own. Geniuses, after all, are those who continuously astonish others, turning the impossible into reality. Whitebeard, however, firmly believed in the events reported, that Navy officer, Augustine, was indeed a prodigy. Watch closely. He will create even more miracles. Hey, old man, he's a Navy officer, Sachi protested. If the Navy is creating miracles, it's dire for us pirates. Haha. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Whether Navy or pirate, the sea is enriched by such intriguing individuals. Upon seeing the newspaper, Big Mom erupted in rage. Kaido, that useless lunatic, cannot even handle a mere child. Mom, let me go teach that kid a lesson. Charlotte Katakuri shouted. Never mind, Big Mom pondered. Kaido's audacity to risk embarrassment is not my concern. That kid is peculiar. If I were to falter, it would be troublesome. I shall let him be for now and investigate further. With his confrontation against Kaido, Augustine's reputation soared across the seas. Even the 5 elders were taken aback by his strength, initially jesting when they invited him to join the navy. The 5 old men had never anticipated he would reach such heights. It is essential to promote him. A dignified celestial dragon should not remain merely a rear admiral. Indeed, while his previous obscurity was acceptable, the name Jotileao Augustine is now known throughout the world, and his strength warrants an elevation to admiral. Should we report this to the Holy Land? No need. The Holy Land has no time for such trivial matters. Moreover, after we leveraged the fishmen to cleanse half of Mariejois' celestial dragons, some of the sovereigns in the Holy Land have expressed dissatisfaction with us. Indeed, if those ancient ones were to conspire to elevate the 5 elders to 6, or even replace us entirely, precisely, such schemes are not beyond their capabilities. Augustine received a call from the warring states, summoning him back to headquarters for the ceremony of his promotion to admiral. The news astonished everyone. After all, Jotileao Augustine Saint had only recently graduated from the Naval Academy, and now he was to ascend to the highest combat rank in the Navy. Some dissenting voices emerged within the headquarters, yet both Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji expressed no objections. Having personally experienced Augustine's formidable prowess, they felt a certain discomfort realizing that, as admirals themselves, Augustine's extraordinary strength was only that of a vice-admiral. After the initial shock, the personnel from the GW and GD branches were elated. With Augustine's promotion to admiral, his subordinates would naturally require a sufficient number of vice-admirals, rear admirals, and commodores, which signified opportunities for advancement for everyone. Following Lord Augustine was indeed the wisest choice of my life. Indeed, with Lord Augustine becoming an admiral, I could potentially be promoted to commodore. Ha ha. Ha ha. You're dreaming too grandly, you fool. Does this mean I could soon be promoted to rear admiral? Chapter 60. The Revolutionary Army, so soon promoted to admiral? In this world, one's strength is undoubtedly the most crucial. Augustine did not set off immediately. The new world was rife with upheaval, and careful arrangements were necessary before returning to headquarters. To establish a foothold in the new world, raw power was the first step, and it was vital to forge connections with both overt and covert factions. We must intertwine the interests of our Navy branch with those of the New World, weaving ourselves into this intricate web and swiftly establish our intelligence network in the New World. Domino, you must exert yourself in this regard. After I depart, assist Peach Rabbit well. Peach Rabbit, not only the highest ranking among Augustine's partners, also possessed strength comparable to Augustine's. Moreover, she exuded a unique charisma, possibly stemming from her devil fruit abilities, which commanded the admiration and respect of Augustine's other partners. Yes, my lord, I will do my utmost to assist Sister, Domino said, gazing at Augustine with affection, while her eyes sparkled with almost reverent admiration for Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit reached out to caress Domino's silky hair, smiling gently, causing Domino to flush with excitement. Additionally, one must not neglect personal strength. The combination of the thunder fruit and observation haki may yield unexpected surprises. Yes, my lord. Augustine has long harbored suspicions that the nine-tailed fox fruit may possess a charm-enhancing effect akin to that of the sweet fruit. Even he himself often finds himself entranced by the enchanting Peach Rabbit. She exudes an aura that oscillates between youthful innocence and seductive allure. One moment she appears sweet and graceful, and the next she captivates with her beguiling charm. You may be convinced of her allure as a sultry diva, only to find that in the blink of an eye, she transforms into the girl next door. The ever-changing temperament of Peach Rabbit is akin to a mesmerizing dream, enchanting both men and women alike. This transformation manifested only after Peach Rabbit consumed the devil fruit. My lord Augustine, I wish to accompany you, Sugar pouted, feeling slighted by Augustine's decision to leave her at the GD branch. Be good and obedient. Augustine gently pinched Sugar's small cheek, assuring her, I shall bring gifts. Ah, gifts. Sugar blinked her beautiful eyes, biting her finger and inquiring, is it a wedding ring? Thunder Roar remarked, these women surely have few rational thoughts. Well, if you encounter insurmountable troubles, remember that your life is the utmost priority. The base can always be reclaimed. Augustine cast a glance at his earliest subordinates and beloved confidants before declaring, I shall take my leave. Farewell to His Excellency, Jotileao Augustine Saint. May your martial fortune flourish. Augustine returned to the naval headquarters. Within the premises, Many who had never encountered Augustine before gazed in anticipation at the young man poised to be promoted to admiral, the youngest in history. Some charming ladies even exchanged flirtatious glances, while bolder ones openly issued invitations. However, Augustine, having cultivated a discerning palate, found little interest in the average woman. "Ah, Admiral Augustine, welcome back." Zephyr unexpectedly appeared at the headquarters. The old man, upon seeing him, raised his eyebrows, completely shedding his usual solemn demeanor. "Teacher Zephyr, you have trained many admirals. Could it be that you still desire another?" Upon seeing Zephyr, Augustine felt a twinge of guilt. He had initially hoped to bring news of Moria's defeat as a gift for his mentor. Zephyr, now 64, had his birthday approaching. "Oh, I came specifically to hear about how you handled Moria. I am quite pleased, ha ha ha. It's a pity he escaped." Augustine shrugged, "But it's all right. I shall encounter him again in due time." "That is unnecessary," Zephyr replied, lowering his head and speaking in a grave tone. "You have already accomplished much. There is no need for Moria's head. Have you forgotten? Your teacher is known for his principle of not killing admirals." "Teacher Zephyr." Augustine understood that Zephyr did not wish for him to breach the agreement between the world government and the 7 warlords. Indeed, Zephyr likely had no intention of slaying Moria. His sense of justice was that of a hero, not one of bloodshed. Even harboring hatred for Moria, Zephyr would prefer to see him imprisoned and impelled down for atonement rather than executed. After parting ways with Zephyr, Augustine proceeded directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office to report on his duties. "How's the situation at the GD branch?" Sengoku was perpetually surrounded by piles of documents, seemingly reluctant to enlist a few secretaries to alleviate his burdens. Augustine internally lamented about the man before him, while verbally stating, "Everything is proceeding orderly. The conscription process has concluded, and we are intensifying training for the new recruits. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit has been serving as the acting base commander during my absence." "Peach Rabbit is someone I trust," Sengoku replied, rubbing his temples. "The reason I summoned you back, aside from your promotion to admiral, is another matter." "Oh?" Augustine glanced at Sengoku, pondering whether the man thought him idle. "With your victory over Kaido, GD should be safe from pirate attacks for the time being. Recently, we received intelligence that the Revolutionary Army is orchestrating armed uprisings in 3 nations in the North Sea. These nations are affiliated with the world government, and their royal families and nobles are seeking assistance." Sengoku sighed. "The world government believes the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army is not lesser than that of pirates. Perhaps even greater, hence. You want me to eliminate them?" Augustine expressed his reluctance. "I have heard that the rebels are merely unarmed commoners. You should send Akainu instead. He is of the hawkish faction, and his approach is to eradicate any threat to his sense of justice, regardless of guilt." "If we send Akainu, the Navy will merely become executioners," Sengoku lamented. "I need you to travel to the North Sea and uncover the Revolutionary Army's hidden instigators behind this uprising. If you cannot find them, then eliminate a few individuals. The intimidated commoners will naturally disband." Chapter 61. Becoming the Navy's supreme power, what a hassle. Augustine complained but ultimately accepted the orders. After all, this was his first mission following his promotion to admiral, and it felt inappropriate to refuse. The promotion ceremony for the admiral was exceedingly grand. Besides personnel from the headquarters, reporters from around the world flocked to Marineford to cover the event of the youngest admiral in history. Although the news of his remarkable youth had spread upon witnessing Augustine, everyone found it hard to believe their eyes. He was, after all, only 18 years old. In the Navy, attaining the rank of colonel at this age was already exceptional, as exemplified by Smoker, a natural-type devil fruit user, who, at 31, was still serving as a colonel at the East Blue Base. How is this possible? It's a miracle. Such youth. This lad is truly destined for greatness. How could he possibly defeat the monster Kaido? Look at Admiral Augustine. He is so handsome and incredibly cool. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Augustine received the golden Den Den Mushi, symbolizing his authority as admiral. The assembled Navy personnel erupted into enthusiastic applause. The 4th Admiral of the Navy represented a significant leap in naval strength. In truth, had it not been for the establishment of GW and GD in the New World, the Navy would not have seen a 4th Admiral, as the rank symbolizes not only personal strength, but also the capabilities of the officers under his command, the naval bases he protects, and the tens of thousands of sailors he leads. The following day, newspapers featuring a large photograph of Augustine were dispatched worldwide. As this news spread, it ignited excitement across the seas. Hancock's little boyfriend is indeed extraordinary. He is worthy of being the one who can pay 1,000,000,000 berries for drinks at such a young age. At a casino on Sabaody Archipelago, the legendary Rayleigh, having just lost millions of berries, remarked upon seeing the live broadcast of the news. "Oh, he looks quite spirited." Beside him, a pirate grumbled, "Damn the Navy. It's because they let a child become admiral that I lost my fortune. Bastard. Don't let me catch you. He's merely a kid." "Shoo." His companions quickly hushed him. "Brother, this is someone who can defeat the beast Kaido. Be careful what you say." "Humph." Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates were enjoying their revelry, gradually winding down the banquet. "Captain, look. News about the Navy's 4th admiral." One pirate rushed in excitedly. Shanks, nearly intoxicated, perked up at the mention. "The 4th admiral? How interesting. Let me see." Upon taking the newspaper and seeing Augustine's photo, he burst into laughter. "This little brat has become an admiral?" "Indeed. How terrifying," remarked a nearby pirate. 18 years old and already an admiral. "Ah, how fascinating. I really want to duel with him," Shanks mused, then jovially declared, "Come. Let us continue the feast and celebrate our rival's growth." "Oh." Whitebeard also caught a glimpse of the newspaper, chuckling meaningfully to his sons. "This little brat will become your greatest adversary. Work hard and do not let him surpass you." In the East Blue, Ace had just set sail. Having unexpectedly obtained the flame fruit and found several companions, ready to make a name for himself in the Grand Line. The youngest admiral in history? Ace looked at the newspaper in his hand and, using the powers of the flame fruit, incinerated it with a confident smile. "The Navy is nothing extraordinary. This so-called admiral I will surely defeat." At this moment, Augustine, the youngest admiral in history, finds himself in his villa in Marinfoldo, entwined with his charming secretary, Usnil Bernice. As they express their longing for one another. "My lord, Bernice misses you so much," she weeps. After receiving Augustine's summons, Usnil Bernice hurriedly arrived at the villa, immediately rushing into Augustine's embrace, wishing to meld into him entirely. "My lord, how cruel you are to leave me here for so long. I could almost hate you." "Bernice, my sweet little darling, I shall make amends at once," Augustine declared, lifting his delightful secretary into his arms. As they fervently kissed, savoring the nectar of each other's lips, they tore away the garments that separated them. After a considerable time, Usnil Bernice nestled contentedly in Augustine's arms, too exhausted to lift even a finger. "My lord, you have grown increasingly strong." Augustine contentedly caressed Bernice's exquisite form, inquiring, "Do you remember the task I entrusted to you?" "Of course. How could I possibly forget your esteemed directives?" responded Usnil Bernice with a confident smile. "During the time of your absence, I diligently endeavored to uncover the strengths of the CP. Except for the most enigmatic CP0, I have managed to identify 23 exceptional talents within the intelligence systems of CP9, CP8, CP7, and CP6. Notably, CP9's commander, Spandam, is a pitiful figure with a combat ability of merely 9. He is malicious, greedy, and exceedingly hypocritical. I have successfully recruited all his capable subordinates to work for CP5, leaving CP9 with only inexperienced recruits. It is rumored that his subordinates are engaged in a clandestine mission concerning the design of the ancient weapon capable of annihilating the world, known as Pluton. However, despite the passage of years, no progress has been made. Spandam has conveniently labeled their inefficacy as a justification to sell them off to CP5. Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, and the lioness Empress, in when the owl Augustine mused, counting on his fingers. "I possess too few capable individuals. These few display commendable skills and shall be assigned to assist me. We shall see if they are worth cultivating." "Indeed, they are fortunate to accompany you, my lord." Usnil Bernice purred, her delicate form brushing against Augustine's robust physique. "And what of me? As your finest secretary, I shall surely remain by your side." Chapter 62. With the right wielding of a hoe, no corner shall remain unturned. Is that truly the case? Usnil Bernice exclaimed joyously, relieved she would no longer have to part from her lord. "Bernice is so happy. You truly are my little treasure." Augustine, touched by the beauty before him, held her tightly in his embrace, laughing, "You have executed your task splendidly. Allow me to reward you accordingly." "He, my lord, be gentle." Augustine did not immediately proceed to the North Sea. He took 2 days to meet with the retainers of the Jotileao family. These individuals, who held significant positions within the world government, represented one of his most vital sources of power. Most of them had served the family since the time of his grandfather. or were descendants of loyal vassals, exhibiting an unwavering fidelity to the Jotileao lineage. They garnered support from the Jotileao family, thereby acquiring greater authority within the world government, which they subsequently channeled back to the family. Their relationship with the Jotileao family was one of mutual fortune and misfortune. Should the family decline, they too would gradually lose their grasp on power unless they sought refuge with another family. However, traders often found it exceedingly difficult to earn the trust and favor of their new lords. They were fortunate. The ascendance of their new master, Augustine, instilled in them a sense of hope. Not only was he revitalizing the Jotileao family, but he had also attained the rank of admiral, which felt surreal to them. Perhaps one day, the 5 elders would become the 6 elders. Some venerable elders, privy to many secrets of the Holy Land, contemplated this notion. Should Augustine ascend to the apex of the world government, they, as retainers, would become true figures of significance, akin to the retainers of the current 5 great families. The mere thought of this stirred their blood with excitement. In the face of his retainers' fervor, Augustine remained composed, soothing them as if they were old friends sharing a casual conversation. He needed not do much. He merely had to assure them of his unwavering support while securing their allegiance in return. Moreover, he instructed them to carry out certain tasks he wished to accomplish. Finally, the last to meet Augustine was the eldest elder of the Jotileao family, a venerable man whose beard cascaded to his knees. He held a crucial position as a member of the Inner Council within the world government, the highest authority beneath the 5 elders. The Inner Council comprised only a handful of individuals, yet bore the monumental responsibility of governing the world. Master, the elder greeted Augustine with a bow. Recently, certain minor families in the Holy Land have begun to relinquish their vassal states. I wonder if you have heard about this? Oh, Augustine responded with surprise upon hearing this news. Losing vassal states was a grave matter, as it not only diminished the family's strength but also significantly reduced their annual allocation of heavenly gold. Had these individuals lost their minds? The states being traded were not those rich in resources. Rather, they were largely barren or plagued by harsh climates, with their annual contributions of heavenly gold diminishing year by year. The elder produced a document detailing numerous countries, their geographical locations, the reasons for their sale, and their respective prices. This is a record I had compiled. I heard that the master is soon to venture to the North Sea to confront the revolutionary army. And there are indeed a few countries from the North Sea worth considering for acquisition by our Jotileao family. Augustine, lost in thought, pondered the implications of the countries for sale, which were indeed related to the revolutionary army. Upon examining the list in his hands, he noticed that all 3 nations that had revolted in the North Sea were included. He chuckled softly and continued to peruse the data. Numerous vassal states were up for trade, and soon, several familiar names caught his eye. The Kingdom of Drum, renowned for its distinguished physicians, was surprisingly listed at a mere 8 billion baileys. It was once a commendable nation, having produced many notable doctors, he remarked with a hint of regret. Alas, its ruler is inept and reckless, rumored to have turned pirate, leading to the expulsion of many esteemed physicians by the former king. Nonetheless, I hold optimistic views about it, Augustine replied with a smile. Let us acquire it. Send a few individuals to establish a new ruler there. Work to recall the exiled doctors, and govern it well for a few years. After all, physicians can be quite beneficial, and investing in this nation could prove worthwhile. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Anlo agreed, seeing it merely as a bargain. Since I am making an investment, I naturally expect returns. Augustine continued. Once the Kingdom of Drum regains its vitality, it can export its doctors and medical expertise worldwide, perhaps establishing a chain of hospitals under the name Drum Hospital in various allied nations. Additionally, I've heard of a doctor named Dr. Koreha from the Kingdom of Drum, who has lived over a century. Her secrets to longevity could be invaluable. Indeed, Anlo responded, somewhat astonished, for he knew that Augustine had never set foot in the Kingdom of Drum, yet seemed intimately acquainted with its affairs. The 3 nations in the North Sea that were invaded by the revolutionary army are also promising. I shall instruct my financial secretary, Miss Khalifa, to transfer funds to you. Let us make these 4 nations vassals of the Jotileao family. As you wish. Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno, along with the lion's embrace and the soundless owl, received orders from CP5 and arrived aboard Augustine's warship. What a magnificent vessel! A flagship! Kaku exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of refurbishing it for spectacular results. That would be quite disastrous, you novice, Gabra scoffed. The new master is a stern celestial dragon. Should you make unreasonable demands, be wary of dire consequences. Surely not worse than that fool Spandam, Rob Lucci huffed, his pigeon on his shoulder chiming in. I hear Khalifa is now working under this man as well. Our new master is the youngest admiral in history, the soundless owl remarked earnestly, eagerly anticipating meeting this prodigy who surpasses Lucci. In CP9, even the most arrogant individuals respected Rob Lucci, for whenever one felt they had improved, they would find Lucci had already surpassed them. Chapter 63. The members of CP90. We have spent a millennium on the mountain and another on the sea, enduring the hardships of a hermit's existence, honing our skills only to be discarded by our former master. Should I encounter my mother in that world? The lion's embrace lamented. Please allow me to commit seppuku. Iron block. Alas, I cannot die. Bruno silently observed their banter, finally shaking his head in resignation. Being kicked from CP9 to CP5 is rather vexing. I wish to thrash that fellow. I hope you're referring to that Spandam fellow, and not me. Augustine emerged from the naval headquarters, noticing the group waiting at the spiral staircase, casually inquiring, have you had breakfast? At that moment, the six felt as though a young sovereign, akin to the king of beasts, stood before them, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that tensed their muscles involuntarily. Yay. Oh my. The lion's embrace exclaimed, stepping back in shock. Although the others remained still, they felt the weight of an immense pressure. Conqueror's haki. The soundless owl involuntarily uttered as his zipper opened. Well, you six are quite impressive. I will accept you. From now on, you shall work by my side. Augustine merely demonstrated his power, releasing the haki with a smile as he glanced at Lucci's pigeon and Kaku's distinctive long nose, feeling a sense of familiarity with these characters from the original narrative. Yes, my lord. The six bowed their heads, understanding that in this world, yielding to strength was not shameful but rather an honor. Augustine himself had never opposed bowing to power or wisdom that he respected. Previously, he had bowed to the elders. But now, that was unnecessary, for his strength had risen to their level, allowing them to regard each other as equals. Board the ship, we set sail. He waved his hand, and waves of Navy soldiers began to embark. One cannot face the revolutionary army alone. Augustine left his own troops in the New World and, thus, borrowed 500 soldiers from Sengoku to bolster his numbers, not expecting much from them. Quite formidable, Kaku whispered to his companions, hastening to follow Augustine. Rob Lucci's eyes sparkled with fervor, sensing that following this powerful figure would alter his fate. What a splendid place. As the warship departed from Marineford, Augustine led the six into his dedicated training room, a space that could be deemed the most cost-effective area on his ship. Even in Marineford, one could not find a more perfect venue for training. Let me see your abilities. Augustine instructed us now to activate the testing device. This apparatus was the latest achievement of the Navy's scientific division, even more advanced than those equipped in the CP system, and Augustine had procured one for himself. He gestured for the six to step forward and test their strength, stating, this machine can only measure values up to 10,000, but it should suffice for your current capabilities. Channel all your might, and I will assign your tasks based on your strengths. Allow me to demonstrate my training first. Kaku stepped forward, focusing intently on the force gauge before him, and with a powerful kick, he struck. Bang! Is legwork your forte? Augustine glanced at the machine's reading, 2030. Watch this. Gabra, utilizing the shave technique, approached the machine and unleashed a punch. Clang. 2035. Augustine chuckled. This fellow had gained momentum before his punch, suggesting his true strength was lower than Kaku's, merely a clever trick, but still a small cleverness. Clang. 800. Bruno calmly completed his turn, returning silently to his place. Augustine furrowed his brow, contemplating the lackluster abilities of the individual before him. He commanded, Bruno, do display your fruit ability shortly. Yes, my lord, Bruno replied. Bang. 788. This was the score of the lion's embrace. With his head striking the ground, he bore an expression of embarrassment, feeling the weight of humiliation. Please allow me to commit seppuku. Iron block. What a pity, I am not dead. Well, the iron block training has progressed decently, Augustine acknowledged with a nod. Cluck, cluck, that is merely due to his laziness. He intentionally slacks off during iron block training. The owl, Inwu, bluntly revealed a little secret about the embrace. He rolled forward and delivered a punch to the machine. Bang. 770. It is now your turn, Rob Lucci. Let me witness your full strength. Augustine said with a smile to the silent Rob Lucci. Boom. Lucci's movements were swift, returning to his original position the moment he struck. 3,800. With his fruit ability added, he should reach 5,000. Splendid. He has mastered the 6 styles quite well, Augustine noted, observing his actions closely. Rob Lucci looked at Augustine and asked, "My lord, would you like to demonstrate your power?" "Me? Perhaps not," Augustine replied with a smile, declining the offer. On the side, Usniel Bernice approached the testing machine and executed a kick while facing away. Boom. 10,000. The machine trembled violently, revealing that Usniel Bernice's strength far exceeded its testing limits. She disdainfully regarded the astonished Lucci and his companions, saying, "The power of Lord Augustine cannot possibly be measured by such a trivial machine. If you all perform your duties well and earn the Lord's reward, you too can swiftly grow stronger under his guidance." All 6 individuals, including the composed Rob Lucci and the reticent Bruno, were left in shock. They were aware of Augustine's status as a celestial dragon general, but knew nothing of his true strength. However, they were quite familiar with CP5's Usniel Bernice. In truth, Usniel Bernice had always been perceived as possessing average strength, as CP9 naturally held a sense of superiority over CP5, akin to the feeling of Tsinghua and Peking University toward third-rate undergraduate institutions. Yet, the sudden revelation that a third-rate undergraduate had received a Nobel Prize was astonishing. Chapter 64. Information leak. Usniel Bernice was among the first to follow Augustine. Over the years of training alongside him, she not only learned a portion of his techniques, but also some martial arts training methods. Moreover, Augustine was never stingy, providing her with abundant resources for her advancement. Training relies on wealth, companionship, methods, and the environment. Martial arts, in particular, require substantial external resources to supplement one's own capabilities. It is not merely persistence and willpower that forge a master. The reason Peach Rabbit and Ein possess strengths far beyond the original narrative is due to the financial backing of a celestial dragon family. With Augustine's various supports, Usniel Bernice was able to achieve significant progress in just a few years. Her current strength surpassed that of an average vice admiral. Next, Bruno showcased his door-door fruit abilities before Augustine. However, Augustine was disappointed, as Bruno's maximum door-opening distance was less than 100 kilometers. While that seemed considerable, Augustine's aspiration was to traverse the seas and the Grand Line instantaneously. Oh, how delightful it would be to converse romantically with Hancock in the morning and return to GD for afternoon tea with Peach Rabbit in the afternoon. "My lord." A telephone snail from the North Sea Governor's office. A messenger rushed in, holding a telephone snail. "Oh." Augustine picked up the receiver. "Moshi Moshi, this is Augustine." "Admiral, this is Governor Grusmel from the North Sea." The telephone snail simulated a sense of urgency from the other end. "I apologize, my lord. Yesterday, the governor's office was invaded by unknown individuals, and the intelligence regarding your impending arrival has been stolen." Augustine was left speechless. "So, the Revolutionary Army may already be fully aware of my movements?" Perhaps. Grusmel stuttered. "The leakage of naval confidential information is a grave sin. Although it was stolen, it also reflects his incompetence. Augustine, perhaps the Revolutionary Army has set an ambush ahead of me? I sincerely apologize." "This is a grave oversight on my part," Grusmel stated, filled with shame. "Never mind. Keep a vigilant watch on the revolutionary forces and prevent them from wreaking havoc. If more nations succumb to rebellion, it would place me in a most difficult position," Augustine lamented. "By the way, have you uncovered anything of value?" "Yes. Thank you for your understanding," Grusmel replied. "The Revolutionary Army operates covertly, and I cannot procure precise intelligence regarding their movements. However, through discreet investigations into 3 nations plagued by civil unrest, namely, the Kingdom of Yara, the Kingdom of Spornel, and the Kingdom of Pineapple, I have discerned certain details. The kingdoms of Yara and Pineapple are characterized by a hot climate and predominantly black populations, rendering them relatively insular. Conversely, the Kingdom of Spornel enjoys a more temperate climate influenced by monsoons, and its islands are home to a diverse array of ethnicities. Given its strategic location as a conduit to the Grand Line, it attracts a plethora of pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, and travelers from across the globe. Thus, we have reason to suspect that members of the Revolutionary Army are concealing themselves within the Kingdom of Spornel, subtly orchestrating the insurrections in the other 2 nations. You overthink matters," Augustine retorted brusquely. "Who told you that the Revolutionary Army must necessarily reside within these 3 nations? Might they not find refuge in nearby realms devoid of turmoil? It appears that you are not only inept but also rather naive." With that, Augustine disregarded the foolish governor of the North Sea and abruptly terminated the communication. My lord, shall we proceed with our original plan to head toward the North Sea? Yes. Why not? Augustine declared with unshakable confidence. They are merely a revolutionary army. Indeed, Augustine did not traverse the doldrums this time. Instead, he leisurely passed through the upside-down mountain and entered the North Sea. Subsequently, he commanded the fleet to locate an uninhabited island nearby for repairs. The sails were dismantled to inspect for damages, the deck was examined for any wear, and the hull underwent comprehensive maintenance. In essence, Augustine was not in a hurry. Initially, it was rumored that the general was coming to suppress the unrest, prompting the mobs from the three nations to lower their flags and even the revolutionary forces to conceal themselves. In truth, the revolutionary army remained quite feeble. Although its leaders were scattered across the globe, they could only engage in clandestine activities to evade the scrutiny of the world government and the navy. The revolutionaries typically employed guerrilla tactics, causing disturbances in various locales to incite the impoverished against their tyrannical rulers, retreating when the navy approached. Consequently, the revolutionary forces were not taken seriously, and many struggling citizens refrained from joining them out of fear of governmental retribution. However, at this juncture, with Augustine's entry into the North Sea, he suddenly vanished from sight. Weeks passed without a trace of the navy, allowing the revolutionary army to stir once more, rallying the oppressed to confront the government forces and the urban elite. Not like this. You are exerting too much force. Augustine instructed several members of CP in the training hall. Having just sparred with Rob Lucci, Augustine, utilizing merely a third of his strength, effortlessly brought him down. He then personally demonstrated the techniques employed during their encounter. When you strike with 10 units of force, you must retain 20 units within yourself. Anyone with strength can execute fierce and brutal moves, but I used the same amount of force as you, yet rendered you defenseless. Truly grasped my principles of exertion. Lucci's talent was indeed remarkable. Among the six, he was the first to comprehend Augustine's teachings. This instant understanding garnered Augustine's admiration. If anyone's talent could be compared to Rob Lucci's, it would likely be that of Peach Rabbit. It is no wonder that it is said that a good master is hard to find, but a good disciple is even rarer. Augustine began to truly appreciate this sentiment. Augustine did not instruct them in martial arts routines. These individuals were far from novices, being seasoned assassins and agents. Rather than formally teaching them techniques, it was more effective to impart his own power application skills and insights. Chapter 65. A lesson to the monkeys. What a remarkable technique. Kaku practiced his most cherished kicking skills. Augustine taught him a method for cultivating leg strength, performing walking exercises on the edge of a light bamboo basket. As long as he could run swiftly atop it without causing the basket to budge, he would have made a significant breakthrough. I hope you can further master your own strength, Augustine expressed to the six. Do not merely focus on your spiritual energy, no matter how great your power. It is of no use if it cannot reach your target. The six pondered this, each contemplating their own path. A full month passed, and Augustine finally received word from Eldarin. 3 nations had fallen under the auspices of the Jotileao family. It is time. We shall depart for the kingdom of Sponer tomorrow. Indeed, upon hearing that they could finally leave this desolate place, everyone nearly erupted in cheers. This location was excessively small and unbearably dull. They had nearly refurbished their worship thrice. Since it was now their vassal state, Augustine wished to avoid its degradation. Otherwise, the heavenly gold he received annually would diminish accordingly. At last, they arrived. A fine place indeed. As Augustine disembarked, he was greeted by the eager king and nobles awaiting at the port. Having received news of the general's arrival to quell the rebellion, they finally felt reassured and gathered everyone to extend their welcome. The kingdom of Sponer boasted 3 large cities, 10 small towns, and dozens of villages scattered across its landscape. However, the greed of the nobility had reached excessive levels, imposing burdensome taxes that drove the farmers and the impoverished to revolt. Augustine, disinclined to assume the role of executioner, embarked upon his initial task in the kingdom of Sponier by orchestrating a significant turnover among the nobility, in the name of the celestial dragons. And as a vassal of the Jotileao family, I find the royal lineage of Sponier guilty for their failure to adequately protect and govern this realm. Jotileao family, celestial dragon. King Sponier 7 collapsed onto the ground, realizing that the general before him was not only a celestial dragon but also the new sovereign of the kingdom of Sponier. He immediately knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, pleading, "My lord, please grant me another chance, I beseech you. I implore you not to." "Silence him," Augustine commanded flatly. With a swift kick, Kaku struck the back of King Sponier-Viai's head, rendering him unconscious, and then sent him tumbling into the sea. In the 8th month of the year 1517 of the Sea Era, King Sponier VII was assassinated by revolutionaries, tragically meeting his demise. Augustine, having concluded his statement, could not resist a derisive remark. What a pitiful creature, may he receive an extravagant burial. My lord, you are truly benevolent. Your wisdom is unmatched. Those vile revolutionaries. My lord, please lead us to vanquish them. As Augustine observed the countenances of the nobles, he mused that he had underestimated their moral boundaries. Their lack of integrity was indeed astonishing. He raised his hand, and the nobles below fell silent immediately. I believe that the commoners of the Sponier kingdom are inherently admirable. It is the oppressive taxes imposed by the state that have driven them to revolt alongside the revolutionary army. Our task is not to dispatch troops to attack them, but rather to offer them a path to survival. Upon hearing Augustine's words, the nobles exchanged glances, their expectations vastly shattered. One radical noble quickly voiced his dissent, saying, My lord, those unruly peasants will never express gratitude. They. What is your name? Augustine inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Jotileao. I am the hereditary duke of the Tyr family. Do you have a son? Augustine posed a question that left him bewildered. And no? Jotileao shook his head. Do you have any brothers? I have one brother. He is. Before he could finish, Gabra suddenly reached out, seizing his head and forcefully pressing it against the hard ground. Crack. Poor fellow. However, since you have a brother, he can inherit the title of duke from the Tyr family. Augustine disregarded him thereafter, sweeping his gaze across the assembly of nobles. Wherever his eyes landed, those nobles quickly bowed their heads in fear, anxious not to become the next unfortunate victim. Is there anyone else with doubts? The nobles shook their heads vigorously. Seeing no further opposition, Augustine nodded appreciatively. This is as it should be. I pride myself on my democratic nature. If you have better suggestions, I shall certainly consider them. What a farce. The attendees internally scoffed, though outwardly they maintained utmost respect and submission, daring not to reveal even the slightest discontent. Now, within a month, complete these tasks for me. Should you fail, do not return. Instead, take to the seas as pirates. The words of Augustine instilled a profound sense of dread in the hearts of the nobility, should they fail to execute their duties properly. Their only recourse would be to resort to piracy or face certain demise. Firstly, the abolition of agricultural taxes was proclaimed, allowing farmers to cultivate their own lands without the burden of any form of taxation. In cases where tenant farmers were employed, the rent could not exceed 1/10 of the harvest. Had it not been for the earlier intimidation, the nobility would undoubtedly have opposed this decree once more. Augustine, holding the meticulously prepared reform policies, continued, Secondly, merchants in the Spornal Kingdom are required to pay only the most basic transaction tax to engage in commercial activities. Foreign merchants visiting the Spornal Kingdom will also be obliged to pay only the transaction tax and stipulated tariffs, abolishing the chaotic tax regulations you previously established. Pay attention, as this is the gateway nation to the North Sea. Look at what you have made of your operations. It is truly an embarrassment. Last year's tribute of heavenly gold was less than that of some smaller nations with only half your territory. The nobles bowed their heads in silence, uncertain whether it was shame or anger they felt. The third point, and perhaps the most crucial, regardless of whether they rebelled voluntarily or were coerced by revolutionary forces. All rebels who laid down their arms will receive lenient treatment. The Spornal Kingdom will not hold them accountable for any past actions. And as for those archaic rites, such as the right of the first night or the right of life and death, Augustine cast a menacing glance at the nobles. Do not let me discover any semblance of such brutality among you. The nobles lowered their heads even further. Chapter 66. Rise of the Revolutionary Army. Arise. If you execute my commands to perfection, the Prince of the Spornal Kingdom is merely 6 years old and requires capable regents to assist him in governance. Augustine timely presented a tempting proposition. The noble's eyes brightened at his words. Rest assured, my lord, your benevolent policies will grace the territory of Will City within 3 days. Proclaimed a noble lord. My town of Lunai will see reforms completed in 2 days, another chimed in. My lord, I shall accomplish this by tomorrow. Excellent. Augustine smiled. What are we waiting for? The nobles rose in haste, eagerly rushing towards their carriages. My lord, the revolutionary army has occupied vast territories in this nation. Should we not eradicate them? Usnea Bernice inquired, concern evident in her voice. My dear, do not fret. Augustine gently caressed Usnir Bernice's cheek. This is the North Sea, a member state of the world government. The Revolutionary Army? Huh. They are merely infants learning to walk. Augustine spoke truthfully, compared to the revolutions of their homeland's history. The Revolutionary Army of this world was but a fledgling. They lacked a political agenda and even the guiding ideology of a revolution, merely a piratical version of a yellow turban uprising. However, individuals often grow from their failures. Augustine believed that Dorag would mature, eventually becoming the foremost adversary of the world government, deemed the most heinous criminal in existence. There was no need for Augustine to intervene. Once the new national policies were publicized, one-third of the rebels resisting at the front lines immediately laid down their arms in surrender, while others began to flee back to their hometowns. Only a few who harbored hatred for the nobility and those guilty of crimes remained in defiance within the cities they had conquered. At this moment, Augustine decisively took action. A big fish. Augustine arrived at the besieged city of Seabird and unexpectedly encountered the revolutionary cadre, Emporio Ivankov, along with his subordinate, Imisina. In the original narrative, these two were supposed to be arrested by the Navy under baseless charges and imprisoned and impelled down, an event that had yet to transpire. The Navy. The two seemed taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Navy, perhaps due to Augustine's previously lackluster anti-pirate efforts that had lulled them into complacency. It is none other than the youngest admiral in history, Augustine. Allow me, the Queen of Crossdressers, Ivankov, to have a word with you. You all leave first. Emporio Ivankov declared, towering with an enormous visage, adorned with a wild, deep purple mane, long, thick eyelashes, and striking blue eyeshadow paired with purple lip gloss. Dressed in an eccentric ensemble of fishnet stockings and a cloak over a form-fitting, plunging bodysuit, he addressed his companions. The Navy always concocts these tedious spectacles. An 18-year-old admiral? I can handle him. You all go on ahead to the designated location and await my return. Augustine B.Y., let me witness your prowess. You wish for them to flee first while you cover their retreat. Augustine unveiled his true intentions. The two revolutionary members, preparing to depart, halted at his words. Imisuna glanced at Augustine, then back at Emporio Ivankov, slowly returning with a serious demeanor. Let us defeat him together, and then we shall leave. Oh, the two of you should suffice against him. I shall take my leave without further ado. Another revolutionary feigned composure, only to turn and dash away. Yet, he was met with Bruno's iron fist. Iron block, punch, bang. With a scream, Bruno's fist pierced through the rebel's abdomen. So weak, Augustine remarked. Turning to Emporio Ivankov, do you accept every Tom, Dick, and Harry into your revolutionary ranks? Emporio Ivankov remained silent, not lamenting for his companion's plight but contemplating an escape plan. What of Dorag? Augustine was intrigued to discuss with Emporio Ivankov. I have heard much of his renown. Perhaps you could enlighten me about him. My soldiers are currently dealing with the rebels you incited, and we still have time. Dorag is a great revolutionary, tirelessly fighting for the freedom of the people. Emporio Ivankov finally responded, scrutinizing Augustine with a critical eye. Unfortunately, he is not here in the North Sea. Augustine B.O.Y. Many in the city are innocent civilians. I hope you do not resort to total annihilation. This cannot be blamed on me. They must bear responsibility for their own actions. I have already offered them a chance, Augustine retorted, embodying no semblance of mercy. He had extended every possible consideration to the rebels of the Spornal Kingdom. Those who remained obstinate would find only a dead end ahead. Then, for the sake of freedom, let us engage in battle, Emporio Ivankov declared, springing forward with surprising agility. Emporio's hormone, the 44th technique of the new Queen's martial arts, death attraction punch, iron block, short punch, bang, 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 bang. However, it was not Augustine who received Emporio Ivankov's onslaught, but Rob Lucci. The two collided in an instant, exchanging several blows. Rob Lucci pressed firmly against Emporio Ivankov, feeling the overwhelming strength emanating from him, and promptly activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into his leopard form. You wish to strike against my lord? You are not worthy. Though Emporio Ivankov possessed strength akin to a vice admiral, Rob Lucci was initially no match for him. However, under Augustine's guidance for a month, Rob Lucci's prowess had surged dramatically. Now, aside from lacking mastery of haki, he was not far inferior to Emporio Ivankov. The two were locked in an intense struggle. Despite being at a disadvantage, Rob Lucci, having perfected the 6 forms, was not easily defeated. Chapter 67, Receiving Gifts. Indeed, without mastery of haki, there remains a slight gap. Augustine observed as Emporio Ivankov's lethal gaze struck Rob Lucci, managing to breach his defenses and inflict damage, instantly realizing that Lucci's defeat was inevitable. If Rob Lucci were to master the armament haki, he would find it considerably easier to defend against the damage dealt by devil fruit techniques. And his martial skills would pose an even greater threat to Emporio Ivankov. Let us conclude this swiftly. Just as Augustine was about to make his move, he suddenly noticed a dark aura emanating from Rob Lucci's right fist, although it was only half a fist's worth. It was indeed haki. Lucci had comprehended the armament haki amidst battle. Augustine felt a surge of joy. Lucci was indeed a prodigy. He had only just imparted the method of cultivating haki to him, and yet he had already grasped it. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. Growth is always so delightful, haha. The Okama king also recognized Lucci's transformation and generously praised him. Not bad, young man. What is your name, boy? In response, Rob Lucci unleashed a more ferocious punch, rather than engage in idle chatter. Lucci clearly preferred to communicate through his fists. This is troubling. It seems escape is not an option today. While battling Rob Lucci, Emporio Ivankov was still pondering a means of retreat. However, dealing with just Rob Lucci was already a headache, and he had yet to contend with the numerous Navy soldiers. Nor had the Vice Admiral Augustine made his move. He was someone capable of repelling Kaido. At that moment, Imazuna could no longer contain himself. He transformed his hands into two enormous scissors and charged towards the combatants, exclaiming, "I'll assist you." Great claw, cut. Yet, as he rushed into the fray, he felt a sharp sensation aimed at his neck and swiftly dodged backward. Kaku's kick swept past him. Gale leg, spider silk lock technique. Kaku, realizing his first strike had missed, seamlessly transitioned to an extended gale leg maneuver, enveloping Imazuna in a flurry of long, slender, concentrated leg winds. Be careful, Emporio Ivankov, seeing his subordinate in peril, disregarded Rob Lucci's overlapping punches and pulled him back a step to evade the gusts of legs. However, in that moment of distraction, Rob Lucci's haki-infused punch landed squarely in Ivankov's soft abdomen. I'm done for. Ivankov's head tilted as he collapsed to the ground, having been struck by Lucci's blow, letting out an unusual cry before losing consciousness. Gale leg triple wave. Simultaneously, Kaku knocked the startled and remorseful Imazuna to the ground. Well done. Augustine ordered his men to restrain the two and patted Kaku on the shoulder, saying, "Keep up the good work. I believe you all have the potential to become vice admirals." Vice Admiral. Kaku and his companions were taken aback. Such an ambitious goal had never crossed their minds. As for Rob Lucci, tilting his head, he remarked, "I merely wish to kill legally." Truly, the thoughts of a genius differ vastly from those of mere mortals. Under Augustine's vigorous leadership, the insurrection in the Sponial Kingdom was swiftly quelled. Concerning the nobles, Augustine refrained from further actions without their rule. The Sponial Kingdom would descend into greater chaos, which would benefit him not at all. The Yala Kingdom and the Pineapple Kingdom were not as open as the Sponial Kingdom, remaining under strict isolationist policies with minimal interaction with the outside world. Moreover, due to the rulers' policies of ignorance, the majority of the populace in both kingdoms could not even read. Similar to the Sponial Kingdom, the rulers of these two nations were exceedingly greedy, indulging in extravagance while ruthlessly exploiting their people. Here, farmers were compelled to surrender more than half of their harvest as tax each year, and during the off-season, they were obligated to perform labor. Indeed, forced labor, a punishment typically reserved for criminals, was considered a duty in these two nations. The nobles treated the commoners as mere slaves. In light of such oppressive regimes, Augustine's approach was to first quell the flames of war, followed by resettlement. With the absence of revolutionary forces, the uprisings in both countries quickly subsided following the implementation of pacifying policies. At this juncture, Augustine boldly initiated resettlement. He began by eliminating the nobles of the Yala and Pineapple Kingdoms, and then selected a multitude of landless nobles from the Sponial Kingdom, enticing them to migrate to the Yala and Pineapple Kingdoms by granting them parcels of land. In truth, both the Yala Kingdom and the Pineapple Kingdom were abundantly rich in resources. With diligent management, the nobles could restore their vitality and flourish within a few years. Such a method could only be employed openly by Augustine, given that all three kingdoms were vassals of the Jotileao family. He was free to act upon his own interests, eliminating his own people without concern. Were it to be another vice admiral, they would first have to consider the opinions of the celestial dragons. What a beautiful place! Yet it has been squandered by them. They are truly despicable beings. Augustine reclined on the stunning beaches of the Yala kingdom, basking in the warm sunlight while admiring the picturesque sea view. A beautiful maiden from the Sponial kingdom, Aya, delicately peeled fruits for him, gently offering the sliced pieces to his lips. Lord Augustine, would you care to try the Pineapple Kingdom's Pineapple King? It is the finest fruit of the North Sea. Haha. Augustine, grabbing a handful of her alluring form, elicited a startled gasp from the lovely Aya, who, laughing heartily, said, "Let us first take a swim in the sea. You are so obedient. How about becoming my maid in the future? Would you like that?" "Of course, I would. Thank you, my lord." The young Aya could hardly contain her joy. She was utterly enamored by this handsome and robust figure. Originally a common noble girl from the Sponial kingdom, her family had tragically been annihilated by rebels, leaving her, at the tender age of 14, to be adopted by a count. That Count Alums, in an effort to curry favor with Augustine, offered her to him. Augustine was quite pleased with Aya and promptly appointed Alums as the king of the Pineapple Kingdom. Chapter 68. Weakness. The outcome of this affair led to Augustine being perceived as a connoisseur of feminine beauty, which directly resulted in him receiving a continuous stream of various beautiful women sent by the nobles of the Sponial kingdom. Initially, there were only young maidens, which Augustine declined. Then came more mature beauties, which he again rejected. Subsequently, the offerings became increasingly peculiar, including twin sisters, mother-daughter pairs, and even one individual who directly sent his own wife to Augustine. Once more, Augustine confirmed that these nobles were utterly devoid of morals, willing to stoop to any lengths to please him. API call failed with status code 400. Error. Code 400. Message. User location is not supported for the API use. Status. Failed precondition. Augustine was left with Aya and a pair of twin sisters, all three of whom were merely 14 years of age. The names of the sisters were quite intriguing. The elder sister, Chirong, preferred long hair and found solace in reading and painting, exuding an aura of tranquility. The younger sister, Chilon, shared the same azure locks as her sibling but favored a short haircut, reveling in surfing and swimming, her vivacious and cheerful disposition starkly contrasting that of her sister. It seemed that adults truly hold a preference for 14-year-old maidens. Subsequently, Augustine continued to receive an influx of 14-year-old girls. However, despite bestowing the noble who presented the twins with the title of Queen of the Yala Kingdom, Augustine never received such a gift again. Indeed, it was a female baron from the Sponier Kingdom who had sent Chirong and Chilon, a humble lord of modest appearance who had nurtured a pair of exquisite sisters. Her original intention was to use them to curry favor with the royal family of the Sponier Kingdom. In truth, Augustine did not choose them haphazardly. Both possessed commendable abilities and were reasonably intelligent, suitable for governing the Pineapple Kingdom and the Yala Kingdom, while Augustine and Aya frolicked in the water, indulging in intimate activities. Their loyal protectors, Rob Lucci and others, luxuriated on the beach, savoring the company of beautiful women and delectable food. Regrettably, they all maintained a respectful distance from the ocean, as they were all capable of wielding the powers of devil fruits. Augustine had long embarked on a quest to gather these fruits, acquiring numerous varieties from the original narrative. Now, the 6 individuals had all become users of these powers, specifically, Rob Lucci, a zoan-type with the cat fruit in its leopard form, Kaku, a zoan-type with the ox fruit in its giraffe form, Jabura, a zoan-type with the dog fruit in its wolf form, Bruno, a paramecia type with the dordor fruit, the lion's embrace, a zoan-type with the cat fruit in its lion form, and Otanashi, the owl, a zoan-type with the bird fruit in its owl form. Augustine discovered that practitioners of zoan-type devil fruits seemed to have a particular fondness for animal forms rather than paramecia, with the exception of the scarce logia type. Kaku, the lion, and the owl, Inwu, all selected their respective devil fruits independently, and despite the extensive catalog of fruits provided by Augustine, they gravitated towards the zoan variety. It is noteworthy that Augustine's stockpile of devil fruits had reached a staggering count of over 100, including numerous potent paramecia types. Serving under Lord Augustine is indeed exhilarating. Gabra laughed heartily, reveling in the company of beautiful women, exclaiming, "Where else could one enjoy such lavish days? Even nobles can be dispatched at will." "Ah, I am reminded of that fool Spandam. Haha." The owl, Inwu, rolled gleefully on the beach, as he preferred rolling to walking when given the chance. Bruno gazed at the black beauty beside him, drooling, yet he hesitated to act as boldly as the others. This introverted man had an unusual taste, favoring the dark-skinned maid. You should be ashamed, Bruno. Cuckoo could no longer contain himself and kicked him toward the black beauty. Unexpectedly, Bruno, embracing her, fainted from sheer bliss. Blood gushing from his nose, causing the black beauty to scream in fright. The other 5 covered their faces, lamenting, what a disgrace. Was this fellow truly a bar owner before? After resting in the North Sea for over a month, Augustine finally remembered his delightful subordinates in the New World. Accompanied by chests of treasures gifted by the nobles and 3 beautiful maidens, Lord Augustine set sail back to the marine headquarters. Indeed, the celestial dragons are prone to chaos. Sengoku slammed the intelligence report on his desk, detailing Augustine's massacre of nobles and his acceptance of bribes, as some disgruntled nobles had secretly reported his misdeeds to the marine headquarters. I received intelligence from Holy Land. The kingdoms of Spornial, Yara, and Pineapple have been acquired by the Jotileao family as vassal states, remarked Vice Admiral Suru nonchalantly. He wreaks havoc in his own domain. We have no grounds to blame him. I see. Sengoku's brow unfurled. In truth, he had little desire to engage with such troublesome matters concerning nobles and celestial dragons. Setting aside issues related to Augustine, Sengoku inquired of his secretary, where is Carp? Where has that fellow gone to slack off this time? Vice Admiral Carp had just departed the headquarters, appearing quite irate. Anger? Sengoku and Suru sensed an unusual tension. It was rare for Carp to be in such a mood. What could have transpired? As Augustine's vessel ventured into the Grand Line, he reclined against the ship's railing, fishing. The Golden Bell seemed to have reached a plateau, and he felt no significant progress in his recent training. Thus, he decided to devote more time to rest, embracing the balance of work and leisure. Suddenly, what was that? Augustine's keen gaze spotted a dark speck on the horizon. If not for his extraordinary eyesight, it would have remained indistinct. Look out! What do you see over there? He commanded. Aye. The soldier stationed at the highest lookout swiftly descended to report. It is a pirate ship, bearing a red flag in the shape of a spade. It appears to be a newcomer, the Spade Pirates, led by Portgas D. Ace from the East Blue. He is a natural type user of the flame fruit, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Chapter 69, Ace. Augustine's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The messenger beside him wore a puzzled look, questioning why such a reaction was warranted for a mere newcomer, albeit a natural type user. He, of course, remained oblivious to the underlying reason. Augustine's knowledge of Portgas D. Ace extended far beyond mere recognition. In his previous life, he had harbored a profound admiration for this character. Though now a celestial dragon and an admiral in the Navy, Augustine could not bear the thought of such a radiant individual meeting an untimely demise. Augustine commanded, steer the helm, pursue them. Aye. Augustine's lips curled into an unusually wicked yet charming smile, instantly transforming the twin sisters, serving him into enamored fans. How handsome, Lord Augustine. Absolutely dashing. The warship sailed with a speed that clearly surpassed that of the Spade pirate cruise vessel. As a flagship of the Admiralty, it harnessed not only the power of the wind but also mechanical propulsion developed by the scientific division, rendering ordinary ships mere dust in its wake. However, Augustine found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this vessel, contemplating a change to a more formidable ship. Captain, it's bad news. The Navy is pursuing us. The navigator of the Spade pirates quickly spotted Augustine's warship. Upon realizing its identity, he stuttered, It's an Admiral-class warship. We're in trouble. There's an Admiral. No way. How could an Admiral be after us? We are merely newcomers. The crew was taken aback by the alarming news. Such events were beyond anyone's anticipation. A sniper, donned in a tall hat, dashed into the cabin, retrieving his beloved rifle, preparing for battle. With no islands nearby to seek refuge, their only chance of survival lay in confronting the threat head-on. Everyone, remain calm. There's nothing to fear. Let's assess the situation, Captain Portgas Ace bellowed. As the crew gradually regained their composure, contemplating strategies while gazing at the imposing warship approaching them. Yet, to claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous. After all, it was an admiral. It truly is Ace. Augustine leaped onto the Spade pirate cruise ship. Facing the apprehensive crew, he smiled faintly, introducing himself. I am Augustine, an admiral of the Navy. Fear not. I come not to battle, but merely to satisfy my curiosity. Ace stepped forward, scrutinizing the admiral before him. Your curiosity? Augustine chuckled. Ah, it's nothing much, merely heard of you. He continued. Regrettably, you are still too weak, but I hope one day you might challenge me. Though his words were audacious, none from the Spade pirates dared to retort. Ace! A thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Augustine turned to find Carp's dog-headed ship approaching, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Carp's heart raced as he called out, Augustine, why are you here? Me? Augustine replied with a sly smile, I am here to capture pirates. No, Ace, you cannot be taken. Carp exclaimed anxiously. This presented a dilemma. It would be untenable for the Navy to overlook pirates in sight. Augustine feigned a troubled demeanor, regardless of being the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. The mention of Ace caused Carp's expression to tighten. Ace was a secret he had guarded for years, hoping he would become a Navy man. A stark contrast to Roger, so that when the truth emerged, Ace would not be branded as the son of evil. Yet, Ace had chosen the path of a pirate. Faced with Augustine's scrutiny, Carp was left speechless. You think I fear you? Ace could not tolerate such provocation. Despite his differences with Carp, he considered him family, feeling humiliated for having to endure such insults. Humph, just a newcomer, Augustine said, effortlessly grasping Ace's incoming punch as if catching a chick, adding, Do not presume that being a Logia makes you invincible. You are still far too inexperienced. There are many who could defeat you upon the seas. He flung Ace onto the deck before returning to his ship, leaving behind the echo of his words. Grow stronger quickly. I hope to see you challenge me one day. Augustine left space for Carp and his grandson, departing. They left. The crew watched in shock as their usually invincible captain was effortlessly subdued by Augustine, breathing a collective sigh of relief at the admiral's departure. Not long after Augustine's ship set sail, Captain Carp's dog-headed vessel commenced cannon fire upon the Spade pirate ship, allowing Ace's crew to make a successful escape. Augustine scoffed at Carp's actions, thinking that if he truly wanted to capture Ace, a mere punch would suffice. Upon returning to headquarters, Augustine refrained from discussing Ace, simply reporting his mission. The Navy had recently conducted another conscription, and Sengoku had granted him permission to take 20,000 men to support the GW and GD branches stationed in the New World. Consequently, the number of Navy personnel under Augustine's command rose to 40,000. Was that a considerable force? Not particularly. The Big Mom pirates, one of the four emperors, occupied 34 islands and could easily muster hundreds of thousands of troops. Whitebeard had even more. Thus, despite Augustine's 40,000, his GW and GD branches could only defend themselves in the New World. If the four emperors launched a full-scale assault on the Navy branches, survival in the New World would be impossible. However, the four emperors were also entangled in their own rivalries and grudges, cautious not to offend the Navy too severely. You and Lafney Annie are to meet me at Marineford, Augustine instructed as he dialed his butler, Kakuma, contemplating which lady to join him for a bath. Just then, a commotion erupted at the villa's entrance. Sir, a celestial dragon has come to visit and is waiting in the living room, Aya hurriedly reported. Chapter 70. Probing Who Is It? Augustine was indifferent to the identity of the visitor, deeming any disruption to his leisure time as a serious matter. He sauntered into the living room, discovering that it was indeed a celestial dragon. However, he had only seen this individual a few times at Mariejois and did not even know their name, merely recognizing them as someone from one of the 5 prominent families. Augustine, I, Greldo of the Alexander family, am quite displeased with your negligence. The celestial dragon, Alexander Greldo Saint, remarked. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and as thin as a reed, his voice was a high-pitched, duck-like quack, exacerbated by his habit of speaking with his neck craned. Listen, brat. Our Alexander family intends to exchange a country in the North Sea for a devil fruit in your possession. Exchange a country for one of my devil fruits? Augustine replied, taking a seat with a dismissive shake of his head. He neither answered nor regarded the grotesque visage before him. Augustine had heard of the Umatba Kingdom, the place where Sengoku acquired the legendary Zoan-type devil fruit, the Buddha form. The Umatba Kingdom was renowned for its adherence to Buddhist doctrine, ruled not by a king but by self-proclaimed living Buddhas, who sent tributes of heavenly gold each year. A bunch of paupers can't possibly have much wealth. Are you even listening to me? Alexander Greldo, feeling insulted by Augustine's indifferent demeanor, continued, though we are both celestial dragons, our family head is one of the 5 elders. You must understand the consequences of offending one of the 5 elders. Enough already. Augustine, growing impatient, dug at his ears. After all this talk, what do you truly desire? Devil fruits have traditionally been offered to slaves. When did the esteemed celestial dragons come to require them? Stop pretending to be foolish. Alexander Greldo barked. I am aware that your family, the Jotileao clan, possesses a secret treasury that holds devil fruits capable of extending life. I do not ask for much. Just one fruit in exchange for a country. You will not suffer a loss. Yet I feel that I am the one at a disadvantage. Augustine retorted with a mocking smile. In truth, he had unearthed some previously unknown information. His ancestors from 19 families had embarked on a particular adventure at sea and collectively acquired roughly 100 devil fruits that could extend life. Correct? So what if that is true? Alexander Greldo huffed. Your Jotileao family has dwindled in numbers. The 5 devil fruits allocated to your family must surely have some left over, as you cannot possibly utilize them all. Indeed, Augustine possessed 2 such fruits. He had given the Zoan type Inu no Mi, a mythical 9-tailed fox form, to Peach Rabbit. He had kept the Paramecia type Nino no Mi and the Zoan type Inu no Mi, a mythical succubus form, in his collection. I do indeed have 2 remaining. Yet there is no way I will trade them with you, Augustine declared curtly. What? You dare? Do not be so arrogant. Augustine interrupted, exuding an ominous aura. You dare covet what belongs to me. Who do you think you are? Even the 5 elders have no right to take my possessions. A destitute little nation seeks immortality in exchange. Do you think everyone is a fool? You. Alexander Greldo stammered, his spirit shaken. Whether it be you or whoever sent you, heed my words. Augustine coldly regarded him, akin to a butcher eyeing a chicken for slaughter. If there is a next time, I shall end your life. The chilling atmosphere pressed upon Alexander Greldo until Augustine tossed him out the door, at which point he regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Truly terrifying. Alexander Greldo hurriedly departed, and upon returning to Mariejois, he immediately reported the incident to the patriarch of the Alexander family, one of the 5 elders. This individual, clad in a black suit with white curls and a flat hat, bore a scar on his left cheek. Had Augustine been present, he would have recognized this man as one of the 5 elders who had met with him during his childhood. This little brat has grown bold. The 5 elders offered no further comment, dismissing Alexander Greldo with a wave of their hand. They regarded Augustine, this unique descendant, with great importance. Hence the deployment of a family member to test him. Augustine was not oblivious to this possibility, but he was not intimidated by the 5 elders. Even if they sought to confront him, it would not be done openly. Just as in the past, when they weakened other celestial dragon families, they would employ fishman tigers methods. Thus, Augustine was certain that the 5 elders could not act with impunity in Mariejois. There must be something above them that restrained their actions. However, he was yet unaware of what that might be. Later that evening, Augustine's butler and head maid arrived together. Master, having not seen Augustine for some time, both knelt with excitement to pay their respects. Rise, Augustine commanded, observing Kukuma and Lafney Annie, reflecting on the passage of time. Lafney Annie had transformed from a charming young girl into a mature, alluring woman, while Kukuma's hair had turned gray at the temples. Kukuma and Annie. You have both managed your responsibilities excellently, Augustine remarked. In a few days, I shall return to the New World and will not be back at the Holy Land or Marineford for an extended period. Do you wish to accompany me to the New World or remain at the Holy Land to manage the estate? Master, Kukuma replied without hesitation, I wish to follow you. I can entrust the estate's management to the family's capable subordinates. I feel the same, Master. Noticing Augustine's gaze upon her, Lafney Annie quickly added, I wish to accompany you to the New World and continue fulfilling my duties as headmaid. Chapter 71, Punishment Thus. You are to arrange the affairs of the Holy Land overnight, and we shall depart for the New World on the morrow, Augustine declared. I expect you to assign capable assistants to manage matters here, and ensure that the annual celestial bounty from the Jotileao family is delivered in full. I shall send someone to retrieve it. Yes. What? You want me to confront the beast pirates? Augustine received the command from Sengoku the following day. I understand this may seem unreasonable, Sengoku reluctantly stated, but this is a direct order from the 5 elders. As a strategic mind, Sengoku sensed the underlying intrigue involving the celestial dragon families. Those 5 old men. Augustine found himself at a loss to refuse this mission. Relenting, he said, To challenge Kaido with my current forces is unfeasible, Marshal. You must provide me with additional support. My personnel are dwindling and other branches are in dire need of reinforcements. Sengoku hesitated. I can grant you a maximum of 10,000 more troops. 10,000 will suffice, but I require the scientific brigade, Augustine insisted, his ambition evident. That is not possible. The scientific brigade is under Kizaru's command, and I cannot justify that. Sengoku countered, I can, at most, offer you 30 additional Vice Admiral class warships. I have no need for such vessels. Augustine scoffed. Why not send Kizaru along with me to the New World? Kaido is not an easy foe to face. Absolutely not. As their argument escalated, Kizaru fortuitously entered the room. Oh, I seem to have overheard my name mentioned. That's the situation, Sengoku explained to Kizaru. Rest assured, the scientific brigade will not be handed over. You cannot leave naval headquarters, as there are pressing matters that require your attention. Is that so? Kizaru feigned concern. Kaido is quite the formidable opponent. Augustine, I've heard of your past victories over him. You are the only one capable of dealing with him. Enough of your mockery. Augustine retorted, his frustration boiling over. I fear no Kaido, but GW and GD are two crucial bases that the Navy has painstakingly established. Do you intend to abandon them? Sengoku recalled the significance of those two branches and turned to Kizaru. Perhaps you could assist him? Unbelievable. So it falls to me after all? Kizaru lamented his unfortunate predicament, pondering how to extricate himself from the confrontation with Kaido. I know you are reluctant. I have made my demand clear. I want the scientific brigade. And that is final. Augustine was resolute, unfazed by Kizaru's stature. Very well, I consent. The scientific brigade may be temporarily assigned to you, but once Kaido is subdued, it must be returned, as Vegapunk has significant research still to conduct here. Do not be so miserly. It is merely Vegapunk. I know you possess other research institutions. Let the scientific brigade be mine. That is impossible, Kizaru firmly rejected. I shall provide you with a sponsorship fee. Augustine raised a finger, stating 10 billion berries. Oh, quite generous, my friend. Kizaru's demeanor shifted to one of amiability. 10 billion berries is somewhat lacking. Make it 20 billion, and the scientific brigade is yours. Agreed, Augustine proclaimed, his fortune evident. The two men exchanged hearty laughter and a handshake, having secured their respective desires. Am I invisible to you two? Sengoku erupted in anger, incensed that they dared to conduct such a transaction before him. Augustine let out a dismissive grunt. Defeating Kaido is a feat worthy of the Navy, indeed, Admiral. Sengoku, aware of his own shortcomings, now wished to expedite this individual's journey to the New World. Very well, he said, if that is the case. I request that Admiral Augustine set sail tomorrow. Do take care. Augustine had no intention of lingering in Marineford for long. Adjusting his justice cloak, he remarked, I have heard that Fishman Island is quite beautiful. I shall depart from there to the New World and enjoy the scenery along the way. Indeed, to gaze upon mermaids. Sengoku and Kizaru silently scoffed. Augustine's flamboyance was no secret within the naval headquarters. Set forth to the Sabaody archipelago to code our ship, Augustine left behind a considerable number of subordinates to lead 30,000 Navy personnel and scientific troops to the New World. He took only Rob Lucci, Bruno, and a few soldiers aboard, intending to journey to Fishman Island via the Sabaody archipelago. The mermaids of Fishman Island were treasures coveted by every human man. He simply had to see them. With a significant sum of berries dispensed, Augustine hired 10 coating artisans in the Sabaody archipelago. The immense warship was entirely coated within half a day's time. Now, onward to Fishman Island. Haha, mermaids, here I come. The journey to Fishman Island was fraught with peril. Augustine remained vigilant, standing on the deck alongside Rob Lucci and Bruno, ready to fend off any potential sea monsters. The colossal warship, a large target indeed, soon attracted monstrous sea creatures from the depths below. Get away from me. Augustine unleashed his own conqueror's haki, causing the gathered marine creatures to flee in sheer terror. Rob Lucci and Bruno, displaying expressions of envy, assisted the naval soldiers in clearing the path of the unconscious monstrosities. However, they were restricted to using long-handled tools, as the ocean proved to be exceedingly inhospitable to those endowed with devil fruit powers. Blub blub blub. Blub blub blub. Augustine glanced at the color of the telephone snail and recognized it was Sengoku. Could it be that he is calling me back? Augustine murmured, then answered the telephone snail. Hello, this is Augustine. Sengoku stated the mission directly, informing him that a celestial dragon had been attacked near Fishman Island and had sought refuge there. Since you were the closest, please make your way there. Exercise caution. Fishman Island harbors deep-seated animosity towards you celestial dragons. Chapter 72. Fishman Island TCH. Augustine was well aware of the situation. He simply replied with an acknowledgement and hung up the telephone snail. In Mariejois, the strong and unique fishmen were highly coveted as slaves. Years ago, Fisher Tiger ascended the Red Line unarmed and infiltrated the residence of the Celestial Dragons. The very heart of this world, and at that time, he nearly liberated all the fishman slaves in Mariejois. A multitude of fishman slaves, ashamed of their status, dared not venture outside nor return to Fishman Island. The mark of the Celestial Dragon slaves, the hoof of the dragon, branded them with lifelong disgrace. After Fisher Tiger's demise, most of these fishmen returned to their island. Subsequently, the reason why Jinbi, the Sea Knight of Fishman Island, willingly became one of the 7 warlords was to secure amnesty for the escaped slaves from the world government. Who was the fool responsible for this? Augustine commanded his soldiers to accelerate their speed. Although he was reluctant, he, as a celestial dragon, could not turn a blind eye to his endangered compatriots. "Sir, look ahead." A naval soldier at the lookout suddenly shouted in terror. Oh my! At that moment, without the soldier's warning, Augustine had already spotted an unforgettable scene. Ahead, near Fishman Island. What do I see? A massive horde of sea kings was surrounding the deep sea above Fishman Island, with 3 of them extending their colossal heads and necks into the island's atmosphere bubble. Sea kings. Until now, although Augustine had known of the existence of such ancient weapons, he had not grasped their true nature. The notion that they possessed the power to bring about global destruction was hard for him to believe, but at this moment, he was convinced. "Sir, should we retreat?" The soldiers looked in horror at the gathering of sea kings ahead. Even a single one of these creatures was exceedingly perilous, let alone this vast assembly, especially now, submerged in the depths of the ocean. The situation was nothing short of terrifying. Augustine gazed for a moment and commanded, "Advance in a straight line, proceed to Fishman Island." The Sea Kings appeared to be under the influence of some powerful force. They did not wreak havoc, but rather stood guard near the island, akin to soldiers awaiting orders. Such power is truly formidable, Augustine mused, while simultaneously developing a profound curiosity about the enigmatic Celestial King and the Underworld King. Augustine's vessel pierced through the depths of the ocean, crashing upon the shores of Fishman Island, emerging in the inner sea adjacent to the plaza. It was a naval ship. Both the fishmen and humans in the square simultaneously recognized Augustine's arrival. "Yes, it is the general. The general has come to rescue us," exclaimed the snot-nosed celestial dragon. Battered and bruised, his voice filled with joy. "Ah, I thought it was someone significant. Instead, it is you, you foolish buffoon," mocked Masquerade St. Augustine as he strode down from the ship, casting a derisive glance at the fainted celestial dragon, sprawled on the ground. "What a disgrace you are. You scoundrel. It is you, Jotileao Augustine Saint." Masquerade Saint's countenance changed upon recognizing Augustine, as if haunted by some unpleasant memories. His voice dropped to a whisper. "I am injured. Summon a doctor at once, or I shall perish. You seem quite lively to me. I doubt you will die." Despite his taunts, Augustine, acknowledging their prior acquaintance, summoned the ship's doctor. I know him. The newspapers have spoken of him. He is the youngest admiral in history." A fishman quivered as he confided in his companion. How could an admiral arrive so swiftly? What could this signify? Oh no, will the admiral turn against us? Augustine paid no heed to the fishmen, nor did he concern himself with Masquerade Saint. In truth, from the moment he disembarked from the warship, his attention had been captivated by a petite figure and the enormous mermaid girl behind her, Princess White Star. To casually pry into others' thoughts is rather rude. He approached Princess Agi. "What immense power! How did you acquire such mastery of observation haki?" "Mother." Upon noticing Augustine's gaze, White Star timidly retreated behind her mother and brother. Yet, her formidable presence rendered her impossible to shield. "White Star, do not be afraid. This brother is not a villain." Agi, having glimpsed some of Augustine's thoughts, hastily clarified. I apologize. Given the stakes concerning Fishman Island's safety and the relationships among fishmen, merfolk, and humans, it's quite all right." Augustine glanced around Fishman Island, observing that the Sea Kings had dispersed, and smiled, for the storm had passed. He approached the colossal mermaid and, looking up at her in astonishment, asked Agi, "How is it that someone so diminutive has given birth to such a gigantic child? Truly a miracle. Such matters." "Admiral." Agi was taken aback by Augustine's line of thought, but her observation haki sensed his genuine goodwill. "Oh, I beg your pardon. It appears you are injured." Augustine noticed blood still trickling from Agi's left arm and promptly summoned the ship's doctor, instructing, "Just stop the bleeding for that waist. Come and tend to the princess first." This. Caught between the celestial dragon and the mermaid, the ship's doctor was perplexed by Augustine's insistence. "Let me handle this." A tall fishman rushed over to begin tending to Aegis' wound. This individual was Aladdin, the ship's doctor of the Sun Pirates. Damn it, Augustine. We are all celestial dragons. How could you prioritize treating that woman? Masquerade Saint grumbled. Ah, it hurts terribly. Silence. If you continue to whine, I shall throw you to those fishmen. Augustine gestured toward the fishmen, who were glaring at Masquerade Saint with palpable hatred. Masquerade Saint. Is this admiral also a celestial dragon? Yet he seems quite different from the others. After all, he is an admiral. Hey, did you see him when you were in Mariejois? I have seen him. He belongs to the Jotileao family, a remarkably powerful line of celestial dragons. A fishman quietly remarked to those nearby. I have even encountered the slaves from his household. They say they are never subjected to mistreatment. Regardless, he still employs slaves. Keep it down. Lord Augustine, we welcome you to Fishman Island. Aegis, having tended to her wounds, approached Augustine and said, I wonder if you plan to stay with us on Fishman Island. We would be honored to extend our hospitality. Chapter 73, Vander Decken. Well, I am merely passing through, en route to the New World to confront Kaido. What an immense honor. Augustine's words startled those around him, as he gazed at the delicate and exquisite Princess Aegis, letting out a resigned sigh before smiling and saying, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Princess Aegis. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you. No, your arrival is precisely what I had hoped for. Fishman Island and the humans above have long harbored many misunderstandings and conflicts. Aegis spoke earnestly. I aspire for a day when these barriers may be dismantled, allowing fishmen and merfolk to freely return to the sunlit world, fostering mutual understanding and trust among our races. Truly, you are a saintly woman, possessing a noble ideal. Augustine suddenly comprehended that Aegis' advanced mastery of observation haki was perhaps not mere coincidence. Perhaps I can assist in some manner. Your aid would be of immense importance. I am truly grateful. Aegis was taken aback by the admiral's enthusiasm. He seemed quite different from others, filling her heart with joy. Perhaps the dream she had long pursued might be realized with Augustine's help. Augustine observed the tearful gaze of the White Star directed at the injured Ecce and could not resist the temptation to tease her, remarking, What a little crybaby you are. I am not. The youthful White Star, unlike in the original tale where she grew up sheltered and frail, exuded a vivacious and charming spirit. Having not been confined indoors like a prisoner throughout her childhood. Haraha. Ecce laughed joyfully. Suddenly, Augustine's attention shifted to the crowd of fishmen. And in the blink of an eye, he materialized before one of them, casting a calm glance his way. The fishman, taking advantage of the distraction caused by Augustine and Ecce, stealthily approached the mermaid princess, White Star. Vander Decken, wielder of the target fruit. Do you dare to lay your filthy hands upon this delightful princess? Augustine's words pierced through Vander Decken's hidden intentions. His complexion paled, and he hastily attempted to flee. You shall not escape so easily. Augustine's hand gripped Vander Decken's shoulder with the tenacity of an eagle's talon clutching a rabbit, rendering his struggles futile. Lord Augustine? Ecce, possessing formidable observation skills, noticed Augustine's actions and approached with curiosity. Help me. This human intends to harm the residents of Fishman Island. Do not be fooled. Vander Decken shouted to the surrounding fishmen and merfolk. Their expressions were filled with uncertainty. Augustine did not appear malevolent, and it seemed Vander Decken had just been on the verge of committing a nefarious act. Yet their long-standing prejudices against humans sowed seeds of doubt in their hearts. What do you intend to do to my child? Ecce, having discerned Vander Decken's wicked thoughts, was overtaken by anger. The people of Fishman Island strive for the dream of living under the sun, yet you wish to tarnish my beloved daughter and seize that dreadful power? And no. Faced with such direct confrontation, Vander Decken momentarily lost his composure, but quickly realized his misfortune was sealed. He shouted desperately, You fools! Speak of dreams. It is you who wish to return to the light, not me. I, Vander Decken, am destined for an extraordinary life. Soldiers, seize him and imprison him in the Dragon Palace. Ecce commanded with an expressionless demeanor. The fishman guards surged forward, taking Vander Decken, the would-be defiler of Princess White Star, from Augustine's grasp. Within the Dragon Palace, Augustine was warmly welcomed by King Neptune. Masquerade Saint, having been chastised by Augustine, sat obediently nearby, enjoying the delicacies of Fishman Island. Achieving the dream of coexisting peacefully with humans under the sun is not insurmountable. Augustine, having listened to Ecce's plea for Fishman Island to join the world government, replied earnestly. I possess 3 methods to realize this goal. 3 methods. King Neptune was astonished and implored, Please enlighten us. This is of utmost importance. For this dream, Etchi had devoted nearly all her heart and energy. Indeed, my mother has done so much, yet the people of Fishman Island remain unaware of her struggles. Prince Sharkstar sincerely requested, hoping for further assistance. The first method involves collecting signatures from the inhabitants of Fishman Island. I can present a proposal at the World Conference to make Fishman Island a member of the world government. Observing the delight on Etchi's face, Augustine coolly remarked, "This is the least effective approach." The least effective? Indeed. Even if Fishman Island were to become a member of the world government, should certain celestial dragons desire fishmen or merfolk as slaves, they will still procure them. Where there are buyers, there will be sellers, pirates, hunters, and mercenaries. Those with the ability to hunt fishmen and merfolk will continue to invade Fishman Island in pursuit of profit. Take this fellow, for instance. Augustine gestured toward Masquerade Saint, who was indulging himself nearby. Masquerade Saint scoffed, offering no rebuttal, as he indeed harbored a possessive desire over the merfolk and fishmen. Etchi realized her initial thoughts had been rather naive. What are the other two methods? Neptune inquired. The second method is to make Fishman Island a vassal state of my family, the Jotileao family, Augustine continued. By becoming a vassal of a celestial dragon family, Fishman Island could immediately transform into a new member of the world government under its laws. Masquerade Saint burst into laughter, proclaiming, "It could also become my vassal. I, Masquerade Saint, will protect you." Augustine disregarded the individual and continued, stating that, much like the first approach, the threat to Fishman Island still loomed. While I can ostensibly provide sanctuary to Fishman Island, the relentless influx of fishermen, even with my personal presence, cannot guarantee the safety of all its inhabitants. I surmise that the method you wish for us to adopt is the third approach. Odoheim had already discerned Augustine's inner thoughts. Indeed, Augustine continued, asserting that whether it be the nations of humanity or Fishman Island, in order to receive equitable treatment from others, one must first possess strength. You must allow others to witness your might and subsequently recognize your worth. Only then can Fishman Island truly attain fair treatment, and the world government will enact policies favorable to it, such as a global ban on the trade of fishmen and mermaid slaves. Chapter 74. Departure. Was I too naive? Odoheim lowered her head, murmuring her apologies. All this time, I have been engaged in futile endeavors. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at her husband and children. I am truly sorry, and I am immensely grateful to you all for indulging my whims. No, mother, please do not say such things. The three princes hastily encircled their mother, offering her gentle reassurances. In contrast, Augustine turned his attention to Shirahoshi, remarking that this weepy child was indeed a considerable predicament. I am not a crybaby, Shirahoshi retorted angrily, swimming up to Augustine with her adorable lips pursed in protest. Augustine erupted in laughter, raising a hand to conjure a golden hand with his haki, finally bestowing upon the little princess a playful pat on the head. Very well. Shirahoshi is not a crybaby. She is a good girl. Lord Augustine has already uncovered Shirahoshi's secret. Odoheim exchanged glances with her family, their expressions suddenly heavy with concern. Should the news of Poseidon's return to Fishman Island reach outsiders, it would spell unimaginable disaster for them. After all, Shirahoshi is still quite young, both in mind and strength. Far from the legendary status, the others were filled with anxiety regarding how Augustine might treat Shirahoshi. Augustine resided in Dragon Palace City for 2 days, spending most of his time in the company of Shirahoshi. The young princess, now unafraid of him, found Augustine to be more entertaining than anyone else and exuded a sense of reliability. Even the queen remarked on his kindness, believing he could aid Fishman Island in realizing its dreams, allowing all fishmen and merfolk to bask in sunlight and live freely. Is this truly beneficial? Neptune stood at a distance, watching Shirahoshi converse with Augustine, expressing his concern that this human had uncovered Shirahoshi's secret and had deliberately approached their child. Indeed, Odoheim nodded in agreement. He may seek Shirahoshi's power, yet he does not possess an evil nature. I can sense his unique heart. Our child, Shirahoshi. She is far too innocent and requires someone to guide her, and I believe Augustine is the most suitable person for this role. Is that so? Neptune nodded and remarked. Very well, then, let us stake the future of Fishman Island on this young man. A month later, Augustine took away 500 fishmen soldiers summoned from Fishman Island and established contact with the world government, claiming Fishman Island as a territory under the name of the Jotileao family. Crying child, remember our promise. Think of me. Augustine waved goodbye to the sobbing Shirahoshi as he boarded his warship. During this time, Augustine recruited numerous fishmen from Fishman Street and secretly eliminated Hody's gang, extinguishing this potential threat in its infancy. Wah, Lord Augustine, Shirahoshi will remember you. Shirahoshi will miss you. The young princess wept bitterly, heartbroken by the departure of her only friend. As she watched Augustine's ship fade into the distance, her sorrow deepened. Ah, you finally decided to return. In the inner harbor of the GD branch, Kyuin crossed her arms, revealing a captivating deep cleavage, expressing her dissatisfaction with Augustine's prolonged absence and his abandonment of them in the new world. Meanwhile, Sugar, Ein, and Domino found it hard to contain their emotions, fluttering towards their beloved like a swarm of colorful butterflies. Longing is a malady, and they were deeply afflicted. All right, I'll make it up to you all tonight. Augustine embraced and kissed each of his little girlfriends, soothing them for quite some time. Upon hearing Augustine's flirtatious remarks, Sugar's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was already 27 years old, 8 years older than her sister Monet, the effects of the childhood fruit had left her both physically and mentally juvenile. Augustine chuckled heartily as he swiftly approached the composed Chiyuan, lifting her into his embrace. After a moment of tender intimacy, he whispered softly in her ear, "I think of you every day." Chiyuan could no longer maintain her composure. She succumbed to enchantment. The two of them lost themselves in a passionate kiss before thousands of naval personnel. The sight of General Augustine was indeed awe-inspiring. A true idol in the eyes of the sailors, who gazed at their hero with envy. Renowned across the seas, with beauty in his arms, how many wished for such a day? This was the ultimate dream of man. How could you? Finally, after a long moment, Lady Tao Rabbit realized she had unwittingly performed a passionate display in front of her subordinates. She playfully punched Augustine, chiding, "You've been away for over a year. Fortunately, nothing major has happened during this time. Just a few days ago, your new subordinates reported in with 30,000 sailors. I heard you diverted to Fishman Island and stayed there for so long. What happened? Did the mermaids not ensnare our esteemed general's soul, finally allowing you to return?" A few things did occur. I'll tell you slowly. Augustine stretched lazily. "First, please get me something to eat. I'm famished." Domino promptly informed the head chef to prepare a meal. Augustine had an astonishing appetite and a discerning palate, with dozens of chefs at the base dedicated to his dining needs. Thus unfolded the events. In the highest echelons of GD, Augustine sat in his grand office adjacent to the conference room. Seated beside him were his trusted aides and women. To his left sat Vice Admirals Tao Rabbit and Ein, along with the unranked Sugar and Perona, Secretary General Usnao Bernice, Intelligence Secretary Domino, Finance Secretary Khalifa, and Major General Boya Hancock, with Chief Secretary Monet and Head Maid Leafney Annie. To his right were Vice Admirals Douglas Eric, Mai Bragg, Lon Ming, Binns, Moore Bondi, West, Butler Kukuma, Vice Admiral Rob Lucci, and Majors Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno. These individuals comprised Augustine's current circle. The Lion nestled, while the Silent Owl temporarily oversaw the training of new recruits, serving as a major instructor. With 2 naval bases under his command as a general, Augustine theoretically could have 16 vice admirals beneath him. His methods were fair. Those with a combat power exceeding 3,000 could become majors, while those who mastered haki with a power level over 5,000 could ascend to vice admiral. After a year of refinement, all the graduates who ventured into the new world alongside him had mastered the armament haki, meeting his expectations, with some exceptionally talented individuals even grasping observation haki. In contrast, the female warriors emerging from Nine Snake Island lagged behind in combat prowess, as they had not trained in killing techniques from a young age like the Navy. Even the most outstanding among them, Boya Hancock, a formidable woman, had only achieved a combat power of 3,300, having mastered both armament and observation haki from the 3 types of haki. Their strength still felt inadequate, aside from Sister Chiyuan. The others were far from reaching the level of a general. Augustine's mind began to whirl with thoughts of whether to cultivate Aya, Chiron, and Chilon. Should I grant them devil fruits? But that seems unwise. If they consume devil fruits, they can no longer join me for baths or swim in the sea, indulging in some delightful secrets. No. Having finally relayed his recent experiences to those close to him, with the exception of King Poseidon, which he could not disclose, Augustine did not conceal anything else, including his confrontation with Moonlight Moria, suppressing the revolutionary army in the North Sea. and the unintentional offense towards the celestial dragons leading to the Elder Stars presenting him with challenges. Damn it, with our limited manpower. How could we possibly eradicate the beast pirates? An exclaimed angrily. This order is merely a means to eliminate dissent. It's not about eradicating the beast pirates, Ein. Khalifa corrected her. The Elder Stars tasked us with subjugating the beast pirates. Huh? What is the difference? Ein, not as perceptive as Khalifa in this regard, had yet to grasp the nuance. I suspect that neither the headquarters nor the Elder Stars expect us to destroy an emperor, Khalifa offered. They likely understand the power of the beast pirates compared to ours. By issuing such a task, they merely wish to compel General Augustine to submit, apologize, or offer them what they desire. At this point, Khalifa couldn't help but glance enviously at Tao Rabbit, musing about the allure of immortality. Immortality is within my grasp, Augustine remarked with a knowing glance at the assembly, suggesting that the power for eternal life was not solely in devil fruits. His thoughts drifted to the immense lanternfish of the New World, pure gold. Lord Augustine has mastered the secret to eternal life. The revelation stunned everyone present. If they worked diligently, perhaps they too would be granted the power of immortality by their lord. You wish for me to submit? Humph. Augustine scoffed. The Elder Stars are so petty, it's truly disappointing. Master, what should we do? Kokoma, well acquainted with Mariejois, expressed concern. If we do not execute the Elder Stars' orders, the government may use it as a pretext to strip you of your rank and control over GW and GD. Humph. Then let us fight. Augustine had no intention of risking his meager resources. Contact the New World's newspapers. I want to provide them with an exclusive story. I, Augustine, shall challenge Kaido to single combat. You intend to challenge Kaido alone? The group gasped in astonishment. It was typically Kaido who sought to challenge various factions, but someone daring to confront him was truly unprecedented. Absolutely not. Ein rose in opposition. That is far too dangerous. We should instead launch an attack on the peripheral islands of Kaido's territory. Pirates are not like us in the Navy. Augustine gestured for her to sit, stating, if we attack Kaido, he will undoubtedly retaliate, and it won't be with a mere handful of men. He may mobilize his entire army for a comprehensive counterattack. For us, just establishing a foothold in the New World, that would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The might of the emperors lay not only in their terrifying capabilities, but also in the authority and influence they wielded. Are you confident? Tao Rabbit inquired. If the beast's pirates unite against you, I fear even you, Augustine, might find yourself in peril. Thus, I intend to broadcast this matter widely, letting the New World and the entire world know. Augustine smirked. I refuse to believe Kaido would be so shameless. He will surely agree to a duel. In fact, Augustine pondered deeply. I know he wishes to face me again. As anticipated, when Kaido received the challenge delivered by Augustine's envoy, he readily accepted. The two agreed to meet a month later on Black Flame Island in the New World for their one-on-one duel. Black Flame Island lies within the dominion of the Beast Pirates, not far from the GD branch. This desolate expanse is devoid of life, save for a vast volcano and clusters of rocks along the coast, while the surrounding waters plunge into great depths. Typically, this locale remains untouched by visitors. In a month's time, Marine Admiral Jotileao Augustine is set to duel with Kaido on Black Flame Island. This news, publicized by the newspapers, sent shockwaves throughout the sea. At Marine headquarters, the prospect of a clash between two titans is nothing short of terrifying. Kizaru, sipping his tea and perusing the newspaper, couldn't he help but revel in the misfortune of others. He pondered whether Augustine could once again triumph over Kaido, a foe who only seemed to grow stronger with each confrontation. In contrast, Akaina remained silent, having relinquished his animosity towards Augustine. His aspiration to venture into the New World and carry forth the justice of the Navy was now embodied in Augustine's actions. Meanwhile, Garp munched on a donut, speaking through a mouthful. It's fine. That kid Augustine is a monster in his own right, and he's never one to come out on the losing end. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Mother, is that little brat planning something again? Big Mom commanded her subordinates, keep a close watch on this matter. If Kaido is defeated, we shall seize his territory. If Augustine falls, we will mobilize the Navy from the GD branch. My domain does not require the presence of their kind. Yes, Mama. The red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates were also closely monitoring this impending clash, as this momentous confrontation would bear significant implications. If Augustine proves his capability to vanquish an emperor, his influence would soar, eclipsing that of the other three admirals, leaving even the Gourmet wary of his ascent. with a substantial possibility of him becoming a fleet admiral in the future. Conversely, should he fall to Kaido's, he would not only face the latter's menace, but also the wrath of Big Mom, alongside potential threats from other formidable pirate crews. It is crucial to acknowledge that in the New World, the Navy faces scrutiny from more than just the four emperors. Numerous pirates harbor personal vendettas against them. Chapter 76. The battle between monsters. Black Flame Island, though referred to as an island, is merely a collection of volcanic black rocks amassed together. Such terrain is commonplace in the New World. Should the sea level rise, it transforms into treacherous reefs, a nightmare for navigators. As Augustine beheld the distant Black Flame Island, he commanded the warship to return. The vessel would only return to retrieve him after the battle concluded. He strolled leisurely upon the surface of the sea, his feet resting upon a gentle golden glow, akin to a leisurely promenade. In stark contrast, Kaido's arrival was far more savage and domineering. He swam directly towards him. Augustine observed as Kaido propelled himself forward with a push of his hands, gliding several hundred meters like a flying fish. This fellow has certainly grown stronger. It has been a while. Augustine greeted him. Enough chit-chat, Kaido exclaimed, launching into an attack. I'm itching for a fight. Let us see how you fare against 100 of my punches. Such eagerness. Old friend, a reunion surely warrants some reminiscing. Augustine retorted playfully, yet he remained focused, meeting Kaido's blows with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. What a thrill. Kaido laughed heartily. Indeed, battling with you is the most exhilarating. Agreed, Augustine replied, as the muscles on his back undulated rhythmically, resembling a giant python writhing beneath his skin. Allow me to showcase a new set of boxing techniques I have been researching. Flowing like clouds in water. Augustine's fist suddenly accelerated, a continuous flow resembling rushing water as they struck against Kaido. You certainly possess an array of peculiar techniques, Kaido remarked, sensing that the increased speed of Augustine's punches had diminished their power. With a dismissive attitude, he abandoned his defense, sinking slightly into his stance, and unleashed a powerful counterattack, declaring, such feeble punches cannot harm me. Do not rush, Augustine responded, meeting fist with fist, his strikes entwining like flowing water around Kaido's formidable assault, effortlessly neutralizing the overwhelming blow. For his next move, he proclaimed, mountain-crushing tsunami. True to its name, Augustine's punches surged with ferocity, each blow faster and heavier than the last. I relish this technique, Kaido exclaimed, his observation haki fully attuned to Augustine's strikes, yet he still endured a barrage of a dozen punches. Instead of dismay, he was invigorated, shouting, youngster, in this utterly tedious world, give me some amusement. However, you have yet to unleash your full potential. As you wish, came the reply. Spear of the Sun, Golden Crow's Finger. Augustine unleashed his own creation, the 6 techniques. The golden bell power within him transformed into 10 coherent streams of finger force, which he directed into the index and middle fingers of his right hand, striking Kaido on his forehead. The hallmark of this technique lies in its initial subtlety. The first strike exudes little power, yet each subsequent strike builds upon the last, culminating in an overwhelming force. By the time the 9th strike converges, even Kaido cannot withstand it. The initial feebleness of the first strike allows for unparalleled speed, rendering Kaido unable to evade despite his heightened senses. Boom, boom, boom. The impact resounded, and with a pained cry, Kaido was sent hurtling 100 meters away. Augustine shook his fingers, gradually alleviating the swelling pain above. Could it be that I won't survive this? Yet, it soon became evident that he had overthought. Kaido quickly rose to his feet, albeit with a new wound on his forehead, a gaping hole revealing glimpses of bone within. Impressive, indeed. This strike can rival Whitebeard's tremor fruit, Kaido grimaced. Pain etched on his face, yet he praised Augustine for his prowess as he stood up. That man truly deserves the title of monster bestowed upon him by the world. You're too kind, Augustine replied modestly, as long as you are satisfied. Come now, unleash your formidable techniques, Kaido urged, shaking his neck, the wound on his head healing at a visibly alarming rate. Your constitution is truly enviable, Augustine remarked earnestly. It seems to me that in order to bring you back to headquarters, I must employ my utmost abilities. You bastard, you're still holding back. Hurry and show me what you've got. Kaido impatiently retorted, I've been to the Navy headquarters before. They couldn't kill me even if they tried. And it's quite a bother for me. Prepare yourself, Augustine announced, as white energy began to coalesce in his right hand. After a year of nurturing, the innate energy within him had accumulated to an impressive level, far surpassing their previous encounter. Damn it, I knew it would be this technique. For the first time that day, a serious expression crossed Kaido's face. Augustine's energy was even more formidable than Whitebeard's tremor fruit, a memory vividly etched in Kaido's mind. Initially, Kaido had even speculated it to be a fruit of the devil, only to later discover that Augustine had never consumed such a fruit. "Kaido, brace yourself for a punch delivered with utmost sincerity," Augustine declared as he ascended above Kaido, his small fist radiating with golden and white light, targeting the towering figure of Kaido with intent. "Bastard, what do you mean by a sincere strike?" Kaido could have evaded, but he was accustomed to facing challenges head-on, leading to yet another unfortunate outcome. Haha, this is the feeling, so close to death, how exhilarating. Just like this. With a single punch, Kaido was sent crashing to the ground, his body driven deep into the earth, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth. The ground beneath him shattered in an instant from the force of his impact. Both combatants were simultaneously engulfed by the rushing seawater. "Hey!" Augustine emerged from the water's surface, seeking a solid rock to stand upon, only to find that the vicinity was entirely submerged. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from a distant volcano, perhaps triggered by the intensity of their battle, as it unexpectedly erupted at that very moment. Augustine gazed at the sky filled with volcanic ash, furrowing his brow. He was unperturbed by the molten lava, yet the ash rendered the air murky, which was indeed bothersome. Then, he noticed Kaido's towering figure rising from the depths of the sea. It turned out that the previous punch had shattered most of Kaido's internal organs. However, the tenacity of this creature was remarkable, as he managed to speak before losing consciousness. Such monstrous resilience. Augustine swiftly approached, hoisting Kaido's body and hastily departing from Black Flame Island. In the year 1518 of the Sea Era, the youngest admiral in naval history, Jotileao, Augustine Saint, engaged in a decisive battle against Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, on the island of Black Flame in the New World. Augustine emerged victorious, independently capturing the Yonko. Kaido. If the news of Augustine's duel with one of the four emperors reverberated across the seas, his triumph over Kaido and subsequent arrest seemed almost mythical. It was beyond belief, even for the Navy. Chapter 77. Power Dynamics What? Please repeat that. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received the news, incredulous. Is it true? Admiral Augustine has defeated and captured Kaido? Kaido is on his way back to headquarters under custody. The messenger reported excitedly, taking pride in delivering such exhilarating news. After all, this was the notorious Yonko Kaido, and the excitement was palpable. Sengoku confirmed the news, initially elated, only to be met with a wry smile. The dilemma with Kaido was that once captured, he could not be executed, making him a troublesome asset. This was not the first time Kaido had been defeated and captured. After becoming a pirate, he had been bested 7 times and apprehended 18 times, rendering him a prisoner. During his incarcerations, Kaido endured repeated torture and faced death sentences 40 times. However, no execution method proved effective against him, and infuriatingly, he held the record for sinking 9 large prison ships during his escapes. Augustine was well aware that he could not eliminate Kaido at present, which is why he chose to return this hot potato to Navy headquarters for them to deal with. Regardless, this presented a splendid opportunity to publicize the justice of the Navy and would benefit the upcoming Global Conscription Initiative. Having worked together for many years, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately discerned Sengoku's thoughts and remarked, "I am astonished by Admiral Augustine's rapid progress. He has likely surpassed the other admirals." Indeed, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "His matters are of no concern to us. It is only the 5 elders who will be troubled by it. To be honest, I rather like this little celestial dragon." The focus then shifted back to how to handle Kaido. However, Sengoku seemed to be overthinking the situation. Before the transport ship even reached Navy headquarters, Kaido regained consciousness and leaped into the sea, swimming away. The escort vessel was merely a small military ship, manned by only 4 or 5 recruits. Kaido did not even harbor the desire to sink it. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku felt a wave of relief wash over him, coupled with exasperation towards Augustine. He drafted a report detailing the incident and submitted it to the 5 elders. They likely found Augustine's performance commendable and, in appreciation, refrained from presenting him with further challenges. Upon hearing of Kaido's defeat, Big Mom promptly dispatched troops to attack Kaido's territory. However, before they could secure it, Kaido swam to Cake Island and engaged in a fierce battle with Charlotte Linlin, nearly obliterating the island. That damn Kaido. Charlotte Linlin, realizing she was no match for Kaido in a one-on-one confrontation, found herself equally powerless against this other monstrous woman. After a brawl, one retreated while the other returned to her domain. Unfortunately for Linlin, she lost a son in the fray. Nevertheless, with numerous sons and daughters, the loss was merely an inconvenience. Her fury stemmed from feeling slighted. Those blasted Navy brats. Blaming Augustine entirely, Charlotte Linlin summoned her ministers, officers, and offspring, demanding, "I must deal with that detestable little brat, Jotileao, Augustine's saint. Come up with a plan." The ministers exchanged troubled glances. Charlotte Cracker, still shaken from the recent conflict between the four emperors, cautiously suggested, "Mother, Augustine defeated even Kaido. I fear." "Eh?" Charlotte Linlin's expression darkened. "Are you implying I cannot defeat him?" "Of course not. He could never be a match for you, Mother." Charlotte Cracker hastily clarified, seeking to save face. "What I mean is, we should identify his weaknesses. It would make dealing with him considerably easier." "Weaknesses?" Charlotte Linlin pondered, stroking her ample face, a cunning smile creeping across her lips. "Ah, this boy has a particular weakness for women. I have plenty of daughters. Who do you suggest we send to seduce him?" "Mother, let me go," Charlotte brutally exclaimed. "I promise to enthrall him completely." "That's out of the question," Charlotte Smoothie interjected. "He is, after all, a Navy officer. How could he possibly unite with us, pirates? If that were to happen, he would immediately lose his celestial dragon and admiral status." "True enough," Charlotte Linlin mused, her thoughts shifting. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I know just how to proceed. You may leave now." Mother, let us see how that little brat meets his end." Charlotte brutally sulked as she exited, feeling she had lost a golden opportunity to shine. Meanwhile, Augustine returned to Geode, intent on developing his influence in the New World. He immediately began summoning the logistics department to renovate the existing branch base. First, he designated a vast area behind the base for the establishment of a military academy. Indeed, he intended to create his own naval academy, aptly named the New World Naval Academy. He planned to invest a substantial sum into this institution, aiming to surpass the Marineford Naval Academy. As for the students, he could select promising young recruits from among the new soldiers and also recruit from the world government-affiliated nations located in the New World. With Augustine's reputation for defeating Kaido, many would likely be eager to follow in his wake. For the second phase of his renovation, Augustine cleared out the underground storage facility at the branch base, planning to construct a new one. This more secure underground area would be utilized for establishing a research laboratory. Dr. Vegapunk was currently improving the firearms he had proposed. The Navy's current arsenal consisted of muzzle-loading guns, utilizing black powder and steel balls as ammunition. Some possessed basic automatic capabilities, while others required a single shot to be reloaded. These firearms were indeed primitive. By no means could they compare to modern weaponry, let alone the advancements seen during the Republic era. Although Augustine is not a firearms expert, the old adage holds true. One may not have eaten pork, but they have certainly seen a pig run. After much contemplation, Augustine sketched some rudimentary blueprints, drawing upon various bits of information he had gathered, and handed them to Vegapunk, urging him to design a new type of firearm. Vegapunk regarded Augustine's ideas as gems of ingenuity. He believed that if the Navy could equip itself widely with such weapons, its strength would at least double. However, the creation of this new firearm posed two significant challenges. The first was the production of smokeless powder. Augustine knew that mixing nitric acid and sulfuric acid could yield smokeless powder, but the specifics of the process required Vegapunk's numerous experiments. The second challenge lay in the improvement of the gun's chamber. There were no design issues in this aspect, as Vegapunk quickly devised multiple models capable of rapid fire and suitable for metal ammunition, closely resembling modern firearms. The problem, however, was that smokeless powder's power far exceeded that of black powder, and ordinary metals lacked the necessary strength to meet production standards. Throughout this process, Augustine gradually recognized an issue. The iron and other metals in this world were somewhat lacking in strength. This limitation directly constrained the production capacity of the new firearms. Vegapunk experimented with various methods, but it seemed that the world's rules differed. Only a few master blacksmiths possessed the skill to enhance the iron's toughness, making mass production virtually impossible. Ultimately, Vegapunk devised a solution, utilizing the durability of sea stone to reinforce the gun chamber. While this resolved the problem, it significantly inflated the cost of the weapons. Perhaps we should scale back production. At least we need one for every officer, Augustine mused, regretting his lack of diligence in the study of mathematics and sciences in his past life. It appears that wisdom is indeed synonymous with power, a sentiment echoed by his former physics teacher. Augustine felt a wave of shame for not having taken his studies seriously. Those who could effortlessly create soap, gunpowder, and alloys after their transmigration surely had done their homework beforehand. Despite the challenges in mass production, your designs have sparked some ideas for me, Vegapunk remarked. I intend to redesign a cannon. The power of smokeless powder is too great. Only fleet admiral ships can equip cannons produced with it, but bases can. With a sufficiently sturdy base, the power of base cannons could increase tenfold. Do as you wish, Augustine waved his hand dismissively. I'll arrange for Khalifa to allocate 50 billion for you to begin research on these two items, and I'll instruct the logistics department to establish a factory. However, you must be cautious. Many have perished in the pursuit of gunpowder research throughout history, and I would prefer you not to meet an untimely end. You worry too much. Vegapunk rolled his eyes at Augustine's casual mention of explosions. By the way, I heard you have a collection of devil fruits. I have a research project that involves bestowing objects with superpowers derived from these fruits. Would you be interested? Oh, Augustine had heard of such concepts and curiously inquired. If the objects were to consume the devil fruit, where would the energy required to activate its powers come from? Energy cannot simply materialize from nothing, can it? Of course. It would come from the physical exertion of the object's holder. Vegapunk continued, your point about energy not appearing from thin air is indeed a sound theory, Lord Augustine. You possess the potential to become a scientist. The conservation of energy is one of the fundamental rules of this world. Without energy, the devil fruits cannot exert their powers. I see. Augustine's interest waned significantly. Perhaps he would consider it again when suitable fruits became available. He hoped to acquire some travel-related items, such as Bruno's Dordor fruit. Unfortunately, despite Bruno's diligent training and notable improvement in his abilities, he still lacked progress with his fruit. Currently, he could only open a door to the nearest island, unable even to reach Fishman Island, let alone the nine-snake island of Amazon Lily. Queen of Joy Street? Augustine mused, intrigued as he examined the invitation in his hand. I have no acquaintance with her. Why would she invite me to play cards? My lord, since you defeated Kaido, many prominent figures in the New World have extended friendly gestures, Domino explained. Shipping magnate Don Quixote, the esteemed warehouse industry's master of concealment, and Gil D. Tetsaro, the proprietor of the renowned gambling city, among others, wish to befriend someone as great as you. Playing cards? It feels rather conspiratorial. How intriguing. Augustine recalled that the Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, was affiliated with CP0, an intelligence agency he had long wished to engage with, but had been unable to approach. This presented a splendid opportunity. Among the 10 intelligence divisions of the world government, CP0 is the only one directly nurtured by the Five Elders, shrouded in mystery. It operates independently from the orders of the celestial dragons and serves solely the Five Elders. However, on the surface, CP0 appears to serve alongside CP9, CP8, CP7, and CP6 for the 5 major families of the celestial dragons. In truth, this is merely a FAAD, a revelation Augustine had recently acquired. Domino had secretly recorded a defector from CP0 through channels and Impel Down. This defector was now listed among the death records of Impel Down, unknown to anyone but loyal to Augustine. The only cost he incurred was facilitating the rescue of a young girl from Mariejois. The boss is heading to Joy Street. Blue Dream, having obtained the news from somewhere, insisted on trailing Augustine. Allow me, the self-proclaimed little tyrant of Joy Street, to show you around. Please don't refuse, or I shall inform your sister-in-law. Augustine, weary of the incessant chatter, unceremoniously kicked Blue Dream aboard the warship. He surmised that this unruly bunch would hardly behave in the New World, likely well acquainted with the pleasures of such establishments. Back in Marineford, despite the strict supervision of a mentor like Zephyr, these rascals frequently sneaked out to indulge in debauchery. In contrast, Augustine, accompanied by Ein and Toru, had never experienced the legendary, vibrant nightlife of Marineford. Joy Street lay within the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, yet it was a considerable distance from Whole Cake Island, making it a popular haunt even for members of the Whitebeard, Beast, and Red-Haired Pirates. Naturally, our naval soldiers frequented these waters as well. After all, they were men. As one might imagine, Blue Dream, brimming with excitement, eagerly pointed out the surroundings to Augustine. Although it bore the name Joy Street, it was not a street in the conventional sense, but rather a collection of ships that resembled a vast floating thoroughfare. One might even call it a maritime city. Countless vessels navigated through the area, either offering merriment or seeking it. Indeed, they had arrived. At the heart of Joy Street, on the grandest and most opulent of vessels, Stussy stood gracefully on the highest deck. Upon spotting Augustine's flagship entering Joy Street, a captivating smile graced her lips. To the uninitiated, she might appear to be a noble woman. However, those who had mingled in the new world for a few years understood the true nature of Stussy, the Queen of Joy Street, a figure who had established this haven during the era of Whitebeard and Roger. Chapter 79. Stussy upon receiving an order from Big Mom. Stussy was initially reluctant to confront Augustine directly, for he was a celestial dragon, and it seemed unreasonable to jeopardize herself for Charlotte Leanlean's sake. Yet, just a few days prior, the Gourmet had issued her a similar task. Like Charlotte's request, they hoped she would use her allure to manipulate Augustine. Those 5 old men certainly had a knack for creating dilemmas. Stussy inwardly lamented, yet the prospect of targeting Augustine intrigued her. The youngest admiral in history, and so strikingly handsome. If she could use her devil fruit abilities to control Jotileao, Augustine's saint, her status would soar. Stussy had consumed the love fruit, granting her the ability to ensnare any man with mere physical allure. Even more alarmingly, she could siphon the life force of any man who fell for her. A secret behind her youthful appearance. However, the love fruit had also bestowed upon her immense suffering. In her youth, the man she adored became the first unfortunate victim due to her accidental consumption of the fruit. After being dispatched to the new world by the Gourmet, Stussy utilized her awakened powers from the love fruit to evoke the true feelings of love in men, ultimately establishing Joy Street. This not only yielded substantial profits, but also allowed her to effortlessly gather intelligence from across the new world. One could say that Stussy was a trump card among the CP0 agents under the Gourmet's command. A group led by Augustine ascended the dreamlike vessel of Stussy, guided by 2 enchanting maidens steering a flower-adorned boat. This ship was nothing short of a palatial marvel, its walls resplendent with gilded opulence and adorned with exquisite decorations. A myriad of gemstones, meticulously crafted and polished by skilled artisans, were embedded into the artistic surfaces, while the carpets, woven from luxurious silk threads, invited a sense of trepidation over their extravagant worth. "Kind sir, after your arduous journey, please cleanse your hands," beckoned 3 alluring maidens clad in cheap house-style dresses, which appeared modest yet provocatively revealed a deep cleavage, stirring the imagination. Any ordinary man, upon seeing such a sight, would be unable to resist the allure of discovery. With utmost reverence, the maidens attended to Augustine. One knelt before him, presenting a beautifully crafted silver basin, another offered a soft silk cloth, while the third swiftly assisted in removing his cloak. Impressed, Augustine marveled at Stussy's talents and, after cleansing his hands, ascended the steps before him. The numerous attendants flanking the sides immediately knelt and proclaimed in unison, "Welcome, His Excellency, Jotileao, Augustine." This harmonious chorus of voices evoked a swell of pride and satisfaction within any man. One could not deny that in a world teeming with monstrous beings, Stussy had indeed achieved something remarkable by establishing a place like Joy Street. Upon reaching the 2nd level, Augustine beheld a striking young girl awaiting him. Similarly attired in a cheap-how evening gown, yet her beauty and grace surpassed even that of the maidens below. If the girls downstairs resembled the daughters of nobility, this young lady embodied the essence of a royal princess. "Miss Stussy?" Augustine was taken aback by her youthful and exquisite appearance, for she was at least 50 years of age. He had anticipated that, regardless of her maintenance, she would appear as a mature madam in her 40s or 50s. "Kind sir, after your long journey, please allow yourself to rest upstairs. The card game shall commence tomorrow evening. Shall I arrange for your comfort?" Stussy inquired softly, her enchanting demeanor capable of ensnaring any man's heart. "Ah, thank you," Augustine responded, his gaze inadvertently following Stussy's graceful figure. "You are indeed Stussy, a true beauty." Augustine seldom lavished such praise upon a woman's appearance. At his level of status, it was rare for an ordinary woman, merely superficial, to capture his interest. "Ah, you flatter me," Stussy replied with a cheerful laugh, delicately covering her lips with her small hand, her laughter causing her lovely form to quiver. The allure of her cleavage stirred Augustine's desires, leaving him almost breathless as he struggled to contain his yearning. Faced with a formidable figure like Augustine, Stussy, lacking complete assurance, resolved to personally engage him, hoping to unleash the unparalleled potency of their intimate encounter and gain full control over him. "Sir, what troubles you?" Stussy feigned puzzlement, placing her hand upon Augustine's chest. This intimate contact allowed the essence of their connection to permeate Augustine's being. Boom. Augustine, influenced by the power of the fruit of passion, found his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. His mastery of the golden bell had reached a level where he could transform essence into vigor. With the three treasures of the human body, essence, energy, and spirit, full and harmonious, a seamless unity that rendered him impervious to all forms of attack. However, the aspect of spirit remained unrefined, and as the alluring power of the fruit provoked him, Augustine was instantly ensnared, succumbing to the enchanting allure of Stussy's presence. Augustine seized Stussy's petite form and rushed toward the uppermost loft. His observation skills had already attuned to the surroundings, revealing the presence of an enormous bed within. "No, please," Stussy exclaimed with a playful protest, her voice igniting a fervor in Augustine akin to sparks igniting gasoline. "Hey, boss, are you in such a hurry?" The onlooking blue dream and a cadre of naval soldiers could only gaze in astonishment at Augustine's fervent demeanor. "Well then, the boss is off to indulge, while we shall seek our own amusements." Blue Dream, resigned, decided to grant the accompanying naval soldiers a reprieve, and they dispersed to converse with the ladies for entertainment. Meanwhile, having ascended to the highest level with Stussy in his arms, Augustine soon laid eyes upon the colossal bed adorned with a dreamy pink silk coverlet. "Hey," he exclaimed, unceremoniously tossing Stussy onto the center of the grand bed. In a matter of moments, he discarded his own garments, and before she could even sit up, Augustine descended upon her. As she beheld Augustine's robust physique, Stussy felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within her. Despite her command over the largest red light district in the New World, she had always relied on the powers of the devil fruit. This would be her first experience in personally subduing a man. Chapter 8. The Conquest of Stussy. In no time, Augustine had roughly stripped away the last remnant of fabric clinging to Stussy. Indeed, it was but a mere piece of cloth. At this moment, Augustine was consumed by passion, exhibiting a somewhat brutish demeanor that starkly contrasted with his usual gentleness toward women. Augustine gasped, his face flushed crimson, utterly indifferent to the rare beauty of the world around him. He engaged with Stussy in the most primal and forceful manner. Instantly, the luxurious loft was filled with the most mysterious and exquisite sounds of human existence. Driven by desire, Augustine exerted himself fully, reveling in the exquisite allure beneath him. Stussy, utterly overwhelmed, cried out in surrender, her soul soaring between heaven and hell, nearly forgetting everything. Stussy had indeed courted her own demise. Augustine could no longer resist the spiritual potency of her euphoric fruit, succumbing beneath her enchanting influence. Although this situation did not render Augustine subservient to Stussy, it would significantly sway his future decisions. Yet Stussy remained unsatisfied, yearning to conquer Augustine within their shared intimacy, aiming to completely ensnare him in her grasp. This was where the tragedy unfolded. As previously mentioned, Augustine's mastery of the golden bell technique had reached a level where his energy was robust and harmonious, rendering him impervious to external influences. In essence, unless Augustine himself desired it, his essence would not leak even a fraction. Under such circumstances, although Stussy's euphoric fruit enhanced certain feminine capabilities, she stood little chance against Augustine's formidable presence. The nature of the euphoric fruit's power bore resemblance to ancient practices of energy absorption, yet it was not entirely the same. The fruit's potency was predominantly manifested on a spiritual level, employing desire to influence and control one's thoughts. The spiritual confrontations proved far more perilous and brutal than mere physical battles. The outcome of such encounters was invariably binary: submission or domination. When Augustine suddenly found himself lucid, he gazed down at Stussy, who had fainted from overwhelming pleasure. Having lost this passionate duel, her scheme to dominate Augustine had failed, leaving her ensnared instead. The influence of the euphoric fruit that Stussy had previously exerted over Augustine had dissipated. Unexpectedly, you performed quite admirably. Augustine praised Stussy with a sense of triumph. Yet beneath him, Stussy could only emit a feeble moan. Augustine remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, merely appreciating that Stussy's prowess in their intimate encounter was unparalleled, a pleasure he had yet to experience with any other woman. The following day, Augustine descended the loft, attended by Stussy's eager service. He felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Stussy's newfound submission. Although he was indeed formidable, could it be that his prowess the previous night had tamed this enchanting sprite? Much to Augustine's surprise, he was not far from the truth. "My lord, several troublesome individuals will be visiting tonight," Stussy announced, donned in a flowing emerald gown that accentuated her elegant collarbone, exuding the grace of a true princess. A charming shawl completed her appearance, transforming her into a delightful and vivacious young woman. Augustine noted that Stussy appeared even more captivating than before. His intuition proved correct. Once the euphoric fruit was subdued, its wielder would develop genuine affection for the conqueror. Thus, Stussy was indeed a woman now nourished by love. Who are these individuals? I have little knowledge of the great figures in the New World, Augustine inquired. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Blue Dream lounging nonchalantly, exhaling clouds of smoke. Perfect. A top-tier cigar from the islands of Cielabarna, truly worthy of the New World's most renowned indulgences. Praise the New World. I adore it here. Smoking so early in the morning, aren't you afraid of contracting tuberculosis? Augustine questioned. Blue Dream paused. Boss, what is tuberculosis? With sister-in-law around, I fear no illness. The ability of Usniel Bernice's fruit was particularly effective in healing ailments, significantly enhancing the body's resistance and eradicating any disease. Hence, among Augustine's women, apart from Peach Rabbit, she was the most favored by the soldiers. As Augustine took his seat, Stussy promptly instructed the nearby maid. Convey the message that a banquet is to be held in honor of Lord Augustine. Inform the 7 flower maidens to extend the utmost courtesies in receiving him. The maids, although taken aback, immediately complied with Stussy's command. Stussy personally attended to Augustine's grooming and attire, remarking, "The 7 flower maidens are the principal subordinates under my command, each meticulously nurtured into exquisite blooms. Should you wish, my lord, you may select any one of them to serve you at your leisure." Augustine found himself utterly perplexed by Stussy's transformation, feeling an overwhelming sense of doubt. Although she had appeared respectfully deferential yesterday, there was no indication of such complete submission. Augustine could sense that her demeanor was genuine, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Even when Stussy had shown him respect, he had perceived an underlying hostility in her gaze. Wow, boss, incredible. From this day forth, you shall be my idol, Blue Dream, thought Blue Dream, as he began to envision the events that had transpired the previous night. Yet, he could not fathom how Augustine had managed to conquer Stussy, the joyous queen of this new realm. My lord, feel free to inquire about anything. I shall reveal all, Stussy said with a sultry gaze. Augustine, recalling the events of the previous night, kicked Blue Dream down the stairs. Blue Dream emitted a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. But he was no stranger to such rough treatment. Understanding that the two had secrets to discuss, he obediently remained downstairs, engaging in conversation with the young ladies sent by Stussy, refraining from ascending again. Is that so? Upon hearing Stussy reveal the truth, Augustine felt a pang of regret. The powers of the devil fruits he encountered were indeed bizarre and unprecedented, with those mentioned in the original narrative merely scratching the surface. He also felt a twinge of fear. Had Stussy not been overly ambitious, he might have been ensnared by the powers of the joy fruit, much like Stussy now, who, despite knowing the entire situation, would not dare oppose Augustine. Such was the terrifying nature of the joy fruit's ability, compelling one to willingly embrace and fall in love with another. Chapter 81. The Underworld as night descended once more. The atmosphere of Joy Street transformed from the desolate daylight into that of another world. Augustine leaned against the stained glass window of the attic, surveying the dazzling spectacle of Joy Street illuminated by countless lights. In the distance lay the dark azure sea, with countless vessels converging towards this place. Look, my lord. They are arriving. Stussy nestled against Augustine, pointing in a certain direction. There, a magnificent ship, aglow with brilliance, slowly approached. This vessel was colossal, almost resembling a small city, the gambling ship of the Golden Emperor, Gil Tesoro. Stussy playfully twisted her body, entwining her arms around Augustine's sturdy neck. My lord, the ones delivering the berries have arrived. Haha. Augustine was already aware of everything from Stussy, aside from the mission from the 5 elders. Those arriving tonight had been summoned by Charlotte Linlin to deal with him. However, Linlin held no guaranteed assurance of success, as Augustine was her equal in status. Regardless, she would relish any opportunity to see Augustine humiliated. Haraha. Welcome, welcome, Lord Augustine. Welcome to Granisoro. Gil Tesoro, a blond man appearing to be in his 30s, donned a red suit and golden star earrings. While he smiled, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Who are tonight's card players? Stussy asked, linking her arm with Augustine's, her smile enchanting. My lord Augustine can barely contain his eagerness to dominate the table, hee hee. Of course. Gil Tesoro replied with a cryptic smile. They have already been awaiting your arrival in the Triumph Hall. Then let us proceed and see who wishes to deliver my berries. Ha ha ha. Augustine was aware of Guild Tesoro's deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, and he found little reason to converse with him, given his own status as one. Augustine, nearly 3 meters tall, embraced the delicate Stussy as they boarded Gran Tesoro. Blue Dream and a contingent of Navy officers followed closely, quietly observing their surroundings. The primary principle of being a subordinate, when the boss is flaunting, the underlings must remain discreet. Oh, ha ha ha. Brother Jotileao, I have long sought to meet the esteemed figure of your stature. What a fortunate day this is. A rotund man with a sharp nose approached with an affable smile. Ha ha, Lord Jotileao, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed figure who controls half of the New World's warehouses, known as the Master of Shadows, Giberson. Guild Tesoro exuberantly proclaimed. He is quite the popular man. Anything that enters his warehouse is absolutely secure, and no one can locate it. Oh, dear brother. If you possess anything you wish to conceal, entrust it to me for safekeeping. Oh, ha. My belongings? Who dares to touch them? Augustine retorted, lifting his chin in arrogance. You, a mere fat man, think yourself worthy to call me brother? Have you not yet awakened? Giberson was left speechless, his anger simmering beneath the surface as he experienced Augustine's disdainful disregard. Stussy stifled a giggle at Giberson's discomfort. Lord Jotileao, a young man of great promise. However, you might advise you that if you wish to secure your place in the New World, it would be prudent not to dismiss acquaintance with us friends. A voice echoed from within the hall. It was the shipping magnate, you might. Stussy smiled as she introduced Augustine. This man can transport goods to any corner of the world, yet he never pays taxes to the world government. As Augustine entered the grand hall, he beheld 2 individuals seated within. The first, you might, sported a rather comical mustache, his visage reminiscent of the painted faces in Sichuan opera. The other was a towering figure, approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, clad in a suit. A cigar clenched between his teeth. This man, adorned with small spectacles and a scar across his forehead, was none other than the infamous loan shark, Dufeld. Stussy jested with him. Today, no one here will be borrowing money from you. That remains to be seen, Dufeld replied, preoccupied with the large ring on his finger, seemingly indifferent to the others. What an honor it is to have the prominent figures of the New World aboard my vessel tonight, Gilded Tesoro interjected. It appears we are in for a shocking gamble. Such an intriguing event cannot occur without my presence. Just then, the door that the waiter had just closed was thrust open, revealing a tall, aloof figure striding into the opulent hall. Ah, Doflamingo, what a pleasure to see you again. Augustine initiated a greeting for the first time that evening, finding Doflamingo far more amiable than the aged schemers of the New World. I heard that Lord Jotileao was in attendance, so I hastily set aside my affairs to join you, Doflamingo remarked, casting a glance at Gilded Tesoro. Humph, Tesoro. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, Doflamingo. We are friends, are we not? Gilded Tesoro responded with a welcoming FAAD. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of irritation, suggesting a history of animosity between the two. Augustine smiled subtly, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. It was evident that Doflamingo's visit was not solely for his benefit. His motives could be coincidental or perhaps more insidious. This evening was indeed lively as Augustine boldly took a seat upon a lavish throne-like chair at the opulent gaming table. The surface of the table was crafted from gold, embellished with rows of glimmering diamonds, each a polished gem rather than mere fragments. The mere presence of this table was worth over 100 million berries, fashioned almost entirely from gold and diamonds. Surrounding the hall stood bodyguards clad in dark suits and sunglasses, accompanied by elegantly dressed women exuding allure. Lord Jotileao, the enigmatic gambler Gibson smirked. Have you brought enough capital for tonight's endeavors? When it comes to berries, we have as many as we desire, boasted the maritime king, Longmight, beckoning to his muscular henchman, who promptly placed boxes at the gaming table. Let us commence with 100 billion berries. Only 100 billion? Gibson waved his hand dismissively, and suddenly, piles of berries appeared before him like small mountains. Allow me to contribute 200 billion. Ha ha ha. How embarrassing. Oh, we are all high rollers here, Doflamingo chuckled darkly, his red-tinted glasses revealing a glint of greed and arrogance. It appears I am the poorest among us, Tesoro. Let us get my chips on the table. Tesoro's expression twisted with discomfort as he replied, Of course, Doflamingo, not a single berry less than I promised. He gestured, and soon, A dozen bunny girls arrived, each carrying trays laden with berries, presenting them before Doflamingo. 300 billion. We are square now, Doflamingo. Seemingly satisfied with Teselo's compliance, Doflamingo remarked, "Humph, it will soon escalate to 1,000 billion. Ah, a little wager for amusement." Augustine snapped his fingers, and his companion, Lan Meng, tossed a bag onto the table. With a thud, the bag unfurled into a dark red cloth, nearly covering the entire table apart from the space designated for chips, revealing a small mountain of dark gold cards. "These are my usual tips for the help," Augustine casually stated. "Just a little game for your enjoyment." The cards piled high, numbering at least 1,000. Truly befitting of a celestial dragon, Teselo remarked with a sinister smile, instructing his men to bring forth 100 billion berries to his side. Doflamingo felt a twinge of discontent. He too was a celestial dragon, and believed that endowed with the privileges and advantages of his status, he could easily surpass Augustine tenfold. Impatiently, he urged, "Let us begin. I can hardly wait." The agreed-upon game for the night was a high-stakes poker. To ensure fairness, the dealer would be Stussy. She gracefully descended from Augustine's side, accepted the deck from the waiter, and expertly shuffled the cards. It was evident that she was no novice at the casino. Although Augustine knew Stussy lacked any real gambling prowess, luck was the only determinant at the table. "Baccarat, ensure Lord Jotileao is well attended to," Teselo instructed his capable aide, then smiled at Augustine. "Miss Baccarat is the most exquisite flower in my establishment. Does she meet your approval?" "Indeed, Teselo, you are quite perceptive," Augustine praised, drawing the blushing Baccarat into his embrace, his hands unabashedly exploring her form. Baccarat was indeed a paragon of beauty, and Teselo had astutely recognized Augustine's lecherous tendencies. Intending to manipulate Baccarat's influence to alter Augustine's fortune, ensnaring him in a trap. However, Baccarat would not allow Augustine to suffer misfortune just yet. Teselo's plan was to let Augustine win a few rounds, gradually igniting his greed. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would ensure Augustine's luck would falter, leading to his inevitable ruin. This was a standard tactic in casinos, devoid of novelty, yet this simplistic approach had ensnared countless individuals, driven solely by their avarice. If executed skillfully, Teselo could amass a fortune in berries and fulfill the commission given by the Yonko, Charlotte Lin, achieving dual objectives. Enraptured by the prospect, Teselo couldn't help but smirk. The game commenced. "My Lord Augustine, your luck is remarkable," Baccarat exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, after winning the first hand, Augustine secured yet another favorable pair of jacks and kings in the second round. Gilded Teselo had already folded, unwilling to continue. Gibson and Longmight wore expressions of frustration and helplessness, their faces marred by ire, as if they were on the verge of cursing. Even Teselo and Doflamingo's lips twitched subtly, realizing that the package Augustine had brought, which originally contained gold cards, was now filled with sea prism stones. They found themselves unable to confront Augustine directly. Could they admit that their devil fruit powers could be exploited for cheating and gambling? Augustine secretly chuckled to himself, although he was indifferent to such a trifling sum. Teasing the foolish players of the New World proved to be quite entertaining. It appeared that Lord Jotileao wielded considerable influence, so he chose to withdraw. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned as he folded his cards. Not playing. The cloaked figure, Jabunson, despondently laid down his cards. "I refuse to believe that your luck can hold out forever." The maritime king, Longmight, tossed his cards back as well, calling out, "Deal again." "Hey, Stussy, you're not aiding Lord Jotileao, are you?" "Ha. You can always find someone else for that." Stussy huffed, being a devil fruit user. She had no desire to touch sea prism stone. She signaled a nearby attendant to clear away the old cards and prepare a new deck. "Ah, I was merely jesting." Longmight laughed. "This is the day of sorrow, and unlike the others, I trust Stussy more. If you truly possess the skill to cheat before me, you wouldn't have lost such a large sum last time." Ha. After playing for about an hour, Augustine's fortune was particularly favorable, consistently amassing chips. However, the others played cautiously, refusing to confront him directly. Nevertheless, a considerable pile of berries had accumulated beside Augustine. In this round, Dufeld had 2 pairs. While the others discarded their cards, yet Augustine also revealed 2 pairs. "Oh, are you all giving up so soon?" Dufeld boasted, revealing his pairs of aces and nines. A hand significantly stronger than Augustine's. He placed his hand upon the mountain of money on the table and boldly pushed half into the pot, exclaiming, "I'm in. Raising you by 5 billion. I refuse to believe you have 3 of a kind. Truthfully, I don't believe it either, but... Augustine confidently pushed forward 5 billion berries, embracing the beautiful Baccara beside him, and added with a smile, I trust that this lovely lady will bring me good fortune. Both players simultaneously revealed their hands. Dufeld had merely 2 pairs, but Augustine unveiled a jack, 3 of a kind, a full house. Baccara cheered, helping Augustine gather the winnings before him, exclaiming, Lord Augustine, you are truly remarkable. Augustine, nearly cracking with delight, proudly pulled her close, laughing heartily as he indulged in his amusement. Dufeld remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed by his recent loss of billions. Stussy huffed disdainfully, casting a melancholy glance at Augustine before continuing to deal the cards. Chapter 83. Women and fortune. Fortune indeed favored the bold, yet I, too, possess my share of luck. Doflamingo glanced at his hidden cards, discarding 10 billion berries. He held a king of hearts, forming a pair with the community cards. It was a formidable hand. Yet this time, Doflamingo was destined for disappointment. This is rather dull. Let me stir up some excitement. Gilder Tetsaro suddenly pushed all his chips into the center, exclaiming with glee, I'm all in. He had already received impatient nudges from his companions. Doflamingo's expression shifted as he glared at Gilder Tetsaro. He had come specifically to collect a debt from him, having heard that Augustine was in attendance to add to the spectacle. At this moment, he sensed a brewing conspiracy. Gilder Tetsaro and the underground monarchs of the New World, their convergence signaled an ulterior motive, and Gilder's sudden all-in seemed a ploy to ensnare him. To go all-in on the first card, what is left to play? Umit feigned dissatisfaction, yet he too pushed forward his stack of berries, declaring, I'm not afraid. Such trifling amounts excite you so much, Kyberson scoffed, before glancing around and laughing. If you lose it all, feel free to borrow from me. I'll offer you a generous 3-fold interest. 9 out of 13 returns, that's quite the interest. Gilder Tetsaro was fully aware of Kyberson's usury tactics. The two, one running a casino and the other a loan shark, made for a perfect partnership. I'll pass, Doflamingo mused, his thoughts drifting as he observed the peculiar behavior of the New World's underground kings. Though he gleaned no information, their actions were decidedly unusual. Suggesting a target, most likely Augustine. He pondered, interesting, quite intriguing indeed. Oh, how thrilling. Stussy clapped her hands excitedly. Augustine, will you join? With a charming little beauty bringing luck. How could I not? Augustine replied, one arm wrapped around Baccarat, while the other swept all the gold cards to the table. Is this not several hundred billion? Blue Dream murmured from the back, as most present had never witnessed such a colossal sum. I have over 100 billion here, Augustine scoffed. It seems your stakes are insufficient. Berries are of no concern to me. Kyberson, the master of concealment, laughed heartily as he waved his hands, activating his devil fruit ability, summoning even more berries. Is this enough? He cackled. He spoke lightly, yet losing such an amount would certainly be devastating. Others soon followed suit, adding more chips. Minutes later, the pile on the table reached a mountain-like height, valued at 400 to 500 billion berries. Even these high rollers felt a twinge of anxiety. This is truly amusing. Would you not agree, charming lady? With you by my side, I am certain to triumph in this grand gamble. However, Augustine revealed a devilish grin, whispering to Baccarat, if you fail to bring me luck, I shall crush you in an instant, much like I did to several of Kaido's bones the other day. The sensation was most delightful. Would you care to experience it? Augustine's sudden display of menace sent chills through Baccarat, her face paling. Despite the air conditioning in the hall, she broke into a cold sweat, stammering, Master, you truly jest. Indeed, I am jesting. Augustine smiled, playfully biting her delicate earlobe. Reminiscent of a kiss. Think carefully, will you choose to follow me? Baccarat felt vulnerable under Augustine's advances, involuntarily letting out a whimper, yet fear gripped her heart. She glanced at Gilder Tetsaro, weighing her options, ultimately choosing to prioritize her own safety. Should Augustine decide to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as squishing an ant. Her powers, formidable as they were, held no weight against a man of Augustine's caliber. She was acutely aware that Gilder would not avenge her demise. Spade Jack. Spade King, Spade Queen, Spade Ace. As Augustine revealed his hand, the expressions of the others soured. Umit, Kyberson, Dufeld, and Gilder Tetsaro all displayed hints of panic. The trio exchanged furtive glances with Gilder, who had covertly issued several commands to Baccarat, only for her to feign ignorance. Damn it, does this wretch intend to betray me? Gilder Tetsaro suddenly rose. I have a personal matter to attend to. Baccarat, assist me. Baccarat trembled with fear at his words. What nonsense, Gilder Tetzaro. Augustine, holding Baccarat possessively, showed no sign of relinquishing her, impatiently demanding, hurry and reveal the cards. What could possibly be more important than my game? Gilder found himself in a precarious situation, unwilling to offend Augustine yet unwilling to let him win such a fortune without contest. Umit, Kyberson, and Dufeld would not let him off lightly either. Ha ha. Doflamingo's laughter dripped with schadenfreude. Gilder Tetzaro, are you unable to bear the loss? I've heard my gold fruit has been developed to awakening. Perhaps you might withstand Augustine's iron fist. Or perhaps not. Ha ha ha. How could I dare to spoil Augustine's fun? Gilder Tetzaro forced a laugh, revealing his hidden card. It appears today is indeed your lucky day. My card is the 10 of spades, merely a pair of tens. Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly, while he was unaware of Augustine's hidden card. Gilder's reveal of a 10 of spades meant Augustine could not possess a flush, for having 2 tens of spades would nullify the round. Chapter 84. Traps and Prey. My hidden card is also a 10. Umit feigned surprise, revealing his 10 of hearts, alongside a diamond 10, forming a pair. So the esteemed Jotileao does not hold a 10 after all. Goodness, I nearly feared a flush was upon us. Kyberson and Dufeld exchanged gleeful glances, both unveiling their cards, an ace of diamonds and an ace of clubs. Kyberson possessed another ace of hearts, forming a pair, while Dufeld revealed a pair of kings. Thus, Augustine's trump card could not possibly be an ace. Let us reveal our hands. Berson and Dufeld chuckled with delight, knowing that although they had to part with a small portion, they would reap a considerable bounty of berries tonight. My dear, would you be so kind as to reveal the cards? Augustine smiled slightly, patting the baccarat in his arms. Baccarat glanced at him and trembled as she picked up the card in front of her. The 2 of spades. How intriguing. How is it that I have a 2? Augustine's face beamed with pride. Alas, it is a 2 of spades. What a fortunate hand. The expressions of the others transformed instantaneously into astonishment. How could this be? It was impossible for him to have a better hand than ours. How could this happen? Who urged you to reveal your hand so hastily? Augustine feigned innocence. I did not cheat, I assure you. The shipping king, Longmight, suddenly turned to Stussy, accusing, it was you, Stussy. You used your abilities to influence us. Caught in the act. Stussy, exposed, merely smiled, showing no intent to deny it. She had indeed employed the powers of the joy fruit to subtly sway the thoughts of her old friends. With conviction, she stated, if you can cheat using your abilities, then surely I can assist Lord Augustine, cannot I? Longmight, your ability to transport playing cards has truly opened my eyes. Damn it, this woman has turned against us. In the past, it was always I, the lone shark king, who ensnared others. Today I have been outmaneuvered. How infuriating. Should we eliminate them? The group exchanged furtive glances, yet ultimately lacked the courage to act. With heavy hearts, they reluctantly pushed their chips forward to Augustine. Lord Jotileao, today you have triumphed. Stussy giggled. My lord is indeed both literate and marshal. No wonder he has subdued that monster Kaido twice. Look at your sour faces. It's merely a trifling amount. Berries are of little consequence to me. Augustine scoffed. Consider today a chance to make friends. I shall treat everyone at this table to tea. And you, Doflamingo, are included. Augustine was not in want of berries. What he truly sought was connections. After delivering a lesson, he offered a benefit. And these individuals could prove invaluable in the New World. For instance, establishing his own intelligence network, conscripting in the New World with the aid of these local powers. He could expedite and enhance his development in the New World, not to mention the various logistical and personnel arrangements of GW and GD. What a worthy leader of the Jotileao family. Then I shall not hold back. Doflamingo reclaimed his chips. The underground rulers of the New World were astonished. Augustine's willingness to forego several billion berries was an unimaginable display of audacity. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, the hidden master Jibison admitted with admiration. No wonder Lord Jotileao can defeat the 4 emperors. Such magnanimity and strategy, we are in awe. From now on, my lord will be our friend. Should you need our assistance, do not hesitate. I have always been generous to friends. Augustine grinned widely. You will soon discover that being my friend is far more delightful than being my enemy. Well, it is getting late. I wish to thoroughly enjoy this splendid evening. He chuckled. Gil Desaro, this lady is now mine. With Baccarat on his left and Stussy on his right, Augustine strode out of the casino. Of course, my lord. Take your leave. Gildezaro's expression was complex as he grappled with a mix of bitterness and joy, yet he knew he could not offend Augustine over a woman. Baccarat was no longer a crew member of the D. Tesoro. Guild Tesoro understood well the disparity between himself and Augustine. If Augustine wished to make his life in the new world untenable or even erase him from existence, it would not be a difficult task. Thus, Guild Tesoro dared to snatch from Doflamingo, but would not risk enmity with Augustine. How shall we explain ourselves to Big Moam? Once Augustine was out of sight, the hidden master Jibison asked Longmight with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Longmight snorted disdainfully. We are merely allies with Big Moam. Now Augustine is our ally too. Their grievances are of no concern to us. Indeed, it is only natural for someone who can defeat Kaido to handle such matters. Gildezzaro gritted his teeth. I have lost a lovely subordinate, the scoundrel. Hey, speaking of your subordinate, the Lone Shark King interjected, I am quite displeased. You cannot even manage your own people. Guild Tesoro, I have little respect for your abilities. What the Lone Shark says is true. Longmight smirked. I wonder how you train your subordinates. Would you like me to impart some useful wisdom? Damn it. Guild Tesoro trembled with rage. If it weren't for Lord Jotileao protecting her, I would surely flay her alive. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo chuckled. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Augustine is notoriously infatuated and places great importance on women. Indeed, Lord Jotileao has a remarkable way with women. Jibison admitted, even the enchanting Stussy has been captivated by him. Impressive. Doflamingo grimaced inwardly, thinking, you fools do not realize that my two female subordinates have also been tamed by him and are now completely beyond my control. At this moment, Baccarat, filled with trepidation, walked closely beside Augustine and asked with a hint of sorrow, Lord Augustine, how do you intend to arrange for Baccarat? Augustine lifted Baccarat's delicate visage and claimed a splendid kiss, saying, accompany me back to the GD branch. My intelligence secretary, Domino, requires an assistant well-versed in the new world. Do you comprehend? Baccarat nodded earnestly. As long as Augustine did not abandon her, she was amenable to any task. Moreover, being alongside Augustine felt far more promising than being with Gildertet solo. Chapter 85, CP0, and what about me? My lord Augustine, you cannot simply leave me behind. Stussy exclaimed with an expression full of longing, pondering how to report back to her superior. Augustine's large hands needed Stussy's form, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, I am not yet inclined to engage in battle with the 5 elders. You, my dear, shall continue to reign as the Queen of Pleasure Street. I assure you, it will not be long before the 5 elders are beneath my feet, and at that time, it will not be you reporting to them, but rather, they will be kneeling at your feet. What a display of might! How commanding! Stussy instantly transformed into an enamored admirer, leaping into Augustine's embrace, and cooed, my lord. I adore you. How could one even entertain the notion of the 5 elders kneeling? Nearby, Baccarat listened in astonishment, pondering, this esteemed Augustine truly speaks with audacity. Yet, he appears to be only 18 years old. To have the potential to vanquish Kaido at such a young age, who knows what extraordinary events may unfold in his future. Augustine once again spent the night aboard the Joyous, indulging in Baccarat's company. In the comfort of a grand bed, Augustine reveled in the moment, surrounded by delightful embraces. Stussy playfully reached out to touch Baccarat on the other side, noticing her helpless demeanor. With a teasing laugh, she remarked, it's Baccarat's first time, poor girl, encountering such a robust man like you. One wonders if you possess any tenderness for her, considering how exhausted she appears. Augustine acknowledged the truth in her words and offered solace to the two women. He found himself in a rather helpless situation after cultivating the Golden Bell Shield. His physique had grown exceedingly exaggerated. Standing over 2 meters tall and weighing nearly 200 kilograms, his virility had naturally surged to an intimidating extent. Indeed, 2 or 3 women would find it quite overwhelming. However, Stussy was certainly not one to be underestimated. Augustine casually inquired about a topic that had long piqued his interest. What exactly is CP0? Stussy pondered for a moment in silence before responding. There are matters that even adults may not fully comprehend. In truth, long ago, the world government possessed only one intelligence agency, known as CP. Over time, for various reasons, the original CP evolved into CP0, while CP1 through CP9 emerged during that same period. Stussy's revelations took Augustine somewhat by surprise. Are you suggesting that CP1 through CP9 are merely branches of CP0? One could say that, though it is not entirely accurate. Stussy continued, elucidating that CP1 through CP9 were initially established by peripheral members of CP0, in comparison. Their strength pales in insignificance next to that of CP0. How terrifying! Augustine scoffed, remarking that the Gourmet must have concealed CP0 so thoroughly for a reason, surely not merely to guard against pirates? Who can say? Stussy mused, noting that within CP0, there are numerous beings who have lived for centuries, some possessing abilities that rival the fearsome strength of the four emperors. The highest combat capability in the Navy, the admirals. CP0 harbors many such formidable fighters. Thus, one must never underestimate the Gourmet and CP0. Augustine was inwardly astonished, while simultaneously reminding himself to suppress any feelings of disdain. Augustine returned to the branch base and immediately summoned Domino and Khalifa, officially designating the establishment of the New World Intelligence Network as the next paramount task. This endeavor not only demands a significant investment of personnel but also requires substantial financial backing. Sir, the headquarters has allocated only 3 billion berries for our 2 branches. Approximately 1 billion has already been spent on repairs for the GD branch, and another 1 billion must be reserved for this year's soldiers' salaries. We have very little public funds remaining for this investment, Khalifa reported earnestly, detailing the accounts in her hands. Although your personal finances far exceed this amount, I suspect the naval headquarters has deliberately restricted our funding, knowing that I lack for nothing. Do they expect me to personally finance the sustenance of our soldiers in these 2 branches? Augustine scoffed, remarking that such a bargain was implausible and hoping they would not come to regret their decisions. Henceforth, I require a dedicated secretary within my ranks to report on the situation below, while also undertaking comprehensive promotional efforts. It is essential that my soldiers are aware of who provides their clothing, sustenance, compensation, and every single berry they receive, all of it funded by me, Augustine. The secretary will report directly to the intelligence department and need not account to higher-ranking officers. Yes, understood. Bruber bruber brub. Bruber bruber brub. Moses. This is Augustine. Such calls connecting directly to Augustine's office were exceedingly rare. This is Admiral Sengoku. Augustine, a group of pirates has recently entered the New World. Please keep a vigilant eye. They're the Spade Pirates, led by Captain Port St. Ace. Should you encounter them or receive any intelligence, apprehend them immediately. Merely a newcomer. Yet the esteemed Admiral himself takes note, Augustine mused, though he feigned laughter, responding nonchalantly, understood. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. I am quite busy and cannot be bothered with every trivial matter. You scoundrel. Sengoku fumed, abruptly hanging up, cursing under his breath at the thought of how none of these admirals offered him any peace of mind. Nearby, Carp, upon hearing the mention of the Spade Pirates and Ace, perked up his ears, relieved that Augustine had not disclosed anything further. Sengoku merely suspected that Ace might be the illegitimate son of Roger based on his surname, unaware that it was Carp, the naval hero beside him, who had raised Ace in secrecy for many years, undetected even by Sengoku and Tsuru. That rascal Ace is going to be my downfall. It seems my later years will not be peaceful, Carp thought wearily. I must return to Windmill Village to check on Luffy. I cannot let him venture out to become a pirate as well. Damn it. All these scoundrels, especially Shanks, who has led my Luffy astray. As for Ace, Augustine contemplated, recognizing that this individual would soon challenge the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Should he go and witness it? He shook his head, deciding to defer such thoughts for another time, considering that maintaining frequent contact with a 4 emperor could invite trouble for himself as a naval admiral. He instructed the kitchen to prepare an ample meal for him. Stretching his muscular physique casually, he told Monet beside him, I am going out to exercise a bit. Chapter 86. The limit. Monet understood that this gentleman was about to indulge in some reckless escapades once again. She reflected on the fact that Augustine's current strength was no mere stroke of luck. Monet inquired, Sir, shall I prepare a ship for you? Unnecessary, Augustine replied. And with a swift motion, he leaped from the window, his considerable frame moving with the grace of a bird as he executed the moonwalk, soaring over the base's walls. Upon reaching the sea, he glanced at his attire and muttered in resignation, It seems I must prepare some special clothing. Each time I engage in vigorous activity, my garments invariably transform into mere rags. Augustine found a direction and began to run forward on the water. As he sprinted across the surface of the sea, he accelerated again and again. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would observe that golden energy emanated from beneath Augustine's feet, churning the waves while propelling his body forward at an astonishing speed. In no time, his velocity increased exponentially, creating an almost indistinguishable afterimage. Yet, He had not reached his limit. Augustine's speed soared to a staggering 800 meters per second, surpassing twice the speed of sound. The howling winds filled his ears with a terrifying roar, and with the exception of his sturdy, form-fitting underwear, all of his clothing was obliterated by the immense pressure of the wind. At that moment, Augustine pushed his limits once more, exerting every ounce of strength, and finally broke through to 850 meters per second. This speed was indeed fearsome. Even the fastest jet aircraft from his previous life could only reach 646 meters per second. Any ordinary person faced with the pressure he now endured would have been crushed by the terrifying atmospheric force. The consumption of energy was swift. Yet this was not his ultimate threshold. Suddenly, Augustine's feet erupted with two beams of white light, his innate energy surging forth. With a resounding boom, the ocean beneath him seemed to shatter, the entire expanse of water collapsing downward as Augustine shot forward, covering an astonishing distance in the blink of an eye. 1,200 meters per second. Augustine had surpassed triple the speed of sound. However, this was merely a fleeting burst of power, lasting but a few seconds. With the inertia propelling him, Augustine continued to glide forward for several hundred meters before plunging into the sea. What a relief it was to expend all that energy. Floating upon the waves, Augustine allowed himself to relax, his strength fully depleted, even the last vestiges of power drained from his body. As he closed his eyes and rested in the water, he felt his weary form gradually rejuvenate, recovering at a pace far swifter than in previous instances. After about half an hour, Augustine rose quietly, meandering back through the water. I've run quite a distance. It seems I'll be out until dusk. I got so carried away with the exhilaration of running that I forgot to turn back. He had pushed his body to its limits and dared not engage in such exertion again today, for injuring himself would be unwise. This method of training was one he had stumbled upon inadvertently, and it had gradually begun to elevate his mastery of the 8th level of his golden bell shield technique. Now, Augustine possessed 20 strands of innate energy. Once he cultivated 36, he could ascend to the 9th level. By refining his entire being with this innate energy, he aimed to restore his physical form to a state of pristine purity, akin to that of an unborn child. This was the realm Augustine had long yearned for in his previous life. Attaining this innate state would allow one to transcend the limitations of human lifespan. For this reason, Augustine scorned the idea of consuming devil fruits that promised extended longevity. The secret text revealed that breaking through the 10th level of the Golden Bell Shield would unveil a variety of astonishing abilities. At this moment, it seemed Augustine was on the cusp of experiencing the extraordinary. Could these miraculous powers truly exist, even surpassing those granted by devil fruits? Augustine's heart brimmed with anticipation. After all, while he was reluctant to lose his swimming abilities, superpowers represented the romantic allure of manhood. How could a man be devoid of romance? Upon returning to the GD branch base, Augustine headed directly to his exclusive dining hall, where mealtime was in full swing. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and several secretaries were present. This was a dining hall reserved solely for Augustine and his companions. Even the likes of Blue Dream were barred from entry. In truth, Augustine treated his subordinates remarkably well, especially regarding meal provisions that others could only dream of. However, within Augustine's ranks, privates had their own large mess halls, while lieutenants dined in smaller ones. The standards for meals increased with rank, and upon attaining the rank of brigadier general or major general, one would enjoy a dedicated high-end restaurant, complete with fine wines, gourmet food, and fresh fruits and desserts delivered daily from various regions. Advancement in rank was contingent upon earning merit. Augustine had devised this entirely unique system of ranks to inspire his soldiers' ambitions. When each individual under his command aspired to rise and obtain better rewards, it emboldened them in battle and instilled a fearlessness in the face of challenges. Out gallivanting again, Qi Yuan chided. You should be more cautious about your safety in the new world. I'll accompany you next time. Now that both branch bases are on track, I find myself with some leisure time. Augustine devoured his meal with gusto, his hands and mouth moving in a flurry. After such vigorous exercise, he found it difficult to keep pace with his digestion, swallowing his food and remarking, "For now, there are no other methods to enhance my strength. Even this approach requires considerable time." Augustine, you're already remarkable. I lamented. We're all disciples of teacher Zephyr, yet the disparity is so vast. Haha. Augustine chuckled triumphantly. Because your man is a genius. Rest assured, I will find a way to help my darling increase her strength as well. Really? Ein's eyes sparkled with hope. In this vast ocean, no one wished to grow stronger more than she did. If anyone else had said such a thing, she might not have believed it. but coming from Augustine, it indicated his genuine confidence in discovering a solution. "Trust me, when have I ever deceived you?" Augustine replied with a playful grin, resuming his meal to replenish his spent energy. "Honestly," Qi Yuan rested her chin on her hand, "if you continue this way of training, you'll be spending more than half your time in the dining hall." I'm Augustine's side. "There is no other way. I believe I must reach the next stage. If my body transforms into an innate state, I would then be able to absorb the spiritual energy from the environment, negating the need for food. However, these concepts are somewhat esoteric. The people of this world may not grasp them, and I have no intention of elaborating." "Spiritual energy?" Qi Yuan extended her flawless hand, her skin as luminous as jade, captivating those around her. As her hand rose, a fragrant breeze enveloped the area, and mysterious energies began to converge, coalescing in the palm of Peach Rabbit. Hiss, hiss. Hiss. The ethereal orb in Qi Yuan's hand transitioned from colorless and transparent to a brilliant luminosity, its glow warm and inviting rather than blinding. Aine and the others instinctively inhaled deeply. "Ah, how delightful, sister. What is this?" Sugar scampered over, marveling at the luminous sphere in Qi Yuan's grasp. In the entire base, only Qi Yuan could elicit such a response from Sugar. "Well, I'm still figuring it out," Augustine observed with astonishment. "Spiritual energy? It appears to be what you refer to as spiritual energy, but I'm not entirely certain." Qi Yuan smiled gently. Having recently begun to explore the capabilities of her fruit, her four-tailed power allowed her to manipulate this energy in the air, though its full potential remained undiscovered. Spiritual energy. Augustine pondered for a moment before addressing the women. It is said that those who have mastered the art of cultivation can harness spiritual energy to forge inner elixirs. In certain legends, this energy is also believed to nurture plants and animals, transforming them into the fabled celestial herbs and spirit beasts. The truth of these tales remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she skipped over like a playful child, leaping onto Augustine. "Please, share more of these enchanting legends with me. I would be ever so grateful to the great general." The grace of her sister was undeniable, even in her playful demeanor. The other women present, including Domino and Domi, instantly transformed into enamored admirers. The allure of the nine-tailed fox fruit was truly more extraordinary than that of the sweetest fruit. Augustine, of course, would not refuse, as he eagerly consumed his meal while recounting various legends concerning the fox spirits and spiritual energy. How delightful! Suddenly, she was filled with a multitude of ideas. "You take your time eating. I shall retreat to my training." With her desires fulfilled, Qi Yuan promptly abandoned her companion. What happened to her promised gratitude? Augustine gazed at Qi Yuan's enchanting figure as it vanished through the restaurant door, feeling an inexplicable frustration towards this ungrateful woman. "Ah, there you are." Perona's petite head emerged from behind the wall. "Lord Augustine, that rascal Binz has returned with another group of pirates, and our new weapon seems quite formidable." Augustine, accustomed to her sudden appearances, managed to keep his food down. This ability of hers was indeed useful, though regrettably, her physical form remained a vulnerability. "What can I do about that?" Perona shrugged, brushing off her lovely shoulder cape. "Perhaps once the devil fruit awakens, it will be resolved, but for now, there is nothing to be done." Charlotte Lin, one of the four emperors, was rumored to possess the soul fruit, granting her the ability to seize the souls and lifespans of the living, as well as the power to create life. Augustine, channeling his conqueror's haki, touched Perona but found he could not make contact. He nodded thoughtfully. "Your ghost fruit embodies the power of the undead. You ought to develop it further. At present, it is rather feeble. How dare you call me weak?" Perona retorted, raising her hands toward Augustine. "I shall teach you a lesson. Super negative ghost." Two colossal negative spirits surged through Augustine's body. Regrettably, he did not even flinch. With a mocking laugh, he declared, "Ah, that move again. My spirit has been honed to perfection. Your techniques hold no power over me. Should you carelessly strike at me again, be prepared for consequences." Truth be told, it had some effect, yet Augustine swiftly dispelled the mental shadow with his haki. How infuriating! Perona, at a loss against Augustine, flew out in frustration. "Wait for me, Perona," Sugar called out as she dashed out the door. "We haven't conducted our toy experiment yet. I'm coming to your room." "All right, hurry up." Perona, momentarily forgetting her irritation towards Augustine, zipped back to her chamber, eager to embark on an intriguing experiment. A group of Navy soldiers, overhearing the two ladies, retreated in terror, hastily distancing themselves from their residence. Their toy experiments were anything but entertaining. Rather, they were exceedingly frightening. Perona had previously collaborated with Moonlight Moria on crafting some terrifying toys. But she had recently discovered that Sugar's abilities seemed even more advantageous. 2 hours later, Augustine patted his belly, finally feeling satisfied after his meal. As he rose to leave, his dedicated team of chefs collectively breathed a sigh of relief, even though they were tasked with serving only Lord Augustine. Ensuring the quality and quantity of the food was no simple endeavor. Upon returning to his penthouse office, Augustine took a seat and accepted the fragrant tea handed to him by his secretary, Khalifa, savoring the exquisite brew. He began to listen to the reports from his 3 chief secretaries. First, news arrived from the family personnel in the Holy Land that the heavenly gold had just arrived in Mariejois. Should they send someone to transport it? All matters concerning Bailey were handled by Khalifa, who now served as Augustine's financial steward. Have them transported to Water 7. In a few days, I plan to commission a fine vessel there. Inform the headquarters to dispatch a few vice admirals to deliver it. Money is not an issue for us. And I have grown somewhat weary of warships, Augustine instructed, turning to Domino. Keep an eye on the various auction houses. Purchase any quality shipbuilding materials available. Coupled with the primary materials that Kuma recently acquired in Sabaody, we should be well equipped. Are you referring to the atom wood that the steward procured? That material alone is insufficient to construct a battleship of admiral caliber. Khalifa, well-versed in shipbuilding, interjected. Having spent years undercover in Water 7 with the former CP9 operatives, she was undoubtedly an adept shipwright and shipyard secretary. Khalifa could easily estimate the materials, time, labor, and all other necessities required for constructing a vessel. The fortunate acquisition of a branch of Adam wood by Kuma would only suffice for a medium-sized ship at best. Thus, we should have them transport the heavenly gold and delegate the procurement of Adam wood to the shipyard. They possess more extensive channels, and I still trust Mr. Iceberg's integrity, Augustine remarked thoughtfully. As for the ship I wish to construct, let its design be somewhat casual, avoiding rigidity. It need not be overly large. Merely larger than an ordinary medium-sized vessel will suffice. Seek out Mr. Iceberg in Water 7. By the way, your silent departure from his shipyard warrants an explanation. Doesn't he it? He chuckled. Is its nature defined as a leisure vessel, then? Your requirements are quite unexpected, my lord. Khalifa, recalling her long-standing acquaintance with Mr. Iceberg, could not help but display a peculiar expression. She helplessly added, I wonder what the circumstances will be upon our next meeting. Excellent. Lord Augustine. We genuinely require a standard vessel, Domino exclaimed with delight upon hearing Augustine's words. It has always seemed rather disheartening to shop aboard a warship. Your decision is truly sagacious. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Augustine smiled at Domino and inquired, Have you completed your tasks? Of course. I have devoted myself fully to your affairs, Domino replied, gazing adoringly at the man before her. We have preliminarily established an intelligence network per your instructions, gaining support from the forces of Pleasure District and the Golden Gambling City. We have set up intelligence points in 170 cities across 23 countries surrounding G and GED, tailored to local customs and conditions. We have established 36 pleasure establishments, 58 bars, 12 entertainment venues, 20 pharmacies, 15 fabric stores, 15 bathhouses, and 14 auction houses. These countries are primarily located at the entrance to the New World. Without delving deep into the territories of the 4 emperors. At this point, Domino adjusted her thoughts and continued, During this period, our operations have remained discreet. And we have suffered minimal losses, with only 1 bar in a nation under Kaido's domain experiencing an inexplicable attack. However, it is certainly an isolated incident. Do not concern yourself with that madman Kaido. His territory can wait, Augustine stated. Focus on Whitebeard and Big Mom's territories. I wish to gather intelligence on the captains under Whitebeard and all information regarding the Big Mom pirates. That is precisely my next plan, Domino responded. We are already infiltrating both pirate crews. As for the red-haired pirates, through our investigations in the New World, we have discovered that their intelligence operations are exceptionally refined. Their territory boasts a sophisticated counter-surveillance system, monitoring all incoming and outgoing correspondence, as well as transponder snails, indicating that red-haired's crew possesses skilled intelligence operatives. Augustine nodded, stretched lazily, and inquired, Are there any intriguing tidings of late? Indeed, there are some interesting updates, albeit minor in nature. The 4 emperors have been rather inactive recently. While some kingdoms across the seas have witnessed frequent activities from revolutionary forces, it seems that war profiteers, like Germa 66, are certainly thriving. Domino, sensing that the business matters were concluded, relaxed her body and leaned into the embrace of the man before her, adding, I have another piece of news. Whitebeard has taken in another son, named Portasti Ace. It is said that he possesses the power of the Marinomi, and has fought evenly with one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei. Observing the 2 individuals in the room, particularly Domino, who was unabashedly employing her charms on the adult, Califa let out a jealous huff and pulled the conflicted Monet out of Augustine's office. Domino playfully licked Augustine's chest with her tongue and giggled. When did you take them in, sir? Augustine touched his nose, while Califa appeared quite agreeable. Monet, on the other hand, seemed to harbor some reservations. Winning her over would not prove to be a simple task. Augustine placed his hand upon Domino's most delightful pair, the warmth of her presence enveloping him, while his other hand continued to explore her contours. Dear sprite, I am in no rush. What is it that has you so eager? Why, of course, I merely wish to bring you joy. Domino responded, offering more of herself willingly. Augustine's hands seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering her both submissive and entranced. With a sigh, she uttered, Master, Domino can no longer endure. Ah, Domino. How sensitive you are, Augustine remarked as he withdrew his hand, glistening with liquid, and swept her into his arms, striding towards the adjacent lounge where a spacious bed awaited. Meanwhile, Edward Weevil and Miss Backen were engaged in a heist upon the territory of Whitebeard, pilfering from a merchant vessel. Mother, there is so much treasure. We are rich. Edward Weevil beamed with delight. This fellow, though possessing the intellect of a child, exhibited remarkable strength, dispatching the ship's guards in a mere 10 minutes. Rest assured, I shall safeguard our bounty, Miss Backen declared triumphantly, her gaze fixed upon the merchants and crew, who knelt before them, pleading for mercy. What shall we do with you? Having witnessed the true nature of pirates, should we eliminate you? And no, spare us. We have already surrendered our treasures. Please, let us go. We will not utter a word. We beg you. Mother, another ship approaches. Shall we seize it as well? Of course. Miss Backen replied gleefully. We must act swiftly. This is the domain of your father, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and he may not take kindly to our thievery here. If father disapproves, then why do we continue? Edward Weevil scratched his head in confusion. Mother, should we return the money? What nonsense. Miss Backen retorted. Without money, how shall we procure delicious food or new clothes? Would you prefer to continue wearing those ragged shorts and eating stale bread? I do not want that. Edward Weevil sulked. I refuse to eat that dreadful stale bread any longer. That's the spirit. Now go take a look. Miss Backen skillfully coaxed her simple-minded son. At that moment, a report arrived. The telephone bug transmitted an urgent distress signal. On board Augustine's ship, a messenger approached to relay the news. It appears to be coming from the vessel ahead. My lord, please give your instructions. Chapter 89. Edward Weevil Augustine turned his gaze toward the large ship ahead. Upon noticing the flag fluttering atop it, he squinted and remarked, Ah, quite an impressive merchant vessel, indeed, flying the Jolly Roger of Whitebeard. How audacious to dare plunder the merchant ships under the protection of Edward Newgate. As Navy officers, what course of action should we take, soldiers? The soldier, momentarily taken aback by his superior's peculiar inquiry, replied, My lord, shall we not intervene? Given that it is a pirate-protected merchant ship, it stands to reason that it is engaged in illicit activity. Humph, how tiresome. Inform those aboard that my appearance comes at a considerable cost, Augustine mused, stroking his chin, where his beard had yet to sprout. Should they be willing to pay half their cargo as a fee, I might graciously offer them my assistance. Yes, sir. The messenger quickly dashed back. Soon returning with a report, Lord Augustine, they have expressed their willingness. Then let us approach, Augustine said with a smile, pondering who among them was so unfortunate as to conduct business in his path. Miss Backen peered out from the cabin and was startled to discover that it was a naval warship approaching, a battleship of admiral rank. Oh, how could an admiral be here? Admiral? Mother, what is an admiral? Are they formidable? Edward Weevil drew his naginata, not pausing for Miss Backen's response, and leapt the considerable distance between the two vessels. I shall strike. A tremendous wave of blade energy surged through the air, prompting Backen to anxiously hide aboard the merchant ship, contemplating a hasty retreat if the situation turned dire. She was acutely aware of the astonishing prowess of the fool beside her, yet his bumbling demeanor offered her little reassurance. Nevertheless, it must be noted that a clever individual would not easily fall for Miss Backen's charms. Oh dear, I must board this vessel to rendezvous with my beloveds. I cannot allow you to wreak havoc. As the blade energy approached, Augustine felt a twinge of surprise at the formidable opponent before him. Golden bell, bell defense. Clang. Edward Weevil's attack was entirely thwarted by the enormous golden bell that had materialized before him, which then charged forward, sending Edward Weevil hurtling back. Ow, that hurts. Mother! Edward Weevil cried out midair. Fool! Imbecile! Do not look this way. Upon recognizing the legendary admiral, Jotileao Augustine, whose exploits she had read about in newspapers, Miss Pekin was seized by fear, wishing only to flee the scene. This was a figure capable of contending with Kaido. Why does this feel like bullying a child? Augustine lamented. Beside him, unchuckled, playfully chiding, hurry up and deal with them. I only have a month off. And I've come out to enjoy myself, unlike you, who can always evade work. Oh, it's all right, my dear Ein. I shall grant you another month off. Besides, accompanying me in capturing pirates could be considered work, Augustine replied, lightly stepping forward as if gravity had released its hold on him. With each passing day, Augustine's strength grew. The techniques he had previously mastered seamlessly integrating into his movements, becoming second nature. Damn it, you've hurt me. Edward Weevil wailed. I'll chop you to pieces. Child. Are you still weaning? Learning to plunder like an adult? Where is your mother? Augustine recognized the individual before him, the playful demeanor dissipating. Edward Weevil was a figure capable of making even Whitebeard's commanders flee, and while his intellect may be lacking, his strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. Edward Weevil, hearing this, foolishly turned to Miss Pekin, asking, Mother, does this person know you? Augustine. The merchants and crew aboard the ship, upon seeing the admiral of the navy approach, erupted in joyous cheers, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. A clever individual had stealthily made his way to lower the white-bearded pirate flag. With a single strike, I shall resolve this matter. For my dear Ein awaits me on the ship. Augustine clenched his right fist, summoning his inner energy. Young man, if you can withstand this punch, I shall spare you. How dare you underestimate me? Edward Weevil, enraged by these words, retorted, Even if you know my mother, I shall still slay you. Augustine. Upon hearing that foolish boy speak, Miss Pekin felt her heart sink. With innate vigor, he struck with earnest intent, kill. Perish before me. Wah wah wah. Edward Weevil unleashed a powerful slash, only to find his naginata meet Augustine's fist, shattering into fragments as if ice and snow encountered the warmth of spring. Augustine's punch, accompanied by the scattered remnants of the naginata, surged towards Edward Weevil. Though Edward Weevil may lack in intellect, his combat instincts are of the highest caliber, and he instinctively evaded this lethal blow. Boom. The terror of Augustine's fist is such that even the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts cannot withstand such an assault head-on. Although Edward Weevil rampages across the seas with his robust physique and monstrous strength, he too is unable to resist. At least, not at this moment. Well, Edward Weevil spewed a mouthful of blood, a massive wound appearing on his left side, as he collapsed heavily onto the deck. Weak and powerless, he lay sprawled on the deck, devoid of any strength to move. Augustine cast a glance at her, then approached the hideous old woman lurking in the cabin. Miss Pekin. He towered over the trembling daughter, questioning whether Edward Weevil was truly the offspring of that white-bearded fellow. Miss Pekin, with her garish crimson lips, donned sunglasses and leaned on a cane, her diminutive figure adorned in a leopard-patterned coat, was a woman of undeniable ambition. In the post-Whitebeard era, she had instigated a new tempest, guiding her son to vanquish 16 captains under the Whitebeard's command, all while aiming her ambitions at the formidable Marco, the immortal Phoenix, with the intention of seizing a substantial portion of the Whitebeard's inheritance. This avaricious and cunning old hag had long proclaimed herself as the beloved of Whitebeard and the mother of Weevil in the New World. Yet Whitebeard himself had never acknowledged this claim. The truth of the matter remained known solely to her. Undoubtedly, she would have never dared to present herself before Edward Newgate while Whitebeard was alive. Now, Miss Pekin found herself ensnared in the greatest peril of her existence, facing the formidable marine admiral, Jotileao Augustine, who had dismantled her most potent trump card and pawn, now interrogating her. Chapter 90. For your sake, humph. Very well. Noticing Miss Pekin's reluctance to speak, Augustine gestured for the two ships to draw closer, summoning soldiers to restrain them and prepare for their transfer. No. Summon the crew of this vessel to escort these two to Whitebeard. A sudden inspiration struck Augustine as he declared, let them convey to Whitebeard that, in consideration of my respect for the old man, I shall spare his son this once, as a return for that barrel of wine from before. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The crew aboard the ship, having narrowly escaped death, expressed their gratitude repeatedly, their voices filled with relief and appreciation. Augustine unceremoniously seized half of the cargo aboard the ship, continuing his journey. The vessel was laden with local specialties procured from remote regions at minimal cost. Despite the loss, transporting even half of the goods to the various kingdoms would still yield substantial profits. Such is the nature of maritime trade, fraught with risks yet offering unimaginable rewards. The distance to Nine Snake Island was still quite considerable. I'm studying the nautical charts in her cabin, remarked to Augustine that even with favorable winds, it would likely take 4 to 5 days to reach their destination. The female warriors of Nine Snake Island must be longing for home. It is worth taking a few days to bring them back for a visit. Augustine set out on this voyage with only Ein and the female warriors from Nine Snake Island. Without his direct supervision, the naval bases G and GD were reliant on figures such as Tau Rabbit and Domino. Consequently, others urged Augustine to remain to lend assistance. In the New World, within the territory of Whitebeard, aboard the Moby Dick, a peculiar figure burst in, announcing that someone had sent Miss Decken and Edward Weevil. Whitebeard, engaged in a spirited debate with a young nurse opposing his drinking, paused in surprise. That wretched woman, along with her bumbling son, where did they come from? Bring them up. Captain Edward. The newcomer felt a twinge of nerves upon encountering Whitebeard, but fear was absent, despite his formidable presence. Whitebeard was known to be fair with the locals. Who sent you? Edward Newgate scrutinized the individual before him. Though not entirely defenseless, this person lacked the prowess to defeat the foolish Edward Weevil. It is Admiral Augustine, who instructed me to deliver these two to you, along with a message. The messenger indicated towards the mother and son discarded nearby. Edward Weevil bore an unusual resilience. The wound on his abdomen had ceased bleeding and begun to scab, while Decken remained too frightened to utter a word. Oh, what did that little brat ask you to convey? Whitebeard inquired with curiosity. If it was Augustine, it would not be surprising. It is as follows. Seeing no displeasure on Whitebeard's face, the messenger breathed a sigh of relief, stating that Admiral Augustine expressed gratitude for your hospitality in offering him a drink and refrained from causing trouble for your child this time. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's fury ignited. Who told you that this is my son? Yes. The messenger, sensing Whitebeard's wrath, hastily explained that it was this lady who had persistently claimed. Miss Decken. Whitebeard's fierce glare instilled terror in Decken as he thundered, You deceitful woman. How dare you tarnish my reputation? Do you wish for death? The sons of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been enjoying the spectacle of their beloved father's antics, now seethed with rage. Their father's honor was their own. Miss Decken could only bow in supplication, pleading for mercy. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of Miss Decken, none other than the injured and weakened Edward Weevil. He shouted at Whitebeard, I won't allow you to harm my mother. Not even if you are my father. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. You little fool, don't go claiming relatives at random. Ace, filled with indignation, ignited the flames of his Marinomi enough. Suddenly, Whitebeard gestured for his sons to step back, scrutinizing Edward Weevil for a considerable time before speaking slowly. I, Edward Newgate, have never taken a wife or fathered children. I have dedicated my entire life to the sea. You, boy, are not my son. You are not my father? Whitebeard's authoritative declaration left Edward Weevil in disbelief, his innocent heart suddenly grasping the truth. He turned to Miss Decken. Mother, did you deceive me? This. Miss Decken could hardly speak in the presence of Whitebeard, stammering for a moment before reluctantly admitting. You are a child I found in a rubbish heap. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Whitebeard, which is why I presumed you were father and son. I am merely an adopted child. Edward Weevil was utterly dismayed. Considering your small display of filial piety, I shall spare you this once. Observing Edward Weevil's despondent demeanor, Whitebeard summoned a few crew members, instructing them to throw the pair overboard. You troublesome naval brat, always causing me trouble. Yes, old man. For days later, Augustine's warship successfully reached Nine Snake Island. The islanders gathered, joyously welcoming their loved ones and friends home. Lord Augustine. Before the ship could dock, Boa Hancock soared from the shore into the arms of the man she missed, reluctant to part. I missed you. Augustine lowered his head, and the two shared an impassioned kiss, oblivious to the onlookers. How magnificent! Is this what a kiss between a man and a woman looks like? I've heard it can lead to children. Nonsense. My grandmother said children are made in bed. Your grandmother is quite knowledgeable. Ahem. Gloriosa interjected, attempting to remind the enamored couple of their surroundings. Ah, dear grandmother, how have you been? Augustine greeted her. You wretched man, get away from me. Boa Hancock kicked the elderly woman aside, then turned back to sweetly take Augustine's arm. Lord Augustine, I have prepared a warm bath for you. Please enjoy a relaxing soak while I personally attend to your needs. Hancock, that is rather unkind to the elderly. Augustine gently pinched Boa Hancock's cheek, chiding her. Yes, yes, my lord. Is this a proposal? Augustine. Chapter 91, Karina. After washing away the dust of travel and enjoying dinner, Augustine reclined comfortably on the grand bed of Boa Hancock. With a blissful expression, Boa Hancock tenderly massaged his shoulders and said, My lord Augustine, you have worked hard on your journey. By the way, why didn't my sister come along? I miss her dearly. Sister Chi Yuan must remain in the New World to safeguard the fortress on Augustine's behalf. Therefore, you shall not see her for the time being. Ein carefully peeled the golden fruit, delicately removing its skin before offering the succulent flesh to Augustine's lips. Augustine savored the fruit, along with her fingers, relishing the taste. How annoying. Ein feigned to pout, but Augustine swiftly turned the tables, pinning her down on the bed. Don't. Hancock is still here. Ein's heart raced like a startled fawn beneath Augustine's weight. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock was utterly flustered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, gazing adoringly at her beloved man. Biting her finger, she whispered, It has been such a long time. I too miss you dearly, my lord Augustine. Please allow me to remain and serve you. Augustine pulled the eagerly expectant Boa Hancock into his embrace, laughing heartily as he declared, Of course, none of you shall escape today. It is time for this master to graciously attend to you all. Hee. In that moment, it was indeed a scene of enchanting beauty. With ethereal birds taking flight, and charming maidens accompanied by passionate suitors, all wrapped in the warmth of luxurious bedding. Is this truly the East Sea? Augustine lingered on Nine Snake Island for a month before leaving behind Ein and the female warriors, embarking on a solitary swim across the calm belt to the East China Sea. In truth, the distance between the Grand Line and the Four Seas is not insurmountable. It is merely the lack of individuals capable of traversing the calm belt that renders it so. Along his journey, Augustine encountered several formidable sea creatures, with two instances being so immense that they nearly devoured him whole. The power wielded by Princess Shirahoshi, who commands these formidable beings, is indeed terrifying. Reflecting on this, Augustine continued to sprint across the ocean's surface, occasionally diving into the water to propel himself forward. Although he did not exert his full strength, his speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary vessels. Augustine ventured forth alone primarily for the purpose of honing his skills, harboring no intention of interfering with the natural unfolding of events. For instance, he possessed the capacity to rescue Nami and her homeland prematurely, yet he refrained from doing so, understanding that a fledgling eagle must weather the storm to mature. Jotileao Augustine's saint grappled with conflicting desires, to aid Nami while simultaneously preserving the integrity of the original narrative and retaining the Nami he knew from the source material. This sentiment proved intricate, eluding Augustine's complete comprehension. A pang of hunger struck. Augustine extended his right hand, seizing a sizable fish swimming nearby. As he contemplated finding land to prepare a repast and satiate his rumbling stomach, he noticed a dark speck in the distance. Ah, a ship. He casually tossed the fish back into the sea and swam towards the vessel, wondering about his current location. Upon closer inspection, it proved to be a substantial merchant ship. Quite impressive. However, as Augustine approached, he discerned that the situation was far from ideal. The sounds of battle echoed from the merchant vessel and a pirate ship, adorned with its menacing flag, lay anchored alongside. As Augustine was about to ascend, he caught a glimpse of a figure sliding down a rope on the side of the pirate ship. The silhouette belonged to a woman, a charming young girl with an appealing physique. Could it be mere coincidence? Augustine, filled with curiosity, exerted himself to approach and ascertain whether the nimble thief was indeed his beloved Nami. Soon enough, Augustine arrived at the vessel prepared by the girl, only to discover her true identity. She was not Nami. Do you know Nami? The girl inquired, just having pilfered treasures from the pirate ship. Upon returning to her small boat, she was startled to find a tall, imposing man aboard. Her heart raced when she heard him utter a name she recognized. I do not know her, but I am aware of her, Augustine replied, eyeing the petite, beautiful girl with violet hair. Who might you be? My name is Karina. And yours? Karina? I believe I've heard that name before. Augustine mused, momentarily lost in thought, struggling to recall a storyline featuring a girl named Karina. Aha. Haha. Upon hearing this, Karina chuckled nervously, realizing that her reputation preceded her. She cautiously regarded Augustine and said, Hey, big guy. I'm currently on the run. Would you mind stepping off my boat? Splendid. Augustine exclaimed, I was just seeking a place to dine. Would you kindly escort me? Karina, realizing the commotion had drawn attention from the pirate ship, called out, "Look, the thief is over there, Captain. Quick, look below." Panic surged as she hastily rowed away from the larger vessel. "Hey, you're a big man. Can't you lend me a hand? I'm just a girl. Let them chase. It's of no concern to me," Augustine replied nonchalantly, casually delivering a punch towards the pirate ship behind them. Boom! A golden wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the pirate ship in an instant. "Is this real?" Karina gasped, astonished by the unbelievable spectacle before her, her mouth agape. "I'm famished," Augustine stated. "Is there a place to eat nearby?" Pardon?" Karina finally regained her composure, cautiously gazing at the formidable man before her. "May I ask, who are you?" "My name is Augustine." He grinned broadly. "Little sister, I just helped you fend off your enemies. Would you consider treating me to a meal as a token of gratitude? But I'm quite poor." Upon hearing about the meal, Karina's expression shifted to anxiety as she felt the pangs of her empty wallet. "Were you not fortunate enough to score a haul just earlier?" Augustine pointed towards the bountiful pirate treasure before them. Karina was left speechless, caught red-handed by his observation. The two drifted at sea for a day and a night, and even Karina, who was now starving, felt her stomach pressing against her back. Finally, they stumbled upon a dining establishment on the sea, the Baratai. "Aha, my dear girl, how exceedingly generous of you." Augustine rubbed his hands together, addressing Karina. "To bring me to such a fine establishment truly is a treat. Actually, I merely wish to rest for a bit. Well, it's been ages since I've had a proper meal, so here we are." Karina lamented, her heart aching at the thought of spending her hard-earned money. Like Nami, she was an unequivocal miser, and the thought of treating someone to a meal was torture. Throughout their journey, Karina had racked her brain, attempting to recall any notorious sea pirate that could possibly match Augustine's prowess, yet she was at a loss. "Quickly, bring me 20 servings of your finest dishes. Do not skimp on the portions," Augustine declared as he strode into the Baraty's dining area, his voice booming. Upon hearing his demands, Karina felt a surge of panic, contemplating an escape. However, the memory of Augustine's formidable strength kept her in check. He was nothing short of a bandit. "Damn it, my belly. Welcome, sir and madam." A chubby, jovial waiter approached, guiding them to a table in the hall. 20 servings of gourmet food. "Not a problem. Please hold on for a moment." Hey, you eat too much." Once the waiter had distanced himself, Karina shot a glare at Augustine and asked, "What if we can't afford it?" "Fear not," Augustine reassured her. "If your funds fall short, I shall cover it. If that fails, you can always wash the dishes." "How shameless!" Karina exclaimed in frustration. "Must you speak so brazenly?" Soon, the waiter began serving the dishes. They're swift indeed. Augustine wasted no time, taking a spoonful of the appetizing soup and proclaiming, "Delicious." "Hey, Karina, why aren't you eating?" "Of course, I must eat." Karina hastily grabbed her utensils, shoveling the food into her mouth, chewing vigorously before stating, "The flavor is quite satisfactory." Karina consumed her meal slowly, while Augustine devoured his portions with abandon, leaving her astonished. Unbeknownst to her, Augustine was exercising restraint. Having cleared the table of all its offerings, Augustine frowned and patted his belly. "I'm still not full. Waiter, bring me 30 more servings." "Karina, are you some sort of monster?" Beautiful miss, I had no idea of your presence. Our encounter has been most fortuitous." A serendipitous Sanji spotted the lovely Karina and, filled with enthusiasm, dashed back to the kitchen to prepare a glass of juice, presenting it to her. "This is a fresh juice, especially for you. Please, do not decline such a heartfelt offering." "Is it complimentary?" Karina inquired. "Of course. This is exclusively prepared for you, beautiful miss. Free of charge, absolutely free." Karina glanced at Augustine, her spirits lifted as she accepted the juice. "Thank you. You are a true gentleman, unlike some people." Augustine, engrossed in his meal, paid her no mind. "Hey, who are you?" Sanji, just realizing the presence of the imposing man before Karina, questioned. Augustine continued to focus on his meal, ignoring him. "Rascal." Sanji, frustrated by Augustine's indifference, contemplated teaching him a lesson but ultimately chose to respect the customers and let it slide, deeming him a rude individual. "Indeed. Such a lack of decorum," Karina chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Making a lady pay for dinner is simply unacceptable." "What?" Sanji, infuriated, exclaimed. "What a disgraceful man." Hey. Augustine rapped the table. Sanji paused, bewildered, and asked, "What is it?" "Augustine, I'm still hungry after finishing everything. Let's have 30 more servings of food. Sanji. Karina. I've finally eaten my fill. Augustine joyfully stood up. Karina counted the coins in her wallet, tears silently streaming down her face. That scoundrel, that monster, that deceiver. What do you mean by deceiver? Augustine retorted. I've never deceived you. Scoundrel. Karina exclaimed. We agreed on just one meal, yet you made me consume 80 servings, 80. Right. Augustine patted his belly, feeling only 70% full. Thank you, Karina. TCH, seeing you looking so pitiful, I was just teasing. Augustine laughed heartily and produced a black bank card, handing it to the waiter. The World Bank's gold card. The waiter, who initially held a disdainful attitude, immediately changed his demeanor upon seeing the card, swiftly assisting the two with their bill, which totaled 230,000 berries. Thank you for your patronage. And we look forward to your next visit. Augustine gently tapped the immobile Karina. Hey, why are you silent? Have you lost your senses? Upon lowering his gaze, he observed that the enchanting Miss Karina had succumbed to a state of materialistic obsession, her eyes shimmering with visions of wealth. Karina was already salivating, murmuring to herself. The World Bank gold card, worth at least 100 million Bailey. Augustine chuckled wryly. What a little money grubber. After departing from the seaside restaurant, Barati, the two continued their journey aboard a small boat. Where shall we go next, Lord Augustine? Miss Karina's demeanor had drastically transformed. She had already resolved to cling to this newfound wealthy companion, in comparison to the perilous yet meager earnings of a treasure hunter. It was evidently far more profitable to accompany this unexpectedly affluent individual. Oh, why do you say we? Augustine teased the little gold digger, feigning surprise. Were we not supposed to part ways? Oh, please don't say that. Karina replied with a voice capable of melting the heart of any man. I truly admire heroic figures like yourself. Please don't abandon me. Augustine was at a loss. Do you know Nami? He recalled that Karina had mentioned being acquainted with Nami. Given her expression, it was reasonable that the two were indeed in the same line of work. How rude. My lord, don't you think it's rather poor form to mention another woman in front of a lady? Karina protested, hands placed defiantly on her hips. Augustine, I do not believe so. Karina felt defeated by this fellow and casually remarked, Nami? That little thieving cat is merely a petty thief who specializes in pilfering from pirates, much like myself. I've heard she resides not far from the village of Kokoja. Are you planning to seek her out? Kokoja village lies just ahead. No. After pondering for a moment, Augustine replied, we shall head to Log Town. Log Town, the place renowned as the beginning and the end? Karina inquired, casting a glance at Augustine. Do you, too, wish to witness the sight of Roger's execution? There are countless individuals worldwide who harbor such thoughts. Augustine gazed up at the sky, lamenting. What a pity it is that I have no opportunity to contend with him. Chapter 93. The young girl in the million-berry salary job 1 month later, East Blue. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, Augustine and Karina finally arrived at Rogue Town. To be candid, the vast ocean of this world is indeed perilous. Not only does the formidable Grand Line harbor all manner of unpredictable and fearsome weather, but even in a place like the East Sea, the two have frequently encountered inclement conditions and tumultuous waves. Had it not been for Augustine's extraordinary prowess, which allowed him to defy the odds through sheer strength, the journey would have been rife with hardship. Their small vessel had long since succumbed to the stormy seas, and now Karina found herself resting upon Augustine's broad shoulder as he traversed the water towards Rogue Town. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet brought a wave of relaxation to Augustine. After an extended period navigating the ocean, he too felt the weight of exhaustion. With no suitable place to rest, he and Karina contemplated taking refuge in the sea itself. Wow, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Karina. Having witnessed Augustine's formidable abilities throughout their journey, her admiration for him blossoming into genuine respect, she began to envision a future filled with promise. With such a capable ally by her side, she felt secure from the threats of pirates and treasure hunters alike. As they paused to catch their breath, just as they were about to enter the town, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Where do you think you are going? Augustine glanced at the individual blocking their path, feeling a sense of familiarity. Turning back, he noticed Karina's anxious and fearful demeanor, prompting him to inquire, who is this oddly dressed person? A treasure fanatic, Karina replied nervously, a treasure hunter who would do anything for riches. Oh, it's you, Augustine recalled. Realizing this was the captain of the treasure pirates, the same character who had once clashed with the Straw Hat pirates over the heart of gold. Say, haven't you and Nami pilfered his treasures? At last, Augustine discerned why Karina's name seemed familiar. She was the girl who had ultimately seized all of Guild Tesoro's riches in the film Heart of Gold. This. Upon hearing the word treasure, Karina nervously asserted, I won't share any with you. You wretched scoundrel. Augustine was left speechless by her response, sighing, fine, let's deal with him. Hey, there's a Navy base nearby. If they catch wind of this. Karina urgently grasped Augustine, warning the treasure fanatic. You wouldn't want to be apprehended by the Navy, would you? Do you think I fear the Navy, you foolish woman? The treasure fanatic raised his hands, unleashing 2 iron chains that lunged towards them. He laughed maniacally. Before the Navy arrives, I shall capture both of you. Help? Karina gasped, shutting her eyes in terror. However, after what felt like an eternity, she sensed no chains approaching. She opened her eyes to find Augustine standing before her, majestically grasping the chains that the treasure fanatic had flung. Let me think. You might still have some utility, so I shall spare you for now. Augustine snorted disdainfully, exerting a single hand in the air, and astonishingly, the treasure fanatic was hurled into the sky. Such immense strength. Quick, save our captain. Rude scoundrel. Go and refresh yourself in the sea. Augustine forcefully swung the treasure fanatic away towards the vast ocean. The treasure fanatic's crew hastily fled in that direction to rescue their captain. Wow, that was incredible. Karina exclaimed, leaping onto Augustine in joy. Sir, you are remarkable. The treasure fanatic, who moments ago had instilled fear in her, had been effortlessly subdued by Augustine. Is it truly that exhilarating? Augustine replied nonchalantly. Such weaklings are abundant in the New World. Any of my subordinates could easily handle him. Boastful. Karina was skeptical. For the treasure fanatic's notorious reputation echoed throughout the East Blue. Yet, she could not deny the undeniable strength of Augustine, feeling a surge of delight within. Shall we find a place to stay? Karina complained. I'm all dirty and haven't bathed in 2 days. There's a clothing shop ahead, Augustine suggested. Let us procure some garments. I also wish to rest, take a bath, and enjoy a meal. Upon hearing the mention of food, Karina's demeanor shifted, and she quickly tugged him towards a seemingly decent shop ahead. Augustine swiftly acquired his attire, while Karina found herself indecisively examining this garment and that one, clutching 2 pieces in her hands. Which one should I choose? She asked Augustine with hesitation. The shopkeeper chimed in with a smile. Miss, your figure is splendid. Anything you wear radiates elegance. Augustine tilted his head slightly, approached, and cast a glance at the women's clothing rack, casually discarding several shabby garments to the side. He then addressed the shopkeeper, saying, Please wrap all of these up and send them to, well, we haven't yet secured a hotel. Just leave a contact number, and I shall have them delivered. The plump shopkeeper, taken aback by his request, exclaimed, You want all of them? Her face lighting up with joy as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Rest assured, I will have them packaged immediately. My lord, you truly are splendidly generous to your lady. Karina interjected, Let us go. Augustine settled the payment and took Karina by the hand as they exited the clothing store. The prices here were rather reasonable, merely 200,000 berries. Augustine measured this cost against the standards of Mariejois, convinced that nowhere else in the world would he find items too expensive. In truth, Augustine had only made purchases in the shops of Mariejois and Meriford, where he predominantly dined in upscale restaurants, with Karina and Dine procuring his attire. As he shopped more extensively elsewhere, he would eventually realize the extent of his wealth. Oh dear, 200,000 berries just gone. Karina lamented. You dare to call that cheap? How I wish I could strangle you, you scoundrel. Oh, are you already lamenting my expenses? Augustine teased her. Why not become my financial overseer? Dream on. Karina exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Being your financial overseer? I would surely sink into despair watching you squander money daily. What about an annual salary of 100 million berries? Augustine continued to jest. 100 million berries. Karina's eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth. Augustine, I was merely jesting. How absurd. Karina, TT. Chapter 94. This time, I truly sold myself. The finest hotel in Rog Town is situated near the Naval Branch, where Augustine reserved the opulent penthouse suite. This suite is not only exquisitely decorated, but also boasts a splendid view from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. One can directly observe the central square where the Pirate King met his demise. It was in this very square that Roger, the Pirate King, breathed life into an era of piracy with his sacrifice. Having washed away the dust of their journey, the two sat in the suite's living room, indulging in a lavish spread of delicacies brought by the attentive staff while admiring the enchanting nightscape of Rog Town from above. "This place is magnificent," exclaimed Karina, holding a glass of red wine as she approached the expansive window. She turned to Augustine, who was savoring his meal, and remarked, "Gazing down at the city under the night sky feels so romantic." Augustine, creak, creak. "I have no time for her." Karina. Receiving no response, Karina returned to her seat directly opposite Augustine, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. "Why are you staring at me?" Augustine flashed a smile. "Are you contemplating something about me?" "I only entertain thoughts of Bailey." Karina huffed playfully. Curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What exactly are you?" "I am a hunter," Augustine replied with a mischievous grin, "and I am currently on the hunt." "On the hunt?" Karina laughed lightly. Then, "Dear hunter, where is your prey?" "Prey?" Augustine met Karina's gaze. "It is a charming little vixen." "Ah." At his words, Karina flustered and quickly averted her eyes. After a hearty meal, Augustine stretched lazily. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, resting his hands on either side as he stared down at the place where the shocking demise of Roger had occurred. "Augustine, do you aspire to become the Pirate King?" Karina sidled up beside him, looking up at him. "That is a dream cherished by many illustrious figures." "The Pirate King?" Augustine shook his head. "My ambition is to become the strongest in the world. I have never considered becoming a Pirate King." "Oh man," Karina sighed. "How many people on this vast ocean hold that dream?" "And you, little vixen?" Augustine inquired with a smile. "Do you only cherish Bailey?" "Of course," Karina huffed. "Bailey is far more dependable than any of you men." "Oh, how disheartening." Augustine feigned a wounded expression. 100 million Bailey turned down. Who? Who was rejected? Karina jumped up. "That is an entirely different matter." "Okay." Augustine found himself somewhat enamored with teasing the little fox. He strolled over to the oversized sofa on the opposite side of the living room and reclined languidly. "Come now, little fox, sing a song for me. If you do well, I shall reward you." Karina nestled comfortably in the plush sofa, her eyes gently closed. After this period of cultivation, his body felt somewhat weary, and it was a rare opportunity to rest. Memories of the treasure map discovered in his childhood perpetually surfaced in his mind, a ceaseless quest for a land of miracles, rivaling that of distant others. Yet again, he found himself unable to seize his dreams. If only the world could transform, taking me, the oblivious, along to reclaim the memories of my youth. Karina's enchanting voice softly wove a captivating melody. With her eyes shut, she sang with such focus that it seemed as though everything around her had faded into insignificance. All that mattered was her earnest performance. In that moment, Karina exuded an extraordinary charm. Augustine sat up in astonishment, watching her. What had started as a light-hearted request had turned into an unexpected revelation of Karina's mesmerizing singing. Augustine listened intently, becoming somewhat entranced. Forgotten memories, long buried in the recesses of his mind, began to resurface. He recalled the name from his previous life. Nearly lost to his own memory, he remembered his childhood, those autumn evenings when his mother took him for walks in the park adorned with maple leaves. He thought of his father, who was always coming and going. "You are crying." Karina's voice jolted him back to the present. Augustine reached up to touch the corner of his eye, where a single tear had fallen. "It's nothing, just some memories from the past." Augustine rose, casting a warm smile at Karina. "Thank you. That was delightful. So, where's my reward?" Karina playfully pouted. "Golden cards, golden cards, golden cards." Augustine chuckled. "Ah, about that." He made his way to the bedroom, feeling a bit fatigued. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Good night." "Ah." Karina, feeling toyed with, fumed. "I will kill you." She lunged at this insufferable man from behind, her petite form hanging onto him. "Oh, what a spirited girl." Augustine effortlessly scooped her up into his embrace, grinning as he remarked, "I certainly won't refuse a lady's affection." "Ah, let me down." Karina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You are not worthy of me yet." "Is that so?" Augustine sighed in mock disappointment. "I thought you would be fond of the billion berries I left in the room." He opened the bedroom door, revealing a dimly lit space where glimmering objects sparkled, diamonds adorning the golden cards. A billion berries. Karina was utterly taken aback. Dazed, this little fox found herself led into Augustine's bedroom by a cunning hunter. It wasn't until the door clicked shut behind them that she realized she was now the tempting morsel at Augustine's lips, inevitably caught in the enchantment of the night. "Oh, no. Oh." Strange sounds softly echoed in the room, igniting the imagination. The following morning, Hua, how could you do such a thing to me? Karina clutched a handful of golden cards, each worth 100 million berries, wiping away her tears. I didn't even know your identity, Hua. Beast. Hey, your crying seems rather insincere. Augustine, sprawled across the bed, reached out and pulled the little fox back into his embrace, reflecting on how truly satisfying the previous night had been with Miss Karina, who was indeed deserving of her reputation. Look at this. Augustine casually extracted a newspaper from the bedside, a daily item from the hotel. He had just glimpsed it earlier. Yesterday's edition happened to feature a photograph of himself. Huh, what? Karina took the newspaper, perplexed. Upon seeing the enlarged image on the front page, she looked at Augustine, then back at the paper, an exact match. Wasn't this the man beneath her? Jotileao, Augustine Saint, Admiral of the Navy. Chapter 95. The mission from headquarters, let's go. Augustine declared, intending to return to the Grand Line via the Navy's public route, simultaneously contacting Ein from Amazon Lily through a transponder snail, instructing her to lead the team back to the New World. At that moment, Miss Karina rested her head on Augustine's shoulder, reflecting on their conversation from the morning. Augustine expressed his earnest desire for Karina to remain by his side. He remarked that a woman must rely on her intellect for survival, rather than on a man. In a fit of anger, Karina retorted that even if he possessed her body, she had no need to depend on him for her existence. You are absolutely right, Augustine replied with a smile. But are you not curious to discover the extent of your capabilities? Come back to the New World with me, and allow me to present you with a grander stage where I can truly witness your wisdom. Karina, how could you deceive me like this? Karina said, her tone filled with reluctance. I, the notorious thief Karina, am now expected to live off a man. How utterly shameful it would be if this were to become public knowledge. Wait a moment, isn't it the men who are supposed to be living off women? Augustine playfully patted the little vixen on her behind. Sit tight, I'm about to accelerate. Humph. Karina quickly clung to him tightly. Augustine unleashed the formidable golden bell, creating a protective barrier against the wind that enveloped Karina entirely. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he exclaimed, "We are leaving." Karina instantly felt her body propelled forward by an unseen force, watching the ocean swiftly retreat beneath her. Excitement bubbled within her as she shouted with glee. The New World, a realm inhabited by monsters, filled her with anticipation. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing telephone bug interrupted their moment. Augustine retrieved the device, answering, "Moses, it's Augustine." Noticing Augustine on the call, Karina paused her chatter, intrigued. She understood that anyone capable of reaching Augustine through this peculiar telephone bug was no ordinary individual. I am Marshal Sengoku. Augustine, how fares the New World? The miniature image of Sengoku appeared on the device. Everything is fine, Augustine replied dismissively. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. He knew that as a marshal, Sengoku would not reach out without reason. Truly, you show me no respect as your superior. Sengoku retorted, then continued. Our headquarters has recently devised a strategic operation for the New World that requires your cooperation, General Augustine. Oh, my interest is piqued. Which of the 4 emperors are we targeting this time? Augustine mused, considering that a plan from the headquarters would surely involve formidable adversaries. No, it is not one of the 4 emperors, Sengoku paused, then inquired, have you heard of Patrick Redfield? Patrick Redfield? Augustine pondered for a moment, unable to recall anyone by that name. Is he a newcomer to the scene? Certainly not. Sengoku exclaimed with fervor. Patrick Redfield is a powerhouse from the same era as Whitebeard. Ah, it seems remnants of that era are fading from public memory, Sengoku lamented, continuing. You may not recognize the name Patrick Redfield, but what of Red Count or the solitary Red? Red Count. Augustine finally realized whom Sengoku referred to. Patrick Redfield, the Red Count, was a contemporary of notable figures such as Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Roger, equally as formidable as any of them. In the original tale, he would eventually be imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down, though that event had yet to transpire. Later, during the Marineford War, he would escape, setting sail for the New World with ambitions of claiming the title of Pirate King. This is indeed a significant figure, Augustine remarked, intrigued. How many personnel is the headquarters dispatching to confront him? Patrick Redfield is no ordinary pirate. He is as fearsome as Whitebeard. Garp and I have both faced him. Yet his abilities are enigmatic, and we have failed to capture him. Recently, we obtained intelligence regarding his hideout, Sengoku stated gravely. This time, Akainu will remain at Marine headquarters while Akiji, Kizuru, Garp, and 2,000 elite Marines will proceed to the New World. I trust that you, Admiral Augustine, will fully cooperate in this operation to apprehend the Red Count Patrick Redfield and uphold the justice of the Marines. Understood, Augustine replied nonchalantly. I will assist in this operation. It will be enlightening to witness the strength of Patrick Redfield firsthand. Do not underestimate him, Sengoku cautioned, exasperated. Patrick Redfield's abilities are the most formidable and unpredictable in these waters. Noted, Augustine said lazily, glancing at Mariford emerging on the horizon. When do we set sail? Count me in. The operation departs tomorrow morning. Where are you now? Sengoku finally realized Augustine had implied he wished to join. I'm nearing Mariford, Augustine replied. You dare leave the New World without authorization? Sengoku's fury erupted. If anything happens to the G and GD branches, relax. With Momonosuke around, there is nothing to worry about. Augustine retorted casually. I merely took a stroll in the East Blue to clear my mind. Stressing too much will only hasten aging. Get to my office immediately. Sengoku bellowed, his temper flaring. Augustine's audacity was astonishing. As Augustine approached Mariford, he cradled the sleeping Karina in his arms. He settled her in his villa at Mariford, ensuring a maid would attend to her before heading to meet Marshal Sengoku. ISNT that Admiral Augustine? Akiji remarked upon seeing Augustine enter Marine headquarters. Where in TU in the New World? Nothing much, just a quick trip to the East Blue. Augustine replied, making his way to Sengoku's office. I hear we're going after the Red Count Patrick Redfield. Mind if I hitch a ride tomorrow? Chapter 96. The campaign against the Red Count Patrick Redfield. Akiji watched Augustine's retreating figure, bemused by the audacity of Admiral Augustine, who had ventured away from his post in the New World. What a reckless fellow, he muttered. Upon entering Sengoku's office, Augustine found Sengoku still fuming. Taking a seat with a relaxed demeanor, Augustine grinned. Marshal, don't wear such a stern expression. I merely visited an old friend, nothing to fret about. Stop with the excuses. Your absence is a clear violation of protocol, Sengoku scolded. Even if you are a celestial dragon, as a Marine, you must adhere to the rules. How could you leave your post without permission? Sengoku's anger escalated. If the branch was attacked by New World pirates, who would bear the responsibility? Honestly, if the four emperors decided to obliterate the G and GD branches, even I would be powerless, Augustine replied coolly. For ordinary pirates, Momonosuke and Ein would suffice. Should I consider recalling you to headquarters and appointing them as branch commanders instead? Sengoku huffed. Don't make excuses. If you err, you must face the consequences. All right. Augustine shrugged, uninterested in debating further. Am I facing demotion or a pay cut? Take this campaign against the Red Count Patrick Redfield seriously. If you capture him, we'll consider it a wash, Sengoku warned, though a hint of resignation seeped into his tone. A pay cut? Augustine scoffed at the thought. Would he care for such triviality? A demotion? That would cause a scandal, drawing laughter from the pirates. 2 admirals and a Marine hero. Augustine teased. You truly have high hopes for this Patrick, don't you? Redfield, before embarking on our mission, you should provide me with some intelligence on him. The Red Count. Patrick Redfield hails from an aristocratic family by the Western Sea, a hereditary earl. At the tender age of 20, he lost his last remaining family member to illness. And for reasons unknown, Patrick Redfield set sail with a raccoon, embracing the life of a pirate. Sengoku slowly recounted that Patrick Redfield is a profoundly solitary and proud individual, harboring a disdain for alliances, adhering steadfastly to his solitary creed. With no kin nor companions, he possesses only formidable strength and a litany of crimes. Unfortunately, following Roger's execution, Patrick Redfield, who once stirred chaos in the New World, gradually faded from the limelight. However, we have recently uncovered his whereabouts. He appears to be nothing more than a pitiful old man. Augustine expressed his indifference toward bullying the elderly. Are you certain this old codger warrants such a contingent? My cautious approach towards Patrick Redfield is not without reason, Sengoku stated with a grave demeanor. The Red Count, Patrick Redfield, not only wields power comparable to that of the 4 emperors like Whitebeard, but he also possesses a peculiar ability. Augustine possessed little knowledge of the Red Count Patrick Redfield. Upon hearing the mention of ability, he inquired, is it the power of a devil fruit? He recalled that it was several years later when the Red Count Patrick Redfield acquired the Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically, the mythical Zoan bat fruit, granting him the form of a vampire. This indicated that he had not consumed any devil fruit at that time. No, Patrick Redfield was not a wielder of devil fruit powers. Sengoku appeared somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, he can summon formidable beings. whether you have witnessed them or not, and exert control over them. I have faced him in combat. Can you imagine? Sengoku chuckled ruefully. Suddenly encountering a Whitebeard, a Roger, or a Golden Lion as adversaries right before you. Both Carp and I chose to withdraw immediately. Augustine, is it an illusion? Perhaps. The warring states has risen, and I hope you possess the means to contend with him. In any case, he is quite a formidable character. Intriguing. Augustine now stands unafraid of powerful adversaries. The mightier they are, the more exhilarated he becomes. Early the next morning, Augustine brought Karina aboard the ship of Akiji. Karina appeared as though she had just awakened, nestled in Augustine's embrace, catching up on much-needed rest. The two had indulged in their revelries a bit too long the previous night, leaving her without proper repose. The soldiers aboard the battleship gazed in astonishment as Augustine, in full view of all, carried the petite woman. You truly are as the rumors suggest, Akiji remarked with a wry smile. I am off to sleep, Augustine yawned, stating, let the fleet head to the GD branch. The inner harbor there is more spacious. Upon arrival, just have the soldiers come to wake me. The GD branch was not far from the headquarters, requiring merely a day's sail to reach. Augustine was intent on catching up on sleep with Karina, so that he might later reminisce with his long-lost acquaintances in the evening. As soon as Augustine departed, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and the figure of Kizaru materialized on Akiji's ship. He surveyed his surroundings with a bemused expression and inquired, I heard Augustine was here. Where is he? Ah, he has gone to sleep. Akiji replied, a hint of envy in his voice. His envy stemmed not from the woman in Augustine's arms, but rather from the fact that Augustine could indulge in a leisurely slumber. Akiji longed for the luxury of idleness. He was the type who would prefer to recline rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. Unfortunately, as the captain, he could not afford the luxury of shirking his duties. Sleeping? Kizaru scratched his head, bemused. What a peculiar fellow, who sleeps in broad daylight. Augustine's plan was destined to fail. In the afternoon, upon the fleet's arrival at GD, Carp commanded the ships to set course for Forgetting Island. Reluctantly, Augustine entrusted Karina to Chiyuan and Ain, who had come to welcome them at the inner harbor, earning him a disdainful glance from the two women. Be cautious. Though Chiyuan and the others were unaware of the expedition's true objective, the formidable presence of the three admirals alongside Carp indicated that they were about to face no trivial challenge. Ah, do not worry. It is merely an old man nearing his grave, Augustine remarked nonchalantly, perhaps believing he could return by nightfall. Forgetting Island lies within a mysterious sea of the New World, removed from the magnetic pathways, rendering it seldom approached by others. It remains a mystery how Sengoku acquired such intelligence. At this juncture, Carp, the overall commander, convened everyone to discuss their battle strategies. Chapter 97. The Indistinguishable Truths. Carp unfurled a map of Forgetting Island, stating, this nautical chart was meticulously crafted by Sengoku many years ago. It was during that encounter that we first met Patrick Redfield. Who would have imagined that, after all these years, he would reappear on this very island? I wonder what significance this place holds for him. A surge of realization struck Augustine. Could Patrick Redfield have come to this forsaken island in search of that devil fruit, the Zoan-type, mythical beast, that fruit, in its vampire form? Such a treasure it would be. Likely a fruit of longevity. My strategy entails that the ordinary soldiers form a perimeter outside the island. After all, in battles of such magnitude, their involvement would only lead to needless sacrifice, Carp declared. Thus, it will be I, along with Akiji, Kizaru, and the young Augustine, who shall venture onto the island. Should a Kainu, a hawkish figure, be among the arrivals, Carp's battle strategy might face contention. However, both the neutral Kizaru and the dove-like Akiji showed no dissent towards his plan. Augustine also held no objections. Inclined as he was towards neutrality, he would confront foes when necessary and retreat if overwhelmed, fighting solely for his own sense of justice. Strange. The architecture here bears a resemblance to Mariejois, does it not? Upon their arrival on the island, the group began to survey their surroundings, with Augustine being the first to voice his thoughts, noting its similarity to the style of Marineford. Yet, I cannot shake the notion that these houses resemble my hometown. Windmill Village, Carp remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Augustine. How shall we locate him? Akiji observed the sparsely populated town before them, expansive yet devoid of life. If it were a Kainu, he might have issued an extermination order, yet Akiji could not bring himself to do such a thing. Perhaps over there. Augustine pointed in a direction, stating it was merely a feeling, perhaps erroneous. The others exchanged glances, Carp contemplating. Has he awakened advanced observation haki? Carp pondered a possibility. Having heard tales of its remarkable perception abilities, though it seemed Augustine was only on the verge of mastery, not yet having transcended to the advanced level. Even so, what a formidable child he is. Let us investigate. With a spring from his feet, Carp propelled himself forward, followed by the others. This place feels peculiar, Akiji remarked. Despite its vastness, not a single figure was in sight. Indeed, Kazari nodded in agreement. The town reeked of decay and desolation. Quite terrifying. Minutes later, the four arrived at the foot of a small hill, when suddenly Augustine sensed something accelerating abruptly. As they drew near a valley, the sounds of commotion reached their ears. People. Before them lay a throng of individuals, likely the townsfolk from the earlier settlement. Surrounding them were numerous wooden towers, several meters high, adorned with an abundance of braziers. The flames flickered, illuminating the valley as brightly as day. As Augustine and his companions descended into the valley, they beheld the townsfolk prostrating themselves on the ground, reverently directed toward a towering stone platform. Their lips moved in unison, uttering what seemed to be invocations and blessings. Upon the platform loomed a colossal cross, upon which was bound a young girl. She wailed and pleaded for mercy, her cries echoing, yet the fervent expressions on the faces of the gathered multitude remained unmoved. What on earth is happening here? Yellow Ape's unabashed voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of the townspeople to the four intruders. Who are these individuals? They do not appear to be from our town. Quickly, seize them. If we offend the blood god, our transgressions will be grave. Indeed, if the ritual is delayed, the blood god will surely be angered. At that moment, a crimson shadow drifted from the opposite side of the valley, accompanied by boisterous laughter. A man clad in a blood-red cloak suddenly materialized upon the stone platform. He looked joyfully upon the girl before him, but his expression swiftly altered upon noticing Augustine and his companions. Patrick? Redfield, what are you doing here? He inquired, annoyance creeping into his voice. Do not disturb my ritual, Cap. It is of utmost importance to me, Patrick Redfield retorted, scowling as he surveyed the four with disdain. Given your words, we cannot allow you to proceed unchecked, Green Pheasant replied, adjusting his eye patch, exhaling a breath of icy air. Patrick Redfield commanded the townsfolk, seize these blasphemers. At once, several robust townsmen rolled up their sleeves, preparing to advance. How dare you assault an admiral of the navy? Such audacity! Yellow Ape exclaimed as he extended his finger, unleashing a burst of golden light that sent the nearest commoners flying. Borsalino, they are merely a group of misled civilians. Cap expressed his discontent, instructing, try not to harm them. Focus on confronting Patrick Redfield. The townspeople, witnessing Yellow Ape's extraordinary powers, were struck dumb, and those who regained their senses fled in terror. Useless wretches, Patrick Redfield sighed, seemingly to himself. Indeed, in the end, one can always rely only on oneself. He gestured dismissively, casting forth a flurry of leaf-like objects. Augustine suddenly found himself face to face with Kaido, Whitebeard, and the five elders. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Augustine couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Even if it's an illusion, there should be limits. At that moment, Patrick Redfield smiled at the four, saying, let my subordinates entertain you. Even Kizaru displayed a serious demeanor, a sight Augustine had never witnessed before. With us here, do you still have time to concern yourself with others? Whitebeard's massive blade descended like a lightning strike, akin to a mountain crashing down. Augustine, curious to test the strength of these formidable foes, reached out to block. The result was a numbing sensation in his entire arm. Had it not been for the protection of his golden bell technique, he might have lost his hand. How could they be this powerful? Feeling the overwhelming force, Augustine staggered back 2 steps, only to immediately confront Kaido's iron fist. The two engaged in an aerial clash, exchanging over 100 blows, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Unbelievable. It's just as strong as the real thing. As the 5 elders closed in, Augustine swiftly kicked Kaido and used the momentum to retreat. The sheer number of adversaries was too great. Even Augustine did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could contend with so many powerful enemies. He needed assistance. Chapter 98. Breaking the Illusion. Hey, you lot. This is too much. Can't you lend me a hand? Augustine shouted, only to find no one responding. When he turned around, he saw that Garp, Kizaru, and Akiji seemed oblivious to the foes before them, instead battling against the air itself. Kizaru swung his light sword, Garp hammered the ground with his formidable fists, and Akiji went even further, unleashing an ice age that froze the very earth beneath them, affecting even their allies. So that's how it is. Augustine glanced at Patrick Redfield in the distance, then turned back just in time to see Whitebeard's blade and Kaido's fist both coming at him. Faced with such a perilous situation, Augustine did something unexpected. He closed his eyes. He actually closed his eyes. Strangely enough, once he did, Whitebeard vanished, Kaido disappeared. And even the 5 elders were nowhere to be seen. Hey, you guys, close your eyes and use your observation haki to sense him. Upon hearing this, Garp and the others hesitated. Closing their eyes in front of such formidable foes felt akin to courting death. Fortunately, they were equally confident in their observation haki and swiftly shut their eyes. In an instant, the illusions before them dissipated. You actually detected it. Patrick Redfield sneered. What a terrifying young man. Even that old kook Garp didn't catch on. How did you manage that? Augustine observed that Carp, the yellow ape, and Aokiji had all regained their composure. Utilizing his observation haki, he pinpointed Patrick Redfield and remarked, "While I am acutely aware that this is mere illusion, the human body's reflexes to such phantoms and the commands of the brain can indeed cause real harm. One cannot help but admire the ingenuity of this technique." He glanced at his hand, previously injured by Whitebeard, and continued, "Nevertheless, a mere glance at my comrades reveals these to be nothing but illusions. By relinquishing one's senses, dispelling such tricks is not particularly arduous." "Oh dear, what a dreadful experience. You have compelled me to relive memories I would rather forget," sighed the yellow ape, wiping his forehead. "I see." Carp addressed Patrick Redfield. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall we be compelled to take action?" "How dare you be so arrogant?" Patrick Redfield retorted furiously. "You merely unraveled a trivial trick of mine. What is there to gloat about? I am Patrick Redfield. Do you truly believe that 4 blind Navy officers could vanquish me?" With a resounding crack, Patrick's formidable presence reverberated through the ground beneath him. "Such overwhelming haki. It rivals even Kaido," Augustine declared, raising his fist and proclaiming, "I shall take the first strike." He leapt atop Patrick Redfield, radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a colossal bronze bell poised to topple upon its target below. With rapid footwork, Patrick evaded Augustine's impending assault, only to be met by Carp's iron fist. Boom. Carp's punch was anything but pleasant, sending Patrick hurtling through the air. "Speed is strength. Have you ever been struck by light?" The yellow ape's voice resonated as a massive beam of light struck Patrick squarely in the abdomen. Ugh. Patrick expelled a torrent of blood. "My blood," he exclaimed, realizing that while his power may rival that of Whitebeard, facing Carp alongside the formidable trio of admirals was an insurmountable challenge. How can one as reckless as you hope to escape the grasp of justice? "Time freeze capsule," Patrick bellowed. "You will remember this, you scoundrels." Having only previously encountered Carp, he now understood that he stood no chance against the combined might of the 4. Thus, he resolutely opted for flight. "Think you can flee? You shall not escape the iron fist of justice today. Prepare to perish." Carp pursued him relentlessly. Patrick, swift as the wind, deftly dodged Carp's strikes. Meanwhile, Aokiji's abilities proved ineffective in close quarters alongside his teammates, while the yellow ape, the swiftest among them, hovered in the air, methodically targeting Patrick Redfield. Augustine found himself unable to catch up with Patrick Redfield, so he trailed behind. This fellow was indeed quite agile. Augustine imagined that if he were to consume the Zoan-type devil fruit, the bat fruit, in its vampire form, Patrick Redfield's speed would undoubtedly reach new heights, potentially doubling his combat prowess. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Augustine exclaimed loudly to Captain Carp, "There lies a devil fruit. You all engage it first while I go and retrieve it." With that, he made a motion to dash to the right. "That's mine. How dare you?" Patrick Redfield, seemingly losing his mind, abandoned Carp and charged towards Augustine. Boom. Awaiting him was Augustine's powerful, concentrated punch. Patrick Redfield took the full force of Augustine's fist directly, resulting in a pitiful spectacle. He hastily raised his left hand to block, only to have it rendered weak before him. The bones on his left side shattered into chaos, leaving him nearly unrecognizable. "Oh, how terrifying," Yellow Ape remarked with a smirk. Carp stood momentarily stunned, questioning, "Has this fellow gone mad?" Meanwhile, Aokiji tilted his head and inquired of Augustine, "How did you know he was after the devil fruit?" Augustine, "I surmise." Carp, Yellow Ape. Aokiji, "Ugh." Patrick Redfield coughed up a mouthful of blood, weakly uttering, "You have deceived me." Augustine shook his head and produced a pair of sea tower stone handcuffs, securely binding Patrick Redfield, while simultaneously notifying the soldiers outside the island to come ashore. Such an ability is indeed peculiar. Upon opening his eyes, Augustine discovered that Whitebeard, Kaido, and the 5 elders were still present. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him, and he addressed the 3, saying, "I intend to conduct some research on this island. You may depart for now and simply relay a message of safety to Peach Rabbit." The trio had no objections. Although they suspected that Augustine's ulterior motive might be tied to the potential existence of the devil fruit sought by Patrick Redfield on this island. Carp had no need for it, and the other 2 had already consumed it once, thus they would not contest it with him. Chapter 99, Secluded Training in Truth. Augustine was not motivated by the devil fruit. He merely found this island of forgetfulness to be extraordinary. Just a few leaves could induce such vivid hallucinations. And even more astonishing was the fact that these illusions could persist indefinitely. He wished to test whether engaging with so many masters within these illusions could aid him in honing his Golden Bell shield. Augustine has now cultivated the Golden Bell technique to an exceptionally profound level, rendering external means of inflicting harm utterly ineffective for his enhancement. The reason lies in the rarity of worthy opponents. Augustine cannot possibly challenge the 4 emperors every day. Once Carp and the others departed, Augustine attempted to open his eyes. Indeed, Whitebeard, Kaido, and the 5 elders reappeared, launching their assaults. At that moment, a brilliant smile illuminated Augustine's face as he murmured to himself, "Let us test my potential." The Golden Bell energy and innate vital essence within him surged to full power, initiating his first direct confrontation with his own illusions. 30 seconds later, Augustine sustained minor injuries and had no choice but to close his eyes. After resting for 10 minutes, he opened his eyes once more, and the illusion re-emerged. 40 seconds later, he narrowly escaped a thrust from one of the 5 elders. He had to close his eyes again. In truth, Augustine was unaware of the true strength of the 5 elders. Perhaps this was why their power in the illusion seemed comparable to that of Kaido. This was tantamount to facing 7 emperors. Augustine took a brief respite before reopening his eyes. This time, he succumbed more swiftly, within a mere 10 seconds. Kaido's fist sent him crashing to the ground, prompting him to hastily shut his eyes once more. Despite the illusory nature of his surroundings, Augustine discerned that any injury he sustained within this phantasmagoria would manifest upon his corporeal form. The peril was exceedingly grave. The intensity of this combat was draining, and by the time dawn approached, his stomach growled in protest, compelling him to temporarily abandon his rigorous training and venture into the town to satiate his hunger. However, the townsfolk were decidedly unfriendly. Even the solitary eatery in the vicinity refused to serve him. In a fit of frustration, Augustine resorted to more forceful measures, delivering a thorough thrashing to the nearby inhabitants. These individuals, swayed by Patrick Redfield's misguided notions of him as a divine savior, remained oblivious to the fact that Augustine and his companions had, in truth, spared their lives. Nonetheless, upon acquiring sustenance, Augustine ensured he compensated Bailey for his meal. At heart, Augustine was a proud man, disdainful of bullying those powerless to defend themselves. Indeed, as the old adage goes, the pitiful must possess some loathsome qualities. Augustine mused as he returned to the desolate valley, resuming his arduous training. 2 years hence, on a particular day, a jubilant laughter resonated throughout the valley of Forgetfulness Island, echoing far and wide, even reaching the distant town. With hands placed confidently upon his hips, Augustine gazed triumphantly at the heavens. After 2 years of relentless endeavor, he had finally perfected the 8th layer of the Golden Bell technique, transforming all his cultivated Golden Bell energy into innate vigor, an impressive 36 strands. These 36 strands of innate energy coursed through his body, tirelessly honing his skin, muscles, bones, and even his organs. With each breath and movement, Augustine sensed a profound metamorphosis within himself, growing ever stronger as he ventured into realms previously unknown to him. At the moment he perfected the 8th layer of the Golden Bell technique, he finally vanquished the specters of Whitebeard, Kaido, and the 5 elders that haunted his illusions. While they were surely not as formidable as their real counterparts, Augustine had undeniably made significant strides in his prowess over the course of 2 years. He felt prepared to traverse these vast seas with audacity. Very well, let me attempt the 9th layer of the Golden Bell technique, Augustine resolved, finding tranquility as he seated himself upon the ground. The 36 strands of innate vigor obeyed his command, arranging themselves into a formidable formation. Augustine suddenly heard a symphony of sounds, akin to the joyous whispers of the wind, or perhaps the soft murmurs of his surroundings. Just as he sought to uncover the source of these sounds, a crystal-clear stream of energy cascaded from the crown of his head, flowing into his being. It coursed through the intricate network of meridians within him, enveloping his entire body. A shiver ran through him, causing goosebumps to rise as he felt a delightful chill. Moments later, he was enveloped in a warm, comforting sensation, and he realized that much of the fatigue he had accumulated throughout the day had dissipated. Is this the feeling of spiritual energy entering one's body? Augustine rejoiced inwardly, but in that moment of distraction, he awakened from his meditative state, and the influx of spiritual energy was interrupted. His body had yet to undergo a complete transformation into an innate state. It appeared that only after reaching the later stages of the 9th level could he consistently enter and maintain such a condition. Unlike the destructive nature of innate vital energy, the essence of spiritual energy was holistic, capable of refining the body while also offering nurturing qualities absent in innate vital energy. Augustine felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. Augustine felt a wave of satisfaction as he glanced at his attire. The clothes he wore 2 years ago had long since become tattered rags. The garments he currently donned were hastily purchased from a local shop. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he mused, "It is time to return and see how things stand, having been away for 2 years. I wonder how the base is faring." Augustine retrieved the telephone bug and contacted the Navy stationed on the island, instructing them to prepare for the return journey. The soldiers had suffered through 2 long years accompanying him on this desolate isle. With a swift motion, Augustine leapt to a nearby tree, plucking a purple devil fruit. A sly grin spreading across his face. Indeed, during his 2-year seclusion on Forgetting Island, Augustine had discovered the very devil fruit that Patrick Redfield had long sought after, the Zoan-type, phantom beast fruit, granting the form of a vampire. The year was 1520 of the sea calendar, which meant that Luffy had set sail. Upon returning to the Navy's branch base, Augustine first inquired about the current time, seeking to realign his somewhat disoriented sense of temporal awareness. Over the past 2 years, both the G and GD branch bases had remained largely uneventful. The most perilous incident involved a group of inexperienced newcomers attempting to attack, only to be swiftly dealt with by Momotaro and her subordinates. Now, in the New World, the name of the formidable Momotaro was widely recognized, rivaling the renown of Augustine himself. In a state of tranquility, Augustine returned to the branch base, resuming his unremarkable daily routine. Beyond the necessities of eating and sleeping, he engaged in ordinary warm-up exercises. The soldiers at the base often observed him clad in a t-shirt and beach shorts, leisurely fishing along the outer walls. One cannot remain perpetually tense like a drawn bowstring. Augustine understood well the delicate balance of work and rest. Chapter 100. The Revolutionary Army strikes again in the world of pirates. The ability to soar through the skies hardly seemed remarkable. Don Quixote da Flamingo could weave lines through the clouds to propel himself aloft. Kazara could transform into light, swiftly traversing the heavens, and even Domino could instantaneously shift between the sky and the earth. However, all these feats stemmed from the powers of devil fruits, those who wielded pure physical strength across these vast seas, even if they possessed skills akin to the moonwalk that allowed for brief aerial maneuvers, lacked the capability for prolonged flight. Augustine stood atop the tallest building of the GD branch, situated above the office of the base commander. He relished this vantage point to gaze upon the ocean, and a loft had been constructed here for respite. The fierce sea breeze caressed Augustine's form, causing the justice cloak behind him to ripple audibly. Vital energy surged through the meridians of his body, imparting a sense of lightness, as if he could be lifted by the wind at any moment. Almost there, just a little more. Augustine sighed. At that moment, he sensed the light footsteps approaching from behind. Without turning, he recognized the familiar aura, as if the power of advanced observation haki had leapt forward upon reaching the 9th layer, beginning to awaken. Augustine, you seem to enjoy standing here in the breeze lately. What occupies your thoughts? The enchanting figure of Chi Yuan appeared behind him, her flawless features and perfect physique exuding a blend of grace and subtle allure. Even after daily encounters, Augustine found himself momentarily entranced by her charm. Observing this, Taudu felt a surge of delight within. I was pondering some legends from my hometown, Augustine confided to Taudu, revealing even the existence of his past life memories to her and a few close companions recently. Augustine remarked, in my world, there exists a plethora of captivating legends that have been passed down through the ages, recounting astonishing abilities akin to those found in myths. For instance, some possess the power to soar with the wind, traversing the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, as well as the 4 seas and 5 lakes within a single day. Others can move oceans and mountains, plucking stars and moons from the sky. I find myself pondering whether I might ever come into contact with such extraordinary power. It certainly sounds magnificent. Peach Rabbit blinked her enchanting eyes, and in a moment of delightful innocence, she electrified the man before her, who felt a delightful shiver course through him. In a soft voice, she inquired, "My lord, have you perhaps encountered such magic?" Augustine shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, "It is visible, yet intangible." Heh! The little rabbit rested her head against Augustine's chest, filled with admiration. "Do not rush. What is seen will one day be touched, will it not?" "Indeed." Augustine displayed an expression brimming with confidence. "I too believe that day will come." "Without a doubt." "You know," the little rabbit gazed into Augustine's eyes, sparkling with delight, "what I cherish most is this very version of you, fearless and undaunted." Augustine erupted into hearty laughter. "By the way, someone has come to see you regarding a matter of significance. Just moments ago, the naval headquarters issued a new directive, sanctioned by the world government, a special order." Peach Rabbit, brushing aside her bangs, announced that you are to travel to the Kingdom of Bridges to assist Admiral Akainu in quelling the revolutionary army. This time, Dracula has orchestrated quite the upheaval. All the slaves in the Kingdom of Bridges have been incited to revolt, taking hostage the overseers of the world government and the nobles from neighboring nations, planting numerous explosives on the legendary bridge that has stood for 700 years. "Oh, quite capable, aren't we?" Augustine remarked nonchalantly. "No matter how tumultuous Dracula's actions may be, as long as they remain in the open, he cannot contend with the world government." Augustine believed that true revolutionary activity should thrive in secrecy. "It seems that the lessons from the past have yet to be learned, Dracula. Should I go?" After all, Dracula is a worthy adversary. If Augustine wished to abstain, it would be simple enough to have Domino arrange for some forces from the New World to feign an attack on G and GD, merely to put on a show and report back to the naval headquarters. The situation in the Kingdom of Bridges is indeed critical. Yet the two naval branch bases in the New World cannot be compromised either. "Do as you wish." Peach Rabbit cast him a playful, flirtatious glance, uninterested in Dracula's affairs. "Today, you are mine. You shall not seek out any sisters or companions. At your command, my beloved sister of the garden." With the enchanting lady's advances igniting his desires, Augustine felt himself weaken, seizing this captivating temptress and rushing down from the loft. Dracula's orders? Let them be damned. Augustine ultimately resolved to visit the Kingdom of Bridges. However, instead of departing from the naval headquarters, his warship circumnavigated Fishman Island. Having not seen Shirahoshi in quite some time, Augustine yearned to check on the little princess he had pledged to nurture. Upon receiving news of his arrival, a multitude gathered at the inner port to welcome Augustine's vessel. In recent years, under Augustine's protection and care, the population decline on Fishman Island had significantly alleviated. Some of the more robust merfolk and fishmen had even begun to engage in trade and communication with humans. Therefore, despite his infrequent visits, Augustine held considerable esteem on Fishman Island. "Welcome, Lord Augustine." Princess Odoheim had long awaited his arrival at the port, a testament to the importance she placed on him. Upon seeing Augustine, Odoheim was momentarily taken aback. She realized she could no longer discern Augustine's thoughts. This was an unprecedented situation for her, as even Whitebeard could not completely conceal his intentions in her presence. This was, in fact, due to Augustine's advanced observation haki having begun to awaken. Only such refined haki could contend with an equally advanced counterpart. "Brother Augustine, Shirahoshi is nearly 10 years old now, having grown to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Yet she still appears quite adorable. She certainly does not belong to the boisterous type of child, but thanks to Augustine, Shirahoshi is not confined to the towering palace all day, allowing her personality to flourish considerably. Do you miss your brother? Ah, you've grown so much. I can hardly reach you anymore." Augustine gently patted Shirahoshi's head. Due to the vast difference in their sizes, he could only stroke her with a hand formed from his haki. "Yes, I'm sorry." Shirahoshi anxiously apologized and then timidly called out, "Brother Augustine." Chapter 101. Finding a teacher for Shirahoshi. "Ah, no need to apologize. The enormous Shirahoshi is quite endearing." Augustine chuckled warmly, exclaiming, "I have brought a gift for you, Shirahoshi. I wonder if you will like it." "Really?" Upon hearing about the gift, Shirahoshi's eyes lit up with joy as she inquired, "Brother Augustine, what is it?" Augustine had a golden, bow-shaped object brought down from the ship, adorned with a row of white silk strings. It was a harp custom-made for me by the giant musician. Let us see if little White Star can handle it. Augustine had truly put in considerable effort to find a musician among the rough and uncouth giant clan. Although this harp was colossal, It was not lacking in intricacy and splendor. Wow, 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 wow. Little White Star exclaimed joyfully, her large eyes squinting in delight. Thank you, Brother Augustine. I absolutely adore this. Effortlessly, she lifted the harp. Her massive frame was no mere facade, and her strength was formidable. The group arrived at Dragon Palace City, where a feast awaited them. After exchanging pleasantries and indulging in the sumptuous meal, Augustine inquired of Neptune. King Neptune, how are things on Fishman Island? Is there anything I can assist with? Neptune chuckled. You must have seen that under your protection, Fishman Island has prospered. The citizens enjoy a stable life. And over the past 2 years, we have established friendly relations with 7 human nations. All of this is thanks to you, Lord Augustine. That is reassuring. Augustine reflected for a moment before continuing. I would appreciate your assistance with Little White Star's situation. We must continue to keep it concealed. However, I believe it is time to find her a teacher. A teacher? Little White Star asked curiously. Is it for me to learn the harp? I don't need one. I've already mastered it. Would you like me to play it for you, brother? Indeed, Little White Star is a prodigy. Prince Star Shark proudly declared. She can grasp any instrument in no time at all, without needing sheet music. Oh, Little White Star is truly remarkable. Augustine praised her, causing her to flick her fishtail in delight. However, he paused and added, I hope Little White Star can learn some self-defense skills. Ah, self-defense skills? Does that mean I need to learn to fight? Little White Star looked at Augustine with teary eyes. But I don't know how to fight. It is not about fighting, merely teaching Little White Star how to protect herself, Augustine said, almost softening at her pitiable expression. Yet he persisted. You must understand that the world outside is vast and full of wonders, but it also harbors many dangers. If you wish to accompany me to explore the outside world, you must at least learn to protect yourself. Don't you agree? The thought of the outside world ignited a sparkle in Little White Star's eyes. I truly want to see it. All right, I will listen to brother. Please help me find a fighting teacher. Neptune's family did not object. Although they felt for Little White Star, they understood Augustine's intentions were for her benefit. Who would be suitable to teach Little White Star? Augustine pondered as images of potential candidates flashed through his mind. The best choice would naturally be Peach Rabbit, however. She was currently tasked with guarding the G and GD branches, so that was a no-go. Then there was Ein and Domino like Peach Rabbit. They hailed from a prestigious military academy and could systematically impart combat skills to Little White Star. Yet, given their naval affiliations, remaining on Fishman Island for too long could raise suspicions. Augustine feared exposing Little White Star's identity as the Sea King. After considerable thought, Augustine concluded that it would be wiser to find someone without naval ties, perhaps even someone outside his command. Should he consider Stussy? He quickly dismissed the idea, fearing Neptune might eliminate him. That left only Hancock. Augustine hoped Little White Star wouldn't inherit Hancock's notorious temper. He took out his transponder snail and contacted Boa Hancock. Concerned that the foolish woman might venture into the New World, they frequently kept in touch. Hancock answered Augustine's call in an instant, her voice dripping with affection. Darling, it feels like ages since our last call. Hancock, we just spoke this morning. Did we? Hancock replied, with no hint of embarrassment. Her transponder snail mimicking her blushing visage. When will you come back to my side? This time, I have a favor to ask. Augustine smiled. Is it a proposal? Hancock exclaimed, her joy evident. Augustine, charmed by the adorable Empress, responded. I wish for you to come to Fishman Island and teach Princess Little White Star a few things. I trust you the most, so... The most. Trust the most. Hancock exclaimed, nearly swooning with happiness. Of course, I shall set off immediately. Leave the instruction of the little princess to me. Augustine chuckled. No need to rush. I must be away from the New World for a while. When you arrive on Fishman Island, please contact King Neptune. Travel safely. Yes. After a brief conversation, Augustine hung up the transponder snail. Augustine, my lord, Shirahoshi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The teacher you found for Little White Star is... Who? Ah, she is Empress Boa Hancock, a warlord of the sea. Neptune exclaimed in surprise. Augustine had casually reached out to such a prominent figure. What's so surprising about that? Augustine waved his hand dismissively. ISNT Jean Bay, a warlord of the sea? Heh, how could someone ordinary qualify to teach my Little White Star? Indeed, only fitting for Lord Augustine. The princes were astounded. Who would have thought that a simple call could summon a warlord of the sea for such a task? And she would come personally. Is she an exceptional teacher? Little White Star queried, noticing the astonished expressions around her. Absolutely, Shirahoshi replied earnestly. Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, is not only a warlord of the sea, but also the only woman among them, a figure renowned across the seas. Is that so? Little White Star beamed at Augustine, exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing." Chapter 102, The Rebellion of the Bridge Country. Augustine remained on Fishman Island for 2 days before embarking towards the Navy headquarters. Upon receiving news of Augustine's arrival, Sengoku awaited him directly at the port, accompanied by Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Oh my, the marshal himself has come to greet me. How unworthy I feel." Augustine chuckled, mocking, "Is there truly no one else at headquarters? A mere drag can warrant such a grand mobilization, summoning the Navy Marshal personally?" However, the matter was far from simple. "For now, accompany me as we set forth, and we shall discuss it en route," Sengoku instructed, leading Augustine, several vice admirals from headquarters, and thousands of Navy personnel on their journey. Augustine's warship rested at the port, indicating the gravity of the situation as Sengoku personally headed towards Wano country. Sengoku's warship housed a conference room, typically utilized by navigators and the staff, which was repurposed for their current meeting. The scale of the rebellion in Wano country is vast. We not only received no prior intelligence or alerts, but have also found ourselves entirely on the defensive since the incident began, Sengoku commenced. The most pressing issue lies in the conflicting demands from the government. They insist on swiftly quelling the insurrection while simultaneously requiring us to safeguard the Grand Bridge. This monumental project, a testament to the world government's investment of 7 centuries and immeasurable resources, cannot be jeopardized. Sengoku continued. Currently, even Akainu finds himself at a loss. The Revolutionary Army has planted explosives at numerous critical points along the Grand Bridge, threatening to detonate it should the government refuse their terms. We cannot permit them to carry out such an act. Augustine inquired, "What conditions did they propose?" Sengoku glanced at him helplessly and replied, "The citizens of the Bridge Nation have been enslaved for generations, laboring on the construction of the Great Bridge. Among them are war captives, pirates, and civilians captured from non-world government-affiliated nations. Now, they have put forth 3 demands. First, the abolition of all citizen slave status, enabling the Bridge Nation to truly join the ranks of the world government. Second, compensation for 700 years of labor, amounting to 100 billion berries. Third, a public apology from the world government, along with a pledge to never infringe upon the sovereignty of the Bridge Nation. To be honest, these 3 conditions are not unreasonable." Augustine chuckled heartlessly, suggesting they agree to it. How splendid it would be to preserve a bridge that has been built for over 7 centuries, while the world government and the Navy quell the rebellion, leading to the dissolution of the Revolutionary Army. A win-win situation. What do you think? Augustine, of course, was merely jesting, detached from the matter at hand. Sengoku and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Augustine's remarks. He paused, offering a bitter smile. The meaning of the 5 elders is to eradicate all citizens of the Bridge Nation to safeguard the bridge. These 5 old men certainly have a clever scheme. Augustine's utterance indeed left the likes of warring states somewhat taken aback, internally lamenting that Augustine was truly youthful and audacious. A commendable display of courage. They harbored significant discontent towards the orders of the 5 elder stars, yet felt powerless to act, fearing to voice their grievances openly. "General Augustine, please tread carefully with your words," kindly cautioned the Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. Augustine smiled faintly and ceased his discourse. For the Navy, the world government was a sacred and inviolable entity, and the 5 elders were figures of utmost reverence, deserving only of admiration and never to be affronted. Sengoku sighed. Kong, Garp, Akiji, and several vice admirals from headquarters have declined to execute this mission. Therefore, Augustine, I hope you can collaborate with Akainu to see this task through. It was no wonder that Garp and Akiji were absent. Their pacifist inclinations provided them with justifiable grounds to refuse such a morally reprehensible undertaking. One must remember that Wano is not solely inhabited by slaves, war criminals, and pirates, but also innocent children. Apologies, but I too must decline. Augustine rose to his feet. If it were merely a matter of killing, Akainu would suffice. I could easily contend with Kaido or even Whitebeard. But I find no interest in annihilating a throng of insignificant mortals, as it contradicts my sense of justice. Sengoku was taken aback by Augustine's refusal. He had always perceived him as belonging to a neutral faction. Although not as extreme as Akainu, he never anticipated such a denial. With resignation, he remarked, "In that case, I shall not press you further. However, you are distinctly different from Garp and the others. You must prepare for the 5 elder scrutiny, after all." Their command to summon you for this mission is absolute. That is of no concern, Augustine replied, stretching his limbs. I was just contemplating a conversation with those 5 old fellows. I shall take my leave now. I wish you all safe travels. Augustine did not elaborate further. The distance to Marineford was not far, and with his pace, he could reach it in a couple of hours. Thus, he leaped into the sea, treading water as he made his way back. Seeing his actions, Wamba felt an inexplicable familiarity, muttering to himself, how reminiscent of that monster Kaido. Indeed, this fellow is as formidable as a beast. It is quite normal for monsters to resemble one another. Huh? 66? Augustine, after traversing a stretch of sea, suddenly spotted a fleet of over 10 ships approaching, each adorned with the emblem of the Germa 66. A realization dawned on him. Could it be the Vinsmoke family? Vinsmoke Reiju was renowned for her beauty. He could not afford to miss the opportunity. Augustine, driven by his roguish tendencies, propelled himself forward, cleaving through the waves and landing amidst the fleet, on the largest flagship. Who goes there? Sound the alarm, an intruder has boarded our vessel. How dare you? This is the war fleet of Germa 66. Who are you? Bang, bang, bang. Oh, it's the Navy. After a flurry of gunfire, some aboard finally recognized the emblem of justice on Augustine's cloak. Hey, Admiral. Everyone froze in terror, while the soldiers of the Vinsmoke family were fearsome. They understood well the consequences of recklessly attacking a Navy admiral. Is there someone in charge? Augustine observed the spent bullet casings scattered at his feet, casually picking one up. Quite impressive, though still black powder, the technological prowess of the Vinsmoke family was indeed remarkable. These firearms possessed a greater force than those of the Navy headquarters. My apologies for the disturbance amidst the commotion. Several familiar yet foreign figures appeared on the deck. It was none other than Admiral Augustine gracing Germa 66 with his presence. One could not help but notice the familial resemblance. Augustine, like a curious child, circled around the 3 Vinsmoke brothers, making them quite uncomfortable. Chapter 103. Vinsmoke. Suddenly, the trio felt an oppressive weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, rendering them momentarily immobile despite their battle attire. The Vinsmoke brothers, Yamato, Ichiji, and Niji, had been modified by their father even before birth, having largely lost certain human emotions. Thus, they were not easily intimidated. Yet, they were disciplined warriors, and would not engage unless absolutely necessary against a Navy admiral capable of defeating the Yonko Kaido, a figure they could not afford to offend. Admiral Augustine, we did not expect your esteemed presence. What brings you here? A melodious voice interrupted as Augustine turned to see Vinsmoke Reiju, who appeared far more composed than her brothers. Augustine's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she was a great beauty, precisely his type. It was merely a chance encounter to witness the famed Germa 66. Faced with such a beauty, Augustine immediately retracted the conqueror's haki he had unconsciously released to intimidate Yamato, Ichiji, and Niji. He adjusted his attire, approached Reiju, took her delicate hand, and gently kissed it, exclaiming, I am truly delighted to meet such an enchanting lady here, Miss Vinsmoke. Would you care to join me for dinner? I am Reiju. Vinsmoke Reiju assessed the legendary figure before her and replied lightly, It is an honor to meet you. However, our Germa 66 has accepted a war commission and must proceed to the Adamantis Kingdom to assist the royal family in quelling a domestic rebellion. Matters of battle are typically the province of men. Augustine glanced at the 3 brothers, as younger siblings. How can you allow your beautiful sister to bear such burdens? You scoundrel, that dreadful conqueror's haki. Yamato felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Augustine once more, emitting a soft grunt in reluctant agreement with Augustine's proposal. Beside him, Ichiji and Niji silently shared their grievances, believing that if Reiju could send this bothersome man away sooner, it would be for the best. Clever Ichiji quickly interjected. To meet a figure of your stature, I believe our father would be most pleased. He has long desired to befriend you. How about this? Let my sister Reiju show you around our Vinsmoke family's Germa kingdom. The 3 Vinsmoke brothers, Yamato, Ichiji, and Niji, remained oblivious to the unfamiliar emotion of fear that had crept into their consciousness, instilled by Augustine's conqueror's haki. Otherwise, Ichiji would not have resorted to addressing Augustine with such respect. Human emotions may be suppressed by various factors, yet that does not mean they cannot resurface. Augustine, of course, would not refuse, saying, What are we waiting for? As a result, Reiju took Augustine aboard a separate vessel to return. Reiju found herself somewhat speechless. She had heard of this charming and unruly general and many tales surrounding him, yet she never imagined encountering him so fortuitously on her journey. To her surprise, Augustine appeared to harbor an interest in her. Mariejois did not resent this attention. As the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, she had long foreseen her future. Her eventual husband would undoubtedly be someone who could bring immense benefits to the Vinsmoke lineage, perhaps a subordinate or relative of one of the four emperors, or possibly a venerable figure from the New World. In comparison, she dared not even dream of a man as seemingly perfect as Augustine. As for Augustine's many women, one must not be naive. Truly powerful individuals often have numerous romantic entanglements. The rules of the sea dictate that the strong are entitled to enjoy all that life offers. Haha. Lord Augustine, you are indeed amusing. Mariejois realized that conversing with such a prominent figure was not as daunting as she had anticipated. Augustine's amiability surpassed her expectations, and their dialogue felt akin to that of equal friends. She looked at Augustine and remarked, "How can one discern a person's fate from their palm?" "I assure you, it is all true," Augustine replied, gently holding the lady's hand as he scrutinized her palm. "From a genetic standpoint, no two individuals share identical palm prints or fingerprints, even among clones, as their births, life habits, and personalities shape their destinies and markings." That sounds quite plausible. If not for Augustine's constant flirtation, Mariejois might have been entirely captivated by his words. "Look here." Augustine's fingers glided lightly across Mariejois's palm, causing her to pout playfully. "That tickles." "My apologies." Augustine chuckled, yet he did not release her hand. Instead, he leaned closer, remarking, "Interestingly, your palm suggests that you should have 4 younger brothers." "Ah, is it truly possible to see that?" Mariejois exclaimed in astonishment. "I do have a younger brother who left the family when he was little. You are quite impressive." "Alas, your palm indicates that you lost your mother at a young age," Augustine sighed, gazing tenderly at Mariejois. "How tragic to lose one's mother so early in life. I too departed from my parents at a young age. I can empathize with that pain." "Lord Augustine, women are creatures of sentiment." And upon hearing his words, Mariejois's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she thought of her deceased mother, feeling an unexpected closeness to Augustine. Their gazes intertwined in the air, communicating on a deeper level. Augustine leaned in slightly closer, his fingers gently lifting her delicate chin, before he lowered his head to capture the sweet fragrance of her lips. Bashfully, Mariejois instinctively struggled for a moment, but soon, under Augustine's skilled ministrations, she succumbed and gradually lost herself in the moment. Upon regaining her senses, Mariejois was dismayed to discover that she had shared an intimate night with Augustine. It seemed almost unbelievable, yet she had unwittingly given her first experience to him, a reality she found difficult to accept. In a state of distress, she felt tears prick her eyes. "What, you scoundrel, you've taken advantage of me." Wrapping herself tightly in the sheets, she began to accuse Augustine of his misdeeds. "I didn't want this either." Augustine had no defense. Who could have known that their shared moments would be so harmonious? His seasoned nature left him unable to halt this course of events. "What? You say you didn't want it?" Enraged, Mariejois seized a pillow and hurled it at Augustine, exclaiming, "Get away from me." "Women," Augustine mused internally. With his experience, he understood that anything he said would only exacerbate the situation, so he refrained from further comment. Instead, with a swift motion, he pulled Mariejois back onto the bed, growling, "Listen here, whether you like it or not, any woman Augustine, take a fancy to is destined to traverse the world by my side. You wish to know just how much I like you, do you not? We have plenty of time." "No." Once more, the room was filled with the sounds of their passionate encounter, echoing across the distant horizon. Rather than engage in emotional intricacies, Augustine chose a more primal approach. The headquarters of Germa 66 was no longer situated on land. It was a mobile nation comprised of hundreds of ships. Upon receiving the news, King Vinsmoke Judge was overjoyed, standing at the port for 2 hours to welcome Augustine, a testament to the significance he placed on this esteemed general. Augustine finally recalled that he had unfinished business in the Holy Land, prompting him to request a clandestine meeting with Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Judge readily acquiesced. The two engaged in conversation for 2 hours in a tea room, emerging thereafter with mutual satisfaction. Augustine and Vinsmoke Judge have reached an agreement on 2 collaborative endeavors. The first involves his scientific forces joining forces with the technological prowess of the Vinsmoke family to establish a substantial research base in the New World. Augustine had long contemplated this initiative, and now, with the assistance of the Vinsmoke family, it is the opportune moment to bring it to fruition. The second agreement entails Augustine aiding the Vinsmoke family in expanding their influence within the world government. Given that Germa 66 lacks its own territory, they have long harbored concerns about being ousted from the ranks of member nations. This apprehension is one of the reasons articulated in the original narrative for their alliance with the Big Mom pirates. The two can be said to be mutually beneficial. Engaging in amicable discussions, Vinsmoke Judge proactively proposed relocating the headquarters of Germa 66 to the New World. Augustine simultaneously expressed his admiration for Vinsmoke Reju, proposing a union. Upon hearing this, Vinsmoke Judge was overjoyed and readily consented. Be good, and we shall meet in the New World. I am no child. Augustine and Rain shared an intimate moment, lingering in a tender farewell kiss. As she watched the departing figure of Augustine, Rain felt as though she had slipped into a spring dream, as if transported to another realm. Indeed, she perceived this not as a beautiful dream nor a nightmare, but as a spring dream, that mischievous rogue. It had truly been a long time since his last return. As he set foot once more on the land of Mariejois, Augustine was struck by a sense of unfamiliarity amidst the surrounding splendor. Begone, you wretched navy. Augustine could discern the presence of a celestial dragon nearby without needing to turn around, as they often exuded an air of arrogance. Upon glancing back, he spotted an unfamiliar individual and chose to ignore him, continuing his path toward the World Government Building. You scoundrel! How dare you disregard me, Lord Anthony Yun Saint? Kneel before me. This Anthony Yun Saint, like many celestial dragons, was exceedingly corpulent, panting heavily as he descended from his slave. Lord Anthony Yun Saint, that is Lord Augustine. Though the master appeared somewhat foolish, his servant was astute enough to recognize the celestial dragon commander before them, promptly whispering to his superior. And what of it? Humph. Anthony Yun Saint disdainfully regarded Augustine, dismissing the latter's lineage. Well then, considering you are also a celestial dragon, address me as Lord and be gone. Do you fools of the Holy Land harbor nothing but excrement in your minds? Augustine retorted lazily, unwilling to dirty his hands with such trivialities. However, while he sought to ignore Anthony, the latter was determined not to let him pass. Halt! Do you comprehend the consequences of disregarding the authority of the Anthony family? Anthony Yun Saint bellowed, I shall inform my father and ensure you are expelled from the Holy Land, stripped of your celestial dragon status. With that, Anthony Yun Saint began to chuckle with glee, anticipating that Augustine would immediately turn back, begging for mercy. Do as you wish. Augustine waved his hand dismissively, vanishing from sight. This wretch. Anthony Yun Saint felt a sting of humiliation and, noticing a slave nearby with an unusual expression, immediately lashed out with his whip. Are you here? I am here. Upon encountering the five elders once more, Augustine no longer felt the initial trepidation. He casually took a seat on a sofa and remarked, My apologies for not executing your orders in the land of bridges. Such matters are of little consequence. We merely sought to gauge your attitude, young one. The five elder known as Koichi Yuinbu, wielding a knife, spoke expressionlessly. It appears we underestimated you, Augustine. I did not anticipate your swift growth. It must be the nurturing environment of the New World. Augustine chuckled. I have but one purpose in seeking you out. I wish to stand atop this world. You desire a status equal to ours, do you? The elder leaning on a cane, Masato Hirano, fixed his gaze upon Augustine, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Do you believe that defeating a Kaido will place you on equal footing with us? The lean, bearded elder, Yoshinori Zukatani, interjected, youthful arrogance blinds you to reality. We are the ones endowed with the power of God. To elevate the five elders to 6 is no simple feat, young one. Sneered the elder with a mustache, Kenichi Yatagawa. Alongside the short-haired elder, Keiichi Yoda, both of whom exchanged derisive laughter. What are these 5 old geezers boasting about? Augustine said nonchalantly, It seems you have misunderstood my intent. I mean to assert that from this point forward, I alone shall dictate the fate of this world. As his words hung in the air, a formidable conqueror's haki surged from him, bearing down upon the 5 elders. Such brazen arrogance! In a flash of brilliance, Alexander Yuinba drew his blade, striking at Augustine's neck from the most cunning angle. An excellent blade, Augustine praised, catching a faint whiff of blood. However, the malice in the wielder's intent was too pronounced, rendering his technique unworthy of such a weapon. With a casual gesture, he rendered the blade's lethal edge null and void. Chapter 105. The divine Augustine deftly seized the fist of Kelsala's Zengu King Ji Shang, drawing him close and positioning him before the staff of Antonida's Hiranamasa, compelling his opponent to retreat in disarray. It appeared rather unremarkable indeed. Augustine effortlessly intercepted the fierce sidekick of the short-haired elders, Freddy Noda Kichi Shang, and with a swift motion, hurled him violently toward the mustachioed elder, Muskarud Okada Kenichi Shang. A thunderous crash ensued. The two elders crashed through several buildings before finally regaining their composure, clambering back to their feet amidst the rubble. Infuriating. Do you dare to defy me? I have yet to engage earnestly. Augustine slowly emerged from the shattered walls of the government building, ready to continue. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to an explosion erupted from him. An overwhelming presence akin to that of a primordial beast surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. Buildings within a radius of several hundred meters emitted a bone-chilling sound, as the terrifying conqueror's haki engulfed every corner of Mariejois. Weaker guards and navy personnel succumbed blissfully to unconsciousness, while the remaining individuals struggled to withstand the dread of this ominous domain, feeling as though the apocalypse had arrived. The elders finally realized they had underestimated the young man before them. He had already acquired a power surpassing their own. Wailing of ghosts and gods, annihilation slash. Alexander Yambu Keiichi Shang, disregarding the sacred ground beneath him, unleashed his most potent sword technique. A colossal blade of energy ascended to the heavens and plunged to the earth, instantly sealing off the space before Augustine. The remaining four simultaneously unleashed their might, fists, palms, kicks, and claws mercilessly descending upon Augustine. Leaning on his staff, Elder Antonidas Hieronymous bellowed, "Youngster, behold the power bestowed upon us by the divine. Perish." At that moment, Augustine was astonished to detect a trace of innate energy within the elder's strength. How peculiar. Augustine was taken aback, but soon discerned that the innate energy possessed by the five elders was rather feeble, each wielding perhaps only 5 or 6 strands of innate force, significantly inferior to his own. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He raised his right hand to his chest, gathering energy, and immediately, his entire arm shimmered with a silvery radiance. "Now, shatter for me." Augustine swung his arm in a sweeping motion, instantly shattering the offensive of the 5 elder stars. His strike, as swift as lightning, unleashed an indomitable innate aura that swept through like a tempest. At the forefront, Alexander Yambukakazu let out a cry as the original Jotileao slipped from his grasp, sent flying while he bore the brunt of a crushing blow to his chest. The remaining 4 were not spared either. The staff of Antonidas Hirano was shattered, with a shard embedded painfully in his thigh, while Kelsara's Zangweyoshi lay incapacitated on the ground, his leg broken. The last 2 fared slightly better, yet were still grievously injured. The injuries sustained by the 5 elder stars bore testament to the tyrannical nature of the innate aura. How can you possess the power of the gods?" Freddy Noten Keisuke inquired, astonished by Augustine's might. "This is impossible." Muscarud Okada Kenichi's face turned ashen. "Have you been summoned by the king of the temple?" "The king of the temple?" Augustine sensed something peculiar in their words and was about to probe further when, in a sudden motion, he turned sharply and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Augustine and a mysterious figure suddenly exchanged a blow, both stepping back simultaneously. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The enigmatic individual, cloaked in darkness, concealed his true visage. He regarded Augustine with what appeared to be a gleeful chuckle, seemingly wielding divine power through sheer strength. "How have you achieved this? Who are you?" Augustine remained on high alert. This unexpected stranger was immensely powerful. Although he could easily overpower the 5 elders, he found himself evenly matched against this individual, who exuded an air of effortless mastery. Great God! At that moment, the 5 elders, disregarding their injuries, crawled before the mysterious figure, kneeling in reverence. "You are a deity?" Augustine was taken aback, questioning the true identity of this person, who commanded the respect of the 5 elders as if they were his subordinates. To mortals, "I am a god," the stranger replied in an odd tone, reminiscent of the ignorant worshippers of the blood god on Forgotten Island. "Augustine, we have been observing you for quite some time. Who exactly are you?" Augustine sensed that this individual might be the true puppet master behind the world government. Yet he remained utterly uninformed. Neither the CP nor the Navy had any intelligence regarding this person. "I have forgotten my name." A powerful aura, even more formidable than Augustine's, suddenly emanated from the mysterious figure, causing all nearby who remained conscious to collapse instantly. Augustine surmised he wished to conceal his true identity. Indeed, the figure slowly unveiled his disguise, revealing a face strikingly similar to Augustine's own. The mysterious being spoke softly. "I only recall that I once bore the surname Jotileao." "You?" Augustine stared in shock at the unveiled figure, recognizing him instantly. This face was far too familiar. The portrait of this individual had graced the halls of the Jotileao family for generations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Augustine had grown up gazing upon this visage. "You are Jotileao Caesar, the god?" "So my name is Jotileao Caesar. However, The mysterious figure, or rather Jotileao Caesar, seemed to have finally recalled certain memories. "Ah, I am your ancestor." Had anyone dared to claim such a relationship before Augustine a day prior, he would have swiftly dismissed them. Yet, this individual appeared to indeed be an ancestor of the Jotileao family, a significant figure among the 20 founding kings who established the world government centuries ago. These 20 founding kings were revered as gods by the celestial dragons, who themselves claimed to be descendants of the divine. Good heavens! The ancient beings from centuries past are still alive. Augustine felt as though the world was mocking him, just when he thought he had triumphed over the 5 elders. A true monstrosity emerged to declare that the 5 he had vanquished were merely his subordinates. This jest had gone too far. Augustine found himself in a moment of hesitation, uncertain whether to engage or withdraw. Chapter 106. Ancestor, enough of this ruckus. You little ones are making too much noise. It's quite bothersome. Jotileao Caesar spoke as if reprimanding a group of rambunctious children. He then turned to Augustine and remarked, "It seems you have ventured to that place. We, the 20 gods, endured countless trials to acquire divine power there. Who would have thought you, so young, could? No wonder you still live, appearing so youthful." At this moment, Augustine had regained his composure. He refrained from divulging too much about himself. Uncertain of the place the founder of his family referred to. Could it be the legendary Raphael? My God, how thrilling. The mysterious figure nodded, expressing his thoughts. Only there can one find the true elixir of life. For us great gods, notions of the world government or the navy are but illusions. Immortality is our true pursuit, is it not? Well then, today it is my turn to assess the condition of the heavenly king. You little ones should cease your antics. Upon finishing his words, the mysterious figure vanished before Augustine's eyes, leaving behind the echo of his final words. If you continue to misbehave, we may have to consider replacing you as our representatives. The tone of the mysterious figure was remarkably calm, as if discussing trivial matters. However, upon hearing his words, the kneeling 5 elders trembled in fear. Minutes passed in silence, and only after the mysterious figure had made no further move did the 5 elders gradually rise to their feet. You wouldn't want to offend a god, would you? Young Augustine? Alexander Yuenbakiichi Saint spoke softly, seemingly wary of disturbing the deity. Let us each take a step back, henceforth. You will hold a status in this world equal to ours. I have no objections. Augustine scoffed, temporarily disinterested in provoking such formidable beings. Having attained equal rights with the 5 elders today, he felt he had not lost out. Rest assured, Kelsala Zingu Kongji Saint said, the Jotileao family shall henceforth rise to become the 6th apex family among the celestial dragons. Your family's power within the world government and the navy will be on par with ours, along with several multiples of the previous heavenly gold. We 5 shall honor our word, never to go back on it. Augustine nonchalantly nodded, departing from Mary Geoise. This place harbored too many unknowns, and he resolved that returning to the new world was the safest option. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the information he had received. The 5 great families possessed control over trillions in heavenly gold each year. The thought of the Golden City in the New World, which boasted of holding 20 of the world's berries, seemed outrageously arrogant and laughable. Upon his return to the New World, the newspapers reported the latest news from the Kingdom of the Bridge. The rebellion had been suppressed. To quash the insurrection in the Kingdom of the Bridge, the Navy devised a cunning plan, feigning agreement to the demands of the kingdom's slaves. Once the revolutionary forces and the slaves were subdued and the bombs dismantled, the Navy's massacre order was initiated. The slaughter lasted an entire 3 days and nights, catching the jubilant slaves and revolutionaries off guard. The blood of over 300,000 people turned the nearby seas crimson. The price of naivety. Augustine shook his head. Dolag was still too inexperienced. Engaging in schemes and tactics, he was vastly outmatched by the cunning of the warring states period. However, as long as he remained standing, it was only a matter of time before this revolutionary leader matured and his methods became increasingly sophisticated. The king. Recalling the words of the mysterious figure from Mary Geoise, Augustine began to contemplate the so-called ancient weapons, pondering whether he should retrieve Pluto. Was it located somewhere in Alabasta? Suddenly, while lost in thought, Augustine felt a pair of hands cover his eyes from behind, accompanied by a playful giggle. My lord, guess who I am? The tone of the voice bore a resemblance to Boa Hancock. Augustine inhaled deeply, a look of enchantment gracing his features. Only my precious Stussy could exude such an intoxicating aroma. Thus, even if you mimic the tone of others, you cannot deceive me. Heh! Stussy fluttered like a beautiful butterfly adorned with flowers, gracefully circling before Augustine before nestling into the embrace of her beloved. With a heart ablaze, she exclaimed, "I'll let you off this time, since you still remember me." Provoked by the charms of this little enchantress, Augustine unreservedly pulled her into his arms, indulging in a playful embrace. "Oh, I came specifically to congratulate you, my lord. Please, be gentle, my lord." After a considerable while, Augustine, feeling thoroughly satisfied, decided to momentarily release her. "And what is it that you wish to congratulate me on?" "Of course, I wish to congratulate you on wielding supreme power." Stussy gazed adoringly at the man before her. "I have received orders from above. Henceforth, CP0 will undertake your missions. My lord, as the one closest to you, I shall serve as your direct liaison. I am so delighted. I can now visit you, Augustine, openly and without reservation." Upon hearing this, Augustine smiled faintly, pondering to himself, "The 5 elders have indeed entrusted my possession to me. It seems they are genuinely terrified of that deity. No, perhaps it should be referred to as deities. My lord, intelligence from Dove has arrived." At that moment, Domino entered, handing a card to Augustine. "Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach of the Whitebeard pirates has slain the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, and seized the dark fruit." Augustine let out a cold chuckle, reflecting on the numerous preparations he had made, only to have the dark fruit fall into Blackbeard's hands. Domino, where is Blackbeard now?" "Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach has departed the New World via the Fishman Island Sea route. He was sighted at Sabaody Archipelago, but he should have left by now." Domino lowered her head in shame and said, "I apologize, my lord. I have failed in my duties." "Never mind, this is not your fault." Augustine waved his hand dismissively. "One Blackbeard is hardly a concern. How unfortunate, though. The dark fruit is indeed a remarkable asset." Augustine had instructed Vegapunk to create a devil fruit item, as the dark fruit was originally meant to be his acquisition. Augustine arrived at the underground research facility, where Vegapunk and his team of researchers were meticulously documenting data on clones. Having acquired partial cloning technology from Germa 66, Vegapunk, under Augustine's guidance, embarked on 2 research avenues. One involved stem cell cultivation technology for medical purposes, while the other focused on the study of clones, or biochemically enhanced beings, created by genetic modifications to endow them with various exceptional abilities. Chapter 107. The Infinite Gloves. This research institute was undoubtedly the most financially demanding division under Augustine's command, with annual investments exceeding 100 billion berries. Every material required was prioritized for provision. "Everything is ready. Allow me to show you," Vegapunk said, momentarily setting aside his work to guide Augustine to his office. This place was shrouded in high confidentiality, even more so than Augustine's own office, making it a rare privilege for anyone to gain access. From a 3-tiered combination lock safe, Vegapunk retrieved a pair of dark golden fingerless gloves, crafted from a unique material. The back of the glove was adorned with 5 colorless, transparent gems embedded at the joints of the thumb, index, middle, ring, and little fingers. Beneath these gems, a larger gem radiated a brilliant red hue. The 5 gems were interconnected by an unknown material that seemed to pulse with energy. "I invested considerable effort to achieve the desired effect," Vegapunk remarked as he handed the gloves to Augustine. "In addition to the superhuman-type devil fruit you provided, which has already been infused into the central sea prism stone core, these 5 sea prism stone cores can each harness the power of a devil fruit. In other words, once donned, you will possess the abilities of 6 different powers. However, while the superhuman fruit fuels the devil fruit abilities, do not forget the drawbacks I mentioned. First, even with a Logia-type devil fruit, you cannot elementalize. Second, the Zoan type is largely ineffective. Third, the fruit cannot awaken. And fourth, 6 devil fruits is the limit for any individual. Even as mere tools, do not attempt to acquire a 7th. Otherwise, this apparatus will collapse due to the repulsive reactions between the devil fruits." "Understood. I will remember your warnings," Augustine replied, slipping the gloves onto his left hand. They fit perfectly and comfortably, with the superhuman fruit continuously supplying him with a powerful and unending force, even aiding in the restoration of his stamina. "What must I do to acquire new abilities?" Augustine inquired, unable to resist the allure of the gloves. "Simply let one of the gems pierce an intact devil fruit." Vegapunk casually retrieved a devil fruit from beneath his desk and handed it to Augustine. "Would you like to try this one? It is a prized specimen I intended to use for crafting a storage device, the garden fruit. The last individual who consumed it became a gardener, possessing a personal, portable garden space, said to allow the cultivation of crops and the breeding of animals. Quite convenient. Oh, how intriguing, Augustine mused, holding the garden fruit and gliding the gem on the thumb of the glove across it. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as the garden fruit instantly transformed into a shriveled, dull powder, and the gem on his thumb shimmered, morphing into an orange gem. Success. Augustine suddenly perceived a small garden within his consciousness, surrounded by a hazy mist that obscured the perimeter, with a vibrant patch of green land at its center. Flanked by trees and a crystalline spring, Augustine exclaimed, "With this, my travels will be significantly more convenient. For the moment, I have no other desired abilities. I shall wait until I acquire a suitable devil fruit to augment my powers." Augustine clenched the glove with his right hand, finding it remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of wear. Rest assured, these gloves are crafted from a rare alloy of sea prism stone and its accompanying black iron. The polishing alone consumed over 2 years of labor, boasting a strength exceeding 10 times that of ordinary sea prism stone and 100 times that of diamond, while also possessing a resilience unheard of in standard sea prism stone. Such qualities are indeed rare, Vegapunk confidently asserted. You could wear them while battling the 4 emperors, and I assure you they would withstand the test. The resources expended to create this could have purchased 3 nations. Augustine mused. The sea prism stone core and black iron were exceedingly precious and rare. We had exhausted our entire stockpile. Money spent is value gained. The craftsmanship is commendable. Thank you. Augustine replied, satisfied with the equipment. Let us name it the Infinite Gloves, a symbol of boundless possibilities. Augustine decided to humorously reference the renowned Marvel artifact. A fitting name. Vegapunk remarked nonchalantly. He had thoroughly explored the mysteries of the devil fruits. While the Infinite Gloves stood as his magnum opus, he remained captivated by the eternal unknown. As Augustine emerged from the research institute, he happened upon Karina and Shilon, 2 women, who were laughing and making their way outside. Augustine casually inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Oh, what are you carrying? How cool." Karina's keen eyes missed nothing, immediately spotting the infinity gauntlet adorning Augustine's hand. In contrast, Kirin, the maid, maintained a more reserved demeanor, standing upright before Augustine as she replied, "Karina wishes to experience the renowned Golden City of the New World. Sister Stussy mentioned that besides the casinos, the shopping centers are quite splendid as well." Are you plotting something mischievous?" Augustine scrutinized Karina, warning, "Little fox, gilded Tesalo is not to be trifled with." "Oh, come on, I'm just going out for some fun." Karina retorted with a hint of pride, "I wouldn't even glance at gilded Tesalo's meager bounty." This statement held some weight. As Karina currently served as Khalifa's assistant, she aided Augustine in managing his vast fortune, handling staggering amounts of berries daily. Be careful on your journey. Augustine was not particularly concerned for their safety, knowing these women, lacking in combat prowess, were always well guarded when venturing out. "Yes, we are off now." Kirin smiled shyly, adding, "Thank you, my lord." Silver Bose," Karina exclaimed, grabbing Kirin's hand and dashing out of the base. Suddenly, she remembered she had yet to inquire about the precious item on Augustine's hand. With the keen instincts of a treasure hunter, she surmised that the gauntlet must be worth a fortune. Augustine was indeed preparing to set sail. The vessel he had commissioned in the City of 7 Waters was complete, and he was eager to observe the Straw Hat Pirates, curious to ascertain whether they had strayed from the original narrative. After all, his very existence represented the greatest variable in this world. The butterfly's wings had fluttered countless times. Perhaps a tempest had already been stirred, potentially sweeping Luffy away. This was a sight he wished to avoid. Chapter 108. Augustine's flagship. Augustine summoned Rob Lucci and Kaku, along with a contingent of soldiers, to set sail directly towards the naval headquarters. The distance to Water 7 from there was quite short, so they would reach their destination in no time. "Hey, you two. How do you feel about meeting the old comrades?" he inquired. TCH. Kaku turned his head away, having never anticipated any fondness towards them. Their journey to Water 7 had merely been to fulfill a mission, an experience he had encountered far too often to regard it with any significance. Yet, despite his words, Kaku did not feel as indifferent as he professed. The time spent in Water 7 had bestowed upon him numerous cherished memories. The shipyard owner, Mr. Iceberg, an astute mayor and business magnate, had skillfully merged the 7 companies of Water 7 over 8 years, collaborating with the world government to elevate the Galileo Company as their exclusive shipbuilding firm, thus rendering the officials unable to act against him. Rob Lucci offered a commendation before adding, "According to our intelligence, he and Mr. Tom, along with another of Mr. Tom's apprentices, possessed the fabled blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluto. I wonder if the esteemed gentleman has any interest in these designs? Such a thing, even if obtained, would make the creation of a new Pluto a formidable challenge, Augustine replied, shaking his head. There is no need to concern ourselves with that. The blueprints are secured in a safe location, and should I desire them, I could acquire them at any moment. Both Kaku and Rob Lucci gazed at Augustine in astonishment. Augustine was never one to boast. Thus, if he truly knew the whereabouts of the Pluto blueprints, it was a revelation that astonished them greatly. It was worth noting that CP9 had pursued the design for several years without success. By the way, Augustine inquired, have you been monitoring the Straw Hat crew? Where are they now? From the intel gathered in Logtown, they recently crossed Reverse Mountain, and they should currently be in the vicinity of Little Garden. The intelligence officer promptly reported. They are expected to reach the Alabasta Kingdom in about a month, passing through your territory, known to the world as the medical nation, Drum Kingdom. Little Garden, you say? There are two giants there. I believe they are called Dory and Bragi. Augustine waved his hand dismissively. Let us first proceed to Water 7, where we shall procure some permanent pointers for the nearby islands and check on those young ones. Understood. Though the subordinates were uncertain why Augustine was concerned with such minor figures, they refrained from questioning further. Orders were to be executed without hesitation. Wise subordinates knew that knowing too much about their superiors' affairs could be less than advantageous. This is my ship, Augustine exclaimed upon sighting his vessel at the outer port of Water 7. It was indeed exactly as he had envisioned. A testament to the craftsmanship of the finest company in Water 7. You flatter me, Mr. Iceberg, who had come to personally greet Augustine, glanced at Rob Lucci and Kaku, who silently trailed behind Augustine. I see you have been in the company of the Marine Admiral. But why did you leave this place where you have worked for years without a word? Rob Lucci, Kaku. Icebug's expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor displeasure. Oh, they have become shipwrights for me. I am grateful for your company's years of training them, Augustine interjected, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this matter. Now, please, introduce me to this vessel, Mr. Icebug. Of course, that is my primary task today. Icebug led Augustine aboard the pristine medium-sized vessel, stating, this ship is arguably the most lavishly constructed I have ever seen. Not only the keel and main materials, but even the deck and secondary components are fashioned from the extraordinarily precious atom wood. I must say, you have spared no expense, especially for a vessel of such considerable scale, suitable even for giants. You know, I am not lacking in funds, Augustine replied, leaping onto the mast for a better view before descending to meticulously inspect the multi-layered space. The design of this vessel adhered closely to Augustine's specifications, equipped with minimal weaponry, making it entirely suitable for leisurely voyages. Augustine meticulously examined every nook and cranny of the vessel, which boasted an array of amenities including bedrooms, a gym, a kitchen, restrooms, a bathroom, a study, and a utility room. It was well equipped with everything one could possibly envision, even featuring a large aquarium, all designed with a thoughtful and welcoming touch. The channel-style heating system interconnected all rooms, while the deck had been transformed into a veritable park, complete with lush lawns, flowering trees, and even a small orchard. The entire ship was a harmonious blend of elegance and sophistication, surpassing Augustine's expectations in both aesthetics and functionality. There were also several designated spaces left vacant, intended for technological upgrades by Vegapunk. For the time being, they would have to rely solely on wind power. Augustine noted the absence of any mechanical propulsion. Due to your previous request, we have omitted the mechanical power originally planned, Espago informed him, adjusting his glasses. Since you have paid in full, you may set sail at once. Something felt amiss, Augustine mused, glancing around but unable to articulate why he felt an oddity. Perhaps, Kaku suggested softly. It is lacking a symbol. You have yet to name it. Ah, indeed. That is it, Augustine exclaimed, turning to Espago. Mr. Iceberg, please add a distinctive figurehead to my ship. Of course, that is no problem at all. The crew can install the figurehead in no time, Espago replied. What kind of figurehead would you like? Let us adorn it with a moon. I adore the beauty of the night. Augustine laughed. We shall name her the goddess of moonlight. What do you think? Hey, what expressions are you two wearing? Upon hearing the ship's name, Rob Lucci and Kaku exchanged incredulous looks. Indeed. This is undoubtedly a ship fit for Lord Augustine's harem. Please hold on, it will take half an hour. Espago promptly summoned the shipyard workers to commence their tasks. The shipwrights worked swiftly. What was initially estimated to take half an hour was completed in just over 10 minutes. Remove your military uniforms, the lot of you. Let us test this new vessel, heh. Augustine had already instructed the soldiers to procure 2 sets of civilian clothing for everyone. Chapter 109. An unexpected encounter with the Straw Hat crew as Augustine and his company departed from Water 7. Espago sighed in relief. He had heard whispers regarding Augustine's identity, and the sudden appearance of someone accompanied by 2 longtime shipyard workers piqued his curiosity. The astute Espago quickly surmised some details. Are they from the world government? He pondered. Sensing something was amiss, this admiral did not seem to be in pursuit of the designs for Pluton. What could be the true purpose of his visit? He turned to the shipwrights and instructed, "Take good care of this warship. The Navy will send personnel to retrieve it shortly." 3 days later. How slow this is. Augustine, accustomed to the speed of mechanically propelled warships, found the pace of this purely sail-driven vessel unsatisfactory. "This is quite a swift speed," Kaku explained. "Even our main fleet operates at this rate, as our ships are equipped with the mechanical propulsion devised by Dr. Vegapunk." "I understand," Augustine replied resignedly, gazing towards the horizon where the ocean met the sky. He cast aside his fishing rod and stretched languidly, when suddenly he noticed something, exclaiming, "Look over there. Is that a small black dot?" His vision far surpassed that of his companions, who, upon looking, found nothing out of the ordinary. Just then, the lookout rushed down in a flurry. "Report, Admiral Augustine. A large hurricane has appeared ahead and is approaching rapidly. Should we evade?" Realizing the proximity of the threat, Augustine retorted, "Evade? Are you fools blind? Did none of you seafarers notice it?" He stood up, irritated, glancing at the glaring sun above, muttering, "This is precisely what I detest about the Grand Line. The weather changes in an instant." At that moment, the previously distant speck had become unmistakably clear, now resembling a colossal water dragon connecting sky and sea, growing ever larger and closer. With a swift motion, Augustine propelled himself forward, drawing near to the tempest's embrace in an instant. "Vanish before me. Strike with utmost seriousness, annihilation." Augustine's silver-glimmering iron fist swung forward, instantly casting a colossal shadow that obscured half the sky, as if a majestic mountain had abruptly emerged before the tempest. A fearsome roar of wind accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds filled the air, with streaks of lightning igniting from the friction. After a prolonged moment, the hurricane gradually dissipated beneath Augustine's formidable might. What? Augustine stood suspended in midair, and as the storm subsided, the surrounding ocean became distinctly visible. His observation haki detected a small sailing vessel beneath him, adorned with the distinctive skull flag of pirates, atop which rested a straw hat. At that moment, the crew of the Straw Hat pirates aboard the Going Mary gazed in stunned silence at the figure that had materialized in the sky, as though witnessing something utterly terrifying. What happened to the hurricane? Usopp plopped down in shock, recalling how, due to Navigator Nami's illness, their ship had nearly collided with the fearsome storm moments before. Yet, something unimaginable had just occurred. The hurricane had vanished. "It's a person." Zoro's gaze sharpened, fixated on the sudden apparition in the sky. One punch and Sanji's cigarette fell from his lips, oblivious to it all, utterly astonished by the sight he had just witnessed. That is, Nefertari Vivi's eyes narrowed as she recognized the towering figure above her. This was someone she had seen numerous times in newspapers. Oh dear, this young lady seems to be in quite the predicament. Augustine descended onto the deck of the Going Mary, standing before Vivi and the ailing Nami in her arms. "Who are you?" Zoro and Sanji rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the 2 women, their expressions tense as they regarded the stranger. "How rude." Upon seeing his brother-in-law, Augustine remarked leisurely, "One should at least greet him properly." "What brother-in-law?" Usopp jumped, jabbing Sanji. "Hey, Sanji, you have a sister?" Usopp's spirits lifted at this revelation, exclaiming, "So it's one of our own, haha." Shoving Usopp's hand away, Sanji approached Augustine, his gaze intense. "Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Vinsmoke family?" "Ah, my ship has arrived." Augustine's eyes gleamed as he spotted his vessel, the Moonlight Goddess, slowly approaching. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he addressed everyone. "Well then, Navigator, I shall be taking you with me." Confusion enveloped the crew as they suddenly realized that Augustine had vanished. Where did he go? Luffy and his companions gasped in surprise. "I'll be waiting for you at Drum Island." Augustine's voice echoed in their ears. "If you don't come, you won't have a navigator anymore." "Ah," Vivi gasped, "and Nami has been taken." "What?" Luffy and the others finally noticed that Nami, who had been beside Vivi, was now gone. That scoundrel. What does he intend to do? Right. Usopp noted, he mentioned something about waiting for us at Drum Island. Vivi, is there a place called Drum Island ahead? Sanji asked hurriedly. I'm not entirely sure. Vivi appeared to ponder, her expression lightening. But if it's him, then such a place must exist. Oh, so you know him? Zoro observed the change in Vivi's demeanor and asked, then please, Vivi, tell us who that man is, the one who took Nami. All eyes turned to Vivi, awaiting her response. If I'm not mistaken, no, it can't be wrong. Only that esteemed individual possesses such power. Vivi whispered. It must be him. Ah, this is driving me insane. Luffy exclaimed, please tell us. Vivi, who is that person? Admiral Jotileao, Augustine Saint. Vivi raised her head. It must be him. Admiral. The crew gasped in shock. But, Usopp questioned in confusion, why would he abduct Nami? Even if he is an admiral. Wait, we are pirates. Luffy. Sanji. Zoro. Vivi. Chapter 110. Rescuing Nami. If it truly is that esteemed individual, then Nami should be safe. Vivi paused to explain. It is said that Lord Augustine is a gentleman who cherishes the delicate, and he will certainly find a way to care for Nami. Perhaps is taking her isn't such a bad thing after all. A gentleman? More like a hidden pervert. Sanji's face paled at the thought, exclaiming, Isn't Nami in even greater danger? Quickly, we must pursue that guy and rescue her. In any case, we should follow his instructions and head to Drum Island. Luffy decisively stated, then turned to Sanji with curiosity. That guy mentioned something about being your brother-in-law, right, Sanji? Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Who knows? Luffy, oh. Augustine could hardly believe his fortune when he encountered the Straw Hat's ship along the way. He took Nami back to his vessel, the Moonlight Goddess, and immediately summoned the ship's doctor to attend to her. Sir, this young lady is suffering from a severe fever. Seemingly due to her inability to acclimatize to the climate of the Grand Line, the doctor said anxiously, casting a worried glance at Augustine. Augustine was at a loss for words. It was evident that not every physician could be deemed a master. The original text clearly stated that Nami had been bitten by a venomous insect in the small garden, yet this individual failed to diagnose the ailment. Provide her with some care. Do not allow her condition to worsen, Augustine commanded the messenger. Redirect our course. We shall head to the Drum Kingdom, swiftly. Yes. Upon receiving Augustine's orders, the soldiers aboard the ship sprang into action. The ship, the Goddess of the Moon, possessed a permanent compass pointing to the Drum Kingdom. Yet the navigator estimated that it would still take 2 days to reach their destination. The following day, the ship's doctor entered anxiously to report that Nami's condition had deteriorated. She was plagued by a relentless fever and delirium, her body icy and emanating a chill. Get out, Augustine declared, vowing to find a true physician and dismiss these charlatans. He entered the bedroom and expelled everyone, hesitating momentarily before loosening his garments along with those of the young girl on the bed. Augustine, however, was not so base as to exploit her vulnerability. Instead, an idea came to him, one worth attempting. Although Nami had not suffered any ill fate in the original narrative, Augustine feared the potential for unforeseen calamity. Should Nami succumb to her illness, he would never forgive himself. She was his cherished Nami, cradling Nami in his arms. Augustine allowed their skin to make contact. With a deep breath, he endeavored to empty his mind, gradually drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into himself, circulating it within his body. Subsequently, he directed this energy into the acupuncture points along Nami's back. Success. Augustine sensed the energy beginning to take effect within her. While this energy could not eradicate the illness, it had the potential to enhance Nami's physical constitution, thereby bolstering her resilience. He continued, shifting to another meridian and proceeding accordingly. Nami's body, unaccustomed to exertion, struggled to accept the formidable energy flowing within him. Even this natural spiritual energy could not be overburdened. Exceeding her capacity would surely inflict harm. Soon, Augustine paused. Observing Nami's breathing becoming more tranquil and her fever subsiding slightly, he finally felt a sense of relief. Chilled, Nami sensed an overwhelming coldness enveloping her and instinctively leaned towards the warmth beside her, feeling as though the proximity alleviated her suffering somewhat. Upon witnessing her actions, Augustine smiled faintly and enveloped her in a thick blanket, cradling Nami as he drifted into slumber. Controlling the spiritual energy truly was exhausting. As the night wore on, Nami gradually regained consciousness, feeling a pressing urge to relieve herself, prompting her to consider getting up. Then, such were the circumstances. Augustine briefly recounted to Nami the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. Thus, I am your savior. So please refrain from striking me with that object. Who cares about that? Nami retorted, clutching the item she had groped for beside her. Infuriated by Augustine's nonchalant demeanor, she realized with dismay that this scoundrel was holding her while she was unclothed. Moreover, both were essentially clad in nothing but their undergarments. Woe is me. I've never even been in a relationship. The more Nami pondered, the more she felt cheated, having fallen prey to this odious fellow's advantage. Why are you crying? Honestly, I have done nothing to you. Augustine expressed his discontent. I am quite fatigued from treating your ailment. And you dare claim you have done nothing? Nami shot back, her anger flaring. Who exactly are you? Do you understand the preciousness of a girl's virtue? Then, allow me to marry you. Augustine jested. What nonsense is this? At this moment, Nami seemed to regain her vigor, seizing a nearby pillow and hurling it at the man before her. Take me seriously, you scoundrel. I am quite earnest, Augustine replied, retrieving 3 diamond gold cards from his pocket. These cards, distinct from those he had previously used for gambling, sparkled as though crafted entirely from diamonds. He presented them to the girl, declaring, "Consider these my proposal gifts." WH. What? A proposal? Huh. Nami accepted the 3 cards, recognizing them as being issued by the World Bank. Why did they seem so akin to what she had always yearned for? Nami questioned whether she was delirious from a fever, imagining things. Augustine nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they are precisely what you think. Each card is worth 10 billion berries." Wow, Nami exclaimed, her head thrown back, inquiring, "When do we get married?" Augustine, unfamiliar with the materialistic world, interjected, "Do not misunderstand. These are merely tokens." Augustine smiled gently, adding, "These 3 cards entrusted to you represent my commitment. Do you see the golden bell on them? That is my unique emblem. In the new world, it may offer you protection." Commitment? Nami paused, pondering the phrase, new world. Indeed, Augustine continued, "At any time and place, I am willing to fulfill 3 of your wishes, and these cards are the tokens. Safeguard them well. For when I have granted your 3 wishes, that shall be the moment we wed." Who exactly are you, Nami? She had never encountered such an audacious and domineering man, yet she found it impossible to harbor any disdain for him. What was happening? Me? Augustine grinned broadly. "I am the man destined to become your husband." Chapter 111. Chopper, you scoundrel, such matters. Just as Nami felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, a voice from outside called, "My lord, we have arrived at the Drum Kingdom. Shall I summon the king to welcome you?" "No need." "Hey, what are you doing?" Augustine suddenly lifted Nami, and though she was dressed, being held in such a manner by him made her feel utterly mortified. "You stay at the port. When the Straw Hat crew arrives, entertain them a bit." "Haha," Augustine declared, before dashing off with Nami toward the summit of the tallest mountain. He had grown weary of seeking out other inept doctors. The finest physician in the country awaited there, capable of treating Nami's condition. "As you command." Rob Lucci and Kaku acknowledged the order, comprehending Augustine's intent to deal with those little pirates. "What are you planning to do to my companions?" Nami protested, struggling to clench her fists and strike Augustine's chest. Enough of this. Augustine's large hand smacked her bottom, causing her to shiver and fall silent. "Your companions are far too weak. The Grand Line is no place for child's play. Trust me, this is merely a preemptive warning for them." So, he was doing it for me. Nami forgot her embarrassment as she gazed in astonishment at the man holding her. She soon noticed the scenery around them rushing past as Augustine sprinted towards the mountain peak, and she realized she felt no chill from the blizzard outside. A silvery light shielded them from the elements. Perhaps he was right. Suddenly, Nami spotted a flurry of white objects approaching. She squinted, trying to discern what they were. But upon realizing the truth, she recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Why are there such enormous rabbits? What do we do? Help." "Fear not," Augustine reassured her, not wishing for Nami to witness anything too gruesome. He exerted himself, swiftly dispatching 6 large rabbits, leaving them far behind. Augustine moved swiftly, and before long, he and Nami found themselves atop the mountain, where a splendid castle awaited them. "There are houses here," Nami exclaimed in astonishment. "Surely, there can't be a doctor residing here?" "Indeed, the finest doctor in the country lives here," Augustine declared, pushing open the grand door and carrying her into the snow-laden white fortress. After wandering for a while without encountering anyone, they reached the entrance on the 3rd floor, where they were met by a small figure with a blue nose. A moment of silent exchange ensued. "Ah, Chopper, startled by the appearance of strangers, stumbled back and hid in the corner, his head peeking out while the rest of him remained exposed. Whoa. Nami was taken aback by the peculiar creature, but quickly found herself charmed by Chopper's adorable demeanor. Laughing as she remarked, "You've hidden yourself wrong. Damn human, it's none of your business." Chopper retorted, turning away. "No need to be like that," Augustine said to Nami in his arms. "This fellow is an extraordinary doctor, although he is a reindeer. He has consumed the human fruit from the devil fruits, and is no ordinary reindeer anymore." "How do you know that?" Chopper, upon receiving the compliment, began to dance with excitement, insisting, "Even if you flatter me, I won't be happy, you jerk." "Clearly, you are delighted," Nami teased, having never encountered a reindeer doctor before. "So cute. Now, Dr. Chopper," Augustine gently placed Nami down, "please attend to my wife." "Huh? Is she a patient?" Chopper, sensing their benign intentions, cautiously approached. After a moment's thought, he said, "The bedroom is over there. Please wait a moment while I inform Nurse Kureha." With that, he scampered upstairs, appearing quite pleased. Perhaps the scarcity of residents in the castle left Chopper feeling rather lonely. "What a peculiar creature," Nami observed as they entered the bedroom Chopper mentioned. The interior was far more inviting than the exterior. A fire crackled in the fireplace, enveloping the room in a warm embrace. Augustine laid Nami down on the bed, covering her with a blanket. As Nami began to drift back into a haze, she mustered the strength to lift her head and asked Augustine, "Could you share some stories about yourself?" "Me?" Augustine was delighted by her interest in his life. After pondering briefly, he replied, "I currently reside in the New World. And as you might have guessed, I am a Navy officer." "How did you know what I was thinking?" Nami inquired, bewildered. "Once you arrive in the New World, you'll understand," Augustine smiled. "As for my identity, to have someone of your stature visiting my humble castle is quite a surprise. Admiral Jotileao, Augustine Saint." At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a stylish, sprightly elderly woman. With a cheerful demeanor, she addressed them, "If you're seeking treatment, my fees are not inexpensive." "An admiral?" Nami gasped, her face a picture of shock at Augustine's revelation. "Please, name your price." Augustine stood up. As the golden bell rose to the 9th level, returning to simplicity, his form gradually transformed. The exaggerated muscles and stature of the past completely vanished. However, Augustine's presence still instilled a sense of pressure in Dr. Kureha. "Dr. Kureha chuckled, "Then it shall be 10 billion berries." "Agreed," Augustine replied with a grin, finding the fee quite reasonable for curing her ailment. Wait. Nami attempted to interject, but Augustine had already produced 100 gold cards, placing them on the nearby desk. "So, it's a deal. Doctor, please attend to the patient." Dr. Kureha burst into laughter. "The rumors of you, the notorious Jotileao, being a romantic are true. I believe them now. It seems this young lady means a great deal to you." "Huh?" Nami gazed curiously at Augustine. "I had already sensed something was amiss. Where did you hide so many gold cards? I was certain you had no pockets to store such things." Yet Augustine had repeatedly conjured items seemingly out of thin air, as if he were a magician. Chapter 112. The family doctor. Augustine displayed the infinite glove adorning his left hand, a remarkable artifact imbued with the powers of a devil fruit, capable of storing items. Within it, I have tucked away a modest sum of pocket money. Pocket money. A staggering 100 million berries per golden card. I shall bring ruin upon you all. Upon witnessing the glittering stack of 100 golden cards before her, Nami's dormant dragon spirit surged to life, rendering her ailments and fever seemingly distant memories. Nearby, Chopper, startled by her sudden fervor, hastily sought refuge behind Dr. Kureha, his gaze fixed upon her in wary apprehension. "This human is truly formidable. He, still brimming with spirit." Dr. Kureha chuckled joyfully before swiftly approaching Nami, her finger playfully curling around the girl's neck. After a moment, a puzzled smile graced her lips as she turned to Augustine, inquiring with genuine intrigue, "What method have you employed to bolster this young lady's immunity? Such remarkable prowess." Nami recalled the intimate moments shared between the two aboard the ship. Augustine did not respond but chuckled as he affectionately patted Chopper's head, saying, "You coward, with such ineptitude. You certainly cannot set sail in the future." He then teased, "Are you perhaps smitten with him?" Dr. Kureha. "Does the Navy truly require a reindeer as a physician?" Augustine smiled broadly, adding, He has far better options. My interest does not lie with him, Dr. Kureha. Would you consider becoming my personal family doctor?" Dr. Kureha paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, What a peculiar fellow you are. Choosing a woman over 100 years old. But I am quite content here, with no desire to wander about. Have you heard of my scientific team? Augustine enticed. Vegapunk is currently engaged in a research endeavor called stem cells, which can create any organ of the body. Imagine being able to replace a failing organ with a new one at will. Isn't that fascinating? Dr. Correa found this notion rather intriguing. For a doctor of her caliber, matters such as wealth, reputation, and glory were but ephemeral illusions, while the allure of groundbreaking medical techniques was irresistible. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, having endured fierce storms and navigational challenges, miraculously arrived at Drum Island. That is his ship, Luffy exclaimed impulsively upon spotting Augustine's ship, the Moonlight Goddess. Get out here and return Nami to me. Kaku, leisurely sipping tea on the deck, calmly set down his cup as he noted Luffy descending from the sky. This weakling? I could handle him alone, he remarked. Rob Lucci, do as you wish. 6 styles, gale foot. Luffy was struck directly by Kaku's gale foot, screaming as he was propelled into the sea, failing to resurface. Be cautious. This opponent is formidable, Zoro warned, drawing his sword. While Sanji hastily dove into the water to rescue Luffy, Kaku leapt onto the mast of the Mary, surveying the scene below, and declared, I am Kaku. And at the behest of Admiral Augustine, I have awaited your arrival. Hey, what a remarkable individual, Usopp remarked, observing Luffy as he lay on the deck, expelling seawater. Luffy, are you all right? I'm fine, Luffy replied, standing up and rubbing his abdomen where he had been kicked. Even as a rubber man, he felt intense pain. Are you one of his subordinates? Where's my partner Nami? Are you referring to that orange-haired lady? Kaku grinned. She's probably marrying our admiral. Who knows? Devil wind foot. Sanji, infuriated by Kaku's words, shouted, You scoundrel who dares insult Miss Nami. I will send you flying. Anyone can boast, Kaku retorted confidently, blocking Sanji's kick with his foot. Not bad, but your strength is insufficient. Boom. Sanji was kicked onto the shore, crashing through a wall before coming to a halt. Damn it. Zoro was prepared with 3 swords, declaring, You long-nosed bastard, taste my technique. 3-sword style, 800 troublesome winds. 6 styles, iron block. Clang, 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 clang. How could this be? Zoro was astonished to find his blades ineffective against Kaku. Need assistance? Rob Lucci appeared above the Mary, addressing Kaku. He could see that Kaku had significantly improved, yet he was struggling against the relentless onslaught from the Straw Hat Pirates. Ridiculous. How could I not handle these little brats? Kaku was determined not to let Rob Lucci intervene, fearing it would undermine his own efforts. Am I not doing well? Luffy finally regained his composure. If I defeat you, will I get to see that guy? Certainly, Kaku replied with a grin. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal the location of your companion, and of course, the whereabouts of Admiral Augustine. Her whereabouts? Sanji's jealousy ignited, his resolve intensifying. What has that guy done to Miss Nami? Zoro silently observed his opponent, ready to attack at any moment. For Nami's sake, the 3 of them had no qualms about abandoning the notion of a fair fight. Underestimating your opponent can lead to dire consequences, Rob Lucci commented. As expected, the trio from the Straw Hat Pirates launched their assault together, overwhelming Kaku, whose iron block was not yet honed to withstand such a continuous barrage, resulting in disastrous consequences. Boom. Kaku was struck in the head by Luffy's punch. Collapsing to the ground, nearly knocked unconscious. The Straw Hat trio rejoiced. As the captain said, those who lack training will inevitably face hardship. Rob Lucci showed no inclination to assist, merely standing beside Kaku, critiquing him. Hey, you're his companion, right? Usopp called out to Rob Lucci. If you don't want to end up like him, quickly tell us where Nami is. Am I being underestimated? Rob Lucci coldly surveyed the 4 before him, deliberately ignoring Nefertari Vivi as he stated, 4 of you? Then I'll allocate 10 seconds. Be careful, Luffy warned, furrowing his brow. This bird-bearing fellow is not to be trifled with. What do you mean 10 seconds? Usopp began, but before he could finish, he felt an immense force strike his abdomen, and suddenly he found himself airborne, followed by a surge of pain and dizziness. Chapter 113. The agreement. Observing the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground, Rob Lucci smirked and said, Foolish Kaku, when we return, I'll make sure the captain trains you well for a few days, so you don't embarrass yourself again. I understand, Kaku replied, finally managing to stand, dragging his head down, unwilling to retort. He glanced at the 4 on the ground and asked, You want to kill them, will you? The captain's orders were merely to educate them. They only fainted, Rob Lucci answered. I wouldn't dare provoke the new sister-in-law ire. Kaku nodded in understanding. Indeed. Judging by the captain's affection, he holds this new sister-in-law in high regard. Well then, mission accomplished. Shall we head ashore for a drink? Whatever, Rob Lucci replied. Kaku, can you refrain from always saying those two words? As they chatted, the two gradually departed from the Mary, entirely ignoring the anxious Nefertari Vivi. This was a tacit rule among Augustine's subordinates, never to act against women. One could not risk offending a person who might become one's sister-in-law in the future. Are they leaving? Vivi exclaimed, rushing over to check on her four companions, relieved to discover they were merely unconscious. Reflecting on the conversation she had just overheard, she concluded that even Augustine's subordinates would not harm a lady. Indeed, this aligned with the rumored character of that esteemed gentleman. It seemed they bore no malice, and she hoped all would be well. After Dr. Kureha's treatment, Nami finally felt much better. However, she still required 3 days to fully recover. No way, Nami exclaimed anxiously upon learning she would have to remain there for another 3 days. We must reach Alabasta to assist Vivi. A terrible rebellion is underway, and both her father and the entire nation are in peril. We have no time to lose. What lofty sentiments you possess, Dr. Kureha mocked. But that is of no concern to me. My patients face only 2 possible outcomes, recovery or death. Though your fever has subsided, you will need at least 3 more days to heal, and during this time, I shall not permit you to leave. How can you be so cruel? Nami turned to look at the man who had steadfastly watched over her for 3 days and 2 nights, and an idea struck her. Augustine, what should I do? You will help me, won't you? She retrieved a card she had kept hidden in her bosom, a diamond gold card gifted to her by Augustine. Are you certain you wish to use it for such a trivial matter? Augustine inquired as he picked up a bowl of freshly cooked porridge, testing its temperature before sitting beside her to personally feed her. This is hardly a trivial matter. Nami observed Augustine's cautious demeanor, a hint of shyness crossing her face. This man was truly gentle. She pressed the card into Augustine's hand, saying, "Let me feed myself." Serving a beautiful lady is indeed a delight. Despite his words, Augustine, seeing her insistence, handed the bowl to her. Hee. The significance of matters does depend on who is involved, Dr. Kureha chuckled. For this man, quelling a nation's rebellion would be merely a trifling task. How enviable it is to be a young girl. Dr. Kureha took a hearty swig of her drink, adding, "Now that I have agreed to be your ship's doctor, I would like to make 3 requests." Augustine, "No way." Dr. Kureha, how stingy. Nami, Dr. Kureha, Nami inquired curiously, "What would you ask for?" He, Dr. Kureha, "Certainly not for some trivial matter like saving a nation. Speaking of which, I ought to express my gratitude to you." Dr. Kureha said earnestly, "If you hadn't sent someone to drive away that fellow Walpo, this country wouldn't have recovered so swiftly." "Ah, it's nothing." Augustine waved his hand. "After all, it is a territory of mine, and I do not wish for odd individuals to meddle." Territory? Nami looked perplexed. "What is that?" "It's not unusual that you haven't heard of it." Augustine explained, "The world government is composed of over 170 nations, among them, with the exception of the special nation of Alabasta, the rest are subordinate nations under the celestial dragon family, which are referred to as tributary states. The celestial dragons uphold the interests of these nations within the world government and extract heavenly gold from them." The ever-keen thief cat, Nami, instantly grasped the intricacies of this arrangement, and she asked, "Is the heavenly gold abundant?" "Perhaps several 100 billion berries annually," Augustine replied casually, unaware of the exact figure. Several 100 billion berries. Nami felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. "Would you like to return to the New World with me?" Augustine grinned. "Come be my financial secretary. The berries you handle daily would amount to hundreds of millions." Nami, filled with excitement, nearly agreed. But she recalled her companions and her own dreams, shaking her head vigorously. "No." Upon hearing this, Augustine burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you truly are the Nami I admire. I shall promptly fulfill our agreement." "Are you leaving?" Nami asked anxiously, sitting up, her expression revealing a hint of reluctance. Augustine retrieved the diamond gold card that Nami had handed him, smiling as he remarked, "Women survive by wit, while men must rely on credit. Since my dear Nami has made a request, I shall certainly fulfill it." Nami looked at him quizzically, as if she had heard those words before. "We may soon meet again," Augustine chuckled, opening the door and stepping outside. Dr. Kureha was already waiting for him. "I have finally made up my mind. Yet here I am, an old relic, still running about," Augustine mused. "Let us go." He lifted Dr. Kureha and leaped down the mountainside. Woohoo! How exhilarating! Despite her age, Dr. Correa's spirit was youthful, and she shouted with delight. Once they landed gently, she felt utterly thrilled. Hey, where's Nami? You scoundrel, where have you taken her? Luffy and his crew, having disembarked from their ship, intercepted Augustine. Do you see that mountain? The tallest one? I left her up there. Augustine kindly pointed the way, adding, You'll find her at the summit. From their vantage, the peak loomed large, blanketed in snow, while any castle was entirely out of sight. What a boring prank, Dr. Correa lamented, unable to hide her exasperation at Augustine's antics. Chapter 114, The Kingdom of Alabasta. You monster! How could you leave a gravely ill woman in such a place? Sanji fumed, ready to retaliate. I advise you to hurry, Augustine lazily replied, for there may be giant, man-eating rabbits atop that mountain. What? The Straw Hats exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to rescue their companion first. As they dashed away, Luffy shouted, You scoundrel! If anything happens to Nami, I swear I'll knock you out. So these fellows are the little girl as companions? Dr. Correa laughed heartily. What a fine bunch. Is this who you found for Chopper? Yes, indeed. Splendid companions, Augustine said as he escorted Dr. Correa back to the ship, promptly ordering everyone to return to their duties and set sail for Alabasta. Alabasta, truly a place shrouded in mystery, Augustine pondered, recalling the legends of the ancient weapons, wondering if Pluton truly lay hidden within this land. Since encountering the enigmatic celestial dragon ancestor in Mariejois, he had ceased to underestimate the hidden powers that lurked in this world. Report, we have arrived at the port city of Nanohana in Alabasta. Augustine disembarked and instructed his subordinate, head into the city for supplies and procure a guide to lead us upstream into the heart of Alabasta, destination, Rain Base. Understood. Rob Lucci recognized that Augustine had further tasks for him. Indeed, Augustine continued, once you locate Sir Crocodile, teach him how to be an effective warlord of the sea. Furthermore, you will command the subsequent operations to quell this nation's rebellion. Yes, Lucci replied, making it clear he would not intervene. Augustine's expression remained impassive as he stated, If you have not resolved this country's troubles before the Straw Hats arrive, I shall be quite disappointed. I will see to it, Lucci said, exuding confidence. For he had encountered many like Crocodile, who possessed fruit abilities yet lacked mastery over haki. Oh, by the way, Nico Robin is also in this country. Augustine turned to say, if you come across her, do not harm her. Augustine wished for the Straw Hat crew to remain intact, though he could not quite fathom the peculiar sentiment that drove this hope. Nico Robin. Lucci paused, then responded, Understood. You seem to know this country exceptionally well, Doctor. Correa remarked, intrigued by Augustine's extensive knowledge. Information is paramount. I have always held it in high regard, Augustine replied. Now, let us dine together. Of course. It's on you. Dr. Correa retorted with a sense of entitlement. I am merely a poor doctor. 100 million? That's quite the burden to carry, Augustine commented lightly. Augustine, my good sir, I have already established contact with the CP department in Alabasta. Suddenly, Rob Lucci appeared beside Augustine during his meal. Doctor. Correa shook her head, accustomed to the man's elusive abilities. Rob Lucci stated, It has been confirmed that the rebellion in the Kingdom of Alabasta is secretly orchestrated by the Baroque Works organization, led by Sir Crocodile, with its headquarters located in Rain Base. The rebel forces are currently situated in this nation Escatlia, under the command of a leader named Kosa, who is not one of Sir Crocodile's subordinates. To resolve the insurrection in this country, I believe we should proceed directly to Rain Base to apprehend Sir Crocodile. It seems the intelligence from CP is quite commendable. Augustine wiped his mouth and remarked, I have entrusted this matter to you. There is no need to report back to me. After you venture inland, I shall depart for the capital of this nation, Albana, leaving Kaku to safeguard Dr. Correa, as the desert's climate is hardly suitable for the elderly. Rob Lucci, understood. Dr. Correa indignantly exclaimed, How can you speak such words to a lady? Augustine, although he had promised Nami to resolve the rebellion in this nation, dealing with a minor character like Crocodile would only diminish Augustine's stature. He had far more significant matters to attend to in Albana. Thus, he entrusted Crocodile to Rob Lucci as a test for his new subordinate. What manner of being is the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton? Augustine found himself intrigued by it, even if he could not obtain it. Merely observing it would enable him to gauge the powers wielded by the gods. Sir, would you care for some sand ginseng? An elderly vendor interrupted Augustine, displaying a thick, root-like plant resembling ginseng. What is sand ginseng? Augustine inquired of Dr. Correja beside him. It is a medicinal herb unique to the desert. Despite its origin in the scorching sands, its properties are rather cooling. It can serve a harmonizing role in certain potions. If it has aged for over 500 years, sand ginseng will transform from a grayish-white to a golden hue, taking on a humanoid form, Dr. Correja replied, casting a glance at the vendor's wares with a smirk. The vendor sensed trouble and hurriedly asserted, I assure you, this sand ginseng was harvested from the most perilous regions of the desert. Just look at its golden color, but true sand ginseng is platinum in hue. Dr. Correja retorted, her smile fading. While I have no concern for counterfeit goods, falsifying medicinal herbs is akin to committing murder. What? The vendor recoiled in shock at Dr. Correja's words, hastily retracting his merchandise. If you cannot appreciate it, then I shan't sell this sand ginseng. Do you know who I am? Augustine glared at the vendor, his voice icy. To deceive a vice admiral of the Navy, you possess remarkable audacity. Ah, a vice admiral. The vendor was so frightened that he dropped his goods, collapsing to his knees. Forgive me. I was blinded by greed. Please, great admiral, show me mercy. I have an elderly mother of 80 at home. You are nearly 80 yourself. Augustine kicked the vendor away, turning to see Dr. Correja picking up the fallen counterfeit herbs and carefully placing them aside, puzzled. Did you not say it was a fake? Chapter 115. Ancient script. Although it may not be over 500 years old, this is indeed genuine sand ginseng. I believe I could cultivate it back home. Dr. Correja chuckled, explaining, collecting unique herbs from around the world is my duty as a physician. Speaking of which, the Desert Kingdom boasts many worthy specimens. Thus, before departing, Augustine bestowed upon Dr. Correja a sum of money to procure the herbs. Augustine's vessel navigated the inner rivers of Alabasta, ascending against the current. Soon, he ventured inland, parting from his companions with nothing but a jug of water as he made his way to Albana. Although Augustine lacked a guide, he had inquired about the general direction of Albana and relied on the sun's position along with his enigmatic intuition, a manifestation of his advanced observation haki. In merely half a day's time, he successfully reached his destination. Who dares intrude upon the royal tombs? As Augustine approached the hallowed grounds where the kings of Alabasta lay eternally at rest, he was detected by the royal guards stationed outside the mausoleum. In truth, Augustine had not concealed his presence. A powerful wave of conquerors' haki enveloped the grand cemetery, causing several guards to lose consciousness simultaneously. Is this the place? Augustine mused, gazing upon an ancient inscription that spoke of the underworld. He approached a statue resembling a mermaid with a feline head, puzzling over this peculiar figure. He placed his hand upon the statue, giving it a gentle push. With a rumble, the earth stirred as a staircase leading into the depths unveiled itself beside the statue. Such a straightforward yet brutal design, Augustine remarked as he descended into the passageway. Enormous stone columns and statues greeted him, leading into a spacious hall devoid of traps or peril. Upon pushing open a stone door at the center of the hall, he entered another circular chamber, revealing a massive square stone adorned with inscriptions he could not decipher. Is this the legendary historical text? Augustine pondered, reaching out to touch the colossal stone that bore the weight of history. It became apparent that this was no ordinary rock. After centuries, the inscriptions remained remarkably legible. He surmised that only by harnessing his innate energy could he hope to damage this stone. What a hassle! I cannot read ancient text. Thankfully, I possess the Infinity Gauntlet. With a mere thought, the gems upon his glove shimmered, and the square stone was transported into the realm of the Garden of Fruits. Then, let us venture there, Augustine declared, departing from Albana toward the direction of Yuba. He recalled that in the original tale, Luffy and Zoro had stumbled upon a similar historical text in the desert en route to Yuba, its contents shrouded in mystery. This time, the objective was grander, and Augustine hoped the nearby ruins would not be too elusive. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, located the headquarters of the Baroque Works, a casino known as Rain Banquet. Surround the area, Rob Lucci commanded. Disperse the nearby civilians. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. Understood. The gathered crowd whispered among themselves, bewildered by the naval presence. Why are there so many Marines in this small locality? Perhaps they are here to apprehend pirates or fugitives. Yet, Rain Banquet belonged to Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Isn't there a bond between the 7 warlords and the Navy? Suddenly, a voice echoed. Who dares to make a ruckus here? With that, countless grains of sand converged from all directions at the entrance of Rain Banquet, coalescing into a humanoid figure, Sir Crocodile himself. Observing the multitude of Navy soldiers before him, Crocodile leisurely puffed on his cigar, stating, Marines, intruding upon the territory of a 7 warlord. You are in breach of the contract. An elemental devil fruit user. Some soldiers recoiled in astonishment at Crocodile's dramatic entrance. Rob Lucci calmly threw a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs before Crocodile, fixing his gaze upon him as he spoke. Sir Crocodile, you incited a rebellion in the Alabasta Kingdom and plotted treachery, seeking power that is not rightfully yours. I am ordered to apprehend you. Will you surrender? Or shall I take action? Arrogant. Crocodile's expression shifted. He was bewildered as to how his secret had been revealed. Yet he would never allow himself to be captured without resistance. In an instant, he activated his devil fruit powers, shrouding the surrounding area in swirling sand. Bystanders sensed the impending danger and fled in haste. The nearby Navy soldiers found themselves blinded by the sandstorm, many struggling to maintain their footing. By the order of Admiral Augustine, allow me to demonstrate how to behave as a 7 warlord. With that, Rob Lucci vanished from sight. Bang! Rob Lucci's fist collided with Crocodile's hook. Impossible! Crocodile gasped as he realized his elemental transformation failed against this foe. Martial arts were not his forte. And he was sent sprawling. Can you not even utilize haki? A 7 warlord. Rob Lucci smirked dismissively, reappearing before Crocodile in an instant, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Oof! Crocodile felt the force of Rob Lucci's blow create a gaping wound in his stomach. Clutching his wound, he cast one last glance at Rob Lucci before dissipating into a whirlwind of sand. Recognizing he was outmatched, Crocodile fled without hesitation. A testament to his decisiveness, though unfortunate for him, the adversary he faced far exceeded his expectations. Through battles and training in the New World, coupled with Augustine's deliberate guidance, Rob Lucci's strength had grown formidable. Eliminating you would facilitate the quelling of this nation's insurrection. Rob Lucci's voice resonated as Crocodile believed he could escape effortlessly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blow to his back, plummeting from the air and crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 116. Reunion with the Straw Hat Crew. Whoever chose you as a 7 warlord has truly brought shame upon themselves. Rob Lucci stood over the unconscious Crocodile, gazing down at the fallen sand crocodile. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Was it that the 7 warlords were too weak, or was he simply too powerful? This marked Rob Lucci's first encounter in battle with the legendary 7 warlords, and to be honest, he found Crocodile's abilities rather disappointing. He must indeed be lacking. After all, I am significantly weaker compared to Lord Augustine. During his time in the New World, Rob Lucci had faced Augustine numerous times, yet he had never emerged victorious. Even when employing all his tactics, he had never managed to endure more than 10 exchanges. This was also tied to Augustine's combat style. He approached every battle with utmost seriousness and dedication, embodying the essence of an explosive martial artist. If anyone could withstand 10 exchanges against him, enduring 100 would pose little challenge. However, with Augustine mastering the 9th layer of the Golden Bell, connecting with the heavens to absorb spiritual energy and replenish himself, his endurance was bound to increase. He would not suffer the same fate as Luffy, who quickly grew hungry after a few strikes. Handcuff him and take him away. Yes, the spiritual essence of this land is indeed quite sparse. In the arid desert, Augustine sought underground relics, drawing strands of celestial energy from the parched atmosphere into his being. To his surprise, this desert harbored numerous ancient ruins, indicating that considerable time would be required for exploration. His small garden space brimmed with ample sustenance and fresh water, alleviating any concerns regarding nourishment. Days later, in the oasis near Roera, Rob Lucci had been in this vicinity for several days but had yet to devise an effective strategy to quell the rebellion plaguing the nation. The insurgents numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with the majority of the city's civilians having joined the rebel forces. Unless he resorted to exterminating the populace, Rob Lucci found himself in a quandary. While he was indifferent to the act of killing, he knew that should he dare to do so, Augustine would undoubtedly be the first to hold him accountable. Having spent considerable time together, Rob Lucci had come to deeply comprehend Augustine's sense of justice. Ha ha ha. The now captive Sir Crocodile wore a mocking expression, clearly relishing the predicament. This is quite a conundrum for you, isn't it? My meticulously crafted plans spanning years will not be so easily unraveled. Even in my absence, commands will continue to be relayed to my subordinates. Rob Lucci smirked. I apologize for thwarting your grand designs. Do you have a means to extricate yourself from this situation? Indeed. Sir Crocodile declared with haughty confidence. Shall we strike a deal? Do enlighten me. I may find it intriguing, Rob Lucci replied as he took a seat before Sir Crocodile, who was rendered powerless by the sea stone. To be honest, Augustine merely tasked me with teaching you a lesson, Releasing you is not entirely out of the question. Augustine, you say. Sir Crocodile fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he spoke. Resolving the chaos in this nation is, in fact, quite simple. Consider the root cause of the rebellion. The root cause of the rebellion. Rain. Rob Lucci, a man of exceptional intellect, immediately grasped the crux of the issue upon receiving the prompt. Precisely, it is the absence of rain, Sir Crocodile chuckled. My use of dance powder has resulted in this nation experiencing 3 years devoid of rainfall. However, rain is not permanently lost. Abundant rain clouds linger in the atmosphere, hindered only by the side effects of the dance powder preventing precipitation. I see, Rob Lucci murmured. Restoring rain to this country would undoubtedly eradicate the rebellion at its source. Exactly, and fortuitously, I possess a rain-making vessel, Sir Crocodile remarked as he cast a glance at Rob Lucci. What do you think of this arrangement? That is agreeable, Rob Lucci affirmed, recognizing the significance of resolving the troubles here for Augustine's assessment of him. Sir Crocodile bore no personal animosity towards him. Letting him go would be acceptable. Augustine had only requested that he teach Sir Crocodile a lesson, not to execute him. Moreover, eliminating a warlord would inherently invite trouble. Augustine searched the desert for several days. Yet he was unable to locate the ruins he sought, until a group of individuals arrived at the site. What caused the altercation between you two? Augustine chuckled as he observed Luffy and Zoro exchanging blows in the sandy expanse. It's you, Zoro exclaimed, startled to see Augustine. Then, as if recalling something, he shouted, Hurry over and help. This guy ate a poisonous cactus and has gone berserk. Luffy appeared utterly frenzied, striking wildly at anyone within reach. Rubber! Rubber! Augustine darted in front of Luffy, seizing his neck and applying pressure. With a swift maneuver, Luffy lost consciousness. After assessing the situation, Zoro found Luffy's breathing and heartbeat normal. And he sighed with relief, asking Augustine, By the way, how did you end up here? Didn't Nami say you were heading to quell the rebellion in this country? I'm searching for something, Augustine replied, calculating the days. The Straw Hat crew should have arrived by now. And he was certain that the underground ruins he sought were nearby upon seeing the two. Hey, Zoro, Luffy, are you all right? Chopper came running from a distance, startled by Augustine's presence. Mr. Augustine, Nami and the others are in that direction. Let us go join them. Augustine pointed to his right, murmuring to himself. It seems I just missed them. How did I overlook my dear Nami passing by? Hey, aren't you coming with us? Tony Chopper inquired. We encountered Dr. Dory in the city upon our arrival in this country, and she informed us that you had gone to the capital, Alyabarna. How are things there? We'll talk later. You should head ahead and reunite with Nami. I will catch up with you shortly, Augustine smiled before vanishing from sight. His observation haki sensed an underground cavity nearby. It must be the target he had been desperately searching for. That was fast, Zoro exclaimed, astonished. Although he knew the admiral was powerful, he had not even caught a glimpse of how Augustine disappeared. The disparity was indeed vast. Chapter 117, The Night Raid of the Little Thief Cat. Ruins in the desert. During this time, I often found myself pondering. As Nefertari Vivi confided her thoughts to Nami and Sanji, what truly constitutes a nation? Even if the rulers change, the people continue to live. As does the culture and the way of life. If the nation transforms, yet these elements remain unchanged, is there still a necessity to protect the nation? Surely. It is other things that require safeguarding. Since encountering that false rebellion town and the desert bandits, these thoughts have frequently crossed my mind. What an extraordinary young lady. It seems you are gradually maturing into a worthy princess, Augustine remarked as he found Nami and the others, noting that Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro had not yet arrived. He happened to overhear Vivi speaking, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Augustine, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise and shyness upon his sudden appearance. I thought there would be a hug. Augustine laughed heartily, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. Hearing his words, Nami giggled and gracefully enveloped him in her warm embrace. Thank you, Augustine. Miss Nami. Sanji's heart shattered at the sight. Mr. Augustine. Nefertari Vivi said respectfully, bowing to Augustine. Thank you immensely for your assistance to Alabasta. The newspapers have exposed Crocodile's schemes, although he ultimately escaped. We are truly grateful for your help in saving this nation. Oh, Augustine replied, feeling slightly awkward, as he had done little himself. It was Rob Lucci who did the work. Are you all heading to Yuba? Yes, Vivi confirmed. We intend to persuade the rebels at their headquarters. But the rebels are no longer in Yuba, Augustine interjected. Due to 3 years of drought, the area can no longer sustain the large rebel force. They have likely relocated to Kateria. What? They moved to Kateria? Vivi exclaimed in shock. Where is Kateria? Nami asked as she stepped away from Augustine's embrace. Kateria is an oasis near the Narahara region. Vivi frowned. That means we have traversed a considerable distance unnecessarily. Had we known earlier, we might have reached them sooner. Huh? Where did this water come from? Sanji noted the coolness on his arm and discovered it was raindrops. It's raining. Vivi paused for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, It's raining. It's rain. The perceptive Vivi immediately realized that her country was saved, nearly moved to tears with excitement. In the arid desert, encountering such rare rainfall brought laughter and joy to Nami and Sanji. Even Usopp, who lay half unconscious on the ground, revived at that moment. Augustine gazed contemplatively at the rain gradually descending from the sky. The unexpected downpour had compelled the rebellious forces en route to Albana to turn back, while their leader, Krosh, ventured alone to Albana to confer with King Nefertali Kabura. At this juncture, news of the conspiracy involving Shkrokter had begun to permeate the ranks of both the insurgents and the royal army, prompting an earnest dialogue aimed at reconciliation between the two factions. Augustine encountered Rob Lucci once more in the royal palace of Alabasta, where King Nefertari Cobra extended a warm welcome to him. Although the historical texts of the royal tombs had been lost, the nation had weathered a great calamity, and Nefertari Cobra expressed his gratitude towards Augustine and the Straw Hat crew for their assistance. Sir Crocodile had departed from the country, yet his Baroque works had been entirely assimilated by Rob Lucci, leaving him a solitary figure. Well done, Augustine remarked, patting Rob Lucci on the shoulder. Thank you for your praise, Rob Lucci replied, maintaining his characteristic stoicism, his expression seldom betraying any emotion. Is this fearsome individual truly merely Augustine's subordinate? Usopp cautiously inquired of Luffy. Indeed, Luffy nodded silently, acutely aware of Rob Lucci's formidable nature, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it. The current Straw Hat crew felt exceedingly weak in comparison to Rob Lucci, let alone Augustine. Suddenly, Luffy stepped before Rob Lucci and declared, I will grow stronger and defeat you, as well as Augustine. Humph. Rob Lucci dismissively ignored the brash young pirate. Haha, I hope that day arrives, Augustine mused, believing Luffy could indeed become a worthy rival. I shall await you in the new world. At present, you are so weak that I can hardly be bothered to capture you. Usopp and Chopper embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, That's wonderful. He won't capture us. Augustine. At this moment, Augustine approached Nami, his eyes alight with joy. I have completed the first task, Miss Nami. We have taken a significant step closer to our wedding. How annoying. Nami replied bashfully. You speak of marriage, yet I am a pirate and you are a Navy officer. Can a pirate and a Navy officer truly wed? Pirates and Navy officers? It matters not. Augustine chuckled. I have spent considerable time away from the New World, and it is time for me to return. I wish you all the best on your adventurous journey. Ah, Nami exclaimed in surprise. Are you truly going back to the New World? Indeed, Augustine responded with a hint of resignation. Everyone has their own ties to consider. But fret not. I shall return to see you whenever I can, to visit my dearest Nami. How utterly cheesy. Nami teased. Augustine, haha. As night falls, having dined well and indulged in the soothing warmth of the hot springs, all gather to embrace slumber, alleviating the fatigue of the day. Augustine lay on his bed, meditating, when he heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. A subtle smile creased his lips as his observation haki discerned the identity of the visitor. The door creaked open and was gently closed again. In the darkness, the visitor stealthily approached the bedside, seemingly hesitating. Suddenly, a pair of hands from behind wrapped tightly around her. Ah, Nami, who had secretly come to find Augustine, was caught off guard by his ambush. Her startled cry was silenced by a kiss. Chapter 118. What the pirate covets must be seized after a long moment. Augustine released the breathless Nami and chuckled softly. Little thief cat, what do you intend to do at this hour? I am a pirate, you know. Perhaps due to the dim surroundings and the lingering warmth of their kiss, Nami felt emboldened, her smile both charming and sweet. When a pirate covets something, it must be taken, and that includes men. Very well. Augustine would not feign modesty when delectable offerings presented themselves. Initially, he had intended to keep the beloved Nami for the New World, but since she was so proactive as a man, Augustine could not disappoint the grace of a beautiful woman. In that moment, the cozy room echoed with the melody of love. The seasoned Augustine guided the innocent Nami through the exquisite pleasures of intimacy. Once Nami succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber, Augustine quietly exited the room, making his way to a mansion outside the palace. Boss. A captivating figure emerged from the shadows, none other than Nico Robin. Augustine had summoned her through Rob Lucci, seeking assistance in deciphering ancient texts he possessed. Robin, now ostensibly part of the Baroque works under Lucci's command, approached curiously. Come and see. With a wave of his left hand, 2 enormous stone tablets appeared before him. Fortunately, the mansion had ample space. Otherwise, accommodating such massive objects would have been challenging. This. What is this? Nico Robin gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the colossal artifacts. Once she recognized their true nature, even her typically composed demeanor faltered, her breath quickening with excitement. Have you not been searching for the historical texts of Alabasta? These are what I acquired in this land. Augustine stroked one of the stones, explaining that one contained information about the ancient weapon Pluton, while the other's contents remained a mystery, likely understood by few, if any, in the world, perhaps only her. Do you wish for me to help you translate the location of Pluton? Nico Robin's mind wrestled with whether to divulge information to this man. I will not force you. Augustine glanced at her, stating, 3 days ago, when we first met, I assured you that I would not harm you, regardless of your belief. Even if you choose not to translate these texts, I will not restrict your freedom or bring you harm. Why? Robin inquired, her mind filled with questions. We should not have met before. Why would you let me, the child of a demon, go? Such matters do not concern me. Augustine replied with a mocking smile. What is the truth that has been hidden, or what is revealed to the world, matters not to me. I merely wish to understand the ancient weapons spoken of in whispers. He paused before continuing, I am curious to see how much power it takes to obliterate them. Nico Robin stared at him in astonishment. Did you not come to this country seeking Pluton? Do not be absurd, Augustine scoffed. Weapons are mere trinkets. One's own fists are the most reliable tools. Humph. I have heard of another ancient weapon, Uranus, said to be in the hands of dangerous individuals. I merely wish to comprehend their might. Is that so? Robin turned her gaze back to the ancient text, pondering for a moment before replying. The text states that a normal attack can obliterate an island, and a weapon called main cannon possesses the power to destroy the world. Ultimately, she withheld further information about Pluton from Augustine. Very well, I understand. Augustine grinned, his admiration for Nico Robin evident. However, since you are unwilling to assist me further, there is no need for you to remain under my command. Perhaps you should consider joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Having said this, he departed from the premises. Did he just suggest I join the Straw Hats? Once the two had left, Nico Robin sighed with relief. Faced with Augustine, who bore the dual identities of Celestial Dragon and Marine Admiral, she found it impossible to trust him. He was indeed a unique man. At dawn, Augustine bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew and set off to rendezvous with Dr. Correja and Kakul. Master Augustine, we've received word from CP that an auction